This novel was requested by Emperor Tristan of More. No life. God gets reincarnated in a game world 241 to 305. CH 241. Oh, if it isn't the brave Kun. It sure has been a while. Thanks to you, the Research Institute is getting livelier than ever. Hey, Chief Miston, indeed it's been a while. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. I was immediately invited to the same room as I was on my last visit when I entered the Research Institute. And the waiting time was also 0. The moment the staff of the Research Institute saw me walking in, they politely guided me as if I was a VIP. They even fought for the role of guide. I guess my popularity isn't that bad in the Research Institute. In fact, I was surprised that everyone remembered my face, even though I visited only last month. And when I apologized for visiting so out of the blue without an appointment, they shook their neck in denial so furiously I feared their neck would come out of their joint. They all said I could come whenever I wanted. The seriousness smelled so dangerous. Well, such things happened, but I was safely escorted to the same room as my last visit and was able to meet Chief Miston. By the way, Celestine was standing behind me. The truth is, researchers from all over the world have been barging here ever since. And my words, it was a very tough matter to settle. My liver almost didn't stop churning when even the big shots of the National Research Institute came and begged me to let them join. That just shows how wonderful the work of Chief Miston has been. Though all of it was due to the information you provided. Gahahaha. We idly chit-chatted for some time. Apparently, the former air of weariness that was always hanging over the Research Institute has now completely changed, and everything seems to be lively now. Even Chief Miston looks more handsome than before. If one ignores the dark circles, that is. I was proud to hear that everything was all due to the information I had provided. The crystallization of the dungeon activity game's players' knowledge is now gradually dyeing the real dungeon activity in various colors, guiding them. But it's really a shame that I can't share these sentiments with the players. So, what happened today? Is it about the hospitality to Eden I mentioned before? Now that he said it, there was this thing about receiving Eden as a guest by a research institute before, wasn't it? The existence of Eden, which was completely filled with top-ranking jobs, was a coveted target for them. I had heard about it, but I forgot to bring it to the institute. I'm sorry to say, but they declined. They don't have any reason to be accepted by research institutes. Besides, I'm sure you must have many more choices to choose from, now, don't you? The information leaked by the Research Institute was but a drop in the vast ocean. As a result of the Academy pouring all their energy into making all the freshmen go through the process, the appearance of around 2,000 individuals possessing high-ranking jobs had broken all the past stabilized records by miles and had set a new precedent. And from what I have come to hear, what happened on the day of final appraisal is going to be recorded in the annals of history. With so many people with high-ranking jobs, there shouldn't be any need to look for Eden anymore. I guess it's time to get to the main topic. Actually, the reason I have come today is the leak of new information. No sooner had I said so, Chief Miston's face instantly froze. His reaction was as if his worst nightmare had come true. After a slight while, Chief Miston finally started to move. I see. I'm sorry. It's really a very grateful offer. I'm sure that any of the information you provide will surely illuminate the future of this research institute and the kingdom, acting as a ray of hope. But you see, Zephyr, I would be honest with you, our research institute doesn't have a slight bit of capacity to even withstand the new wave of information, let alone analyze it. Chief Miston said so with a rare earnest expression. In other words, his face was serious. Seriously? It seems like they really don't have any leeway. I am aware. That's why I didn't come here for it. The Research Institute, at present, is in the spotlight. Not only the Academy, the whole kingdom is closely paying attention to it. That's why the days in the Research Institute were hella hectic. I was well aware of that. That's why I didn't come before for another leak. But I can't let it go on like that. I had leaked the first piece of information required for job manifestation. For my second piece of information, I had prepared a limited version of the job's training manual. Just because a job has appeared doesn't mean that's all there is to it. Starting from an acquisition condition, The main point after that is how to train it. After a bit of investigation, I found that the training manual isn't much appreciated in this world. Common sense here tells them to search for the path that suits them the best on their own. Other guides, at best, are usually used as just a reference, and in fact, that's what was popular here. No one wants to fail, so it's common to imitate the steps of successful people. Nevertheless, I hadn't found a single soul who had made any attempt to advance the training like a game, even though this world was supposed to be a game world. Strongest training manual in my recommendation was first outline the strongest form that one would want at LV100 and then proceed step by step from there was the method that was commonplace in the game. Naturally, it doesn't compromise on anything. But this is reality, and the target is none other than themselves. It's obvious to have resistance against the method that may sound easygoing, especially given the risk of being unable to redo. Besides, no one knows if they can even raise their high-ranking jobs to LV100. No, it's almost impossible, because the top-grade dungeons hadn't even been captured yet. Therefore, there had never been the opportunity to research what could be the strongest form of their jobs at all. Most of the research, no matter where, revolved around how to discover the acquisition conditions of high-ranking jobs or what kind of action would be beneficial for a job's manifestation. And once someone acquires a high-ranking job, they're almost left on their own accord to raise it. It was my fervent desire to clean up this messy setup. No matter how high-ranking a job one might acquire, this would amount to nothing should it be raised poorly. I was saying this from my personal experience, who has given rise to lots of small fry avatars, thinking raising them like this and that may help, which, unsurprisingly, proved to be useless during the time when I played this as a game. Status improvement should be planned in advance. This is the starting line I have set in stone. Time is already past, and most first years should have familiarized themselves with their job. If possible, I would have wanted to spread the training manual right now, but research institutes have ushered in commotion after their long-desired aspiration has come true. Thus, the renewed research institute doesn't have a bit of leeway to work on this. I had been pondering all this time on the way here how to handle this, and the answer was a sudden epiphany earlier. If research institute hands are full, wouldn't it be alright if I just teach them directly? The reason why I leaked the information to the Research Institute was to spread the information quickly, so there was no need to overly rely on research institutes. After all, the precedent set last time was already earth-shattering. That's why I had come to consult Chief Miston, because I heard that research institutes can apparently decide on the curriculum to be taught in the Academy's classes. Say, Chief Miston, do you think you can give me a chance to work as a temporary lecturer? CH 242. Was it the right choice? I mean, you wouldn't be able to attend the elective classes you were looking forward to by becoming provisional lecturer. It's fine since this also looks fun. Besides, it's just one semester deal. I will take them from the second semester so I'm not missing much. I replied to Celestine's question as we made our way home. After the consultation, my proposal was readily accepted without any further questioning, which really surprised me. Does the Academy really don't mind him becoming the provisional lecturer? There were my thoughts, but apparently there was no age limit or any other limitation to become the lecturer as long as they have capability to take on the role. As expected of the meritocracy first world, I was given the right to conduct elective classes, and only on Friday, I will teach the students about as provisional lecturer. And on the weekdays, I will attend classes normally like everyone else. It seems even Chief Miston was interested in it. Apparent from his statement I will absolutely attend it, as there had never been a class which has touched the subject of jobs training until I came in. Though I had to stop myself from making a jab, but you're not a student. My time period as provisional lecturer is 1 semester, so I only have around 10 weeks until the summer vacation. Well, the most important factor of the is the starting, so I, too, will be teaching the beginning part only. This is also the reason for my time period being only 1 term, because I don't know what to do if other students said they want to take classes when they are at LV30 or LV40. Incidentally, Labyrinth Academy utilized a 3-semester system. First semester until summer vacation, second semester until winter vacation, and third semester until spring break. So I would be working until summer vacation. Is something that urges one to decide on the ahead path from the time they're at low level, that is when it's easy to raise the level. It becomes tough to raise the level after a job is raised to a certain point. The same goes for amending the mistakes made by that point, too. And there shouldn't be a lack of students who have wasted their SP, so sometimes ignorance is bliss. Read, for the sake of their sanity, it's better if they don't take his classes. And my earlier inspiration was just about that. If the research institute can't, then wouldn't it be fine if I become a provisional lecturer and teach it myself? My current goal for now is to discover the talented students that have the potential to become S members. Once I am a lecturer, I will have lots of chances to come in contact with students. Then I will be able to scout potential members without any limitation, basically two birds with one stone. Fuhahaha. The other is, of course, to level up the whole academy. The present world has fallen into stalemate in the capture of advanced dungeons. The lack of high-ranking jobs had been one of the reasons for it, but the more fundamental reason was their weak statuses because they don't know the correct way to upgrade their jobs. Else, they wouldn't have been stuck in advanced dungeons with a well-raised job. That's why I want to change their opinion on this matter. With the way things are at present, would be the sole hegemon once we clear away the advanced dungeon. This would, of course, stroke our self-esteem, but as a game world, a world without a rival would be boring. I just hope there can be a strong rival guild by that time who can give us a run for money. According to my desires, I guess I will put a bit more energy into my role as provisional lecturer. Anyway, we visited the staff room after my proposal was accepted and went through the procedure for me to become provisional lecturer. I thought it wouldn't be possible this week given it was weekend's evening, but Chief Miston completed the procedure without caring for anything. In fact, his expression was overflowing with vigor, so much so that even the dark circles that had been under his eyes had disappeared unknowingly. This might have made him a bit too excited. My first lecture will be on the Friday of next week. Apparently Chief Miston is going to call out for the students with a focus on those who have high-ranking jobs, so this should increase the attendees count. Next week, I can't wait for it. And then comes Saturday. Another holiday, another day for the dungeon. In the guild room where every member were gathered, we will now commence the meeting. You sure are in high spirits. I was graced with Sierra's reproachful glare first thing in the morning. Maybe this is the omen telling Lady Luck is going to smile on me today. Well, jokes aside, I heard members' accomplishments and reports in order. Even the new members that were awkward at first smoothly finished their report, familiarizing themselves with the process gradually. These reports, when I can't check every member's statuses with a tap unlike a game, were really important. I had asked everyone to report the data like their level, what dungeon they have cleared and to which dungeon they have made progress, etc. at least once a week. This is one of the house rules of DOT. It was well received by everyone and has now become the source of their motivation to not fall behind other members. All the reports from members were recorded down by Sub-Guild Master Sierra equipping less than Clark, bracelet. Thank you very much for your support. From their report sort, it seems guild members had spent most of their time practicing in the training ground instead of diving into dungeons for the past week, because they were unsure if they would be able to return from big mid-grade or higher level dungeons by the dinner time if they start after the class ends. Even our sole, fastest means of transportation, Esther, would have to take quite a time before she can reach the deepest floor without my guidance, and if they're on foot, which obviously takes time, then they can kiss goodbye to their dinner. I also received a report from Celestine, albeit a different type than earlier. I have fixed an appointment with the Honorable Duke. They said they could have time to meet tomorrow. Ah, great. You're amazing, Celestine. It was about the solicitation of a freshman student from the family which I had left for Celestine to handle last week. If I remember right, there were 2 students who belonged to category, but according to Celestine, one of them had already joined an upperclassman guild, so they turned down the invitation. There had been no reply for a while from the second person, but it seems like they finally replied to Celestine last night. Though, they are still in middle of considering whether they will join or not. It seems like I have to pump some spirit in myself for tomorrow. I expressed my gratitude to Celestine and moved the topic to today's dungeon attack. Next is party division. I want to continue the capture of from last week with Vanguard members. What's everyone taking on it? Sounds good. I approve of it. Likewise. The first one to approve was Lana, followed by Hannah. With Lana's answer, Esther would pretty much follow her, so all that's left was Sierra. I don't mind. Is there anyone who have different opinion? Boo, boo. And here Lulu wanted to show Sierra the fruit of her training in the training ground today. I'm sorry, Lulu. I will not take her tomorrow with me, so let her be with me for today, okay? That was a joke. Lulu is a tolerant girl. Please do as you have decided on. I really wish you could stop treating me like an object. Lulu protested with pouted lips, though that just increased her cuteness even more. Sierra was quite popular among everyone because she was well versed in socializing and her excellent abilities as a tank. Eventually, the meeting was finalized with Vanguard members continuing their intermediate dungeon capture, 5 other members diving into another dungeon and last 2 members polishing their skills in the training ground. CH 243, says Zephyr. Are we going to make our way to Lend today? Correct. We're going to defeat the boss and clear away our first ever intermediate dungeon. Really? We can finally conquer an intermediate dungeon. A content smile crept across the face of Lana hearing my reply to Hannah's query. She surely was enjoying herself. I can't wait to have a showdown with the final boss either. Intermediate dungeons are different from beginner dungeons as their difficulty spikes up dramatically. Let's just talk about their map. They are 3 times the size of a beginner dungeon. Just this aspect alone should be enough to speak of the difficulty. It had taken us 2 days to arrive at this point. Initially, my plan by bringing the Vanguard team members was just to let them get accustomed to changes brought by intermediate dungeons, but as they said, it's hard to change one's habit. Our focus had already shifted from getting accustomed to capture. Now I just want nothing more than to clear away the dungeon right away. I really regretted challenging the dungeon on Saturday, last week. This 1 week felt so long I almost thought it would never end. Soon after, we arrived at the dot. And just we were about to make a beeline for entrance, someone's silhouette appeared from the side. That silhouette belonged to the Zezilthan who had the guidance role. Hey, Guild Eden, the star of our hope. Going to again? Bingo. We will challenge the final boss today. Wait and see Eden's first intermediate dungeon capture. Whoa. You're already going to clear it? You have been there for only 1 week. It's our second entry to be precise. Zezilthan's face was dyed in shock hearing Lana's remark. Rather than surprise, it was more like he heard something unbelievable. Lana had a smug look on her face seeing his reaction. Zezilthan-san, has any group entered yet? HN? No one has entered yet today. Sure enough, the presence of monsters far stronger than its counterpart dungeons made it hard to progress, and the fact that barely anyone can reach the 10th floor to activate teleportation circle within a day has made it far more desolate. Are you really sure you can do it in just your second entry? Wouldn't it normally take many tries to figure out the shortest route before finally trying to capture it? The bare minimum I heard take at least 6 tries. Ugh. Zezilthan-san's face finally had a vivid look on his face. But he's right. In normal cases, that's how it begins, by exploring and mapping out the routes etc. It's really one hell of a work to map out the intermediate dungeons with increased difficulty. They first have to fumble around their way to find where the road to the next floor is. Unlike the ever-convenient game features where mapping was easy peasy with auto-function which automatically recorded once trodden path on the corner of screen simultaneously, the mapping in reality is done by hands, so it's obvious for it to take time. What's more, it's common to encounter problems like the bag to be completely filled from the things grabbed on their way, their consumption, and the lack of unscrupulous timing means they have to return back at least once when sketching a map. That's all but the familiar trope of dungeon games. The so-called situation of overflowing with materials, and the time limit due to the real world. This all sums up how it's normal to take at least 2 turns before reaching the 10th floor. So in a normal exploration case, the first turn is for probing, mapping, while the second being the exploration in true sense and reaching at the 10th floor. This is all one step, and as the lowest floor of the intermediate dungeons are 30, it's expected to take 3 steps before progressing to capture the dungeon. It seems even Zezilthan-san didn't expect us to go around 20 floors on our first turn. Well, of course, this is to be expected when I encompass all the short routes. So, I was also making a smug face beside Lana. Also, there's no party trying to explore this dungeon yet. This is lucky for us. Being the only one means we don't have to struggle for resources, and it also feels nice. We bid our gratitude to Zezilthan-san who had an incredulous expression on his face, left that place and moved to the entrance. A floating feeling passed by and like usual, we were inside the dungeon. However, Lana, who was curiously looking around the surroundings, was looking unhappy. Isn't this the first floor, Zephyr-kun? Okay, don't be so down yet. Look over there. Is that the teleportation circle? That's right. We can move to the 20th floor and jiffy from there. The first floor of the dungeon is set as the default location for the entrance in the ground. But different from the beginner dungeon. There were two teleportation circles shining not far from there which connected to the 10th and 20th floor. So fundamentally, you have to first arrive at the first floor and then move to the floor you want to through a teleportation circle. Though, it's a one-way trip to return back to the entrance. Incidentally, these teleportation circles can't be seen or used by anyone other than those who have activated them. So, one person can't carry the party member by clearing the condition alone. I had once tried to confirm the location where it was shining in the beginning, but I didn't see the so-called shortcut teleportation circle anywhere. So I was quite curious about its mechanism. I see. I had heard about it from the rumors, but this is my first time seeing one. So this is the fabled teleportation circle of the shortcut. Sierra looked at the teleportation circle in fascination. The geometric patterns drawn on the teleportation circle were just out of comprehension for me, but I wonder if Sierra understood anything. So, I tried to ask her. No, I was just a bit curious. That would be impossible even for me. Apparently she didn't. I should have thought so. These are just too mysterious and complicated. Stop dawdling around and hurry up. We're going to start by challenging the revived field boss first. Oops, almost forgot. Alright, buckle on, let's go. Everyone entered the teleportation circle at the urging of Lana. Our first stop was on the 10th floor. According to Zezilthan-san, no one has entered the dungeon, so field bosses must be all safe and sound. They should be repopped by now. Eden isn't someone afraid to take over any number of bosses should they come, and as such, we take down 10th floor boss and 20th floor boss. While we're at it, if dropped again, then, phew, ha ha ha. By the way, it seems Lana was seriously looking for a rematch with to vent out the fire that was left on the edge last time. My words. She was seriously flaring up. After taking out both F-Boss, Reed, Field Boss, we finally advanced to the 21st floor. CH 244. Man, that really hit the spot. It felt as refreshing as if a load had finally lifted off my chest. Congratulations, I guess. You kept firing one skill after another like an inexhaustible machine. These were Lana's feelings after we had taken down 20th floor F-Boss. One had to wonder how much frustration was accumulating inside her, as she was looking like the embodiment of perpetual motion machine. In contrast, Esther, who had defeated the boss last time in a jiffy, was pitifully trying to reduce her presence. Lana obviously stood out in the fight with her continuous buff after another. He laughed to heal. She has come a long way, and unlike her past self who may use buff randomly without giving any second thought, she was actually thinking about timing and all recently. But, why am I having this bit of empty feeling, even though it was supposed to be a happy event? Maybe, because she would no longer be the clumsy Lana I was familiar with at this rate. What's the? I'm going ahead to take a look. Kaya, what's this sticky liquid? Be careful everyone, there are traps. Calm down, Lana-sama. It's just a monster's egg, and you have stepped on them. On another note, her clumsiness definitely had to be deep-rooted. Apparently, she found and rushed to the harvest point but stepped on eggs. What's this relieved feeling bubbling inside me? By the way, these eggs were the resources named, but don't go after the name, as they weren't given birth to by the monsters. They weren't unfertilized eggs either, but spontaneously produced eggs. As expected of the world, the common sense here is that eggs are a natural product, not laid. I was stunned silly the first time I heard it. Anyway, these eggs' sole worth was as the ingredients used in cooking items. So we picked up unscathed eggs. But Tilda, my legs are all slimy now. Fret not. Here, try this refreshment. I handed over my favorite disposal item refreshment to Her Highness, who whimpered out in a deplorable voice. This was kind of an item like the so-called clean magic that was a template in light novels, which cleans the body and gives a refreshing feeling as if you have taken a bath. The best partner one could ask for in the dungeon. Albeit, this wasn't that popular among females, as they prefer showers over this. It's quite a convenient item in my opinion. You really saved me there, Zephyr tilde. Gah. I think I had just taken a trillion damage from her upturned eyes coupled with her whimpering tone. What a fearsome foe. Though, it's a secret my heart skipped a beat at her mule voice. Lana's feet sparkled when she used refreshment. No wait, her whole body is like purified, not just her feet. The effect never failed to amaze me. This isn't quite bad. In fact, this is so good, right? It is also helpful in removing the dirt and smell etc. like you have just taken a bath, not just on sweat or feeling sticky. Can you explain about that in detail, Zephyr? Sierra had suddenly appeared behind me while I was explaining to Lana, giving me a scare. Good lord, I didn't feel her presence at all. What is she, a ninja? Ah, but ninja is Pamela, not her. No wait, why did she look so serious? Did something happen? Zephyr-kun, why did you hide such an amazing item? Even Hannah too. No, I sure did explain it before though. That it gives the same effect as if you have taken a shower even without taking one actually. I think I remember. I had explained it before, but it seems like it had slipped out of their mind. After all, girls like baths. Of course I also like taking baths, but apparently the words "you don't have to expressively take a shower with this" must have made no sense to them. I see. I finally understand the psychology of females wanting to take shower after returning from the dungeon. The way I introduced it was simply not clear enough. A mystery was resolved. Do you guys want to use it? Thank you for your offer. Why, yes, thank you, Zephyr-kun. In this way, the matter of sharing the item with Sierra, Hannah and also Esther ended without any incident. My words, the serious expression of the girls' group was nothing to scoff at. The girls' group quickly used the refreshment and checked out the effect. Though, I had to look away as they were ascertaining the smell by smelling, which reminded me of dogs. I see, this certainly is effective. I'm ashamed for failing to notice this. You're right. I really feel like a bit of my fatigue has faded away. Sierra and Esther were impressed as well. I knew they would like it after giving it a try. I was equally happy seeing they have finally understood the importance of refreshment. We're done with refreshing. Let's hurry back to our hunt. What's this inexplicable connection between hunt and refreshment? I don't quite get this, but anyway, there's no reason for me to refuse her request. Alright, hunting time. You're getting it wrong. I mean there's a monster over there. Our first 21st floor monster. Oh, that's what you meant. Alright, battle ready everyone. As ever, Lana was the first one to notice the monster. Seriously? What kind of sense of smell she has. I also gave a shout to the girls group who were checking out the item effect and began preparing for battle. But where is it, Lana? I don't see it anywhere. Over there, behind the boulder. I can kind of feel its gaze. A large boulder was enshrined where Lana had pointed out to. The boulder was giving quite a sense of alienation in a grassy field. Certainly, it could easily hide 3 or 4 monsters easily with that size, but there shouldn't be a monster capable of hiding itself, much less watch over the situation. As far as my memory goes, at least, it shouldn't be in Jarappa. But, if it's Lana who is used to being the center of attention saying that she can feel the gaze, then there ought to be someone. Could it be a person? But Zezulfan-san said no students had entered. No wait, could it be they entered while we're busy dealing with F-Boss? HMM. Hold on, F-Boss. F-Boss. How did I forget that? I remembered. I know the identity of our opponent. Our opponent is none other than the wandering type field boss of this dungeon, Jurex. Field boss? No sooner had Lana looked at me with an astonished expression as if saying seriously? Boom. A giant shadow showed its presence pulverizing the huge boulder. It was the wandering type field boss that randomly loiter around from the floor 21st to 29th, a mighty bipedal monster with a big head on its body as it exudes an unmatched pressure, and also, the last trump card by the dungeon to thwart away any of the intruder from reaching the deepest floor. The name was Jurex. Seriously? Are we really going to face the wandering type right from the get-go? I never had expected the situation to unfold in a third consecutive field boss battle. CH 245. Wandering type bosses were the blockade to interfere with the challenger's advancement to the final floor. In most cases, they were likely to be encountered around the lower floors, posing as a sort of trial for players. It wasn't rare for them to secretly peep at challengers from the shadow or suddenly swooping down to attack like just now. There was also a tutorial like, hey, I'm kinda curious about the bower of that tree, I'm going to check it out for a bit. Gah. Intermittent death throes, seen in the game, which was quite a piece of comedy. Wandering type bosses were strong, so strong it wouldn't be rare for the whole party to be out of commission when they came swooping down at you. Furthermore, had the challengers decided to flee, they would have given them a chase for their money across multiple floors, as they had the ability to move between floors too. For the trial it was, thus effectively rendering the fled but one strategy. It was the common consensus to hunt down the wandering bosses, where the challengers encountered them, for there had always been the chance of them taking down you with another surprise attack. Even after fleeing, challengers managed to shrug off the pursuer, which was unendurable for them. But wandering bosses weren't famous for their surprise attack or their monstrous strength only. Another of their specialities was to run away the moment their HP goes past a certain point, and not just that, they would even come down to attack again after recovering them through methods like eating on their way or sleeping. Therefore, they had to take them down while making sure they didn't flee away. The boss we're currently facing was Rex, with the tough defense and extraordinarily physical strength. It was one heck of a mighty boss monster to watch out for. The strategy to defeat it was to have the party tank become its target while the rearguard rains down magic at it, as Rex's weak point was magic, in contrast to its sturdy defense against physical attacks. I'm going to take its attention. Aura point. Guard stance. Buff incoming. Divine barrier. Sacred demon's blessing. Sierra attracted the aggro of the boss towards herself, while Lana provided everyone with defense and magic buffs. Lana, pay attention to Sierra's HP because this boss's offensive power is much higher. Roger. Leave the support to me. Cannon. Arrow. The cannon taken out by Hannah was an attack item that fires off low damage, low rank magic, something like a wind ball. Arrow cannon was a rapid fire item in exchange for its weak offensive power. It was basically an item to restrain the opponent with rapid shots. Pow, pow, pow. Hannah turned the mouth of cannon towards Rex and shot a 3-point burst. However, what? Boss didn't even flinch. Hannah's burst shots apparently didn't even itch its skin, as it never stopped on its track to attack Sierra, completely unfazed. In fact, the boss didn't even bother to look around. Hannah seemed to be shocked to her core. She never expected Rex to be so tough. Drink the magic return, and switch to magic attacks. Hannah. Yeah. It was a sudden encounter, so Hannah hadn't had the chance to drink magic return. So I quickly gave her command. At the same time as I had commanded Hannah, Rex collided against Sierra. Graw. Fortress shield. Sierra responded with a defensive skill specialized in tanking physical attacks. Albeit, a groan slipped out of Sierra's lips. She only lost a tad bit of her HP, credited to the defensive skill, but it wasn't able to kill the impact as she took 2 steps back. Nevertheless, she made Rex stop on its track. Wonderful. Sierra. Lightning burst. Graw. I hold my firmament sword and shoot off high-ranking magic. Equipped with the energy force I had gotten not long ago, I was able to do quite a decent amount of damage. Our opponent this time has extraordinarily high defense, so I had already switched to firmament sword to use magic attacks like lightning burst, which would cause more damage than the dinosaur slayer sword, which mainly does damage. In addition, I can freely switch between the weapons in the midst of battle anytime that suits the occasion most, and that has certainly proven to be fun. Graw. Rex finally decided to use skill. Rex used headbutt, the same skill Sagas had used, and crashed into Sierra. Sierra, are you alright? All fit. I had only been surprised by its strength earlier. I can handle it now that I have experienced it. True to her words, Sierra tanked the headbutt without any mishaps. That's why I believed her to be the world's best tank. Everyone, attack whenever you see the chance. Lightning burst. Copy. Long thrust. Rise of the sacred tree. Flame lance. Ice lance. Graw. Battle gradually began to unfold, with everyone doing their fair share of damage while treading carefully, for it was their first time fighting Rex. Among all our opponents so far, Rex was the toughest one with high offensive power, so I was paying attention to any surprise attack. It was easy for rearguard with low vit to lose their battle capacity from a single attack. In fact, I have no doubt Hannah would be knocked out for good from a single attack. Fortunately, Rex didn't have any range attacks, so she would be fine as long as it didn't expressly aim at her. Perhaps I had jinxed myself thinking that, or that I had laxed my guard, judging the battle to be proceeding all right. It happened. Rex backstepped, pulling a long distance between us. I knew those movements. It was the strongest move Durex possessed among its arsenal, flying dinosaur kick. The so-called drop kick, dinosaur. One step back was the sign of it preparing itself to use it, and continuing to reel backwards means it's going to unleash a mighty drop kick. Experienced people knew when to retreat, while it was easy for newcomers to make a mistake. And the unlucky person who winded up in it this time happened to be Esther! Return back Esther! It's natural to want to chase after a fleeing enemy. I had told everyone to be precisely careful about these feelings beforehand, but Esther had apparently forgotten my teaching in the heat of the moment. Esther hurriedly stopped her chase when I called out to her. But that was all in all, a bad move. She should have retreated immediately without stopping. But with the time against her, neither could Sierra cover shield able to make it in time, and Durarex's body shook as it made its jump. Kaya. It was, ultimately, a direct hit. Esther was sent flying back to far distance, shaving off her 40% HP at once while also incurring Durarex's attention. Durarex's aggro had been shifted to now knock down Esther. T.N. Changing blessing of the sacred demon to sacred demon blessing. I am looking into skills names and kinda going to change some odd sounding one and the one that could be simplified. CH 246. There was a unique status ailment in the game known as down. Once inflicted, characters would be left vulnerable, unable to attack until they get up again for a few seconds to several tens of seconds. Furthermore, characters which had been inflicted with down status would have certain chances to be attacked next, irrespective of who had the aggro until that moment, and in vulnerable condition, character would be like a lamb to the slaughter. Being the unique status ailment it was, down couldn't be recovered by magic or skill. Down was definitely one of the most dangerous elements to watch out for. And unfortunately, the same situation which I had most wanted to avoid was now unfolding. Esther was sent flying by the flying kick of Durex and inflicted with down. As if it couldn't get any worse, even the target of Durex had now been shifted to Esther. I have to do something. My body was quivering in panic. Lana, take care of healing. Sierra, cover. Don't let it approach Esther. Great heal. Divine protection. Heaven's mercy. Cover shield. Taunt. Lana quickly put heal and buff while Sierra moved to the space between Durex and Esther to act as barrier at my swift commands. Go to hell. Braveheart. Brave slash. Lightning burst. Iron wall. Durex had intended to use the skill dinosaur charge to make a breakthrough, but I and Sierra were able to block everything. The boss wasn't going to make any breakthrough until Esther is out of her down condition. I released my onslaught as soon as Sierra had received and managed to stop Durex on its track, all to bring Durex to critical down status. It would be fine if we also brought Durex down to its knees. A tit for tat. Sword attribute. Thunder. Swift strike. Lightning burst. Unfortunately, critical down status didn't kick in, as our luck could go. Should have expected so, with how chances of critical condition appearing out was so low. Something is coming. Zephyr. Damn, it's a range attack. Put up your defense skills now. Guard rush. Fortress shield. I thought I had at least gotten a moment of respite by stopping Durex, but I couldn't be any more wrong as it spinned on the spot to follow up with another attack. I fend off the looming tail boss, swung like lariat with defensive skill. TSK. It's going to use headbutt next. Durex was gaining momentum by gradually increasing its flurries of attacks. It was as if saying, none shall stood on the way today, for the breakthrough be inevitable. However, this wasn't going to happen, not at least in my wake. Fireball, Flare Lance, Ice Lance, Heal, Healing Prayer. Hannah had also fired her series of magic attacks from the sideline, but it didn't perturb. Sure enough of the boss with sturdy defense. Lana's healing came right after Hannah's attacks, completely recovering my and Sierra's HP. We could go on for longer with this, except Durex showed an obvious change in its pattern. I am really sorry. I am recovered now. Apparently Esther was finally out of down element. Phew. We were able to hold it just well, albeit, the cost was now Durex had its attention completely shifted to me. Oops, I guess I was a bit hard on my attacks. Aura point, taunt, lightning. Fortunately, Sierra was there to save my wool as she drew its attention towards herself while I moved behind it and slashed down. With Lana, Hannah and now recovered Esther joining in to attack, The battle was finally in our control. It seems other members had become used to Jiraiya's attacks too, as no one was caught up in the flying dinosaur kick that came towards them occasionally and continues to shave off its HP. Sacred Demon's Blessing, Divine Barrier, Shining Saber of the Sacred Light, Light's Blade, Flare Lance, Ice Lance, Long Thrust, Precision Thrust, Shine Lightning, Grow. Jiraiya's HP was finally down to 20% and just then, it began to show changes in its pattern. Hold it down, boss is trying to run away. Idiot, bold of it to think it can escape from me. Wandering bosses, once their HP is down to a certain point, would try to run away to restore their HP. Jiraiya wasn't any different either as it turned around in an attempt to run away once its HP reached red gauge. Just saying, it wasn't running by dragging its feet. Grow. Right, no way it's going anywhere. Everyone, try to aim at its leg as much as possible. See if we can make it slip. And aim at its tail with all your might. I switched from Firmament Sword to the Dinosaur Slayer Sword the moment the boss entered in the phase to run away. All of my brave skills were under extreme cold down, so it's much more efficient to attack with a Dinosaur Slayer Sword that packs more punch than just simply using physical attacks. I was also aiming at its tail. I didn't have to make extra effort since the boss was already showing the tail to us. Triple shoot, horizontal slash, swift strike, lightning slash, sever, grow. Special boss monsters were usually equipped with gimmicks like tails destruction or tail severing. So far, only Alligator Lizard, the boss in Beglow Dungeon, had this gimmick out of all bosses, and as special boss, Jiraiya was of course coming with this gimmick. Showering in the flurries of attacks of mine and its tail was cut short in no time. Jiraiya crashed down from the impact of its tail severing. It wasn't a status ailment like down, but it was our chance now that it lay paralyzing on the ground. All-out attack. Let's drain its HP quickly. But of course, Blessing of the Guardian Dog, Rise of the Sacred Tree, Divine Pillar. It would be a shame to my title as Brave if I let you hog all the spotlight. Brave / Dinosaur Slayer, Princess Night Awakening. No way. Asta had let loose her serious mode. With suspense no more, Jiraiya's HP became 0 in no time under the onslaught of our attacks as we competed with each other and vanished among the sea of effect. The battle against the unexpected encounter with Wandering Boss, Jiraiya. We won. CH 247. The fight this time has given us a lot to reflect on. Ditto. I didn't fare any better either, given myself to panic especially when Asta was inflicted with down status. After the boss battle was over and we let ourselves bask in the victory, letting out a triumphant shout, Sierra abruptly called out for an evaluation meeting. Just as Sierra said, we had made many mistakes, considering the fact that it was a sudden encounter. I really have no excuse for my mistake. Don't sweat over it. Anyone can make such mistakes. What's matter is to reflect on it and avoid them from next time. Sierra encouraged crestfallen Asta. There was no way to do anything about Asta's mistake. It might have been avoided had I arranged a meeting to share the information beforehand properly, but for better or for worse, the first monster to encounter just happened to be Wandering Boss. I had already given them a gist about the Jiraiya, including the points they had to be careful about, and my idea was to share the complete details while we made our way. But because of that, members lacked the complete information and the boss battle turned into a battle of struggle. Never in million years could I have thought that boss would appear so soon. Wandering boss domain was lower floors. In the Dinosaur's Hill dungeon case, it would be from floor 21-29. But as they usually appeared between floors 23-27, I had completely let down my vigilance, and the price of my negligence was this. I had to reflect too. I hadn't used my unique skill either. It was the perfect timing to use it. Sighed Sierra. The perfect timing in Sierra's words was when Asta was in a vulnerable situation due to down status, with Jiraiya's target completely turning towards the defenseless Asta. Though, Sierra had wedged herself in between Asta and Jiraiya to obstruct the path and brought us the time until Asta had finally recovered, which I thought was just the correct judgment from her part. All that matters was the result. But Sierra's unique skill Absolute Charm Shield forcibly fixed the target to herself. In short, it was an absolute type of skill to change the opponent's target from whoever it was directed to herself, no matter what the situation was. Had Sierra used her unique skill that time, Esther wouldn't have fallen in the pinch in the first place. Apparently Sierra was remorseful about her misjudgment for not option to use unique skill that time. I still have a long way to go. The time to use my unique skill is so limited I still haven't gotten used to it. There's no way to do anything about that. You can only get used to it over time. It was a bit infuriating that I couldn't find any better words to encourage her, but if I hadn't said this either, I would have been loose for words later. The timing for Sierra to use her unique skill was hard to come by. There's no way but for her to get used to it by herself, rather than explaining verbally. Besides, the time for her unique skill to truly shine is at advanced Dunagan after her equipments are put in order, but until then, there's not much turn of it to appear out. Though, in retrospect of that, I hope she can prepare herself for that time, for she's going to use it until she's completely sick of using it. I chuckled internally thinking about that time to come. It was then Lana walked up to us. She had her hands on her waist. It was her pose to say, "I'm slightly unhappy." What happened? Hey, you can reflect even after returning back. But now's the time to open the treasure chest. Even Hannah has fed out for waiting for so long. Goodness. You're right. We're already so short on time to dive into dungeon nowadays. We can left the reflection meeting for later. What say, Sierra? Indeed. Would you accompany for it after returning back? Sure. So, after promising Sierra for later appointment, it was now time for the treasure chest, our reward for crushing the boss. Since we can't use the Forev boss, there aren't that many variations in their drops in exchange. Something like a rare boss. Except, dropped items mostly are normal products. But, as the difficulty to subjugate the wandering bosses rose up dramatically, so rose the rarity of their dropped items compared to Watcher type. If I have to make an analogy, the worth of Watcher boss drops were equal to normal boss, while worth of wandering bosses were equal to rare bosses. For the reason is wandering bosses were a tough nut to crack given their mechanism of running away, which made it tough to take them down. Besides, they are simply strong enough to wipe out the hell of parties multiple times, so of course their drops were worth that much. All in all, I can't wait to check them out. Well then, who's going to open them? I will. There were now sparkling golden chests enshrined in before my eyes. What's more, their number was 2. Even if the wandering bosses' drops were worth the same as rare bosses, they weren't the rare bosses, so they usually dropped only 1 treasure chest. For the 2 treasure chests to drop means, it must be the blessing of Sakinko-sama. All hail Sakinko-sama. Omitting this and that trouble that occurred in the process, the chance to open them fell on the hands of Esther and Hannah. It's the treasure chests of rare boss-like monster. I wonder what they have in for us. First to begin was Hannah. Please, let it be a something good, Sakinko-sama. She opened the chest while in the posture of praying to Sakinko-sama. That posture was equally important, to draw out good drops. It seems Hannah's understanding of treasure chest was developing in right direction. This is an orb. Oh, that's the equipment reinforcement jewel to reinforce the equipment. The drop drawn by Hannah was an important item to reinforce the equipment that made their appearance from intermediate dungeons and onwards. One can request the alchemists to reinforce them by using them as materials. Like, if it were to be used on Firmament Sword, after reinforcement, it would be Firmament Sword +1, although one would need other materials simultaneously to use it with. Reinforcement jewel were the core material for the process. It's useless gathering any other materials if one didn't have them. Look, Zephyr-kun, the chest is full of them. Well, of course. I guess you have pulled equipment reinforcement jewel ×7. That's quite a good draw. The number 7 might have made them a lot, however these were but a drop in the ocean considering there were also other guild members that needed to be cultivated. I hope we can have a lot of them. Next is my turn. Please Sakinko-sama. Please grant me good drops. Following Hannah was Esther's turn. I also prayed to Sakinko-sama alongside her. Esther and Sierra's voice overlapped when the chest was opened. Oh tilde. I wonder if my prayer reached Sakinko-sama. In the silver chest opened by Esther had the same drops as Hannah's chest. Equipment reinforcement jewel ×7. So, it was a double drop. Really? Did it happen because I had wanted a lot of them the most? Anyway, thank you very much, Sakinko-sama. Instances like now did happen occasionally, didn't they? CH 248. Jirex combined drops were equipment reinforcement jewel ×14. To be honest, I couldn't be any more happier. For equipment reinforcement jewel just hold that much importance. and they don't drop anywhere else but in the silver treasure chest of intermediate or higher dungeon bosses. But since silver chests were dropped only 3 times including regular boss and Watcher type F boss, it was a big deal for 14 of them to drop at once. After all, no amounts was too much if I wanted to strengthen the equipment of all members. To further trail down why it's a big deal, it was because of the strict requirement to reinforce the equipment, which was that they required the same number of reinforcement jewels as the plus value of an equipment. For example, required reinforcement jewel needed for equipment plus 1 was 1. In the same fashion, there would be the need for 2 reinforced jewels for equipment plus 2. That makes the total number needed 3. For equipment plus 3, it would be 3. The total is 6 reinforced jewels. For equipment plus 4, it would be 4. The total is 10 reinforced jewels, and so on. If you want the best and top-of-the-line equipment, you have to continue until the value reaches plus 10, which makes the total number of reinforced jewels required 55. And this is the value for only one piece of equipment. Just thinking about the number that would be needed to upgrade all the equipment of all guild members made me dizzy. Nevertheless, if I tried to count, a one-person complete equipment set consists of parts for right hand, left hand, head, body, arms, legs, accessory. A total of 9 equipment was the limit, while the maximum number a guild could have is 50. So a total of 9 piece times 55 jewel times 50 members equals 24,750 reinforcement jewels would be needed in order for me to fully upgrade them. It made me crack up. In the game, I didn't even know how many times I had cried just because there wasn't enough time, even though I wanted to fully reinforce all my equipment. Developers, you moron. The hell could anyone get 24,750 reinforcement jewel? No, well, there were also videos with title, Guild members line up equipped with fully reinforced equipment, normally circulating in the game. I remembered doing it too. That was one of never underestimate the crazy enthusiasm of dungeon activity players case. Topic got derailed, but anyway, that's how it is. The more there are, the better. Incidentally, plus 4 value is the limit for the intermediate class equipment. Beginner class limit is 2, and so on. The value limit changes depending on respective class. On the normal basis, reinforcement limit using equipment reinforcement jewel was, normal beginner plus 2, intermediate plus 4, advanced plus 7 and finally the top plus 10. Anything after that would be needed ability max jewel. As for the top class equipment, that causes the limit break at the maximum number of reinforcement, which I don't really. What in hell was that? Let's don't think about it, there's no way but to ignore it. Yes, for the peace of my heart too. Anyway, after we collected the drops and pulled ourselves together, we resumed our journey aiming for the final floor. Hey Zephyr, is it just my imagination or does the monsters on the way are getting more and more stronger? No. They are indeed strong, because level of monsters in the lower floors hover around LV 50. Not to say we're in Jarappa, the dungeon with highest status monsters among all intermediate dungeon. Of course they can't be easily taken down either. Geez, you should have said it earlier. I did, though. It's just you didn't listen to me, Lana. Well, that's too familiar case that happens whenever she's overexcited. Apparently, she didn't listen to my words in overexcitement. From 21st floor, monsters ranging from LV 48 LV 50 began to show up. The battles weren't exactly smooth, but they went fairly well with all us, except Hannah, level being 52. Although our statuses were extraordinarily high due to higher ranking jobs, Jarappa monsters specialized in the same status type as Brawny Knights. They were quite tough with their build leaning heavily on the side of HP, STR and VIT. This was the cue for average seniors to not challenge this part. In fact, even Esther took around a minute until she could defeat one monster. It was a Donegan quite hard for parties specializing in physical strength. A magic party was best suited for here, and that's how it usually goes. Wandering Boss would come out for a surprise attack as challengers made their way. Exhaustion piled up from fighting those tough monsters. Fortunately, we wouldn't need be in vigilance, for Wandering Boss was the first one to be defeated. So refreshing. Exploration without needing to care for the Wandering Boss doubles the fun truly. Though, others didn't seem to share the same feeling as me, unfortunately. In this way, We gradually scaled down one lower floor after another while taking down the unfamiliar and small fries but strong monsters. This was the party members of Eden I'm proud of. The monsters were tough, but they all were fighting the battle well within the reason. The fruit of their training and experience so far was finally showing its effect here. Of course, I didn't forget to check out the hidden room for silver chest drops once in a while. We got lots of things, items and equipment, but none that we could use. What a pity. But I still collected them since drops from hidden room wouldn't be available again. However, a silver chest on the dead end became the offering for Hannah. Even though I was so excited to finally encounter our first treasure chest on a dead end, but the content was but a junk equipment. It was an inexpensive and unworthy item. Nevertheless, it also had its use. Offering the drops from intermediate silver chest would grant you considerably good items. For example, offering MP potion would grant MP high potion, so items like them were handed to her. With this, it should be possible to make around 20 MP high potion, so please begin at once when we reach the safety area. Leave it to me, Hannah replied readily. That's the advantage of having an alchemist in the party. We can have items produce items at the spot among the party members. Really, repeating the same process, we finally arrived at the safety area around afternoon. We're finally here. My words. Intermediate dungeon was more unpredictable than I imagined. Indeed, hearing was one thing, but actual battles gave me completely different impression. I have to train a bit more. Unfortunately, next would be the boss battle though, so you can't train anymore. Sierra, it's about time to prepare for lunch. Can you help me out here if possible? Hannah, wait, I will help out. I have asked her to perform alchemy. Hannah, please. I will make it quick. I and Esther began to prepare lunch. That being said, all that had to be done was took out items from item bag. The rest was to arrange simple table and chairs and everything else, and lunch would be ready in no time. I'm done. Here is 20 MP high potion, Zephyrcon. All of them are high-grade products. It seemed Hannah was also done with her share of work. As expected of her, she's quick. Everyone, once you're done with the lunch, put these potions on your bag. These portions are your raison d'etre when you find your MP at the rock bottom during battle. They can restore a total of 155p. The normal MP restoration value by MP high potion would have been 100p, but Hannah had grant medicine restoration value up LV1, which increases the given value by 5%. Giving an additional 5p. High-grade quality provided a modifier of 1.5 times of original value, so 150p. That and 5p from title means a total of 155p. I know. Thank you, Hannah. You know, they're really a lifesaver since I relied on MP for everything. It's not a big deal, replied Hannah, blushing at Lana's gratified words. Since Lana played the role of magic buffer, recovery and attacker side by side, her MP exhausted at an astonishing rate. I guess she was very much happy to receive them since the normal MP potion barely helped her recovering MP. She's a bit too high-spirited. Afterwards, we began to eat our lunch and rest to restore the stamina. Finally, it was the time for our first final boss of the intermediate dungeon. But before that was the preparatory meeting to explain the specific about boss. I had to make sure same situation never repeat again. CH 249. The boss we're going to face this time goes by the name of Dinosaur. It is one of the monstrous monsters that is famed for being a real deal. It's also known by its alias, King D. Och, just the name alone sounds seriously serious. King Dinosaur. Hannah's not wrong. After all, the king was attached to the dinosaur. Just the name alone smells of someone powerful. King Dinosaur's build, just like the other bosses we have faced so far, is also specialized in HP, STR and VIT, which makes it a monster in physical league, but that also means you wouldn't need to be wary of attribute or magic attacks. But that doesn't mean you should be lax on your guard, since it can also use various long-range attacks like Earthfisher or Rock Stamp. So I hope you guys be careful. Appearance-wise, though, it looks like the Gyrorex we had faced earlier. I see. So the gist is, even the rearguard can't be sure of their safety, right? Pinpoint as always. Sierra, you would be left eating dust if you didn't pay attention just because the boss doesn't have ranged attacks. Sierra, I hope you are careful to not stand in the same line of sight as rearguard and you guys. Rearguard, to be careful to not move behind Sierra. It would be awful were they to be caught up in the aftermath. so that's a point to look out for. Fortunately, the rest of its behavioral pattern is pretty much the same as other bosses, so you just have to exercise the same level of caution for other things. The attack pattern of dinosaur-type monsters, no matter who, for the majority were the same, so they should have been used to them by now. After all, they're the members who have been through the F-boss 5 times so far. I have faith in them. I understand. Would King Dinosaur also happen to have the same attack as the beforehand flying dinosaur kick? It has, and not just the same, it also packs more punch. So be careful, got it? I will not myself be caught anymore. Asta's eyes were shining in determination. Alright. I wouldn't have to worry about her. The briefing was soon over and it was finally time for our last march. Everyone, it's finally time for our first intermediate boss battle. Are you ready? Yes. Great. Let's go. We passed through the gate of the boss room. That thing. Is it the King Dinosaur? So big. Hi Zephyrkun, isn't that just too big? The boss in the depth of the room was much bigger and fiendish looking than the Gyrorex itself. Its form was like the bipedal Tyrannosaurus. With each step it took echoed the heavy thump sound of footsteps, jolting even our stomach. Asta and Hannah even let out dumbfounded voices, taken aback by its form. Holy crap, it's even more visually striking than what I had seen on the screen. Just what you would expect from reality. But we didn't have time to dabble in leisure talk, because King D had already noted. Its gait switched to our direction. It was taking its time for now, but I know it wouldn't take longer for it to take the battle stance. Spread out everyone. First attack will be Dinosaur Charge. Spread out to the side. Sierra, Aura Point. Guard stance. As per theory, the tank, Sierra, attracted its hate and stepped out. In the beginning, King D would attack with Dinosaur Charge to close up the distance quickly, so I along with the rest of our members spread out in sidelines to avoid clustering up. I and Hannah shifted to right side while Asta and Lana shifted to the left side. Kind of like a pincer. Graw. As predicted, King D aimed at Sierra with Dinosaur Charge. It shook its gigantic body and performed a dynamic rush. Seeing that body closing up once again refreshed my cognition about its size, which was much bigger. Maybe she had felt the same, as Lana misjudged the route she had to take. Exclamation mark. Back down more Lana. You're in attack range. Lana-sama. Who? Kaya. Asta took a decision in a flash and yanked Lana to the side, ending the small prelude with nothing serious. That was close. The King Di's tail was considerably long as it swung widely, almost hitting the area where Lana was. Iron wall. Grok. Not impossible as I thought. Sierra used her defensive skill and received the rush attack weaved by that gargantuan body, effectively stopping it. The difference between the size of Sierra and King D was just nothing to speak of. To be able to receive the attack so soundly was the merit of her perfect manipulation of skill. I'm staring. The Cane of Flame Ray. The Cane of Flame Ray. Lightning Burst. Shine Lightning. Hannah used 2 magic-based item, Cane of the Heat Ray, and launched her offensive that goes with boom, boom sound. Holy damn, that was so cool. I should ask Hannah for them next time. I also followed up with magic attacks after Hannah. I'm really sorry for making such an embarrassing mistake. How dare it caused me to make a fool of myself. Shining Saber of the Sacred Light. Lights. Lana. Buff first please. Exclamation mark. Jeez. Divine Protection. Sacred Demon's Blessing. Blessing of the Guardian Dog. Lana was back but she suddenly started firing offensive magic, so I had to quickly call out for buff support. It seems that small prelude just now had infuriated her. Would she be alright? Graw. Area attack inbound. Step out of its close proximity. Asta. Roger. King Di's tail spin was an area attack where it used its body as an axis to spin and sweep the area around. Asta, this time calmly, foresee the movement and took appropriate distance. Nice judgment. If one didn't assess the distance to be taken properly, they would inevitably be wound up in the attack because of the boss's long tail. Asta didn't fail this time to judge the situation. Meanwhile, I switched from Firmament Sword to Dinosaur Slayer Sword. For now was the time for close combat. Counterburst. Graw. Sierra splendidly pulled off Counterburst at precise timing, invoking a big knockback effect. This was our chance. Not that I would let it slide. Sonic Sword. Swift Strike. Graw. I slapped one quick attack after another before the boss could get out of its confused state, and successfully pushed the down status on King D. Time for all out. Brave Slash. Lightning Burst. Dinosaur Slash. Splendid. Zephyr, rise of the sacred tree. Light blade, sacred pillar, might turn. Horizontal slash, triple shoot. Precision thrust, long thrust. Back up and bound. The cane of flame ray. The cane of flame ray times 4. Bash impact, taunt. Shield smite, grow. Facing our party's all-out attacks. The HP of the boss was gradually dwindling down. Though, what the hell? Why isn't damage getting through to the boss at all? No. Damage is going through. It's just the boss's HP is quite high that you aren't feeling that. Lana exclaimed, seeing the HP of King D. Not that she's to blame either, for were it to be a beginner dungeon boss, it would have long been smithereens under the barrage of powerful attacks. While the HP of the boss before our eyes was dwindling down, it wasn't appearing as effective as beginner bosses, since bosses' HP from intermediate dungeon also took a spike. That's why HP gauge dwindled down slowly despite all our effort had come out striking to her when everything was so effortless at beginner level recently. This was also one of the main differences between beginner dungeon bosses and intermediate dungeon bosses. Grow. The effect of down ended, as King D got up once again, posing again for another charge. The target was still at Sierra. She hadn't forgotten to keep the hate towards herself even while it was down. The time when Sierra might fail in something comes only in a blue moon. She had been accurately tanking King Dai's attack. Nevertheless, the damage she was receiving while handling attacks was simply incomparable from the previous boss fights we had gone through until now. It was so nerve-wracking to see her HP going down by 50 or 100 just from a single attack. Great heal. Divine protection. Iron wall. Fortunately, with Lana's healing and Sierra her self-defensive skill wasn't leaving any gap for the boss to exploit. Thanks to Saintess's unique skill repeatedly healing her, there wasn't any danger of Sierra's HP reaching a level where she couldn't fight anymore. Esther was also steadily pulling attacks one after another, even managing to evade attacks like flying dinosaur kick at the nick of the moment coolly. The battle proceeded smoothly, and around 10 minutes after the start of our battle, we finally saw some significant damage on the boss. And gradually, from that point, its HP was pushed to the red zone. The boss was enveloped in a rage, gaining offensive and agility parameter modifier times 1.5. The rage mode was finally upon us. Grow. Lana, you don't have to mind attacks, just pay attention to buff and healing. Same for you Sierra, just switch to defensive mode. Got it. Understood. Now that the boss was in rage, we shifted to a defensive stance. Rage mode of intermediate boss would last for 3 minutes. We were taking an offensive approach at any given gap until now, but that would be fatal to continue at the current moment. Thus I asked Lana and Sierra to focus HP and defense. Esther, remember not to chase it too far. Its speed is simply unthinkable from before. Hannah, you take as much distance as possible and continue with long-range attacks. I understand. Okay. Fortress she? Kaya. Sierra's skill wasn't able to activate in time and she took a direct skill attack. The swiftness of the boss had prepared her off guard. The attack not only shaved off 200 of her HP, but it even caused a knockdown effect. Damn it. Sonic Sword. Healing's Prayer. Divine Protection. Grow. Damn you. Defense. I quickly invoked my slash skill that incorporates swift movement and wedges myself in before the path of Sierra, using this to accelerate my movement at once. Lana's heal and buff soon came after. However, King D tried to use Rock Stamp at Sierra in the meantime. Rock Stamp was an offensive skill where a boulder was kicked off towards the intended target like a soccer ball. I didn't need to second guess. Sierra would absolutely fall into down status were it to hit her, who was under knockdown status at this moment. Fortunately, I succeeded in wedging myself between Sierra barely in time and somehow managed to fend off the attack. Defensive skill. Defense. Grow. Not yet. Guard rush. And again fended off another attack. Headbutt. What a tough guy. Just defending against those 2 attacks had shaved off 120 horsepower. Bloody hell. Just when I thought I was going to face the consecutive third attack, an all-familiar reliable voice called out to me, "Slide, Zephyr." Oh, you got me, Sierra. It was Sierra who had recovered from the knockdown effect. I quickly slid down to the side without any momentary hesitation, and so the opponent of King D was switched to Sierra. I will not fail this time. Iron Wall. Grow. Fortress Shield. Her timing to activate defense skill was perfect, without falling behind this time. No wait. perfect would be downplaying her achievement. She was too perfect that her skill offset the attack completely. That was parry. The second confrontation between defense and the rage mode King D, and the victor was defense, with overwhelming advantage. Begone, you annoying tail. Brave/Grow. The Lady Luck was shining bright this time, for the tail of King D shifted towards my direction while King D staggered from the impact of parry. I fired off my unique skill aiming at the tail, and luck was at play again. It seemed as this attack just happened to cross the damage limit of the tail, cutting apart that tail for good. The threat of tail after losing more than half of its original length was gone. Now Esther could finally fight from the close proximity, who had to open up the big gap in between due to the danger of tail attack. I also called out for everyone to go all out again, seeing King D staggering from the shock of losing its tail, and now only a bit of its HP had remained. Grow. Now woken up from its shock, King D had intended to use an area attack, the Great Tail Spin, as the final resort to eradicate its enemy, but with its tail gone already, of course it was impossible for it to pose any threat again. Meanwhile, Esther continued with her flurry of attacks and made her way directly in front of its chest. That's the end. Esther decimated. Horizontal/Grow. WWR. Esther's single attack beautifully finished the outcome of this battle, and with its HP cut to 0, King D vanished under the sea of effect. All that was reminiscent of it were the two treasure chests, sparkling in the golden glow. CH 250. We won. Hooray. We did it. Phew, haha, we did it. From top to bottom, Lana, Hannah, Esther, Sierra and finally myself cheered in triumph. It surprised me. Usually it's only I and Lana cheering up, with Hannah getting along on the flow, but this time, everyone joined. I guess this just tells how formidable the intermediate dungeon boss was this time. I was glad to see everyone happy as a team. Ah, the mark. Everyone's attention turned to their hand when Hannah exclaimed, and suddenly found a mark in our grasp. I also looked at my hand and the mark was there, the mark that shows we have conquered Dinosaur's Hill Dungeon. It kind of feels nice to see that. After all, in the game, only a message would pop up telling players they have got the mark, but seeing it actually on my hand gave a different kind of feeling, pleasant and satisfying. I turned to look at other members' expressions, and Hannah and Lana were making a joyful expression. Esther's lips were drawn into a sloppy smile, and even the usually cool expression of Sierra's was coming out. I couldn't look into the mirror, but I guess I should be having a broad grin on my face too. I quickly put the mark onto my chest. There's now one more medal to shine on my chest. Phew, ha ha ha. After basking in the pleasure of passing a hard hurdle, it was now turned to check out the drop. So the number of drops from the intermediate dungeon remains the same as beginner dungeons. It kind of felt unreasonable even though the boss was so strong. Lana pursued her lips and pouted in dissatisfaction, looking at the drops scattered around. Well, that's how it is. Beginner dungeon at the end is just beginner. In other words, gentle on first timers. And this is the result when you let yourself drown into that kindness. World is so hard. Everyone's gaze, after sorting out all the drops except the treasure chest, gathered in one spot. Of course, their gazes were gathered at nothing else but the treasure chests. What's more, it was a gold chest, and the icing was there too. It was quite lucky of us to get a total of 3 gold chests out of the 6 boss battles we have fought in this dungeon. Could it be the so-called beginner luck? No, wait. Of course it had to be the blessing of the great Sakinko-sama. Totally believed it. I definitely have to offer some delicious meat to great Sakinko-sama later. Perhaps it's the work of Sakinko-sama that is guiding my thoughts? The image of golden meat flashed past my mind. No, I must be imagining things. There's no way the great Sakinko-sama would demand anything like that. Anyway, it was the treasure chest from our first intermediate dungeon final boss. Alright. There's no doubt what I'm thinking was right. This stage was for the guild master, me, to take on and open them as the representative of the Conqueror's party. Halter, Zephyr. I will not accept this transgression of yours. Lana-sama is right, Zephyr-kun. There's no stipulation that the guild master has the authority to open the gold chest first. What? Lana and Hannah, who perceived my intention, took no time and intercepted me before the treasure chest, stopping from taking any further steps. Q, who in the name of dungeon decided the guildmaster doesn't have the authority to open the treasure chest. Preposterous. This is but the guild's master stage only. I think I should open the chest and take on the responsibility. No, I will open them. You can't. You can't? I didn't expect them to say you can't. It shouldn't have been happening. Then who else but me has the right to open them? Of course, it's me. And I rejected you, Lana. You! Exclamation mark. She rejected me so brazenly. I even felt a bit of the princess's aura from her. Zephyr, I hope you haven't forgotten what I had said last time. You haven't, right? Sierra interjected between our quarrel. Last time, huh? I wonder what she's talking about. And Lana already had a triumphant grin plastered on her face. The order was supposed to be Hannah and then Her Highness Lana's turn. It was you who opened them last time, didn't you? I think I remember that. Didn't you just forget that? I thought I would be able to gloss my way, but it was just my naive thinking. Geez, you really are quite a hopeless child, aren't you? I never expected Hannah out of all to call me a hopeless child. There was nothing more mortifying than that. I don't think you have to make such a long face. Sigh. How about you two open together? Together? My mind was boggled by Sierra's unexpected proposal. My and Lana's voices overlapped. Hannah was already sticking closer to one of the chests she has decided on and was trying to play dumb, pretending as if she didn't hear anything. Still though, opening together. This thought never crossed my mind. Nor even I was playing this as a game. But that's only if Her Highness agrees though. Lana was grumbling something in a voice ever so faintly at Sierra's words. I think I heard something like "See, could it be working as a pair? Was it just my imagination?" Well, I think I might give it a thought if you beg me. So what? Of course. The answer was already decided. I absolutely want to open it with Lana. Phew, you didn't even hesitate. Well, if you insist so hardly, okay, I guess. Why the question mark? Nevertheless, the magnanimous Lana gave me permission to open them together. Thank you very much, the great Lana-sama. I was a bit curious as to why Lana looked slightly nervous, but there was no time to think about it. I took the right side while Lana took the left side as we stood in front of the gold chest. Don't you think we're a bit too close? There's no helping it. It's a gold chest fault to be so small. As we stood together, I noticed her and Lana were completely glued together. I was pretty sure if I hadn't been wearing firmament armor, our shoulders would be touching together. Damn, why was I even wearing the armor? I wonder if the excuse of "it's quite hot there" and removing my armor would work. I guess not. Somehow, I was feeling another kind of excitement, different from the excitement of opening the gold chest. I turned to look at Lana and she was beet red till the root of her ears. Huh? We're just opening the treasure chest, right? The air was kind of filled with some kind of ambiguousness I wasn't familiar with. How did it come to this? I think I'm jealous of Lana-sama now. Indeed, I know I was the one to propose that idea, but maybe it would have been better if I was the one opening it. Hannah and Sierra were whispering something behind us, but I couldn't hear very well. My eyes suddenly met with Lana's eyes. I felt like an invisible power was drawing me in her blue eyes, reminiscing the ocean. I never knew Lana's eyes were so beautiful when gazing at them from so close. Hey, Zephyr, don't stare for so long. It's embarrassing. So sorry. I was just dazed by your beautiful eyes. They sure are pretty. Wow. HHMPH. This doesn't make me any happy. Not unless you praise more. Hurry up and open the chest. Sierra interrupted and chided us. Was I just imagining things, or her voice sounded more colder than usual? The air was scaring me a bit. Your Highness Lana, it seems like you're not so keen on opening on the chest. Maybe we should switch places. Why you can't? I'm opening it. Zephyr, the prayer. Flustered, Lana hurriedly offered her prayer to Sakinko-sama. I followed her. I felt like I heard Sierra's sighing behind. Then let's open it when I say go. Okay, go. I grabbed the right side while Lana grabbed the left side and opened the lid at the same time. Everyone leaned over and checked the content. What was inside was, this. Oh, wow. Seriously? From top to bottom, Lana, Sierra, Esther, Hannah and I let out astonished yelp in order. The thing inside the gold chest was something so famous and precious that hardly any more would be unaware of it. It was, CH-251, an advanced job ascension ticket dropped from the intermediate dungeon boss chest. It's an item that could make job change possible by using it in front of the crystal dragon statue, which will show you a list of available advanced jobs you have fulfilled criteria for. In this world where stuff like official hidden tactics etc. are unknown, this job ascension ticket was an absolutely important and precious item. It is the apple of everyone's eyes, but the supply was overwhelmingly low in contrast to the demand. In fact, there were times it wouldn't drop at all. I could still vividly recall the hardships I had gone through to recruit the guild members in the time I was playing Dungeon Activity as a game. It hadn't come out no matter how many times I prayed, even though official hidden tactics were always available at our disposal. It wouldn't come out if you wish for it. I bet. There was also the fact that the appearance rate of this ticket is vehemently low in the intermediate dungeons. I recall it was a measly 1% chance you could defeat the boss around 100 times. And even then, it would be a question if you could get it. Those who have rolled in Gacha must have known, they almost didn't appear at 1% chance. The tickets didn't come out even after 300 rounds, no matter what you do. What's more, it's impossible to clear the advanced dungeon unless you can prepare the advanced job ascension ticket for 5 party members. I guess I don't need to elaborate how difficult that was. Consequently, there are very few people who have awakened to advanced jobs in reality. It's a big if your average guilds could even gather an advanced job ascension ticket for 5 people by the graduation time, when their goal is to clear 1 dungeon a day. That's even more so impossible in reality when the dungeon could only be cleared away on weekends. First of all, a compatible team would be needed if a party wants to clear the advanced dungeon hassle-free and gather the job ascension ticket for 5 people. However, the one who usually used them was the party who got them. I doubt anyone would agree were they to ask to give up on ascension ticket to clear an advanced dungeon. Therefore, the reason why there was almost no one to challenge the advanced dungeon. The reason why inhabitants of this world were so eager to clear the intermediate dungeon was because it hasn't been confirmed that there's a chance of an advanced job ascension ticket dropping by clearing an advanced dungeon. This was another reason why the progress of advanced dungeon is stagnated. The drop percentage of ascension tickets from advanced dungeons jumped from 1% to 3%. The common practice in the game was to somehow collect at least 5 tickets in the intermediate dungeon, rank up the jobs of members who would be the core party members for advanced dungeon exploration team, and then farm the tickets there. It's just too hard to gather tickets in intermediate dungeons with a measly 1% chance for all 50 guild members. I guess it should be clear how precious the job ascension ticket was. And this job ascension ticket, sought by everyone, has dropped now. What's more, it dropped at our first intermediate dungeon exploration. This must be the sign of good omen. Thank you very much, Sakinko-sama. Incidentally, from Hannah's chest had dropped 2 of the defense headpiece that is said to be of. One can awaken the series skill by collecting 3 or more kinds of armaments from this series. Hannah's chest had dropped 2. This, too, was amazing. If only there was one more piece. Greed sensor is scary. Anyway, time to put it aside. What's more important at the moment is the advanced job ascension ticket. Everyone already knows about the existence of these tickets, so there's no need to explain them. The question was what to do with this ticket. I will use it. Let me use it. No, I think a tank is the best suitable. An empowered tank can answer the stability in the battle. How about increasing the offensive power? It took so long to damage the intermediate boss. I wonder if I'm all right now. But, well, everyone would want to use it. There were only a handful of advanced jobs in this world. It was something everyone yearned for exceedingly. But these weren't something you wished for and you get it. Rather, it's something like the more you want, the less you will find it. It kind of like the work of a ghost. Begone, you ghosts. At present, Eden possessed 2 advanced job ascension tickets. Though the other ticket's existence is hidden from others except Hannah and me, so publicly only one is known. I'm saving the hidden one in case of an emergency. Anyway, the topic got derailed, but I had already decided on what I was going to do with this ticket, so it's time to calm down everyone. Alright, listen everyone. I don't have any plans to use it for anyone else at the present moment, so this will be going to storage. Wow, what exactly do you mean by that? At the present moment, huh? So you're planning to use it later? Of course. The right moment to use the Ascension ticket is when the lower rank job has reached the max LV 75. I will not allow it to be used in before that. Continue. Lana was still dissatisfied, but Sierra looked like she had begun to understand as she urged me to continue. Let me explain in easier terms. I reckon everyone should have known that the level limit at which the Ascension ticket can be used is 30, right? Then, I continued, seeing everyone nodding at my words. That being said, There isn't anyone who would use it at LV30. Why do you think so? Because it would be a waste of sup and SP. I see. As you have said, Sierra, your present sup and SP will be inherited when you transfer to an advanced job. Only when you raise your level to the limit can you have the strongest starting. You will lose the enhancement from the leftover level should you decide to use it currently. Everyone seemed to have finally understood after explaining so far. I understand. But what are you going to do when the level is raised to max? Rather, to whom you are planning to use it? Lana gave me a sharp glare for some reason, though I had decided on it long ago. Everyone. Everyone. Is it even possible? It is. Of course it would be a bit hard to collect the ticket for everyone here, but don't forget, we do have the boss farming manual! You're right. This can do. We can achieve it with that. Ah, Lana, Esther and Hannah's eyes widened as they exclaimed, I guess they finally remembered the existence of manuals from my and Sierra exchange. That's how outlandish the matter of farming tickets was in this world. However, we can achieve it. After all, the official hidden tactics, boss grind, had been made available by the developer camp as their last resort precisely because of things like ascension tickets etc. That's why, while it surely would take time to gather them, it was possible to gather them for all party members. Then, when we have improved ourselves to the point of clearing out advanced dungeon, it would be possible to earn for all guild members. That's why, there's no need to scramble or contend for it. When the time calls for it, I will have the party, no, the whole Eden switched to advanced jobs. I have already decided on our next course of action for that. First was the intermediate dungeon boss grind. An advanced job ascension ticket dropped from the intermediate dungeon boss chest. It's an item that could make job change possible by using it in front of the crystal dragon statue, which will show you a list of available advanced jobs you have fulfilled criteria for. In this world where stuff like official hidden tactics etc. are unknown, this job ascension ticket was an absolutely important and precious item. It is the apple of everyone's eyes, but the supply was overwhelmingly low in contrast to the demand. In fact, there were times it wouldn't drop at all. I could still vividly recall the hardships I had gone through to recruit the guild members in the time I was playing dungeon activity as a game. It hadn't come out no matter how many times I prayed, even though official hidden tactics were always available at our disposal. It wouldn't come out if you wish for it. I bet. There was also the fact that the appearance rate of this ticket is vehemently low in the intermediate dungeons. I recall it was a measly 1% chance you could defeat the boss around 100 times. And even then, it would be a question if you could get it. Those who have rolled in Gacha must have known, they almost didn't appear at 1% chance. The tickets didn't come out even after 300 rounds, no matter what you do. What's more, it's impossible to clear the advanced dungeon unless you can prepare the advanced job ascension ticket for 5 party members. I guess I don't need to elaborate how difficult that was. Consequently, there are very few people who have awakened to advanced jobs in reality. It's a big if your average guilds could even gather an advanced job ascension ticket for 5 people by the graduation time. When their goal is to clear 1 dungeon a day, that's even more so impossible in reality when the dungeon could only be cleared away on weekends. First of all, a compatible team would be needed if a party wants to clear the advanced dungeon hassle-free and gather the job ascension ticket for 5 people. However, the one who usually used them was the party who got them. I doubt anyone would agree were they to ask to give up on ascension ticket to clear an advanced dungeon. Therefore, the reason why there was almost no one to challenge the advanced dungeon. The reason why inhabitants of this world were so eager to clear the intermediate dungeon was because it hasn't been confirmed that there's a chance of an advanced job ascension ticket dropping by clearing an advanced dungeon. This was another reason why the progress of advanced dungeon is stagnated. The drop percentage of ascension tickets from advanced dungeons jumped from 1% to 3%. The common practice in the game was to somehow collect at least 5 tickets in the intermediate dungeon, rank up the jobs of members who would be the core party members for advanced dungeon exploration team, and then farm the tickets there. It's just too hard to gather tickets in intermediate dungeons with a measly 1% chance for all 50 guild members. I guess it should be clear how precious the job ascension ticket was. And this job ascension ticket, sought by everyone, has dropped now. What's more, it dropped at our first intermediate dungeon exploration. This must be the sign of good omen. Thank you very much, Sakinko-sama. Incidentally, From Hannah's chest had dropped 2 of the defense headpiece that is said to be of .1 can awaken the series skill by collecting 3 or more kinds of armaments from this series. Hannah's chest had dropped 2. This, too, was amazing. If only there was one more piece. Greed sensor is scary. Anyway, time to put it aside. What's more important at the moment is the advanced job ascension ticket. Everyone already knows about the existence of these tickets, so there's no need to explain them. The question was what to do with this ticket. I will use it. Let me use it. No, I think a tank is the best suitable. An empowered tank can answer the stability in the battle. How about increasing the offensive power? It took so long to damage the intermediate boss. I wonder if I'm all right now. But, well, everyone would want to use it. There were only a handful of advanced jobs in this world. It was something everyone yearned for exceedingly. But these weren't something you wished for and you get it. Rather, it's something like the more you want, the less you will find it. It kind of like the work of a ghost. Begone, you ghosts. At present, Eden possessed 2 advanced job ascension tickets. Though the other ticket's existence is hidden from others except Hannah and me, so publicly only one is known. I'm saving the hidden one in case of an emergency. Anyway, the topic got derailed, but I had already decided on what I was going to do with this ticket, so it's time to calm down everyone. Alright, listen everyone. I don't have any plans to use it for anyone else at the present moment, so this will be going to storage. What exactly do you mean by that? At the present moment, huh? So you're planning to use it later? Of course. The right moment to use the Ascension ticket is when the lower rank job has reached the max LV75. I will not allow it to be used in before that. Continue. Lana was still dissatisfied, but Sierra looked like she had begun to understand as she urged me to continue. Let me explain in easier terms. I reckon everyone should have known that the level limit at which the Ascension ticket can be used is 30, right? Then, I continued, seeing everyone nodding at my words. That being said, there isn't anyone who would use it at LV30. Why do you think so? Because it would be a waste of SUP and SP. I see. As you have said, Sierra, your present SUP and SP will be inherited when you transfer to an advanced job. Only when you raise your level to the limit can you have the strongest starting. You will lose the enhancement from the leftover level should you decide to use it currently. Everyone seemed to have finally understood after explaining so far. I understand. But what are you going to do when the level is raised to max? Rather, to whom you are planning to use it? Lana gave me a sharp glare for some reason, though I had decided on it long ago. Everyone. Everyone. Is it even possible? It is. Of course it would be a bit hard to collect the ticket for everyone here, but, don't forget, we do have the boss farming manual! You're right. This can do. We can achieve it with that. Lana, Esther and Hannah's eyes widened as they exclaimed, I guess they finally remembered the existence of manuals from my and Sierra exchange. That's how outlandish the matter of farming tickets was in this world. However, we can achieve it. After all, the official hidden tactics, boss grind, had been made available by the developer camp as their last resort precisely because of things like ascension tickets etc. That's why, while it surely would take time to gather them, it was possible to gather them for all party members. Then, when we have improved ourselves to the point of clearing out advanced dungeon, it would be possible to earn for all guild members. That's why, there's no need to scramble or contend for it. When the time calls for it, I will have the party, no, the whole Eden switched to advanced jobs. I have already decided on our next course of action for that. First was the intermediate dungeon boss grind. CH 252. Today was Sunday, the day after Eden had cleared their first intermediate dungeon. Originally speaking, I should have been continuing one fun dungeon exploration, but as it happened, I had another appointment booked for today. Today was the interview with the Duke race category Celestine had set up. Thus, leaving behind me and Celestine, I heard the 10 girls had formed their girls' party and were challenging the dungeon. Girls' party has a nice ring to it. Yesterday, we worked hard to continue the boss farming after our first boss fight. We had fought for around 5 hours against bosses, but the number of rounds was merely 20. As expected of the dreadful boss of an intermediate dungeon, even the grind required a lot of time incomparable from beginner dungeons. Well, there's also the fact that King D is quite a sturdier monster too. I believe we would be able to close up the time a bit more after we raise our level to a certain point. Around when it was time to call the day, All members' level had risen to the point one boss fight had barely gone above the time limit of 10 minutes. On that note, everyone has reached level 55. Though I also felt the gradual drop in the level up speed as we raised our level, as we had decided to hold on to Advanced Job Ascension ticket until we reached max level. It was decided that I will be looking after it. Their reason to leave it in my care was apparently because they feared they wouldn't be able to control their urges that were like demon's whispers and might end up using it. It had left a lasting impression on me since the one who said that was Sierra with an extremely serious expression. I guess just that much tells how seriously scarce these tickets are. This feeling was something hard for me to relate to, since it was just as natural as the sun rising from the east that I would obviously use the ticket after I raised my level to max. Speaking of it, the ticket wasn't dropped again in our 20 rounds of boss farming. Rather, not even the gold chests dropped. Sure enough, to get the ticket on our first exploration definitely had to be beginner luck. However, I wasn't disappointed, since I wasn't expecting any tickets to drop in those rounds. We just have to work hard on the next boss farming. Just as I renewed my determination once again, we apparently had arrived at the appointment location. Please this way, Zephyr-sama. I appreciate your efforts, Celestine. After so long, I'm also used to being a master being served on by his servant. Sorry, that was a lie. I was only pretending to be one. After all, I was meeting with the son of a duke. Huh? Or was it the daughter? Now that I think about it, let alone the gender, I didn't even ask Celestine anything about that person. Well, whatever. All I had to do was maintain my dignity. Right now, I'm a freshman and the guild master of the top guild Eden. Preserving my image was of utmost matter. The location was a private room in a certain lounge, and this was where I'm supposed to take the interview. The appointed time is 20 minutes later. While another party hasn't come yet, Celestine seemed to be preparing things. As expected of the all-rounder butler, he had given just the right time. I should thank him once again later. After waiting for a while, the sound of someone knocking resounded. It seems that person was finally here. Please enter. Excuse me. My words were met with a soft, sweet but clear voice. It seemed to be of a girl. Even with a single wall as partitioned between us, it was a pleasant voice that would leave a long-lasting impression to the listener. What I'm looking for in the other party was their aptitude to assume the guidance role. Having a pleasant voice that may leave a long-lasting impression was an important aspect. I have to give 5 stars on their first impression. Greek. As the door opened, the first thing that jumped into my vision was pale beautiful lavender hair. The fluffy, soft and alluring hairs were like a magnet trying to attract you towards them. Furthermore, she had one part of her hair into ringlets cascading her backside. The hairstyle suited her so well, as if that hairstyle was made precisely for her. The next thing that left another profound impression was her slightly slanted but beautiful eyes, of the same color as her pretty hair. Her face was equally charming, and she was such a breathtaking beauty that had it not been me who had become used to beautiful girls in the Eden, the sight of her would have unconsciously made your heart throb fast. Taking a careful look, her hair ornament had a familiar map rubber keychain attached to it. It was the symbol mark of race category Duke. Boys usually put them around chest or the belt, while girls mostly put them on their hair ornament. Good day to you, sir. I'm Ekaterina. Thank you very much for taking your time today. I'm Zephyr, the guild master of the Guild Eden. First, thank you very much for listening to our scout. We both exchanged our greetings with the partition still between us. How should I say? Ekaterina-san has the bearing of a young lady from a prominent place. It was kind of nerve-wracking to talk. It seems like it's not just me. Even Ekaterina-san seemed to be nervous. I should find a topic to soften the mood first, given the stiffness of air. It's okay to take it easy. It's just a meeting between 2 students after all. So it is? I understood. So, there's something I want to ask first from Ekaterina-san. You don't have any problem joining the Eden, do you? If possible, I would also like to hear the reason for that. I want to make it clear first out of anything. What motivates Ekaterina-san to choose our Guild Eden? Joining a guild that wasn't meant for you would just ruin themselves. It would be in the benefits for each other to not join if the reason is something half-hearted. I am not arrogant enough to say that I would have no problem joining your guild. I'm not that much of a capable person, The truth was I still couldn't believe that someone has called out to me, and this last 1 week ended up myself worrying over it. It seems like the girl herself hasn't understood why she was scouted, which caused her to be surprised at the sudden invitation. But she's the daughter of a duke, right? The same outstanding race category. Shouldn't it have been natural to be scouted? In fact, but I feel like we're not on the same page at all. Zephyr-sama, it might be presumptuous of me, but please keep in mind that she is not a member of any guild yet. It was when Celestine advised me that I finally thought of something. Ekaterina-san must have guessed the same, as her face turned bright red. The daughter of Duke, which should have been an excellent category. All guilds should have been scrambling to get their hands on such excellent personnel. Despite this, and even though it has been 10 days since the academy has started classes formally, the fact that she still hasn't joined any guild means no one came to scout her. Doesn't that mean? Ekaterina-san, can I ask you something? Please. In which class is Ekaterina-san? Ekaterina-san looked petrified at my straight ball-like question. It seems like I had touched upon the topic she didn't wish to talk about. However, this was a very important aspect of the interview. Even if I want to, I can't overlook this. As if she was finally resigned herself to, Ekaterina-san, who finally began to move, answered in a slightly trembling voice. So you didn't know that after all? Yes, as you may have guessed, I'm in Combat Department C Class 51, the dregs of the Duke family. And here enters our next heroine Eden member. Though from what I have read in remaining chapters of this arc, I hope she can have more screen time later. 3 more chapters until the next arc. CH 253. Insane. It's insane to hear that a young lady of the Duke race category had unexpectedly fallen to Class 51 because there were too many students with high-ranking jobs in the combat job category. There were around 3,800 students in the Dungeon Capture Major, Combat Department alias, Combat Department. I'm in from Class 1 to Class 127. The number of students with high-ranking jobs amidst those total of 3,800 students, was 1,500. As one class can have up to 30 students, all the class from Class 150 were filled with high-ranking job students. Brawny knights are exceptions. In other words, since Ekaterina-san couldn't enter into any of these classes means she had mid-ranking jobs. Even so, I think being in the Class 51, which is the top class for a mid-ranking job holder, was already the best possible outcome, and she shouldn't have to belittle herself by calling the likes of dregs. Zephyr-sama, almost everyone with a mid-ranking job are LV0. Celestine tipped me about the situation as if he had read my heart in a whispering voice. I see. So that's the whole scenario. Students had put all efforts they could to acquire the high-ranking job until the fateful day, May 1st. So there was almost no one with mid-rank combat-related jobs until the fateful day. Everyone who had the mid-ranking job acquired mid-ranking job because they couldn't get high-ranking job. In short, the reason why they were in Class 51, the top class for mid-ranking job holders, wasn't due to the graces of their grades, LV. Of course, that means Ekaterina-san level 2 was. Yes, as you may have guessed, I was LV0 at the time the classes were decided. At present I'm LV8, but it's because we had gone to tutorial dungeon in our class. Well, that's how it is. But to belittle oneself by calling dregs that's not something I could agree to. I don't think you need to lower yourself so much because you couldn't acquire a high-ranking job. I'm ashamed to the honor of Duke for not being able to acquire a high-ranking job, especially so when there happened to a lot of individuals appearing with the high-ranking job, but I couldn't achieve so even being the member of Duke family. I'm too embarrassed to walk out in public anymore. Isn't that a bit too much? Ekaterina-san covered her face with her hands and shook her neck. For real? Is this so important? Those from the Duke category, their standard job ranks at least in the middle of mid-ranking jobs, if not the top. Zephyr-sama, it's not always the case. However, this year happened to be special. It's especially so for the case of Ekaterina-san, the daughter of the Duke family, a position that stands above the common populace. That's why dropping to that class from image perspective wasn't seen well. Seriously? Speaking of it, I also recall myself asking which class the opposite party was in even before their job. The words Class 51 was apparently quite tough to swallow for a duke's daughter who was usually ranked above others. Yes, usually, according to Celestine, one could have been selected to class 5th or 6th even if they failed to get the high-ranking job and acquire mid-ranking job, but the jump to class 51 was too sudden. The impact of this was obviously considerable. It was even more so when you consider this world follows the meritocracy system. Goodness, it was the first time I'm hearing that there was also such meaning behind the class ranking. Furthermore, more than half of the current chaos was invited by none other than me. Far from filling the gap between the mid-ranking job and high-ranking job, I feel like it has instead widened even more. Hard work was important, but it's impossible to deny that hard work could only do so much. But since I'm one of the culprits behind this situation, I want to elevate the situation somehow. For the time being, I think I will leak more information in the coming time. It wasn't in my initial plan, but I guess I have no choice but to put the members of the research institute to work crazily. But that's for the latter. I have to first do something about Ekaterina-san. By the way, which job has Ekaterina-san acquired? Since you're in the combat department, I guess it should be first lieutenant or captain. Incidentally, the standard jobs for the Duke category is first lieutenant. Don't ask me why this is the standard job in the first place, since I wouldn't be able to explain. All I can say is it's because of the Duke category that the standard job is first lieutenant. By the way, captain was ranked in the top tier among the mid-ranking job. Well, yes, I have acquired captain. Actually, my initial goal was the commandant job. Oh well, that is a tough nut to crack. Commandment was a support job. The job holder was mainly in charge of providing buff to the party in the dungeon. However, the situation where this job truly shines was the guild battle. With the skill Guild Connect in their arsenal, which makes it possible to command even from distance, they usually corrected and guided their party movement. Their base would always be the stronghold from where they give command and back up the allies with follow-up buffs. Since they would usually be stationed in the stronghold, they of course didn't have any forte against interpersonal battle, which makes it a dangerous job in case of enemies' infiltration. Of course, it was a high-ranking job. In comparison to the support-type first lieutenant, captain was an all-out combat job. While they could still buff their allies, their forte lies in the close combat. In short, it was an attacker-type job. They mainly excelled in sword and axe usage. No matter how I look, it didn't look like a job suitable for Ekaterina-san. Wait, it would be rude of me to judge based on appearance alone. It might be possible she was fond of battle too. By the way, do you prefer close combat? Well, not at all. Yes, of course. She looked to be a bona fide young lady appearance-wise. It was almost impossible to imagine her fighting in the front line. Why did you choose captain then? Wouldn't a more common job be more suitable for you? Family's obligation. Ah, I thought so. Most likely, the Duke family has forbidden any of their family members from acquiring any jobs that weren't in the same line as Duke category. Everything was so complicated. The more I look at Ekaterina-san, the more she looked pitiful to me. The reason why she hadn't replied back at all this whole week was due to her inferiority complex, and the lack of confidence she had in herself. Well, I believe her inferiority complex must be the result of acquiring the job she knows she wasn't compatible at all. She must have felt it unbelievable that a scout had approached her from Eden, the first-year top guild. It was something I had heard later, but it seems it was after countless persuasion from Celestine that she finally decided to meet today with a heavy heart. I regret being so easygoing on this matter without fully knowing in and out. Well, I know I am not a suitable person to play any role at all. I did have my doubt why someone would call out to me, but it seems you were simply unaware of the situation. I think it's time to call it a day. Thank you very much for giving your time. Stop. We haven't even begun anything, let alone call the day over. All we have just done is confirm the situation, you know. But, what else there's left to talk about? What worth I have even to make you spend any more time? Isn't the result already decided? Ekaterina-san screamed sorrowfully, but then quickly covered her mouth from the unintentional outburst. Her already downcasted face turned gloomy and tears began to pool in her eyes. It seems that's how much pent-up frustration she had. I could only guess just how much of a pain she must have been going through from being unable to choose anything but the job that was completely incompatible with herself on the fateful day that would influence her whole life. From the emotions entrapped within the heartbroken cry just now, a sigh exhaled from my mouth. It's impossible to let her enter Eden with how she was at the present moment. That was what I thought when I looked at Ekaterina-san's countenance tinged with despondency. My first and foremost motto was, to enjoy the dungeon. If they don't enjoy the dungeon, I couldn't let them enter Eden. It was just she had said, there was no meaning in continuing the interview then, but that's only if the situation remains as it was. It's alright to change if you don't want it. If she hates it, just change the job. The inhabitants of this world, for some reason, hate the job transfer. The feelings like what I'm going to do if my life instead turned even more upside down, I will become a LV0 you know, were strongly rooted in them. Consequently, conception of job transfer doesn't even occur to the majority at all. It's not like I don't understand their emotions since the chance to enter the dungeon after getting out of academy just reduced drastically. People who may think like, my dream job has finally appeared when I turn 30. Well, I have family and I wouldn't be able to continue my current job, but it's alright. I got the chance to start all over again. Let's do a job transfer. Might be in minority. Then, what about those who know they have a bleak future from the starting? Would they hate job transfer? They would have to redo from LV0 after raising the job they don't have any computability at all to LV15 finally. Well, I couldn't deny it's a hell in a sense for them. However, Ekaterina-san was barely 16 years old. What's more, she's completely a freshman to boot. I believe she could catch up with us easily even if we do a job transfer now. That's why I put forward my proposal unhesitatingly. Ekaterina-san, here's the basic job ascension ticket. I have means to make you acquire your dream job after the job transfer. If you feel like doing that, take my hand. We need your newfound powers in the Eden. Saying that, I took out basic job ascension ticket and put it on the table. CH 254, job transfer. So muttered Ekaterina-san after snapping her eyes in surprise at the basic job ascension ticket I had taken out. For coincide our interest, she had yearned for a support job while what we wanted was someone to guide, and I could see Ekaterina-san was very much capable of it. I absolutely want her in our guild. Incompatible job to be damned. One should just job transfer to get out of the cage of incompatible jobs. I'm all but ready to give that ticket as long as the person herself has the will to take that step. On this note, I had gotten this ticket from Selactua. It had been kept in the guild until now, but since I bought it with my personal money, all that mattered was my will on whom I wanted to use it. Though, I believe I would be able to get back my investment should she decide to join our guild later. When it comes to using them for guild members, Celestin, who is handling the guild budget, would become like a nagging old lady. I mean, even now, his eyes gazing at me were expressing please, keep it in moderation. I mean, it's not like I'm complaining since he kept everything in order. But, I mean, that's not possible. On the job appraisal day, I hadn't seen any significant job other than first lieutenant and captain. There's no way another job would appear even if I do the job transfer now. So denied Ekaterina-san after coming back to her senses, but her gaze was affixed to one point. Her eyes never left the basic job ascension ticket. I guess the proverb eyes spoke louder than the mouth must be referring to a scene like this. I mean, I do understand what she's implying. As the situation stands, it should be impossible. She must have already cleared the achievement defeat 100 monsters normally difficult to complete with the help of the academy, but with how that job still didn't appear means it was a nut that couldn't be cracked with a bit. No, it would be impossible even if she worked hard. But, that's only if we go by normal standards. Ekaterina-san seems to have forgotten who was standing before her. There's no job in this world that I, once hailed as the walking database of the dungeon activity, didn't know how to achieve. Alright, let's talk about the what-if scenario. Suppose I know what conditions are needed for the commandment job. Ekaterina-san can get the job of your desire. In exchange though, you would be back to square one, LV0, after all the effort you have made in these several days. Another thing, I would want you to join Eden if you want your dream job, and you would also have to continuously give your best and must become someone suitable to be a member of D-Rank Guild. Say, Katerina-san, would you take on this offer in exchange of these conditions? Well, I posed it as a hypothetical situation, but that's something I can easily do. All that I needed was just a single word of agreement from her. Drowning in the sea of inferiority complex and losing sight of her future, I want nothing more than to help Katerina-san get back her lost confidence and let her hampered wings shake through once again. I want her to take that necessary step for these reasons too. I hold no doubt Eden would be the crowned guild of this academy in the future. Circumstances didn't matter. What I sought from the members was the resolution. What will you choose, Katerina-san? Will you take the offer to transfer your job, join Eden and aim for the top together, or will you keep sailing the sea of your life with the captain job, as you're currently doing? She gasped at my seriousness. Unrest showed on her face, and her breathing became slightly rough. She closed her eyes once and looked up again, the color of resolution dyeing her face this time. Even if for argument's sake, there happened to be such a dreamlike scenario, I would take the job transfer right here and then. I don't care even if I have to lose all my hard work. I would gladly join your guild. S rank was it? Bring it on. Even if I may have become the dregs of the Duke family, I will make it to even the S rank. A great reply. All right, you're in. Katerina-san let out a dumbfounded voice. She was making a face as if she still didn't catch up with the meaning of my words. I decided to ignore her surprise for now and continued. That was amazing. I'm glad to hear the passion is still alive inside you somewhere. There's no doubt Eden's strength will rise once again with your addition. Huh? What? Please wait a moment. Please let my heart catch up for a moment. Katerina-san. Why yes. I have understood what I needed to know. However, you don't have to feel down anymore. I have come to a conclusion after sorting out everything. Now, I will announce the result of the interview. Wah. Katerina-san seems like she still hadn't caught up with the situation. Nevertheless, I continued the discussion. The drum roll was echoing inside me. Accompanying it was the crisp sound of cymbal. It was time to announce the result. Katerina-san, you passed. Congratulations to you. Let's work hard together and aim for the top, shall we? Katerina-san let out her voice almost resembling a scream. I guess that's how much she must have been moved hearing the result of the interview. Maybe it's the so-called girl's way to describe their emotions. I heard. That's totally different. I'm glad we were in the soundproof private room in the lounge. Moving on, I checked the time. It was 11 a.m. right now. The day is still young. In fact, I have already formulated the plan to get Katerina-san to transfer her job today. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot to mention, but the commandment is a mid-tier high-ranking job. It's quite good in itself, but I think this still pales compared to the princess job category. What do you think about the top-tier high-ranking job, Master Planner Princess? Not only is it perfectly compatible with the commandment, it's even one rank higher than commandment since it falls into the princess job category. If you ask me, I would recommend this. What? You are saying you will listen to me? Great. Then let's proceed with my recommendation. We will begin the process for it as soon as we finish raising your level to 10 in the tutorial dungeon. It's going to be one heck of a busy day. Celestine, I'm leaving the responsibility of arranging the welcome party for our new member to you. Please leave it to me. Please wait a moment. I didn't understand even half of what you said, and did we just decided on something I absolutely can't ignore with a heartbeat without my understanding? My job. We're discussing about my job, right? Huh? You don't like Master Planner Princess? I mean, it's not the matter of my liking. But we're talking about that Master Planner Princess job, right? The same job no one but only the chosen Duke family member can acquire? The same job that's the symbol of top elite. I don't know about the things you said, but the Master Planner Princess is Master Planner Princess. We're going to aim for it because it's definitely much more better than the commandment. The situation was too much for Katerina-san that I could see her eyes were spinning. Everything was still confusing for her. We wouldn't be able to achieve anything at this rate. Desperate time calls for desperate measures, so I guess I just have to bulldoze our way. On another note, I also tried casting recovery. Whoosh tilde. If you were given a choice, which one would you choose? Commandment or Master Planner Princess? Oh, of course Master Planner Princess. I have always admired it. Alright, that's decided then. Hugh, I have already decided on what to do. I know this must be where Ekaterina-san would say an explanation please, but we don't have time to waste to take it easy. Job transfer in one day required both the time and labor. First we have to visit the tutorial dungeon to raise her level to 10. Then we would have to round around the beginner dungeon and raise her level to 15 through power leveling. And then after fulfilling the prerequisites would she finally be able to transfer Job. If the time permits, I also want her to go through Slippo Marathon first to raise new Job to level 6 and then once again make a round to tutorial dungeon to raise it to level 10. No matter how much the day is young, it wouldn't be enough with us taking it easy. So I decided to explain on the way. After seeing off Celestine who left after a polite bow, I grabbed the hand of Ekaterina-san and immediately made our way to the tutorial dungeon. CH 255. To a new member, and to our first exploration of the intermediate dungeon. Cheers. Cheers. A crisp sound of glass clinking from our dear rings when I held my glass up high in the air and took the lead. The current time was Sunday, 7 p.m. and a welcome party and celebration was going on in the Guild Room of Eden. Although I don't know who made it, a board inscribed with Guild Eden's third welcome party and celebration was adorned above the home shrine where Sakinko-sama was enshrined, which enlivened the mood even more. A great number of dishes were lining on the table, now larger than before after our guild became E rank. But of course, not to be forgotten was today's party star. Initially, we only had planned a celebration for our first intermediate dungeon exploration. Just the single achievement of clearing an intermediate dungeon was more than enough to raise the said guild's value in the academy. The achievement alone holds the same meaning as the guild becoming larger. It's impossible that we wouldn't celebrate. But that's when Ekaterina joined our ranks as a new member and it turned into the tropic of setting up a celebration for her joining too. Albeit, I wasn't so sure when thinking about why we didn't set up a welcome party for Lulu, Celia, Shizu and Pamela since we were busy as B that time and didn't have leeway in our schedule. I was wondering if this will make them unhappy or think they were taken lightly. Apparently, working to my bone and doing everything on me to train them at that time worked out in my favor. Celia and Pamela said they have already received more than enough care. Hence, I was able to hold a welcome party without it bothering me. I was a bit anxious when I called out to everyone in the chat to ask if everyone's free, and heard that everyone only had leeway to move freely today only, but somehow, we were able to make it by moving super quick. I looked at the welcome party and celebration I was able to host safely in satisfaction and turned to the sole member who looked out of tune. Are you having fun, Ekaterina? Incidentally, I suddenly found myself calling her without any honorifics in the process of helping out her. Ekaterina didn't seem to mind that either, so I decided to just call her that. Ekaterina turned to look at me with an expression stating she still hadn't fully digested all the circumstances. Zephyr-san, it's so strange. I wonder what am I doing here? It seems like her memory drive has crashed. Just who's so cruel enough to cause her to fall in such a situation? Or so I would say, but I guess the cause would only be, maybe I forced her to move a bit too much without giving her time to catch up. A party without its party star can't do. Let's restore her sanity first. Remember, Ekaterina, what did you do today? Try to remember what you had done in front of the dragon crystal statue. Dragon statue. Dragon statue. That's funny, I feel like I was daydreaming. However, it was a one nice dream to see I actually got Master Planner Princess, because that wasn't a dream. She couldn't even boot up her memory drive properly. Just who's so cruel to such an innocent girl? For now, how about you check your status? Ekaterina snapped wide open her eyes when she checked her status at my calling. Wow, I wasn't daydreaming. I really got the Master Planner Princess job. What in world? Does reason matter anymore? Congratulations on your successful job transfer to your dream job. Huh? Thank you very much. Today's a memorable day. Ekaterina has joined Eden. A lot of delicious dishes have been prepared, so eat to your heart's content. Oh, I will introduce you to our members. What? Eden? I joined? Oh, that's right. I didn't even remember and joined the top guild in the flow, and my mind can't even keep up with everything. Alright, it seems she has been finally booted up. I was finally able to make her catch up with the situation, though it sure did take a lot of time. Great, now let's begin with an introduction. The first is Eden's soul healer, Her Highness Lana, and no more please, I'm just on the verge of exploding. Zephyr-san. I request a timeout. So echoed the scream of Ekaterina. Unfortunately for her, and being the today's party star she was, the inevitable came to meet her herself. Lana came before us with her entourage of Shizu, Pamela and Esther in tow. It's been a while, Ekaterina. We're now members of the same guild, let's look out for each other back, okay? You understood. It would be my pleasure too, Your Highness. Lana. Do you two know each other? Yup, we just kind of know each other only, so I'm happy that we can also become friends here. According to Lana, while there are 3 Duke families in this Shiotona kingdom, Ekaterina's family was located far away. That's why she was barely acquainted with her. Ekaterina being the daughter of the Duke family, she came to study in this academy because it was the most prestigious out of all. I see, no wonder Ekaterina was so restless and down. I can't say I don't understand her low mood from the morning. After the exchange with Lana was over, I introduced her to other members. Ekaterina would be the cornerstone from here on and guiding, so I want to make sure she gets everyone right. I was tagging along with her considering she might be anxious alone. I'm beat. Eating delicious dishes at such a time would definitely revive you like a fish released in the water. This is my recommendation. With the introduction over, I bring out dishes from the item bag. They were still piping hot since it was in the item bag until now. But girls prefer sweets at such moments. Why, steak? That's right. As Ekaterina said, I had taken out steak. It may be just as she said, it's not something to serve to a girl when she's tired. But I believe in this. Give it a try. This is a cooking item, so it would bring you to your feet in no time. Plus, it's delicious. Ha, then I will try once. Chew. So tasty. Can I take one more bite? Of course. Eat to your heart content. This is really delicious. I feel like my lost energy is also recovering quickly. What type of dish is it? Fufu. Don't be surprised to hear this. This is a dish made from using the meat, the drop from a rare monster called Golden Topple. It's called Shining Dinosaur Steak. Other than temporarily buffing your HP, it's a powerful item that also provides you with temporary sleep and more other sorts of element resistance. By the way, it was hunted by none other than our excellent alchemist Hannah. She's feeling all lightened up because of the sleep resistance. Her eyes were shining. The meat of Golden Topple? Ah, by Hannah, you mean that famous wondrous child? To indulge myself in the rare monster meat. Was it really fine to have it to me? Of course. You're already a member of Eden. Rather, what do you think we're doing right now? It's party time. There couldn't be a better time to enjoy them. Nevertheless, if you still feel bad, just try to give your all for Eden. You're right. To be honest, I'm still all floaty about the situation. I still feel my feet's freezing up from the fear. What if my getting the Master Planner Princess job? What if my joining the top guild Eden, whose all members are from Combat Department Class 1? Everything was a dream that would vanish away the moment I woke up in the morning. Haha, I guess even if I say to take it easy since it's not a dream, that wouldn't remove your apprehension. Well, it will dawn on you tomorrow. Since you're in Eden, I'm going to make you go through hard training. Don't forget that. Fufafu, if it's not a dream as you said, I wouldn't hesitate. I swear to work hard for Zephyr-san, for you have saved me from the abyss I was helpless against. So I hope you can support me just as well. Zephyr-san, okay? You can think of me as reliable as an immovable boulder? I kind of feel the atmosphere around her changed suddenly. Was it my imagination? My familiar kin called me Rena. I, by all means, hope Zephyr-san calls me so too. Oh, then, Rena? Yes. When I tried calling her by her nickname, Ekaterina, no, Rena replied with a smile so beautiful I felt it might have eclipsed even the beauty of blooming flowers. Maybe she kind of feels nostalgic, right? Wrong? Just as I was shaken up from Rena's reaction, a shadow appeared from overhead. You there, Zephyr? What are you doing acting all chummy with the new girl? Rather, aren't you sticking too close to her since a while ago? Distance, immediately. What? But I don't remember doing anything at all though. Zephyr, I was thinking it's just the right time for you to round up with others too. Even Ekaterina-san might not be able to rest with you around her all the time. Even Sierra came. Why is even Sierra's tone kind of feel like blaming me? Excuse me, I don't particularly mind even if Zephyr-san is here. Geez, you're making all the dishes I have made with so much effort, all cold, so come with me. I will quickly serve them. Also, Let's eat with Sakin-ko-sama too. Sakin-ko-sama would also like shining dinosaur steak. In the end, Hannah grabbed my hand and forcefully took me to the other side of the table. Even Hannah seems to be in a bad mood. Rena had tried to say something in the end, but it was drowned in the sudden voice of Hannah, so I couldn't hear her out. Afterwards, I was taken to Lulu and other member seats and made me eat lots of dishes. As expected of the guild specializing in cooking, in search of the perfect balance between the taste and buff, all of the commissioned dishes were great, but, aren't you guys overfeeding? I can't eat anymore. What? You feel I can still eat? I'm just imagining, right? In the end, I was made to make until my stomach was bloated so much I couldn't even move. In this way, came to pass Eden's third welcome party and celebration. Arc 4? Over? Ch 256. Zephyr, we declared ourselves out of your preposterous treatment. Fufu, we will not yield to you no matter what, even if it means going through the pain. They're right. Your tyranny is unpardonable. We will defeat thou, and take back our freedom in our hands. And so began spouting nonsense the four classmates I had become acquainted with over the course of last week. I don't even recall doing. This was nothing but harmful rumors, so please stop it. Zephyr, as such, we are going to apply for a guild war against thou. Any but of if is unacceptable. Saturn Cunt stepped forward as their representative and said, his tone was as grim as if he was declaring a war. How did the situation come to this? No matter how much I tried to fumble around my memory, I couldn't find a single clue for it. Today was Monday, the day after we held our third welcome party and celebration. It was tough yesterday. I was fed so much by the girls that I couldn't even move, and naturally, I couldn't go back to my room in that state. In the end, I had to lay out a soft convenient mat there and spent yesterday's night in the guild room. I had to wake up early in the morning to return to my room for shower and change, so I was also sleep deprived. I so much want to eat the sleep resistance food item, but that's too expensive. Though delicious as well. There's not much shining dinosaur steak left, so I would like to save it for emergency time. Control Zephyr. Control. I left my room and slowly headed towards the campus while struggling off with my desire. But I guess I took the start very much slowly. I confirmed I would be late for class at my current pace, so I used Segway Revised. For the first time, the road was completely empty as I was running lat, so I sprinted the Segway at full speed, but my words, that it was too fun. I slid into the class and was relieved to see Phyllis Sensei not present in the class. I barely avoided getting late due to Segway, but that moment of respite lasted only for a few moments. Starting with Saturn-kun, the quartet suddenly stood in front of me in a line, and that's how it led to the starting. I still couldn't pinpoint what led things to this point. You guys, return back to your seat if you're done with the morning greeting. As I was cocking my head in puzzlement, I sensed someone's presence behind me, and needless to say, the said person was Phyllis Sensei. I really made it a critical moment. So close. I took my seat as if nothing happened and today's classes began. Hey Zephyr, you couldn't forget the declaration we had made in the morning, do you? Eh? What was it again? Fufu. Fufu. It's Kilime, but I will not lose. Damn it. How long are you going to continue your tyranny? Don't forget me. I should have already declared our intention clearly in the morning. I think they did talk about something in the morning, but I had just let it slide through one ear to another since I barely made it to class and was slightly drowsy. But that's not a problem. We have forged our friendship quite well in the past week. I just need to ask them to retell if I forgot something. Can you tell me what it was once again? Choke. Q. Fine, I will tell you again. Everyone, formation. It's time to redo. Can you cut these sorts of things and just make it quick? You see, recess isn't too long after all. Choke. It was noon. I had just returned back to the classroom after continuing my journey of the conquest of all cooking menus in the cafeteria as usual. There was barely 5 minutes of time before the recess ended. I had wanted to quickly sort out the materials for the next class, but Saturn-kun made some painful noise. Is he suffering from something? Maybe he ate too much. I could sympathize with the suffering since I had also gone through the same ordeal yesterday. After school. We will declare it again after school. Wash your neck and wait for us. Saturn-kun and others returned back to their seats, leaving behind these words. I get it, they must have come to request for another training session. They're just acting tsun because of their pride. I am no one to deny it if they desire so. All right, I will thoroughly train them today too. I think they can handle a bit of a harder schedule than usual now. While I was devising my plan for that, I didn't notice the quartet ahead of me shuddering from the chill. And, after school. Let's go Zephyr, come with us. Hey, where are you guys going? The beginner gate is here. Sure enough, you didn't even put us in your eyes. Saturn-kun's face was dyed in rage when I called out to them, seeing they were heading in the opposite direction of the beginner gate for some reason. It seemed whatever they had to do wasn't related to the beginner gate. The place we had arrived was reception for guild request. It was a section for the students to go through the procedure if they wanted to register a guild, join a guild, or wanted to apply for guild battle, etc. I had also come here yesterday for Ina's joining procedure. What in the world have they come here to do? Wait, it couldn't be. Hey, Saturn-kun, you know I can't be in multiple positions since I'm already the guild master of Eden. No one is asking you to do so. I thought they were here to invite me to their guild, but the situation seems different apparently. Listen well, I will declare it once again. Oh, keep your voice down. It would be annoying to others else. Shit. Saturn-kun gritted his teeth so hard as if he was trying to endure something. I was a bit scared at the symbol of his rage, his blood veins popping out on his forehead. Foo, leave this to me, Saturn-ku. Go ahead Jilong. Saturn-kun backed down honestly when Jilong-kun raised his voice. As far as I have seen, Jilong-kun didn't give the image of shouting needlessly with his level-headedness. A right person for this place. Foo, I will make it clear. Do a guild battle with us, Zephyr. Should we win, we will be calling ourselves out of the torture-like training. Know your training itself. What torture-like training he's talking about? I seriously couldn't recall anything of that level. CH 257. I don't think I have ever made you guys go through torturous training. Aren't you guys overthinking? Damn you. Are you saying you forget how hard you went on me in training or dungeon exploration? Are you trying to playing dumb after saying that punishment would await us if we don't go through the training or follow your orders? I had zero inkling what they were even talking about, so I tried to ask back just in case, but instead, it made Tom-kun and Hel-kun, who were standing behind Saturn-kun, furious. However, they didn't raise their voice more than necessary. As expected of Class 1. Any of them are role models. After all, it would only cause other nuisance if they yelled here. But, I see. I sure did say that, but that was just to raise their spirits, because they completely lacked coordination despite being in a combat party. What's more, when the number of prey was less than party members, they would instead scramble to snatch the kill. The sole member who was conscious of his role was Hel-kun, the tank. However, the rest of 3 attackers were completely hopeless. Their minds were completely filled with the crap of taking down the opponent by only using powerful skills. However, I have rectified it properly. Isn't that the cause? Of course, the skills and magic of mighty classes like Great Sorcerer, Sword Saint and Barbarian were exceedingly strong because they were high-ranking jobs. Unlocking powerful spells like Mega Flare just in the second order tree was a spectacle seen only in high-ranking jobs. This made them overly rely on their jobs. What I want to say is, they would be like the paper tiger in the future. I easily imagined the scenario of them being forced to repatriate after being completely overwhelmed. I, who had read and learned this while training my guild members, couldn't let it happen in my wake, so I also teach them, you know, the correct role. On this note, the punishment wasn't even worth mentioning. It was at best 20 squats or 30 push-ups only. However, if they're saying this punishment was a torture, I wonder what Eden should be called then, who often went through lots of battle following the boss farming manual. Jilong-kun, whose face twitched when I cocked my head in puzzlement, says this. Foo, you're no doubt a strong adversary. I accept that you possess outstanding abilities among all in the class. You sure look like you don't want to accept this. But however strong you may be, don't think you can lord over us. We will protect our class peace. And this guild battle challenge would be the witness of our determination. No matter how high your level may be, it wouldn't be anything in the guild battle. We will show you our brilliance in this guild battle. I trained you guys precisely because you were dumb and not excellent. Rather, can you please stop saying it as if I have the whole class under my thumb, for God's sake? I absolutely don't remember being a dictator. I'm not, right? I was so dumbfounded from their claims that I was at loss for words, but the other 3 behind Jilong-kun continued as if it had ignited their passion. Jilong is right. Only I, the great Saturn-sama, who's bound to become the greatest sorcerer of this world, is befitting for leading the class. Saturn-kun flashed his teeth while running his fingers through his hairs, striking a pose. You're glorifying yourself? He completely looks like he was lost in conceitedness from all angles. You sure like daydreaming. Of course it would be me, Tom, the future greatest barbarian planned to be the crusher of all monsters with one blow. For some reason, even Tom-kun took a pose matching Saturn-kun as if boasting his strength. And what did he mean by planned? Not yet decided. Thou shalt not forget us, for it would be a nuisance. In all ages and time, leads are taken by those who excel in defense. Fret not, leave everything to this venerable, for it's the fate of the knight to shoulder this destiny. So says Helk-kun while spinning and showing his back to us. That's not defending if you fight back to back, you know. Heck, aren't these guys too conceited? I was rather impressed by their firm pride, where it wouldn't be any strange for even the mightiest of the mighty to bend down in this class. One had to wonder what is the driving force behind their arrogance to keep up so far. Anyway, putting aside that, long story short, it doesn't fancy you guys that I'm standing at the top, so you want to snatch back the top position through guild battle, is what you mean? Correct, indeed. So direct. I acknowledged them. Wait. That doesn't matter either way. This is the world where meritocracy runs deep down. They said an extra load of this and that I don't remember doing, but ultimately, that's what they meant. Well, whatever. I am also feeling pumped up. If they want a guild battle with us, no reason to back down. Ah, what are you going to do about your guild? I don't think you can create a guild with just 4. Guild battle was, well, as the name implies, a battle between guild versus guild. So, Saturn-kun and others can't apply for a guild battle if they aren't in the guild in the first place. Not to say, the minimum number needed for a guild is 5. It's impossible to register with just themselves. HMPH, we have already received our excellent 5th members and registered our guild. Behold. Saying that, Saturn-kun take out his smartphone and on its screen was showing an incomprehensible guild name. Best of the best, the Great Star. It seems that is the name of their guild. Foo-foo. Best of the best. It surely has a nice ring to it. We all have exceptional high-ranking jobs with the great apostrophe superscript 1 attached to them. There's no way we could leave it out of the guild name. We're the glorious upcoming new star of this labyrinth academy, and there's no doubt our name will rumble in the world. I didn't ask, but they suddenly began to give an explanation about their guild name. I was surprised to see they have actually created a guild without me noticing. This is the new page of my classmates' life. I passed my heartfelt words to them. Amazing. Congratulations on forming your own guild. What the man, you should have told this good news before anything else. I would have congratulated you more seriously. Foo-foo. Thank you very much. I don't mean that. We can now apply for guild battle without any worry. We can only choose the mock guild battle in the category since the guild is still the F rank, but that's enough to decide on the victor. We can finally free ourselves. Now is the time. You can take it easy, but when we get serious, no can one stand before us. Even if the opponent is brave, our freedom is just around the corner. For some reason, my classmates have already decided they will be the victor. I was intrigued by their source of confidence, so I tried to probe them a bit. Speaking of, where's your 5th member? Foo-foo. They're raising their level in the dungeon at present. Diligent. They should have also gone to the dungeon though. So Zephyr, I believe this explains everything. The time is on the weekend, after classes? It would be impossible for me on Friday with my duty as provisional lecturer. Can you shift it to Thursday? The time is Thursday, after classes are over. Wait, I think I just heard something strange now. Did you just say provisional lecturer? Leaving that aside, our timing clashed a bit. In the end, we applied for a mock guild battle between Eden and Saturn-kun's guild, best of the best, the Great Star, on this Thursday. Crap, it's hard to control my excitement. Even if a mock battle, it's a guild battle. My heart is bouncing up and down. CH 258. On the evening of the day I accepted the guild battle challenge, I found several members gathered in the guild room I had come to. We didn't make any appointments for the dungeon, and as the majority of members were in the same class, there wasn't any particular need to gather here, but it seems the girls' purpose for gathering was something else. So nice. I really can't get enough no matter how many times I hug Mochi-chan. It's so fluffy and bouncy, and it feels so nice to hug it with its excellent elasticity. Yeah, but the strongest is Sakine-sama. Mochi-chan is second strongest. Was second even strongest, I wonder. The first thing that entered my sight was the huge, extra-large Machiko, whose volume was clearly larger than any of the girls in the guild, and the figure of Rika tightly hugging it. Then Karui, who was hugging and squeezing Mochi-chan, including Rika from behind. It was priceless scenery, to say the very least. I seriously wish there could have been a screenshot function. In fact, I had discovered a machine that could record images in the investigation department building when I was checking out on elective classes. I made up my mind to negotiate and get it in my hands soon. So relaxing. I can finally replenish Sakinko-sama. I might become useless if I don't have Sakinko-sama to heal me. I definitely have to negotiate with Zephyr to hand over Sakinko-sama to me. Pardon me, Lana-sama. I would be direct, but please refrain from any of such acts, or else the guild will fall apart if you handle it wrongly. My gaze shifted to the opposite direction of Rika and Karui, hearing the terrifying line. Unsurprisingly, Lana was the hugging Sakinko-sama who was supposed to be enshrined in the home shrine. So it was Lana who said that I would have begun a war if Shizu hadn't rebuked her. As you may have guessed, the ones gathered here were the girl group who wanted to play with plushies after school. For some reason, many of Eden's members were either lovers of plushies or cute things. It seemed there were only these 4 members for today, but there were also days when all the girls gathered together frequently. Courtesy to them, the guild room was gradually turning into a lovely, cute room. They have racks and showcases exclusively for plushies arranged, and the number of plushies were just increasing as the days passed by. They only numbered 10 in the beginning when Eden bought them, but now their number has exceeded 30. Just what will happen to the guild room if plushies count continues to go on like this? Was something I was recently worried about. Oh, you're here, Zephyr. You didn't go to dungeon with your Pre-4 today? Everyone's gaze turned to me at Lana's voice. Oh, I met them earlier. Rather, what the heck is Pre-4? Lana-sama is talking about the 4 classmates sitting in front of Zephyr Dono. They have been gradually called such in the class ever since their self-introduction. In literal terms, it means the quartet filled with unnecessary high pride. Shizu answered with a straight face. How pitiful, Saturn-kun and Party. I never expected you guys would be lumped together in one group by classmates with such a nickname. Wouldn't the prideful 4 explode if they come to know about this? At least, there's me who calls them properly by their names. I see. Also, I will absolutely not hand over Sakinko-sama. Lana. Why is it? No but or whatsoever. Absolutely no. I will just say this. Anyway, it's time to bring out the main topic. In fact, I have come here to discuss things. The aforementioned 4 people have created a guild. Lana's response was quite lukewarm. However, even such reactions quickly take a backflip at my following words. So, they asked us, Eden, to have a mock guild battle with them. Guild battle. Lana reacted by interrupting my words. That's right, it's our first guild battle ever since the E-rank exam. The next to react were Riku and Karui, who were listening our conversation from sideline. You're going to do a guild battle, Zephyr? Have you already decided on participant members? I would like to participate if possible. Well, of course. They were benched in the last E-rank exam even though they had trained a lot. They would want to participate in guild battle at least once. Well, it was a guild battle. I was challenged by them with a nearly accusing tone, but it doesn't sound bad to fight considering the future. No more than 5 members were allowed in the E-rank exam. At present, there are 13 members in Eden, with the majority of them completely unfamiliar to the guild battle. Guild battles would be necessary to increase our rank in future. In short, the best way is to let them accumulate as much experience as possible. This time the guild battle just happened to be godsend. Actually, I wanted to rack up the experience with the fellow members, but arenas weren't always free unfortunately, so it was impossible to practice anytime I felt like. It is especially hard at this time of year. One of the reasons why it's usually not available was because one guild would need a lot of quest points to reserve the arena. On this note, quest point? Alternatively called as QP? Are something given by Academy when a guild complete a quest. Other than using them to exchange for items or equipment, quest points were also used for enjoying various facilities in this academy. In addition to getting a discount on quest points if you're going to practice with the other guilds, depending on the time and goal, you may also be given priority on the arena. We decided to do it on Thursday, after classes, though it's a relief we have an arena available to us. By the way, This time fee was paid with Mir since none of us had quest points. F4E rank guilds have the privilege to pay with Mir in case neither hold enough QP when they apply for guild battle. In exchange, this system would become unusable when the guild rank rises. Hence I had come here to decide on participants since we only have 3 days left. I guess I will take in Riku and Karua this time. I want everyone to experience the guild battle if possible equally. So, I will be relying on you this time, Rika. Karua! Leave it to us. We will definitely stand up to your expectations. Yay! Let's do our best. Rika and Karua high-fived each other as their faces cracked in a smile, though it was a bit surreal scenery as they did it while holding the large-size Machiko in between. Hold on, what about me? Didn't your turn come last time? But that was just one match. That much wasn't even enough to state the curiosity at all. And aren't you also participating too, Zephyr? Well, I couldn't rebut that. It's not like there's absolutely no chance, but I guess it would be fine. Then I, too, want to participate. For future reference. You too, Shizu. Well, whatever. Thus, we settled on the members who will be participating in the upcoming guild battle. Saturn-kun and group were amateurs when it comes to guild battle, but I'm not going to keep my hands. Besides, 3 of our members were also amateurs, so it should be fine, I guess. CH 258.1 123, Nameless Second-Year Priest. 124, Nameless Third-Year Physician. It seems to be a guild trained by Brave Kun. Do you remember the eyewitness reports about how Brave Kun was hanging out with fellow classmates on weekdays? Rumors are that it was Brave Kun building up a subordinate guild. 125. Nameless Second-Year Alchemist. I think I know. As far as I can tell, it is a guild composed of Combat Department Class 1 students only. The members of that guild are considerably famous for the reason that not a single upperclassman tried to solicit them to their guild. 126. Nameless Second-Year Axeman. You sure are detailed on this. However, I also remembered about them. Certainly, I remember them as unnecessarily prideful freshmen. 127. Nameless Second-Year Priest. Gofu. Ah, the Black History. Why in the world had I tried to put on air? 128. Nameless Second-Year Alchemist. Yup, the aforementioned guild members are indeed those so-called cheeky freshmen. Usually, these cheeky students are either shown their place soon or have their wings trimmed just enough that they learn humility. Rarely though, some stout students also appear. 129. Nameless First-Year Great Lancer. That was quite a rough way to explain. Though I understand what you mean. Indeed, they think everyone is beneath them. If no one shows them their place, they think they are untouchable, which is honestly annoying. 130. Nameless Second-Year Magician. Boys do get cocky after entering the main academy. Well, not that I don't understand the feeling of getting drunk over a narrow achievement. 131. Nameless Second-Year Priest. Stop it. Don't make me recall my past. 132. Nameless First-Year Great Lancer. What in the world is happening to Priest-san? 133. Nameless Second-Year Axeman. Leave that person alone. Everyone has their own fair share of the past where they were high on something. 134. Nameless First-Year Great Lancer. I see. You're right. 135. Nameless Second-Year Axeman. Anyway, so the rumors that Brave Kun is creating a subordinate guild actually had truth in it? 136. Nameless Second-Year Adventurer. Is he aiming for the strongest guild of what? Insane, isn't they gaining more and more snowball momentum? Just how far the Brave has accounted for the future in his plans. 137. Nameless First-Year Great Lancer. Can I ask a question? What actually is a subordinate guild? Why does creating one count as joining Eden? 138. Nameless Second-Year Priest. 139. Nameless Third-Year Supporter. Leave the rest to me. As you may know, guilds have an upper limit to how many members it can have. The Academy rule stipulates that you can't add more members than the given limit, but that upper limit may also increase. That's, of course, by raising the rank of the guild. You would have to obviously scout for members, but this process can be skipped by selecting members from the subordinate guild. From the perspective of this time incident, let's call the subordinate guild created by Brave as Eden No Degrees 2. In that case, Eden can merge up with the Eden No Degrees 2 when they advance to D rank. 140. nameless third-year supporter. I knew I could rely on you, supporter Sanapi. When it comes to explaining, sure enough, there's no one better than support senpai. 141, nameless first-year Great Lancer. Huh? So the subordinate guild is something along the lines of a substitute member? 142, nameless third-year supporter. You're not wrong in thinking that. It's not rare for guilds who have the hope for raising their rank opting for such methods. In fact, this practice is followed by every guild. This also reduces the factors like promising members being lured by high-ranking guilds. After all, there wouldn't be any time to dive into the dungeon if the guild had to scout for members one by one. Well, there are also a number of high-ranking guilds whose recognition of subordinate guilds is different from the norm. They treated subordinate guilds as truly substitute members. For them, setting up a subordinate guild is like an insurance in case their dungeon exploration isn't going very well for them. There's also the fact that members have to pile up achievements in the subordinate guild for the chance of entering the startup lineup. 143. Nameless first-year Great Lancer. S. It's startling to hear that the supposedly lax discussion has such deep intent behind. 144. Nameless second-year Priest. 145. Nameless second-year Magician. This insurance additionally also works in favor when guild losses. In case the parent guild loses, which causes the upper limit to decrease, members are bound to drop out. At that time, the dropout members wouldn't have to wonder if they can be accepted into a subordinate guild. 146. Nameless second-year Priest. There's a chance to counterattack. On this note, those dropout members can once again return to their former position when the guild raises their rank. Members would flow into another guild if there's not a subordinate guild to hold them. It's quite an important organization in that sense too, and there's also tactic understanding between the guild and academy for that. 147. Nameless first-year Great Lancer. I see. I learned a lot. Thank you very much. 148. Nameless second-year Axeman. So, should I take it as obvious that Braves Guild Eden is going to absorb that best of the best, the Great Star in future? Rather, I'm still baffled why they're doing a guild battle. 149. Nameless third-year supporter. Nothing can be said for sure. Most likely, Investigator Senpai is also currently investigating this matter. All we can do is to wait for information. 150. Nameless third-year Physician. I wonder if there's even any freshman guild that can win against Eden. 151. Nameless second-year Alchemist. I know a tad bit about the members of that best of the best, the Great Star Guild. I can say with 120% confidence that it's impossible. After all, they're nothing more than useless bundles of pride. 152. Nameless second-year Priest. Gofu. 153. Nameless second-year Axeman. Hey, that priest can't handle this damage, so stop it. 154. Nameless second-year Alchemist. I wonder if that's why they challenge Eden. I don't know if I should admire their adventurous spirit, but alas, such was an adventure too early for them to tackle. 155. Nameless second-year Axeman. I think this would still end with the same result even if the actual adventurers took on that challenge, or is it just me? 156. Nameless second-year Adventurer. 157. Nameless second-year Alchemist. No, wait a minute. A subordinate guild. There's also such a method. If I could sneak in, my chance. No time to waste. I'm going out. 158. Nameless second-year Axeman. Where's that person going? 159. Nameless Princess's Imperial Guard Extremist. You cannot. 160. Nameless second-year Priest. Exclamation mark. CH 258.2. 344. Nameless third-year Trapper. 345. Nameless first-year Shielder. Must be your delusion. 346. Nameless first-year Merchant. Fret not, many dream of such delusions. 347. Nameless third-year Trapper. Huh? I do want to hear about it in detail, but for now, that's not it. I really saw them. 348. Nameless second-year Alchemist. Shut your mouth. I'm currently already on the edge from being forcibly repatriated by those abominable Imperial Guards. Beware that if you continue with such continue to say stupid things about Brave Kun, I will blast you to smithereens. 349. Nameless third-year Trapper. Yes, Forgive me for getting ahead of myself. I think I need to give my eyes a rest. 350. Nameless second-year alchemist. Your eyes need some care. 351. Nameless third-year trapper. I fear so. The air doesn't permit us to talk about reality. 611. Nameless second-year priest. Hey guys, did you hear about that girl from Combat Department Class 51? 612. Nameless second-year magician. 613. Nameless third-year supporter. Master planner princess of the Duke family. According to the historical records, it is one of those legendary jobs that had existed in reality about 50 years ago. Words are that it was possessed by the predecessor of Dean Vandermfener. They were one of those reverend persons who had helped prevent the stampede 54 years ago, along with the Shield Princess, who's said to be the shield of the royal family. 614. Nameless second-year magician. Shield Princess and Master Planner Princess. I am having a strange inkling about something. Somehow, the legendary jobs are popping out quite frequently. 615. Nameless second-year adventurer. The fearsome thing is, they're all gathering in the same guild. Good grief, I feel like a storm is quietly brewing and heading towards us. 616. Nameless third-year supporter. It's normal if you're having such thoughts. For the jobs hailed as the legends, there's always such meaning behind them for sure. Would it be related to the catastrophe, the dungeon, or something else? Something must be happening in this world our eyes can't reach, for the legendary jobs to be awakened. Well, judging from the historical records, the legends gathered together without fail and led to salvation in the end. 617. Nameless second-year priest. It is like the characters in the fairy tale. Leaving aside that, there are a lot of things I want to rebut on, but the first thing is, why did a transferee appear at this timing? 618. Nameless second-year alchemist. Why? But of course there's only one reason. I don't need to tell which guild that Master Planner Princess has joined, do I? 619. Nameless second-year adventurer. It's Eden for sure. I bet my money on Brave. He must have pulled strings from behind. 620. Nameless third-year investigator. 621. Nameless second-year swordsman. Investigator Senpai has returned. He's right on his money means. Has someone really pulled the strings? 622. A nameless third-year trapper. Sure enough, I had told you I saw them yesterday. My eyes weren't tricking me. Brave was taking that girl with the Master Planner Princess job and diving into the dungeon. 623. Nameless second-year alchemist. Shut your trap. Didn't I tell you already it was your misunderstanding? Delusionist shouldn't yap round in reality. 624. Nameless third-year trapper. I'm not a delusionist. I was merely tipped off about it. 625. Nameless second-year alchemist. This is the usual type of person they are. I'm tearing up seeing how Trapper Senpai is being treated. 626. Nameless third-year investigator. Let's return to the topic. The new girl, the girl that has Master Planner Princess, as far as I can find, only had captain job until recently. Captain is a mid-rank job. Thus, she was placed in Class 51. There were various meanings for the young lady from the Duke family to be placed in Class 51, but without anyone getting ears, she already had Master Planner Princess when the weekend ended. Her class was totally in uproar. 617. Nameless second-year adventurer. She's, after all, someone who has successfully changed her job. That's naturally bound to cause commotion. First, there's no doubt basic job ascension ticket has been used. 628. Nameless second-year magician. Someone who has the guts to reset their level. Losing skills, magic and becoming a powerless person after getting a taste of that power. I heard it hits quite hard when everything you had so far is lost. 629. Nameless third-year supporter. There's more to that. You also lost everything you have poured your blood, sweat and tears to earn up to that moment. It's impossible to change jobs without enough determination, even if you're getting a high-ranking job in return. 630. Nameless third-year investigator. But she did. What's more, it was a job that hadn't appeared until then. Speaking of it, it feels like a long time has passed, but it has just been 2 weeks since the fateful day. There might not be too much to lose in changing jobs at the current timing. 631. nameless second-year priest. However, that's in the case you're confident a high-ranking job will appear. It shouldn't have appeared when she had been appraised 2 weeks ago, right? It's just 2 weeks, you know? It's really outside of my understanding how in holy hell did that girl manage to snatch herself a high-ranking job and even was able to use a job change ticket. Since one has to raise their LV to 15 before they can change jobs, the person here is expressing his surprise. How did she manage to do that in 2 weeks? 632. Nameless second-year adventurer. This is surely a riddle. Anyone would want to transfer their job if there's a hope that they can get a job higher than mid-rank. However, it is hard to fulfill the requirements for jobs. That's why everyone sticks to awakening then job transfer. Also, when time passes, like a month, people accept whatever job they have and treat it as one of their part. This is the norm. 633. Nameless third-year investigator. Thus, we can be sure that someone had guided her. My money is on Brave being the mastermind behind this. 634. Nameless second-year swordsman. I heard this matter has already been notified to higher-ups. What intonation have you done, Brave Kun? It's not like I don't know though. 635. Nameless second-year priest. This is the true Brave. This is what I imagined should happen when Brave makes a move. 636. Nameless first-year shielder. Q. Unrestrained delusions are getting better of me. 637. Nameless first-year merchant. Same here. I also want to see how it feels like being forcibly taken. 638. Nameless second-year alchemist. I too. Damn, why only just freshmen? My chance to get close with Brave Kun will continue to decrease at this rate. Isn't there anyone who can prevent this? 639. Nameless first-year shielder. Of course I want to prevent it. Rather, I am ready to be the sacrifice. Though the truth is I also want to get closer. 640. Nameless first-year merchant. I wish I be persuaded too. 641. Nameless third-year investigator. Discussion is once again going haywire. I know it's that kind of topic but, well, whatever. I guess it can probably be concluded that Brave Kun has pulled some strings in this matter. In short, that's all for me. Now excuse me since I also have something else to investigate. I'm still in the middle of investigating about the best of the best, the Great Star Guild that has challenged Eden for a guild battle. Until next time. 642. Nameless second-year priest. Investigator Senpai. 643. Nameless second-year swordsman. They left. 644. Nameless third-year supporter. They explained everything but the most important topic. They said Adventurer Kun was right on money. They seem to be sure of it. But what's backing up that reason? 645. Nameless second-year adventurer. What? Investigator Senpai was right? So will the truth behind this commotion remain an unsolved mystery? CH 259. It was Tuesday, the day after I had promised to do a guild battle and decided on members who will participate in it. I had also informed other members about the guild battle and members I have decided on, and unsurprisingly, there were a lot of members who wanted to participate in it. To be precise, all the girls wanted to do that. They were all dejected when I told them I had already decided on members that were in the guild yesterday, but somehow cheered them up saying I will definitely add them for the next guild battle members lineup. The question is how to set up. In the morning classroom, the lax appearance of Saturn-kun and his group made me quite curious about them. How should I say? It was like a winner's confidence. Was it just my imagination, or they were all donning a triumphant expression, as if already confirmed of their victory? The morning assembly began while my thoughts were spiraling about them. Also, I have an announcement. A large-scale quest would soon be issued for E-rank guilds. Eden and Mako's in this class are qualified to accept it, so check the details on your smartphone, and if you feel like taking it, then submit your request to me. A lot of quest points would be rewarded if you're successful in this large-scale quest, but be also aware that the competition rate is high, so carefully think about it before deciding. We were informed about the large-scale quest by Phyllis Sensei from the podium. Academy quest. Our dungeon exploration is already progressing smoothly, so I guess it's about time we also made our advances in Quest 2. Academy Quest. Academy's quest is that lifeline you can't do without if you want to conquer the dungeon activity. They can be accepted on guild basis and is a feature that awards you with quest point and fame value if you can complete them successfully. Of course, the higher your guild rank rises to, the tougher the quest you can accept, and so the rewards increase by ton. There's not much to explain about fame value, except it increases your scouting range and freedom the higher the value is. Though that's something I don't really lack in reality, such happy miscalculations are warmly welcome. Henceforth, what's more important in reality was the quest point. The points are given by the Academy as prize reward or remuneration for the quest, and they could be exchanged for all sorts of materials, items, resources, equipment or facilities. Utilization of Academy's facilities like the arena etc. are paid by quest points. In the game, these points could be used to upgrade guild houses, and it was also possible to issue a quest to other guilds using them. I remembered doing a lot of quests so that I could exchange points for rare materials or advanced job ascension ticket I couldn't buy normally. On weekdays where I couldn't do a dungeon attack to my heart's satisfaction due to regular classes, I usually focused on completing these quests, and on weekends, I focused on dungeon attack. Such was my schedule in-game. Another thing, the quest points were also necessary when a guild wanted to take on ranking battle. The higher the challenge rank was, the more it cost, so sometimes, I also used all my free time to earn points. However, in reality here, advanced job ascension ticket were so hard to get they didn't seem to be put up for sale. Not to say the drops from advanced dungeons were wiped clean, though. The rare materials etc. from intermediate dungeons were abundant. As I was recalling the important aspect of the quest point, the Pre-4 sitting in front of me raised their hands in unison. What's the matter with them now, Sensei? Why is our guild best of the best? The Great Star wasn't covered. I can't accept this, because your guild is F rank, isn't it? Saturn tried to protest but was insta-killed by Phyllis Sensei. However, Pre-4 weren't the type to give up with just that much. Foo-foo. Please don't underestimate us. We, too, are members of Class 1. Even if our rank is F, we will not lose out in ability. Thou would be mistaken greatly to underestimate us. Where the hell did their source of confidence lie? It hurts when everyone gazes in the classroom centered here. I'm even feeling a bit embarrassed since I'm sitting behind them and some gazes were grazing past me. I really want to distance myself a bit from them. Phyllis Sensei was also having a troubled expression. But you see, the quest this time is for an intermediate load dungeon. What is the level of your party? Oops. Here fired a devastating line Phyllis Sensei. Saturn and others immediately froze on the spot as soon as the words about level came out and trembled. They were all shivering, and finally, they were only letting out the sound. In the end, Saturn and others descended into utter silence, and thus, the morning assembly came to an end. T.N. It ought to be PTSD absolutely regarding the world level. CH 260. The classes came to pass as usual today too, and it was time to leave. I was heading towards the staff room together with Rina to accept the large-scale quest Phyllis Sensei had mentioned. Normally, I could have applied via smartphone, but there were a few things I had wanted to hear about the quests in reality, so I decided it would be better to just ask Phyllis Sensei directly. Zephyr-san, thank you for inviting me to be with you today. I'm really happy to be invited by you. I did say I have something to talk about with you later, but why don't I remember inviting you? The exchange, as far as I can recall, should have been went like, I am going to the staff room for a while, then I'm coming with you. Came this reply from Rina. I wondered if I was imagining things. No wait, there is chat history left intact. I was not misunderstanding. Once I would be done with inquiring about quest-related stuff, I was planning to raise our new member, Rina's level to 10 and simultaneously fill her in about the leadership role. It's something like the so-called study meeting, Dungeon Edition. However, I remember I did tell she didn't have to trouble herself to tag along with me. Foo-fa-foo. Maybe I mix things up. However, my class is in uproar currently. I don't think it was a place I could wait until you're free. Isn't it happening because of you? Saying that, Rina give me a sidelong glance. My heart skips a beat at her captivating gaze. No, well, I didn't think it would cause such a commotion. Geez, you're such an ignorant one, Zephyr-san. Do you know I have been constantly surrounded by my classmates these past 2 days? I was showered with questions like how I managed to achieve a job transfer, how I raised my level so quickly, and so on. Of course I didn't reveal any inside information. But you're glad to go through a job transfer? No, I'm glad indeed. Due to this, I was also able to meet with Zephyr-san. When I think about my past self, I wonder if this was God's will all along. God's will was kind of an exaggeration. Nevertheless, I am glad she was pleased. To be honest, I was reflecting on myself a bit if I was a bit too pushy then. However, there was no other better way than to dive into the dungeon with the young miss alone and satisfy the condition for the job transfer in a short time. We wouldn't have begun anytime soon if I tried to explain in detail and instead made her vigilant. Rather, it's given that a princess of a prominent family would be vigilant to dive into the dungeon alone with a boy when it was just their first meeting. But even if I reflect on this matter, I couldn't help but agree that not giving the other person any time to think about the situation and using the high-handed method like the kidnapped princess strategy was indeed the best option out there. As for the result, it goes without saying the method was a huge success. Though, I had felt my guts going cold when I heard the situation was reported. However, it will most likely consume your free time by tagging along. I don't mind. I am coming with you. I mean, wouldn't it be more efficient if you return back and prepare your equipment for later? Didn't her plan was to go to the tutorial dungeon after classes? I know tutorial dungeon could be easily done around by students in their free time, but tutorial dungeon wasn't too deep so it could be cleared in a little bit of time. Rena's current level was 8. It would just take 1 or 2 rounds to bring her to level 10. She was LV7 on Sunday, but she seemed to have raised her level by 1 in her free time yesterday. She was brimming with eagerness to improve herself. I tried to give her advice, but the young lady here didn't pay any heed and instead changed the topic. Speaking of, why is Zephyr-san heading for the staff room? Well, just to inquire about some details. I explained to her that I was going to Phyllis-sensei to hear her explanation about the academy quest since it would be the first time I'm going to accept one. I see, then I believe it would be better for me to listen to that explanation as well. Rena's job was Master Planner Princess, closest to the top in the support type. The true value of this job lies in managing the movement of guild. Certainly, it might be a better idea for her to come with since academy quests are guild-based quests, but we have to secure materials of rare monsters from the intermediate lower dungeon in this time academy quest. The academy quest this was to deliver the material of a rare monster Go Pips that appears in one of the intermediate lower dungeon, Great Woods of the Fallen Trees dungeon. Rare monsters are hard to come by. Therefore it should be their scheme to lure guilds using the quest and have them search for it. Something like the so-called human wave tactics. Well, the participants' guilds will get consolation rewards for taking part in the quest, but of course, it was a very insignificant amount. On other hand, you can make a killing if the guild manages to hunt the rare monster and deliver its material. They will be rewarded with lots of QP, read, quest point. This was what Phyllis-sensei meant when she had added if you manage to achieve. That is, well, for the target this time was a rare monster, there should be only a few people who will run in search for it until their eyes turn blood red. If you encounter them, it would count as them being lucky. It's roughly like it would be a waste of time if they weren't able to find it even after investing a lot of time. Though we have Sakinko-sama on our side, maybe we might be able to encounter it easily, so I'm planning to participate in it. In short, Rena's level wasn't enough to tag along with us when she wasn't even LV10. The goal is an int-low dungeon, with the LV40 being the condition to enter. Certainly I may not be of any help at the present moment, but I think it would be better to listen to it for future reference. You're right. Then I will be relying on you. I'm also planning to leave the leadership role in your hands in future. Yes, I might still be an amateur, but I will work hard to stand up to your expectations. She has a good spirit. And, we have arrived at our destination. The staff room also looks kinda familiar to me. It must be because I frequently visited the staff room to reserve tutorial dungeon. Excuse me, I'm Combat Department Class 1 Zephyr. I'm a Katarina from the same Combat Department. Class 51. Please excuse us. We entered after giving our greetings and directly headed to the Phyllis-sensei. I already knew her position. On this note, there are freshmen in this building, so just mentioning your class was already enough. Oh my, Zephyr-kun and even Ekaterina-san, welcome. It's been a while, Phyllis-sensei. It seemed like Rina and Phyllis-sensei had met before, though they didn't seem to be much familiar with each other from their tone. Maybe acquaintances? I'm sorry for disturbing you when you're busy, but there are a few things I want to hear. Phyllis Sensei. Go ahead. I was just done with some of my work, so feel free to ask anything. I asked Phyllis Sensei the questions I had prepared beforehand after receiving the permission. The delivery quest in the game was achieved by handing the materials to someone who had the role of explanation, just like Zezelthan-san in the Endlo Gate when returning back. But that was a mere short cutscene only. That's why I wanted to hear about the particulars in details. The same goes for point. There was function to use one part of points in the guild house or when you were purchasing something, but exactly how I was going to use the points in the guild house was my motive to ask this time. In the game, I had the interface that would display messages like, do you wish to install this feature here? 1200 QP, and just pressing on yes was enough. Then 1200 QP would be automatically deducted and the feature would be available. You know, that type of overlays which would convey ETA for the installment, 2 days and then 2 days after, it would be complete. It could be summarized as part of the game, but in reality, it would be bizarre. It's bizarre, right? I'm sorry to disturb Phyllis Sensei, but having a hole in my knowledge who was called the database of dungeon activity wasn't something I could accept. I must fill up this hole properly. Sure enough, the specific here was much different from the game. Let's replace the game part with reality in my mind. Vienna, replacement completed. Database update completed. Is that all? Somehow, Phyllis Sensei was having a tried expression. I'm really sorry. I almost forgot. A request addressing Eden had arrived just a while ago at my table from the Dean. From Dean, you say? Let's see. What could it be? Yes, I was told it seemed to be a request that could only be completed by Eden. Saying that, Phyllis Sensei passed a 2-page document to me. The following was written on them. Dean's quest number 1, he wants you to deliver various types of materials of the monster electric bear cum squirrel. Details are listed in the accompanying page. Subjugate the rare monster electric bear cum squirrel of the 6 forests thundering trees dungeon multiple times. Deliver electric bear cum squirrel's large hide times 20. Thunder claw of electric bear cum squirrel times 30. Electric bear cum squirrel's silver whiskers times 2. Deadline, until 19th May Sunday. Rewards, QP, 20,000. Dean quest number 2. He wants you to manufacture and deliver the top-grade mechanical carriage, Royal Edition. Deliver the same type of top-grade mechanical carriage Eden is using to the Academy. Deadline, by the end of this month. Reward, QP, 30,000. At this moment, I could feel my face cramping. CH 261, 555, Nameless Second-Year Axeman. 556, Nameless Second-Year Adventurer. In a present continuous tense. Investigation Senpai should still be investigating, but if it's true, he might be more in jeopardy. When all is said and done, this year's Combat Department First Year Class 1 consists of unusually powerful members after all. To top it off, more than half of them belong to the same guild. Nowadays, I can't stop thinking that Brave might truly be hell-bent on creating the strongest guild. Nameless Second-Year Priest. Class 1 is an elite class composed of excellent students of that department. The level and quality of their lessons isn't something other classes can compare either. Rightfully so, too, because their assistant homeroom teacher is none other Roaring Blaze Ladvana and Mukai Sensei. Nameless third-year supporter. Furthermore, the homeroom teacher is Phyllis Sensei, Dean's granddaughter. Academy is also paying attention to their class after all. Nameless first year at Kunshielder. I have a question. I have heard about Roaring Blaze Ladvana, but who might Mukai Sensei be? Nameless third year supporter. You must not be familiar with this name if you have enrolled this year. Nameless second year priest. I'm in awe of you, supporter senpai. Your response was faster than their question. Nameless third-year supporter. Nothing much. Mukai Sensei is one of the heroic figures affiliated to the guild that had managed to conquer a part of Adverb Low, Read, Advanced Low-Grade Dungeon. While instructor Roaring Blaze Ladvana was performing one great feat after another in the dungeon, the one who was supporting her with his utmost capability from behind was Mukai Sensei. He's our support department ace. Best of the best supporter. Nameless first year at Kunshielder. That's amazing. I didn't know we also have such amazing people. Wait, so Roaring Blaze Ladvana Sensei was one of the party members who had conquered Adverb Low? Nameless third year supporter. To be more precise, She was the guiding light for the exploration. Dungeon Field has almost no restriction to the number of people it can have, as you know. So a lot of them can form a raid party as well. Well, the field boss also grew stronger in proportion to the number of raid parties, so members were in fact already decided on who would explore the dungeon. In that era, a certain S-rank guild had raised the flag to challenge the Adverblow and mobilized all of its 50 members. They splendidly reached the depth and managed to safely escort their ace party members there. The chosen ace party then magnificently crushed the boss after a fierce battle. Nameless first year Kunshilda were incredible, and thus ace members were Nameless second year adventure of course, they were Roaring Blaze Ladvana and Mukai Sensei. Nameless second year priest. Why the hell did you butt in between, adventurer? Nameless second year swordsman. That's terrible of you to snatch the role of support to senpai. Nameless second year axeman. Adventurer, were you just waiting for that final moment? Nameless third year supporter. It's alright, Tisme don't mind. Nameless second year priest. Holy, even the speech pattern changed. There's no way you don't mind. Nameless second year swordsman. Please don't do anything rash. Support to senpai. Nameless second year adventure of crap. I'm sorry, support to senpai. Nameless first year at Kunshilda. You are Nameless third year supporter. Don't mind things like that sometimes. Just be careful next time. Nameless second year priest. Oh, you're so cool. Support to senpai. Nameless second year swordsman. A mature response. I'm in awe. Nameless second year axeman. So what were we talking about? Nameless second year priest. Weren't we talking about the guild that conquered an Adverblow? Well, it's already been 20 years since that guild achieved that feat, but alas, others still couldn't replicate their feat. It's hard for me to imagine how much hard work they must have poured in. Speaking of it, what was that guild name? Nameless second year magician. It's the story from before we were even born. But the name is recorded in the documents, you know. Focus on your study. Nameless third year supporter. The name is King Absolute. This guild was spearheaded by our current king in his student days. At that time, the current king was involved in the maelstrom of succession battle apparently. Nameless second year magician. It has been recorded in detail in the history books, you know. If I'm right, the current King Absolute Guild is also aiming for that. Nameless third year investigator. You're right. Guildmaster and the Crown Prince Yule has made a big announcement. Academy similarly is helping them out too. That being said, they're being quite Spartan in their method. Even the guild battle that had happened with Thousand Sword Freckles a while ago was orchestrated by the Academy. Nameless second year swordsman. Oh, Investigator Senpai is back. Welcome back. Nameless second year priest. Ah, really? It's Investigator Senpai. Wait, then was that a fixed guild battle? Were they really fine letting King Absolute hog the credit? Nameless third year investigator. Don't make a haste. I did say their methods are Spartan. Didn't I? I could see both guilds were going all out in that guild battle, as if implying they wouldn't have any future if they succumbed to the A-rank guild there. It seems the Academy had only set up the guild battle and call out to gather their members. Nameless second year adventurer. Isn't that too much? Being a royalty sure is tough. I would have immediately fled had I been forced to do a guild battle against the A-rank guild in front of so many spectators. I'm confident I wouldn't even be able to put up a fight and be sliced into two parts. Nameless second year axeman. So, does Senpai think King Absolute has any chance of replicating the feat of conquering an Adverblow? Nameless third year investigator. If I have to be honest, the prospect of their success was bleak until a while ago. Current King Absolute is inferior to the past King Absolute, whether it's in level or number of high-ranking job candidates. With how the situation looked, it was impossible for them to challenge Adverblow until their graduation. That was the case behind the scenes. Some members even opposed the idea of challenging the dungeon in their current state, and the preparation wasn't going well either. After all, Relief Committee wouldn't be able to rescue them in the advanced dungeon. Nameless second year axeman. Was you say, that means there are chances now? It's thanks to the Research Institute and Brave Kun. Nameless second year adventure of high-ranking jobs. Nameless second year priest. I see, there is explosive growth in freshmen who have high-ranking jobs this year. If they can train them in time, conquering an Adverblow wouldn't be a pipe dream anymore. Right? Nameless third year investigator. You're not wrong, but I have got even more interesting information. Nameless third year supporter. Now I see, Dungeon Carriage. That means King Absolute will earnestly embark on the journey to conquer Adverblow. Nameless second-year adventurer, wooer, always calm and cool senpai is extremely excited. Nameless third-year investigator, that supporter guy adored Kamui-sensei after all. He always gets passionate at the words of conquering Adverblow. Nameless second-year priest, interesting. I never expected such a passionate flame might be burning inside cool as ice supporter senpai. Nameless third-year supporter, that's a bit rude. Priest Kuhai, Jr. Of course, I have my moments when I get excited. Anyway, how far has the King Absolute reached? Investigator? Any estimation when will they start? Time-wise, they would be jam-packed with official business when it was time for them to summer homecoming. Will they be able to make it in time for Adverblow if they start their preparation now? Nameless second-year priest. That cool supporter senpai is truly burning in flames of passion. Nameless second-year magician. You don't get to see this every day. Nameless third-year investigator. They apparently have plans to execute their strategy in the beginning of June. Their equipment are far from done, so I heard they're scraping them from any place possible. Since they also have the level to raise, they are expected to clear the upper strata in around 1.5 months' time. According to my calculation, they would barely be able to make it in time until summer homecoming. Nameless third-year supporter. Their schedule is quite earlier than I thought. But I see. That means they will continue with the middle strata from the second term. It's possible to bulldoze their way through the upper floor with their current level, but middle strata would be impossible. So they also need to level up. It seems like their plan is to finish the lineup by the summer vacation. Nameless third-year investigator. They would be considerably hard-pressed if they still didn't reach the middle strata when the second term starts. That's why I'm guessing they're squeezing every way possible to hasten up the preparation. I heard they're also receiving freshmen in their subordinate guild at a mad pace so that they could also be used. They apparently have the plan to let a subordinate guild train the freshmen and then influx them into the parent guild at the starting of the second term. Well, the current King Absolute only has 37 members after all. Nameless third-year supporter, and then clear the Adverblow in third term? Is what they're aiming for, I assume. If we also include Dungeon Carriage in the story, it could also play its role on multiple fronts. It will make it easier to raise first years and it would be helpful in exploration too. Summing up everything, the current time is extremely precious for them. Not only do they have to hurry up, they also have to make sure everything is flawless. The rest would be first years. They're just as important and have to absorb those glittering uncut gems as quickly and as much as possible. Nameless third-year investigator. For them, the more they could recruit, the better. But if we take up a strata in this scenario, I assume juniors from upper rank classes would be more in their target range. Something like Class 1. Nameless second-year adventure of. Hold on. There is that rumor that Brave is recruiting his classmates from Class 1 to make the strongest guild. Wouldn't it give spark to conflict? Nameless second-year axeman. Goodness. Would Eden and King Absolute clash over the talented personnel? Nameless third-year investigator. Number. According to my investigation, it was just a false rumor. These rumors were born because that was the first time for Brave Kun to form a party with someone outside of his guild. In fact, the guild best of the best, the Great Star, is strongly opposing Brave Kun. The guild battle too, is apparently the result of that opposition and rivalry. Also, they're too prideful. I have met with lots of people, but it was my first time seeing someone with such stout pride. Nameless second-year adventure of. So it was just a false rumor. Rather, what do you mean by too prideful, Investigator Senpai? Also, wasn't there rumor Brave don't party with anyone beside Eden members? Nameless first-year Sage Rabbit. That doesn't seem to be the case. I have seen Brave-san in the dungeon along with Quartet and they all seem to be having awfully fun. They were most likely just playing around. It looked fun. Nameless third-year supporter. So everything was just a hoax. I guess this is the byproduct from paying too much attention to Brave. They seem to have assumed something is happening even though there isn't. Nameless second-year axeman. I see. I guess this is what they call the side effect of being too famous. Nameless second-year priest. So, this means Brave isn't interested in absorbing his classmate in his guild, right? That means there will be no more increase in high-ranking jobs in Eden, right? Nameless first-year Sage Rabbit. I'm unsure about this. I mean, this just depends on Brave-san himself. No. Nameless second-year priest. You're right. Nameless second-year adventure of. However, I'm curious how much stronger Eden will become. If the situation isn't handled well, I can see the looming clash between the Eden and King Absolute. It wouldn't be a laughing matter if King Absolute actually lost. Nameless third-year investigator. Well, that's better to leave for the Academy to handle. I'm planning to keep my eyes on Eden and King Absolute though. Nameless second-year priest. CH 262. Thank you very much, Phyllis-sensei. I'm considering going to the Dean's office immediately to ask about it in details. Can you do it? I understand. I will contact Dean, so please wait for a while. The matter of appointment was settled after my train of thought returned to myself and I conveyed my intention to Phyllis-sensei. She's really a big help. My bad, Rina. It seems this is going to take a bit longer. I was thinking if we shift today's work to tomorrow, so you can. I will come with you. Please let me accompany you. Of course, we will study once this matter is done. Seeing the situation, I felt bad to keep her for longer, so I was about to propose shifting today's schedule to tomorrow, but I was interrupted immediately. It seems she has decided to tag along till the end. Is she not afraid of visiting the Dean's office? I don't even remember how many times I have intruded in the Dean's office in-game, so I was fine, but I expected normal students to be more afraid of visiting Dean's office. Rina sighed, has nerves of steel. Phyllis-sensei had returned back as I was thinking about it. I have contacted Dean. He just happened to be in his office, so he doesn't mind your visit. Thank you very much, Phyllis-sensei. We're leaving right away. Alright. Try not to be rude, okay? I immediately shifted my legs to walk towards Dean's office after safely reserving my appointment. I have something I have to ask Zephyr-san. Sure, go ahead. If it's something I can tell. On the way, Rina asked so while having a troubled expression, so I adopted the stance to listen. Then, I will take upon your offer. Where's the Dean's office? It's my first visit, so I don't know. I almost slipped down, so she didn't know. According to Rina, she was frantically training for the manifestation condition from the day she had entered till the fateful day, so she never got the chance to look around the Academy's facilities etc. She had received the tour of the Academy once, but of course, it was impossible to memorize everything about this mammoth of a labyrinth academy in just one tour. Furthermore, she more so didn't feel like doing that due to how depressed she was ever since the classes began. That's understandable, I guess. Either way, I answered her question. Dean's office is on the second floor of the towering dungeon Duke's Castle in the center of this labyrinth academy. Look, you can see it there. Saying that, I pointed to the location. In the pointed direction was a towering castle. Even though it's an academy, a Western-styled brick-made castle, Dungeon Duke's Castle. It's also referred to as Central Castle since it's in the heart of Academy. It was the castle of the Duke family's head of the household, in the center of the academy. Since there was the connection of feudal lord being the dean in Labyrinth Academy, main branch, it was designed so that the feudal lord could live in the center of academy. And of course, the castle was especially conspicuous even among other towering school buildings. It was outside of my knowledge why she didn't know, even though it's right before her eyes, and that was also the reason why I reacted so strongly. It can't be. So it is the castle of a feudal lord. I'm so ashamed of my ignorance. Saying that, Rina buried her face in her hands to hide her blushing face. How should I say, she's adorably cute. Well, better ask a question and appear stupid now, than not ask a question and remain ignorant forever. Am I wrong? You're right. But I might have caused you to think I'm a stupid girl. I'm requesting you. Please don't think of it in that way. No, I didn't think of you as a stupid girl or anything. I just think you're a bit of an airhead. You are. For some reason, even my friends called me that occasionally. Does Zephyr-san dislike an airhead girl? Oh, we're here. I'm going to go through the procedure to enter, so wait here for a while. You are. What a pity. We had arrived at our destination unknowingly while I was chatting with Rina, so I left that place for a while to go through the procedure. There may be the name dungeon on it, but this isn't actually a dungeon, just the castle of feudal lord. Thus, one has to go through a bit of necessary procedure to enter. I approached the soldiers-looking people stationed outside the castle's gate and called out to them. Excuse me, I'm Zephyr from Dungeon Capture Major. Combat Department First Year Class 1 who had contacted a while ago. I am visiting today for a detailed explanation about Dean's quest. Can I please ask you to relay my words to Dean? Oh, if it's not a hard-working student. I have heard the details. Wait inside for a while. You will be called on as soon as Lord Duke's preparations are done. Saying that, the gate opened with the heavy creaking sound echoing when the soldier-looking person gave the signal. I remember the game also had the same effect. I felt a bit nervous when the heavy gate had opened. I wonder what was that for? I beckoned Rena to come, who was standing not far away from here. Inside, there was a magnificent hall. The atrium extends to the 4th floor, and a magnificent chandelier shines in the center of the atrium. Amazing. It was my first time seeing a chandelier in person and it was breathtakingly beautiful. The beauty of it was just that astounding. I think even games didn't have such an impact. At that time, it just looked like another part of the scenery. Zephyr-san, they're here to invite us. It wasn't until Rena called out to me that I came to my senses and saw a woman in a suit standing in front of me. She gave the impression of a neat and cool beauty. You must be Zephyr-sama and Ekaterina-sama, right? Please wait in this room for a while. You don't need to do that. Feudal Lord Sama, a voice echoed from the 2nd floor just when Cool Secretary San was about to guide us. When I looked up, there stood the dean, whom I had seen during the appraisal at the entrance ceremony, with his splendid Santa beard. I was just about to take a break. You have come just at the right timing, Zephyr-kun, Ekaterina-kun. No need to wait, just come directly. Ms. Guide them. Understood. Feudal Lord Sama. After saying that, Dean disappeared into the back. If my memory serves me right, it should be where his office was. Well then, Zephyr-sama, Ekaterina-sama. It seems Feudal Lord Sama's preparations are done. So let me guide you. Yes, please. We didn't have to wait and were directly led to his office. Lucky. Walking behind the cool Secretary-san, we were guided to Dean's office. We have arrived. This is where Feudal Lord Sama is waiting? Feudal Lord Sama, I have brought the guests. You can enter. Cool Secretary-san opened the door, receiving permission. It's finally time for a face-to-face meeting with the Dean after a long time. CH 263. It's been a long time. Would calling you Zephyr-kun be fun? It's indeed been a while, Dean. Yes, of course. And the young lady, Miss Ekaterina, was it? You have come from so far to the Labyrinth Academy. Welcome. T/N. Author didn't use kun/san/she/sama but to, which refers to lady, miss. Thank you very much, Dean Sensei. A gorgeous room appeared before our eyes when we entered the Dean's office. In the center of his office, a table and sofa was placed and all the walls were decorated with the flag and Academy's emblem. From where I could see, at both ends, shelves filled the walls with several trophies and emblems. They all must be of Academy's student who had left behind remarkable achievements in this Academy. There were many students who dedicate their guild's emblem and etc. to the Academy at graduation like this. A resplendent desk, which I could only think of used by the company president etc., was placed on the other side of the table and Dean was sitting there. Incidentally, the Dungeon Duke's castle may be the castle of the feudal lord, but tradition here fundamentally is to call the feudal lord Sama, Dean. That being said, only during a certain event and when you're led to a room on the 3rd floor and not here, on the 2nd room, that you ought to call him feudal lord Sama. At that time, Dean's eyes wouldn't have a kind expression in his eyes like he's now facing his students, but a dignified gaze befitting of his social rank. Now, let's return to the main topic. Take the seat first. Yes, excuse me. As we sat down on the sofa at his urging, Dean too sat down on the seat opposite of the table. Then, the cool Secretary-san who had guided us a while ago appeared while carrying a tray with tea and snacks and put it on the table. Just when she got the time to prepare it. When she was finished and we received tea, Dean began to speak. I often heard about Zephyr-kun from Phyllis and you're indeed a fine student. I also heard your guild's activity is awfully lively and you have already cleared the intermediate lower dungeon. Haha, because dungeons are fun. They just hooked me in no time. Incidentally, Phyllis Sensei and Dean are related by grandfather and grandchild relationship. I was dumbstruck the first time I heard it. Well, since she's our homeroom teacher, she naturally must have talked about him. Though, it's a bit embarrassing to hear that. Miss Ekaterina too, I also heard about your job transfer to Master Planner Princess. It's a job earned by the Duke family. It is indeed a flattering matter. Congratulations. I didn't do much. Everything what? Thank you very much. Rena almost blurted out the secret when Dina congratulated her for her job transfer to Master Planner Princess, but somehow managed to gulp them down. That was so close. However, Dean Shaw was someone well informed. It's another matter if he's just keeping tabs on my situation, but the terrifying part is he even knows about new member Rena. It was when Rena's visit was sudden and she just tagged along with me. Such a reception from him would have been impossible if he hadn't investigated it beforehand. I see. I have one request for Miss Ekaterina. Tita me? Yes. Actually, my direct descendant's granddaughter will be enrolling in this academy next year. Can I ask you to guide her? That granddaughter of mine also adored the Master Planner Princess job, you see. A Duke category entering the academy, huh? That's some nice intel I have gotten in my hands. No, this isn't what I should focus on. I had rejoiced at the unexpected intel subconsciously, but that's not the point now. It's about the trap Dean had laid. He wanted Rena to help his granddaughter achieve the Master Planner Princess job. I couldn't underestimate Dean after he so naturally and without affecting the flow of conversation requested Rena. I almost nodded to it. That was so close. I was about to be caught up in his trap. Oh Rena, you must not nod. I gave Rena a sidelong glance. Please no, she's your granddaughter after all, so she must be quite amazing. I think I wouldn't even need to guide her. Research on high-ranking jobs is advancing favorably. I'm sure your granddaughter would be able to achieve her dream job by her own strength. Ho, so you say? Then let's do it. Can you be of her help when she encounters trouble? Yes. If it's just consultation, I can do it. I, too, have suffered much. Nice one, Rena. I didn't expect her to lower Dean's guidance request to consultation. With this, he shouldn't be offended in case his granddaughter failed to acquire the job. A splendid dodge it was. In the end, she's still a young lady of prominent family. However, Dean's mastery in talk was terrifying. He must have asked this question based on the fact that Eden was full of high-ranking jobs, and he must have known that I was the one who leaked the information about high-ranking jobs to a research institute. I am guessing his goal was to ascertain if I'm really aware about the job's manifestation condition. He was sly enough to not request me but Rena, looking out for any opening. He's terrifying. Had he asked me, I may have even accidentally slipped it out. I was glad he asked Rena. He might try to extract more information while chatting leisurely. I braced myself for any unexpected shot. Well then, let's move to the main topic. You are here about the Dean's quest you have received, right? Here it comes. CH 264. Yes, it's about the request Phyllis-sensei passed to us. I wanted to hear about it in detail. I replied to Dean's question and put forth the request's document on the table. However, there wasn't a slight change in his expression when I quietly took a look at him. Is this the direct quest from the Dean to our guild Eden? Number. It's a quest requested by another guild through the academy. The situation demands a quick resolution, so I thought Eden would be able to clear it. I see. Request made through the academy. I had fleetingly talked about the usage of QP and a guild could issue a request for another guild. However, when a request's scale is too large or that it has been issued to several guilds, it would no longer be in the range a guild alone could manage it. In situations where the guild didn't know what's better to do, guilds could instead use the academy's system to smoothly issue out a quest. Academy, on the other day, would pick the guild that's more suitable according to their information and passed it to them. It seems a high-ranking guild happened to be using the system this time due to the large-scale quest. What's more, it's through the Dean quest. Was it that important, or maybe they just need to have it completed quickly? Or is it both? I see. It certainly is a request with only 5 days left in the deadline. But sure enough, isn't it hard to gather all that amount in just 5 days? Wouldn't it have been better to issue the quest to several guilds? The biggest issue about these quests was just the short deadline to complete it. It's possible if we use official hidden tactic, bosses farming, but conversely speaking, it's impossible otherwise. Well, it's a guild-based problem. In that case, wouldn't it have been much faster to issue the request to several guilds, just like the large-scale quest Phyllis-sensei mentioned in the morning assembly? I don't see any reason why it had to be left to a guild that's only composed of freshmen. What's more, that guild happened to be something recently created. Why didn't they issue it on a large quest basis was something I must make clear before anything else our discussion wouldn't proceed anywhere. I see. Actually, I have issued the request to other guilds who have flutes. Though, their dungeon is different from the dungeon Zephyr-kun is requested to. Oh, this is my first time hearing that. So that much amount is left even after passing it to others? That way, it must be easier for Zephyr to do, too, no? Exclamation mark. I understood everything from just this simple request. They got me there for once. I could infer Dean knew we, Eden, have some sort of method to defeat bosses multiple times and even increase the drops. On the basis of that, he's implying he will not meddle with whatever we're doing and acknowledging official hidden tactic. They haven't issued this demanding request because they wanted to probe us but because they have admitted its existence and want our cooperation on this request. In short, it could be summed up that they were at their wits' end about the request and thus decided to request Eden for it. Even in the large-scale quest, the number of flute might have become a bottleneck too. They must have another guild who had flute in their possession already on the run for requests so they could only ask us. I see. I'm quite thankful for that. Honestly speaking, having official hidden tactic, boss farming was almost the prerequisite if I want to aim for the top. It was something indispensable. Accordingly, it would be a game over if they began the contest for boss on the deepest part by spreading this method. Though, I couldn't confirm what Dean thought of the official hidden tactic, boss farming. Is this what they called wisdom of age? However, it could be seen that the harvest was quite plentiful. On the other hand, I had more or less considered what I'm going to do should Dean ask me to pass the information, but I didn't want to use that method if possible. I'm glad my preparation was for naught. For now, I understand why you asked us. Also, thank you very much for considering our situation. Ho ho. Even the academy is a bit packed because of all sorts of discovery and other reasons at present. There are some who want to collaborate with Eden too. Was he implicitly implying not to throw any more explosive information in the dark? Well, I understand the reason. The ruckus recently was just because the manifestation condition for a high-ranking job was discovered. Academy's management side was also quite chaotic it seems. However, Labyrinth Academy, main school was garnering fame from all sides thanks to that. The chasm between them and branch school was now evident, or rather, main school was now overwhelmingly in lead. The number of applicants for the next year were bound to increase for sure, and I imagine the competition would be quite fierce. Wait, I have helped them increase their fame, so could it also be the reason he was keeping it a secret? It could be taken like this too, and if the information of official hidden tactic, boss farming was to be publicized, chaos is bound to occur. Rather, it was a greater relief to know that it was on the level that warns them not to take any such actions. However, I was a bit curious about the at present part in his speech. Maybe he's asking me to pass more information once the situation calms down? I guess I will throw out some explosive information which doesn't affect us even if made public in that situation. Then I just have to make sure the information is systematic rather than wondering about how to deal with information, which of course wasn't a problem for me. I just hope they're ready for a tumultuous situation again when I pick up another small amount of information to pass out. Don't look down at the knowledge of dungeon activity players. They're not only limited to just the official hidden tactic. Anyway, I received the answer to what I wanted to hear the most. Now would be the negotiation for price. Also, the reward is 20,000 QP, but that's a bit low given the work we have to do. It'd at least have to be 30,000 QP. If I were to be honest, I wanted to increase the reward amount by a bit even though I was internally content. I just wanted to try this. This would have been an incredible bargain in the game time of dungeon activity. Magnitude of these points was such that I wasn't sure how many days and how many quests we would have to take to earn that much, especially so at E rank. That's why I gave a bit overboard price and was hoping it would be nice if I could at least make it to 25,000 QP by negotiating. I was seriously considering that. However, this was real dungeon activity. There were people who objected to my wild idea too. It was Rina who was silently looking at the situation sitting next to me. Zephyr-san, forgive me but you're still too kind on such matters. Wow. Rina? Zephyr-san, if possible, can you let me handle this negotiation? I'm sure to not incur any loss. I was stunned. The price I thought was exceptional was easily dismissed as nothing more than a loss. She even said I'm being kind on this matter. Huh? Did I miscalculate something? Let's go over it once again. The reward is 20,000 QP. I would have accepted this request with no further question asked and at its base value if it was in the game time. But according to Rena, it was a losing business. I see. I didn't get it at all. What? She wants to fish for more reward? You know I just quoted 30,000 QP. Was it really fine to increase it? I held such gaze at Rena, but it seemed like she misunderstood the meaning and instead said, "It's all right. I have been taught by my father on how to handle this sort of negotiation. Please leave it to me," she said confidently. It seems she's going to ask for more. Oh, so that was fine. HN. Then I'm leaving it to you. Please do so. Yes, just leave it to me. I will do my best. And so, the seat for negotiation was transferred to Rena. I think Rena should be able to negotiate since she had already asked me about the aforementioned gathering of electric bear-cum-squirrel materials on our way to the Dean's office. Rena then turns to face Dean. Dean, we can't accept this request unless the amount at least has to be 40,000 QP and including flute. All the cost for necessary items like recovery have to be shouldered by you. I shuddered internally. Really? Was she serious? All the cost for recovery items etc. was paid by students from their own pocket in the game. I had never heard of a case asking Dean to shoulder the expense. However, Rena's negotiation continued, regardless of how much I was shivering inside. Also, it would be a question for us to make it in time if there's not the support from engineers. Furthermore, the amount of flute we have might not be enough to achieve that much amount. We would like to request for advance payment from the reward to procure the necessary number of flutes. She's even going to ask for payment for the flutes too? I was now worried that my legs might expose how much I was shuddering internally. The amount has increased by a margin even with this. It also concerns the reward for other guilds too. It would be hard to increase the reward just for Eden. Besides, the flute. But that's just proportional to the amount of material we have to gather. I think it wouldn't be a problem to give Eden a bit more preferential treatment given how Eden has much more responsibility than other guilds. Just 20,000 QP aren't enough for Eden to push themselves so hard. Dean grimaced, but Rena's momentum was unstoppable. To begin with, just the time limit of 5 days in itself is the biggest challenge. But of course, Eden can achieve that impossibility. Isn't it so, Zephyr-san? Oh, of course. I spoke out in a strange speech when the button of discussion suddenly passed to me. I was worried if my voice was shaky. Dean, if you agree to this request, I promise we will absolutely be able to achieve it. What do you think? I understand. I will relent on this. However, we will reward you for 1 flute while 2 flutes will be loaned to you. That's the best the Academy can do. And finally, Dean caved in. My mental state was at its peak from the trembling. Thank you very much. Also, how about you also take extra materials that would be left? I will consider delivering them to the Academy depending on the QP or MIA. It wasn't over with just that. Rena seemed to be in the mood to push the benefit to its max. She was even pitching for the excessive amount. Foo-fa-foo. Very well. Most likely, extra materials would be welcoming for that guild too. But just in case, you can sell them to the Academy. We wouldn't mind having extra materials delivered to us. As for QP, how about this much? Dean quickly noted down the assessed value on the memo pad and showed it to Rena, but she shook her head. That's low. Dean should be well aware we have to fight the rare boss at least 30 times to gather the stipulated amount. Now if we add the short time on it and the hard work we have to do, I believe it should be around that much. Rena added a newly assessed part. All I could do was silently shiver. It was most likely another huge sum. I see. It would be a loss for the Academy to give in too much QP even if you bring in too much. Don't forget this is at best the excess amount that crossed the limit of stipulated amount. This much. Alright, that's acceptable. So we will accept it. With a negotiation, there was a drastic but amazing change in the amount of QP reward. Well, this was quite motivating to march for the rare boss farming. But I wonder why I couldn't honestly rejoice at this fact. They also decided on other minor things, and the rewards for mechanical carriage too were changed to 78,000 QP. It was 30,000 QP in the beginning, but now it is 78,000 QP. There was also a request for further support regarding carriage. My heartbeat was throbbing and shivering equally. What the hell is with this QP amount? I know it's expensive, but Rena asked me various things about if it's alright to deliver the carriage or not, but for me, just delivering a single carriage wasn't a problem. After all, we have the recipe. There's no problem since it's not public. Besides, it would be the Eden who will break through the stand-gated state of advanced dungeons first no matter what. It doesn't matter how much other guild uses the carriage, they would still need to spend time leveling either way without the official hidden tactic, boss farming. Well, it's not a problem for us. Rather, I was rooting for them to do their best. We were told to redesign the carriage so that it would be fitting for someone like royalty to ride on. I will have to remind Gant-senpai about this. It would be Gant-senpai's original design to remodel it for royalty purposes, so it's necessary to request to Gant-senpai again. Wait. Did Gant-senpai give our carriage original decoration in anticipation of that? If that's true, Gant-senpai's scheme was fearsome. After sorting out everything and whatever we had to confirm, our discussion with the Dean was thus over, and so we excused ourselves from Dean's office. Dean, please pass our message. We're cheering them on for their advanced dungeon exploration! Fufu. Thank you. It was obvious in which case another guild would need such a huge amount of material. It must be to create the Thunder attribute weapon and armor. That too, for a large group. Their goals are limited if they're desperately gathering so many materials. I intentionally said that to confirm my guess, and it seemed I was spot on. CH 265. I looked at the newly added part into the clauses of revised request documents to check out. Electric Bear comes Squirrel Material Delivery Quest. Reward, 40,000 QP plus 1 flute plus A. Separate purchase depending on the extra material amount. Academy will bear the usage fee of flute and items. Loaning 2 flute for the duration of quest along with cooperation of flute repair engineer, other support etc. Mechanical carriage delivery quest. Reward, 78,000 QP. Academy will bear the usage fee of flute and items. Loaning 2 flute for the duration of quest along with cooperation of flute repair engineer. Academy will bear the production cost of mechanical carriage, other support etc. Something strange. I rubbed the wrinkled area between my eyebrows and looked at it once again. Nothing changed. I have already glanced at it 5 times, but the reward amount remained extremely incredible. It was on the level that made me wonder, is it really fine for me to accept it? I am not being tricked, am I? But I have seen reward before the negotiation, and I have seen the same reward being raised through negotiation right in front of me. It seemed there was no falsehood in this request. I wasn't deceived. I quietly put away the request document. For the peace of my mind, breath, let's put the focus on another thing. Alright, since the Academy is going to bear the cost of items, shall we go and buy Gold Selector, Intermediate, 2, extremely rare item that converts a boss's treasure chest to guaranteed gold chest. CH 206. Give it a break for God's sake. I quickly stopped Rena, who said something so outrageous walking next to me. Any more than that would be taking advantage, wouldn't it be? It's already enough. Splurging more than needed makes me feel a bit too guilty. Rather, I might be the one to pay for it. My head was now hurting thinking if it was really the best idea to leave negotiation to Rena. I'm joking. Zephyr-san is making such a longed face, so I thought I should do something to soften the mood. The cause of it was Rena herself though. Was I overthinking? No, it's not just my imagination. But Rena also did her best in her capacity. It would be illogical to reproach her for that. First, I should thank her. Indeed. So that was it. Thank you, Rena. The rewards increased at once thanks to you. I'm glad I could be of use. I wonder if this also increased your goodwill towards me. Did you say something? Ho ho ho, not at all. Anyway, we would be hard-pressed given the 5-day time limit if we don't start with the quest as soon as possible. We should hurry up and gather all the members of Eden. About that, wait a minute. It's fine to not call them, huh? I stopped Rena, who had taken out her smartphone, saying we ought to hurry. Rena, who didn't understand the meaning of my action, looked at me quizzically when I stopped her. Well, we had to begin with our exploration right away in the normal case. That's unnecessary, however. In fact, we have the 8 flutes to use, so it's rather a cakewalk, but it would be difficult to reach the lowest floor in 5 days even if we begin our preparation now. We have Thunder Javelin, so it would only take a few hours if we race down the shortest route. Something like 2 hours around. What? Oh, Right. I still haven't explained Rena much about this part. She was making a completely clueless and blank face. This reminds me of mushroom-filled big high poisonous mushroom cavern dungeon. We have the past record of using the carriage to aim at the lowest floor with the carriage and returning back to surface in just 1 hour instead of pitiful sophomores who couldn't defeat the opponent, for it was a rare boss. Even if the reward was fabled gold select under our belt, and low dungeons were as big as 3 times the size of Big High. Big High was only about the size of 60 floors. To be frank, even 2 hours was just me taking it too extreme. After all, it had taken us only 1 hour to defeat Mama, rare boss, still having time to go rejoice at the gold chest and return back that time. Grin, triumphant expression. Since we're on this topic, let me tell you, we have 8 flutes, which means we can try to summon a rare boss 32 times and we can most likely summon it 20 times successfully. Eden has their secret trick so we can hunt down 20 of them in a day. If we also activate the shortcut teleportation magic circle, our travel time will be reduced further. That's why you don't need to hurry, we can just do it at our usual pace. Huh? What does it actually mean? And 8 flutes? Excuse me. Did I just misheard something? I was told flutes are an extremely rare item that doesn't drop anywhere except from the gold chest of a rare boss. I have 5 flutes to begin with. And Rena finally became quiet. I know, I understand this feeling. I might have gotten a bit too much flutes. Yes, everything was Emperor Goblin's fault. No wait, he was a good boss. Definitely. But the short route you talked about, the road. Have you brought a map just in case? I know everything so it is unnecessary. But the rule says one must return back to the entrance of the dungeon once if the boss is defeated. We have a secret trick for that. Don't worry, I will tell you later. It's a method where you don't have to go all the way back to fight the boss again. Calm down, there's no need to be surprised so much. But man, you saved us the time really. I can have enough time in our schedule since you have secured 3 flutes. I thought I would be in a tight spot and barely able to achieve my current schedule of going to beginner dungeon with Rena today, guild battle on Thursday and job of provisional lecturer on Friday, but I could now relax with more flutes in my hand. Rather, it was on the level you could say just a weekend would be enough to completely gather the necessary material of electric bear cum squirrel. That being said, our opponent was a rare boss of an low dungeon. I want to try challenging it with all seriousness even if we have to take time, because it's the strongest boss for sure. There was a chance for others to be incapacitated for battle if we handled it wrongly and charged straight away from this moment. There's a possibility we might not be able to continuously hunt it down. I have to set aside some time on Wednesday, the only day I would be free generally, to come up with a method to deal with it and training for that part. Then, we will try to challenge it a bit more seriously on weekends. I wonder if I should also show some techniques. And then, matter regarding electric bear cum squirrel would be sorted out. Such was the plan I came up with. CH 266. The talk with Dean was over and I and Rena headed to the beginner dungeon from there. The whole ordeal had been quite time-consuming. Rena too has finally regained her level-headedness. As we were walking down on the road, Rena asked me after confirming there was no one nearby us. Zephyr-san, it's about what you said earlier. Do you mean Eden has some secret tricks it has been hiding? As Master Planner Princess, she must be quite curious about it. She was so proactive in negotiation earlier because she isn't aware of our methods. We may have gotten a terrifying strategist to join our rank. Yeah, I have been going to tell you soon. However, as Dean had said too, not letting any soul know about it, is it? Yes. This also includes the manifestation condition for Master Planner Princess. So that's why Eden is full of high-ranking jobs. Does that mean the research institute who had suddenly published a part of the manifestation condition of a high-ranking job case is also? You're sharp, just as you have suggested. I leaked it. Rena covered her lips with her hand. Though she didn't look surprised at all. It should have been quite an explosive revelation. I assume Rena might have already guessed things to a certain extent. She's a strategist after all. Wait, Maybe she is just numbed from all the shocking development in such a short time frame. However, I'm not sure if it was just me imagining things, but I felt like there was a kind of fervor in her gaze for some reason. I am saying it again, but I hope you don't let anyone know whatever you will hear in Eden. It is that Pandora box bound to cause chaos if revealed to the public. I'm aware there's that warning from Dean too after all. Sure enough, I was spot on, taking his words as a reminder. Well, conversely speaking, this also means he will continue to look over silently as long as the academy isn't thrown into chaos. Indeed, and while he didn't mention anything about me assuming the provisional lecturer role, I have to be careful about what kind of information I'm revealing. We arrived at the beginner dungeon as I was speaking about Eden to Rena. We passed through the gate of beginner dungeon and entered together. All in all, Rena had decided to aim for LV10 in today's time under my plan and persuasion. The person herself was unsure and said, "Do we really have the spare time to do so?" Until a while ago, but I was able to push in saying there's no problem. Rena, she's quite easy to push around. So you use a magic gun as your weapon? Yes. I know I am not good at up-front battles, long-range position suits me best. Rena was holding a small-scale big gun. It's ironic how it's a big gun even though labeled small-scale. It was designed to look like a slightly bigger gun appearance-wise. It resembled that thing which pirates had used when they made their entrance on a certain sky castle. Not sure which one series it might be referring. Master Planner Princess was basically a buffer job commanding their ally. They mainly use magic guns since commands used loud sounds. In short, they do things like firing blank shots at their allies to encourage them, give them instructions, etc. By the way, magic gun comes into the gun category which deals magic damage in the dungeon activity, so they rely on dex. If Shizu was a physical shooter, then Rena was a magical shooter. The difference was that while Shizu physical shots rely on dex, Rena magical shots rely on INT and dex. The only thing I was a bit worried about was her magic gun doesn't seem like it could do much. It looked too plain in comparison to other Princess Job's equipment. Actually, my family was about to send a big battle axe when I had acquired the captain job, but soon after, I transferred the job so the arrangement couldn't keep up with the changes. Now that she spoke, I almost forgot. Rena's home was quite far away, so she shouldn't have any equipment prepared. The magic gun she was holding was a drop from beginner mid-dungeon. "Oh, don't worry. We can just use it until beg mid. How about you show what you can do now?" "Okay." I turned to look at the direction my intuition rang and saw Mochiko appearing. "Let it be the first target." "First, try your attack on that." I have always been wondering, but is that really a monster? I feel like I shouldn't attack it. That's the mascot for you. After all, our guild have large-size Mochiko plushie, so girls should have adverse reaction to attack such mascot characters because how cute it looks. Except Trico and Karu, who unhesitatingly cut that down. That sure was one heck of difference in treatment between the real one and plushie. It's fine. It will swell up once again even if you attack, so you can show your skills without any worry. Forgive me, Mochiko-san. This too is for the sake of leveling up. Magic sphere. Spherical magic bullet fired from Rena's magic gun struck a hopping Mochiko. It popped up in an instant, and after that, only Mochi Rice was left. Mochi Rice get? Your aim was spot on. Splendid. Oh god. Why? I wonder why I'm feeling as if I have done something I shouldn't have. Rena shivered looking at Mochi Rice. In this rhythm, she defeated rabbits at the second floor, advanced through third and fourth floor, and as Rena reached LV9 on the way, the experience amount was reduced. Now she just needs to defeat a regular goblin and the experience would be enough to reach LV10, and so we arrived at 5th floor. There are too many people here. It's so crowded. This was our reaction when we arrived at the 5th floor. We saw a congested lower floor of beginner dungeon. Just counting how many people there was tiresome, but there were around 50 people. They all were waiting in line for the boss room. "Next please." There isn't much free space, so return back immediately once you have defeated the opponent. You guys, don't stick out like that. Line up behind them. We found an instructor from some other department guiding around. With so many people occupying the 5th floor, someone who could guide was also necessary after all. Since when did this place become an attraction? Reality never ceases to amaze me. I never had to wait in the game for my turn, so this was also a novel feeling. We joined the end of line just as the guide had pointed out. The opponent is just a regular goblin, so it wouldn't take that much longer for our turn. or so I thought, but I was naive. Everyone lining here was a complete amateur. Furthermore, everyone here were those who have failed to reach level 10 even when half a month has passed. In short, there were a lot of students who got cold feet and were unable to fight even when the opponent was just a regular goblin. They might have felt they could charge right away with the HP, but they have led no HP life until now, so they apparently were still unable to get rid of common sense like, being attacked by monster equals serious injury. I thought as I looked at this spectacle. Those students who still circle around the beginner dungeon even after becoming sophomore were none other than them. This was another piece of information that satisfied my thirst for knowledge. Ultimately, it had taken more than 1 hour before our turn came, so we attacked the regular goblin like crazy as if to vent out our frustration, defeating it instantly and returning back. Rena and mine battle time was 14 seconds. With this, Rena had safely reached LV10. Come to think of it, wouldn't it have been faster to raise the level by defeating the monsters along the way? CH 266.5. Nameless third supporter. Nameless second year priest. I was surprised, you know. It was just the other day we were talking about it, and here we get the confirmation. Although just slightly, I heard my guild also got some inquiries, and it really feels like they have begun in the truest sense. Nameless second-year magician. My guild also received some requests. Name wasn't mentioned since it was from the Academy's side, but I bet these requests are connected with King Absolute. Nameless second-year doctor. Academy is also quite cooperative. It looks like there's going to be another accomplishment after 20 years. From what has come to my ear, Academy is heavily supporting them. Nameless third supporter. Academy and King Absolute are in give and take relationship, since the Academy wants to use King Absolute for gathering companies from outside of the Academy like the previous guild battle, or for lack of better terms, to use their fame to attract crowds. King Absolute is also entitled to receive support from the Academy like in the current situation. But King Absolute itself must be seriously serious this time. After all, they are using their amassed fortune to put forth requests to other guilds in full force. Nameless second-year adventurer. Now I kind of understand why there were people hesitating to begin the capture, seeing how bigger the scope of their action has become. It's getting too big. Nameless second-year priest. That's it. I was finding it strange just why there was an opposition faction when the guild King Absolute was formed precisely aiming for the capture of Adverblow. But with this much attention and its scope, I can understand why. Just the amount of Mir being utilized is giving me scare. Nameless second-year adventurer. But you know what's more scary? Why the hell there was no request for our guild? Just why? Why? Nameless second-year alchemist. That's because you're too pathetic. Nameless second-year adventurer. Bah. Nameless second-year swordsman. Adventurer-san, should I call for help? Nameless second-year priest. That alchemist. They mercilessly took adventurer in one stroke. Though, it's the truth. Nameless third-year supporter. Just that reason alone wasn't the reason why there was an opposition faction formed. Nameless second-year axeman. Forcibly changing the topic, aren't we? What do you mean? Nameless third-year supporter. I recall we already talked about how there was a battle for the succession of throne at the time Adverblow was captured 20 years ago. Although it has been almost confirmed that His Highness Yuri will be assuming the throne this time, in the end, he's still Crown Prince. T/N, I mistranslated the Crown Prince's name in the last forum chapter. Yuri. In other words, capturing Adverblow isn't merely for prestige, but because it's connected to the succession of the throne. Nameless second-year adventurer. Ah, I see. However, will the Crown Prince be really considered inadequate if he also didn't capture it? Just because the current king captured Adverblow? Politics is too complicated for me to understand. But I heard even the guild battle against Thousand Sword Freckles was kind of a performance to keep the opposition faction in check apparently. Nameless second-year priest. If you ask me, they should also want to capture Adverblow. Well, not like I understand how it feels though. But I see. So that guild battle was to assure others of their ability. Nameless second-year axeman. So you revived adventurer. You're tough. Nameless second-year magician. Well yeah, but anyway, the huge amount of QP's reward is so appetizing. I wonder where I should use them. Nameless third-year supporter. Indeed they are. You could use them either to avail the benefit of facilities or add new facilities in guild. It's also possible to use QP to participate in the single auction, You can put forth a request to other guilds and have them employ as mercenaries so you can take their help to raise your level or reach the deepest floors and clear the dungeon. There's also extra dungeon you can enter in which you normally can't without paying QP. Not to say extra dungeon can only be used while you're still a student, so I think it would prove to be a valuable experience. If you are worrying about future employment, you can request Academy to introduce you to some companies. If you're a magician and want to improve yourself, you can request for a recommendation letter which may allow you to participate in the training with a group of Royal Court mages. As long as you have enough QP, the Academy can fulfill almost any of your wishes by using every connection they have. So think carefully how you will use them. Nameless Second Year Priest. As expected of support to Senpai, you have all the information at your fingertips, though there are so many options that I'm conversely lost. Nameless Second Year Magician. So true. But I'm surprised that your request can be achieved even if it's something outside of Academy with QP. Nameless Second Year Priest. QP are the rewards conferred by the Academy. Besides, there are also limits, like Academy may introduce some companies to you, but they will not go as far as to provide a recommendation letter. However, if you are thinking of looking for employment at the best place possible, the smartest way is to use QP and request for the cooperation of the Academy. You should make use of the connection to their full extent. Don't forget you're the student of Labyrinth Academy, main branch. Though the higher the connection, the more QP it will cost. But conversely speaking, now is your chance to earn a huge QP. Nameless Second Year Adventurer. What about those who don't have QP? Nameless Second Year Alchemist. Let's return to the topic we were discussing earlier. Support to Senpai. Nameless Second Year Adventurer. Please, don't abandon me. Nameless Second Year Alchemist. So noisy. Shut your mouth. Nameless Second Year Priest. Alchemist recently is quite unruly. CH 267. Phew, ha ha ha. Soon, it's just one more day, Zephyr. This is the last day of your tyranny towards us. Foo. Just wash your neck and wait for us to swing down the sword of justice. We're training like madmen to defeat you. It will be our victory. Mark my words. We will show what happens when we get serious. I can't wait for tomorrow to come soon. Wednesday, as soon as I arrived at the class in the morning, Saturn-kun and others, Pro-4, declared war at me, standing side by side. Their never-ending pride never ceased to surprise me. Other classmates were also looking at us from the sideline, but none of them tried to make a retort anymore. Rather, I could even feel their gazes that say they're at it again. Looks fun. I was earnestly hoping they don't lump me in the same category as them. But more importantly, Saturn-kun, can you please not spread lies like I'm being a tyrant towards classmates? Though they turned their back and ran away before I could correct them. It's about time for the morning assembly. Where were they going at this time? Zephyr, it's finally tomorrow. Let's beat them to pulp. Oh, Lana. Good morning. Lana approached just as I had finished putting my bag on the seat. She seemed flared enough to talk about beating Briff or Black and Blue even in her greetings. Shouldn't you be giving a normal greeting? Because Shizu was sharply looking at her from behind. Lana-sama? Ah, right. Good morning, Zephyr. Good morning, Zephyr Dono. Please look after us tomorrow. Good morning, Shizu. You too, look after me. Also, do you have spare time in the afternoon? I want to talk about preliminary preparation for tomorrow and about the quests. I'm free. We're free from our side. I get Lana and Shizu's approval. It would be Shizu's first guild battle, so it's necessary to give a rundown about them again. Not to say guild battles weren't such a cakewalk that could be won without any strategy. It's not an exaggeration to say that just your first strategy influences your chance of victory or defeat. The saying outcome is determined even before the match begins was the norm for guild battle, the norm of dungeon activity players. Afterwards, I also received OK from Rika and Karu, who were together when I proposed my idea, and it was confirmed. We would be gathering at the guild after classes were over. I had wanted everyone to know about the quest, but a pity, more members were busy than being free. For now, I will just pass the details in chat. Sure enough, it's hard to have everyone during weekdays. The bell rang, and classes began. I'm assistant teacher Ladvina, who will be teaching you kids about the dungeon today. Let's get along well, boys and girls. Today's classes were about the know-how of the beginner dungeon. We had actually went to the tropical forest dungeon and received direct guidance from the roaring blaze Ladvina sensei. It seemed the overall level of this year's class 1 was indeed high, as everyone in the class looked quite carefree, even in the beglow. Ladvina sensei too looked delighted teaching us. I was a bit worried that it would bore the hell out of me, since such knowledge was obviously known to me, but there was a lot of talk about reality which was quite interesting in fact, especially so when roaring blaze Ladvina sensei weaved the story about her tale of heroism. Next is the party battle. Make a 2 5-members team. In the monster battle, several parties formed who take their turns in challenging monsters. In the meanwhile, Ladvina sensei with her knowledge and ample experience guided students. On the other hand, I was looking at the performance of my classmates with glittering eyes, wondering if there's any prospective candidates among them. I was planning to invite them to Eden if I really found one, but alas, those classmates that caught my attention had already joined other high-ranking guilds. Sure enough, you could say there was no way those upperclassmen would leave them alone with the achievement of being able to enter combat department year 1 class 1. Well, there were some who didn't get any invitation from those upperclassmen, or could say rejected them. Phew, ha ha ha. Tremble before me, this is the true power of great sorcerer. Mega Flary Foo foo, you're so boisterous and yet, you miss your aim like always. That's the divine providence. I'm the strongest. Power slash HMPH, weak, is that what you call the strongest? Peel your eyes wide and look attentively, this is the true power. Axbolt. Forgetting me would be disparaging, you know. Just having the offensive power alone isn't enough. The true victory is when you receive your opponent's blow and win. Fighter body and counter smash. The ones in the top in that category were those 4. But indeed, their sharpness in their action were increasing than last week, or so it looks. Forgive me, Pro 4. I don't know much about the reason to act so far, so I don't understand what you mean. But if there's one thing I have to say, then it would be that they don't need such overblown attacks against the small fry of Beglow. I did teach them about it, but they never took my advice to heart, it seemed. Hey you guys, that's a waste of your energy to act so mighty against the likes of such monsters. First of all, you would soon guzzle down your MP by using only powerful techniques all time. Crank your head first to think about what action would be most efficient against the opponent. Look, even Sensei was telling you guys the same thing. They should be able to change now that they were also told by Ladvina Sensei, and not just me. Such were my thoughts, but I forgot. Prefer aren't those who bend against such adversaries, for their pride was second to none. Impossible. Foo-foo. Strongs have their own way of doing, you know. We aren't wrong. That's right. A lion uses his whole strength even when hunting the rabbit. These guys are incurable. Wait, I shouldn't go and call how they're incurable. Nevertheless, aren't these guys' pride too high to even retort against Sensei? However, Ladvina Sensei was someone with ample experience. She too rebutted back soon after. I'm telling you to think about an efficient way to take down your opponent. It can't be that you guys can't do such simple thing, do you? Oh, Ladvina Sensei fanned their pride. Unnecessarily prideful quartet obviously got riled up hearing her words. What did you say, Foo-foo? I never expected others to look down on us so much. Very well. I will never tolerate such blasphemous words towards me who boasts the strongest offensive power. Something like moderating my strength is child's play for me. Just wait and watch. I will let you see no one is more outstanding than this venerable. These guys are too easy to provoke. But Ladvina Sensei is also amazing. She's indeed a lady that holds the wisdom to guide students. I assume Sensei must have already been used to dealing with unnecessarily prideful students. I must learn from her since I'm also training others. It was a pity that I couldn't find any new member candidate, but class was quite fulfilling in itself. CH 268. Phew, ha ha ha. It's finally the time for justice to be served. Today's the last day you could stay above us. Foo-foo. Indeed. I will be leading the class from tomorrow onwards, so you can be relieved and just come under us silently. What there? Are you daydreaming? I'm the one who stands on top. You can leave everything to me. Don't disparage me. This venerable is the one who will lead everyone. As usual, it's really hard to tell if they get along well or not. They were acting like they had already won. This scene kind of looks familiar. Today was Thursday, Yesterday was an awfully hectic for me to arrange things like calling out Lana and others after classes, holding a preparatory meeting for the practice guild battle, handed some of the commanding roles to Rena, putting up the preparation for quests, requesting Hannah for alchemy and etc. though it would be never-ending if I began to explain it, so let's omit it. The day for the practice guild battle had arrived in the blink of an eye. I guess I was also a bit too excited for this. I felt relieved that I wasn't the only one excited seeing their antics. At present, we were in number 7 arena. After classes were over, we were following the code of sportsmanship and were greeting each side. In my abreast lined up were Lana, Shizu, Riku and Karua. On the opposite side were Saturn-kun, Jilong-kun, Tom-kun, Helk-kun and a familiar-looking Rabbitkin girl. I ignored the quartet and tried calling out to her since I was more curious about her than their internal strife. "You're from the same class, I think, Misato-san, right?" "Yes." "Feel free to drop honorifics and simply call me Misato, Zephyr-kun." The girl as she replied so in high tension was the classmates from the same class. Bearing the category of Rabbitkin from Beastkin category, she was an awfully cute girl with white fluffy rabbit ears growing on top of her head. My gaze involuntarily shifted to them. Her waist-length white hair was cascading behind her, and her amethyst eyes giving the impression of amicable were looking at me. She is a nice girl who talked to everyone in the class without any differentiation, and apparently, she is also well known in other classes. I do have greeted her in the classes many times, but this was the first time I was having a proper talk with her. "Misato, let's hope today's match will be a fun match. Though I have to say, I am surprised to see you here." "Why?" "No, it's just I never thought there would be a student from our own class joining Best of the Best, the Great Star." "Hey, Zephyr." "What do you mean by that?" Saturn-kun shouted from the sideline, but I ignored him since I was chatting with Misato. "There are around 11 boys in our class, but since 2 are in Eden, 5 in Mako's and 4 in Best of the Best, the Great Star, the only one left are girls." They had flashily blown themselves during the class introduction and were given the name of Pre-4 from the girls of our classes, so honestly speaking, it never occurred to me that there might be a single girl from the class willing to join their guild. I was completely sure that they must have pulled a boy from another class. Misato, when she heard my doubt, flashed a bitter smile. "Tahaha. I have been getting a lot of invites too, you see. I was fed up with solicitation contests from upperclassmen, and I also have some things, so I thought I should try joining them as a trial run." "Tahaha, not a typo." That's just how she laughed. Sure enough, there were some circumstances behind it. "That was so stupid of me. Of course no one would join Best of Best, the Great Star expressly, unless there were some kind of circumstances." As I nodded in realization, I heard the bewildered voice of the quartet saying something like, "What? Was it a trial run?" But of course, I ignored them. It was something I heard about it later. Apparently Misato was invited to many high-ranking guilds and they were all awfully persistent and buzzing her. After all, the job she has was one of the popular jobs in the game dungeon activity. Sage. They're the genuine healer with a high aptitude for healing, lifting abnormal status conditions and barriers. So of course she was someone high-ranking guilds would want to get on their hands desperately. Besides, she herself was a talented girl and her performance was excellent in both yesterday's and today's practical class. Even I want her in Eden if possible. But from Misato's perspective, she couldn't see any charm in the high-ranking guilds. Either of them were so stringent she could see herself getting fed up even if she joined one. The truth was, seniors had just graduated from academy at that time. Guild battle had once again become upperclassmen's battlefield, and whichever guild you take, were burning in revenge and improving their guild battle records. Since I'm on this, I should also point out that the reason Misato attracted the attention of so many guilds was also because she was an elite selected for Class 1 when there was a wave of first years getting high-ranking jobs and talented individuals shining one after another. In short, the scenario until now was that guild would immediately go into full battle mode just by seeing a freshman achieving a high-ranking job, but everything changed this year and now they had to go even one step beyond than just looking for high-ranking job individuals, seeking out talented personnel even among the high-ranking job individuals. Henceforth, the majority of guilds pushed forward to Misato, which considerably exhausted her. There was such a thing happening, but when it became clear that I had formed my own guild during the solicitation battle, The number of invitations gradually dwindled down. Coincidentally, it just happened to be that she received an invitation from Quartet, who hoped she would join them since they want to form a guild. Saturn Kun party was lacking a healer apparently, that being the case and the earlier ruckus being the trigger that burst forth the feeling that upperclassmen guild would be hard to deal with. She decided to join their guild Best of the Best, the Great Star, on the condition that it would be a trial run first and she could withdraw anytime she feel like without any restraint. Hey there, cut it out with your act and stop ignoring us. Foo-foo, you sure have guys to ignore us. Yikes. I tried to ignore them but it seemed to have gotten on their nerves. That being said, our side also has one person who couldn't wait for the guild battle to begin. For God's sake, that's enough. Hurry up and begin. You're such a dullard, Zephyr. Hurry up. It goes without saying that person was Lana. We could only hurry up now. On her face was written hurry up. I want to beat them down thoroughly. I hope she doesn't go too hard on them. We quickly went over greetings since there were people clamoring to start already and confirmed the rules. Let's confirm the rules once again. This might be a mock guild battle but there aren't much changes in rules compared to actual guild battle, except that attacks aren't allowed on the base. Also, the guild battle this time has capture the castle, 5-person battle and diamond shape field. Does anyone have any questions so far? By the way, the no attacking base rule was basically due to the difference in our levels. Just mine and Lana's attack would be enough to settle this mock guild battle in a matter of minutes, so no attacking base rule was an obvious measure. It was a rule often used in mock guild battles. Seeing that no one showed any objection at my explanation, this was the end for greetings and rule confirmation time. Both guilds headed to their respective base and waited for the signal to start. On this note, the referee and the one to operate the arena this time was Mukai-sensei, whom we had been under care of before too in our E-rank promotion exam. As a matter of fact, Mukai-sensei was also one of the assistant teachers of Class 1. Class 1 has 2 assistant teachers in charge and Mukai-sensei mainly support from the sideline. As we were heading to our base, I spotted Rina on a nearby audience seat. This was also a part she had to study, so I asked her to come and watch. Rina waved back blushingly when I lightly waved my hand to her. Zephyr, I don't see any trace of tension from you even though we're about to begin. Get yourself together. Lana jabbed at me when I was doing that. Oh, she's so much looking forward to it, huh? Alright. Time for me to focus too. Countdown began on the screen in the air operated by Mukai-sensei. And then, reverberate the start buzzer. CH-269, ? Mock guild battle. The setup was basically the same as our E-rank exam from a while ago. The only difference here was the 5-person battle part. I have added arena illustration in comment section. Edit, I'm getting error. So for now I am updating it in Discord server. Interpersonal battles on the other hand were allowed rule-wise, except that the sensei group didn't opt for it last time. The reason why we were able to use the arena despite one of the guilds in this mock guild battle being F-rank was because of us using the excuse of practicing for the E-rank exam. It would have been quite difficult to borrow the arena if we hadn't done it given the current situation. We also have properly gone through all the practice and basic rules and explanation before starting the guild battle, since this will save them from spending any such time on reiterating during their E-rank exam. Guilds that have experienced mock guild battle were spared from lectures and trial battles like the one we had received, and their chance of passing the exam was quite high. On the other hand, this also relieved the burden of teachers, so the academy also encouraged students to experience them. Incidentally, it was Kamui-sensei who explained the rules, and I have to say, he's a man with few words, but when he spoke, he was quite a fluent speaker. And so the buzzer rang and the mock guild battle started. The first move is the most important in a guild battle. Guild battle amateurs first have to understand this fact. I wonder if Saturn-kun and others would be fine. Let's go, Karua. I and Karua, the one with the highest Hagi among other members here, immediately rushed out in a 2-man cell at the same time as the buzzer echoed. The place we were aiming for was the same as the E-rank exam from before, castle in the north. At the same time, Aiming at the strategic location sandwiched between the dead center of east and south was our first move. It may look like we were aiming at the strategic location from our opponent's perspective. Any side that could manage to hold the strategic location down can use it as their second base, which will prove to be a great disadvantage for the opposite side on the PvP front. Of course, it was easier to overturn the situation of castles since the strategic location was in the center of 3 castles, and it also served disadvantages on defense terms. Other benefits include being able to take measures against our actions. For example, our opponent can intercept our attempt to return to our base and easily stop us. It's also exceedingly easy to crush each one. In short, capturing the strategic location holds very important significance in terms of field advantage. But this wasn't an absolute method either, since there are some ways to counter that, like the tactic I had used last time during our E-rank exam. Though these methods were for skilled opponents, one can't simply pull off these tactics if they aren't well versed in the winning tactics. Let's see. I wonder what step best of the best the Great Star have taken against our first move. HN West R. Well, these are novices for you. In contrast to us, the opposing side seemed to have split into 2 groups. A 3-person group went to the big castle in the west, while a 2-person group was aiming for the big castle in the north. It wasn't a bad move per se. There are 3 huge castles in the diamond field, so it would be advantageous for them if they managed to capture 2 huge castles that make up for the majority before us. If we ignore the fact that their ideal plan hasn't taken reality into account, they're underestimating the HP of the huge castle. Eden moved like the last time, with me and Karua heading first, then the rest of the 3 members trailing soon after us, aiming at the north. Basically the whole of our camp was going to take down one big castle together. Big Castle's HP was huge, and as there is the rule that said big castle would be occupied by that side whose attack turns its HP 0, it was no-brainer that the castle should be taken down in as little time as possible from the moment one had launched their attack. There was the fear of the opponent's side interjecting in the middle and snatching the pie from our side. Ideally, I would have wanted to take it down in one shot, but it was impossible with our current firepower. To be honest, it would take a lot of time if we tried to take it down with just the 2 of us. It needs to be attacked by at least 10 skills and magic. It's not the way of guild battle if we take it easy and take our time to take down the castle while our moves are under cooldown. In the latter half of the guild battle, a situation like 10 people taking down one big castle was quite a normal scene. Thus one has to have absolute skills to prevent anyone else from interrupting. HN. And they're slow. It's not their fault either. It's that we're too fast. HNN. Karua muttered while looking at the 2-man group from the opponent's side, Saturn-kun and Jilong-kun, who were chasing after us. She was currently using the skill Explosive Speed Superscript 1 of Extreme Speed Star Boots to fly backward in the air. Dang it. She looked a bit cool doing that. I also want to try that extreme speed before. Guarding monsters were another group of small fries on the level that our regular attacks were all it needed to insta-kill them. Our unstoppable advancement was set in stone. However, our opponent's advancement wasn't as smooth. They were spending too much time on clearing the squares. Well, there were lots of tricks to pull that. Even my current speed was something I have gained after a lot of practice since the time I had first challenged the dungeon. I'm glad all that time I had spent trying to take down the Armageddon of Beglow while slipping past wasn't at all in vain. Also, there's just a wide gap in our Agi. Karua's Agi was already reaching the mark of 400, and I was also quite fast if I add body strengthening to the equation, putting my Agi near 320. If I be honest here, the difference was such that I could only pity them. But it wasn't not like I'm going to hold back in the beginning at least. Ultimately, we had enough time, so we also captured the strategic location and then aimed straight at north. Second move. The point was to capture the squares in a form like drawing a straight line. Take watch as a reference. Our path would stretch straight like a needle pointing at the 12 o'clock from the center. Strategic location. This would give us a protection period such that our opponents wouldn't be able to intercept us from the direction of 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock, completely separating the 2 sides for 2 minutes. The opposing side wouldn't be able to get closer to the east in the end. My second move was all about stopping the opponent from taking Big Castle in the east when we would be busy and capturing Big Castle in the north. And if the opponent wants to aim at the east, they would have to take a long detour by passing through the south, so Saturn Kun and Jilong Kun chasing after us were trying to aim for the north desperately. That being said, they would be facing Lana and others, who are dashing towards our direction as we speak. If they decided to turn back and instead tried to go through the south, I will absolutely stop them from taking the big castle of the east. Annihilation of the guarding monsters complete. Great. Let's shave off the HP of Big Castle before the rest of the members catch up to us. Brave / Lightning / NN, Roger. Starburst, Rain Edge, 32 Star Storm. I and Karua, who were the first ones to arrive at the northern Big Castle, wiped off any other guarding monsters and began to chip down the HP of Big Castle slowly before Lana and others catched up to us. The skills Karua was firing off vigorously were the ace skills of Starcat she had gained from the third order tree. She was scoring pretty high damage with the rapid fire skills utilizing her speed. Then we quickly took down all the squares around the northern Big Castle just as Saturn Kun and Jilong Kun were about to get closer, which made them unable to enter since we had entered the protection period. Damn you. Get out. Foo. It's unbelievable my calculation turned out to be wrong. My plan to gander at the regretful face of Zephyr by stealing the last hit. Saturn Kun and Jilong Kun bashed against the wall as they were stopped by the barrier of protection period, but of course, I didn't pay them any heed at all. Having no sympathy for the opponent was the way of games, and I didn't know Jilong Kun was cooking such conspiracies. I made up my mind to give him a penalty another day. I make you wait. Zephyr. Those people are full of openings. Would it be alright if I take a shot against them? Our debut is here. Let's do it. It was then Lana, Shizu and Rika entered as if that barrier didn't exist for them. The only ones who could enter the square during the protection period were team members. And Shizu, I understand they're full of openings as they're hitting the barrier, but leave them alone. Besides, attacks from here wouldn't reach them either since they're being hindered by the barrier of protection period. It was in the setting of the protection period that one cannot unilaterally attack their opponents while being protected by the protection period barrier. Our first step is to take down this big castle. Let's do it as planned. A pity. Shizu's shoulder dropped in disappointment and then she readied her gun. The muzzle was, of course, aimed at the big castle. Great for you, ain't it, Saturn Kun? Jilong Kun, Guardian Dog's protection. Let's go. Get, set and shining saber of the sacred light, rise of the sacred tree, divine pillar, grenade, rapid fire, fire bullet, ice bullet, sand bullet, shogun's burst squared, flame slash, ice strike, lightning strike, light flash, dark sweep, shogun's burst. A self-buff type skill that increased the DMG based on the number of hits. Lightning burst, shine lightning, delta stream, starburst tornado. From top to bottom, Lana, Shizu, Rika, I and Karua immediately slapped down our attacks matching our timing with Lana's get set signal. Reason behind the simultaneous attack was to prevent the opponent from interrupting just in case. Simultaneous attack 2 was a crucial tactic. Foo. Off you fafu. I felt like I heard the dumbfounded shout of Saturn Kun and Jilong Kun, who witnessed the fall of Big Castle from the other side of the barrier. Castle down. Zephyr. On to our next target. Let's go Zephyr. To the Big Castle in the east. Let's go. Though it seemed like Rika, Lana and Karua didn't notice Saturn Kun and Jilong Kun's condition and excitedly rushed for the eastern Big Castle. Having no sympathy for the opponent was the way of games. I also quickly followed them before the protection period could end. CH 270. Look, Western Big Castle is still standing tall. It's our chance, Zephyr. It seems like they're having trouble taking it down. So say Lana-sama. Zephyr don't know. Shall we follow her? After our takedown of Northern Big Castle, we also took down Eastern Big Castle the same way and safely got 2 big castles in our bag. Let's take down the Western Big Castle too, was what Lana chimed in after she saw the live feedback of the opposite side on the screen. As of now, our first strategy was a success and our next strategy was supposed to take down the small castles around the strategic location, but that changed if there was the possibility of taking down the Western Big Castle before our opponent. Change in plan. Let's take it down. Yay, Roger. As we speak, Tom Kun, Helk-kun and Misato are busy shaving off the HP of Western Big Castle. Whether we can steal the chance was a race against time. I responded briefly to everyone and then headed for the west alongside everyone. The one in the lead was, naturally, mine and Karua's two-man cell. Karua could have stepped up her speed even more with the myriads of movement speed-up skills she possessed if she was solo, but a pity she couldn't, since Captured the Castle has a rule that one side can only attack a place adjacent to the squares of their camp. Besides, it was only Tom-kun who was dealing most of the damage to the Western Big Castle as far as I could see from the live feedback. Sage Misato has very little offensive magic since her job wasn't combat-oriented while Helk-kun was mainly a tank. It's because of their mismatched team that they're taking so much time. I wasn't sure if we would be able to make it in time or not, but that was also a practice so as to say. There's not any problem even if we don't contend for the Western Big Castle with two big castles already in our grasp. It's just our victory would almost be certain if we managed to take it, albeit, someone appeared to block mine and Karua's advancement just as we had arrived near the central square. Don't even think about taking a step more from here, Zephyr. Fufu. I judged taking over the central part and stopping you guys from passing through here would be the best based on my calculation. We're not letting you go past here. I didn't expect them to return to the central part and then seize the strategic location we had acquired. It was a nice decision. Taking back the places our opponent had snatched is the real thrilling part of Capture the Castle. However, it seemed like the protection period has ended already. I assume they had already taken over this location when we're aiming for the Eastern Big Castle. I thought they were stunned silly, but it was great to see they had properly gone over the next course of action. After all, taking over the strategic location means one could stop their opponent's advancement like now. It was possible to take a detour if one doesn't like PvP battles, but in that scenario, there was a chance Western Big Castle would already be taken over by the opponent, so I assume stopping us here was the winning strategy of Saturn-kun and party. Except, don't they know they're missing the crucial point to pull off this strategy? HN, easy. Mega Flare. Damn it. Why isn't it hitting? Wasn't the reason your poor aim, Saturn-kun? Besides, Fufu, I'm here. Pow. Sonic Sword. Impossible. Gyu. There was just too much gulf in between our speed. Saturn-kun's aim was poor as usual. There's no way any of his attacks could land at Karua. Jilong-kun was preparing to take me, but I easily dodged it with a sonic sword. I'm not bored enough to jump on the enemy who was lying in wait for me. I avoided Jilong-kun's attack range, swung my sword to stop him as I ran past him. The missing piece was that they don't have enough PvP experience. Monsters would actively seek to attack their opponents in sight, but they forget that human opponents could also avoid their attack like this. Strategy was spot on, but their lack of ability to pin down their opponent rendered it useless. I would have borrowed the might of items had I been in their shoes. To begin with, pulling off PvP battles successfully was a tough nut to crack. It was obvious to flee if the situation looked grim, or to push through our way if it was being hindered. PvP battle was a risk-ridden option. That's why if someone could pull it off well, that would heat up the situation and make it even more interesting. Hold on, Fufu. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect them to slip past us so easily. As soon as Karua and I blitzed past Saturn-kun and Jilong-kun, we turned to the Western Big Castle and resumed our advancement. I may not have mentioned it, but one of the squares had still belonged to our team, so we were able to take over the square of Southwest. Good grief, their plan has so many holes. If they're going to block their opponent's path, they should have done it properly by taking back all the squares, else they would run the risk of letting their opponents run away like we have escaped. Oh well, it's their first guild battle, so I will overlook this newbie mistake. We were able to break through their blockade almost instantly, but it seemed like we're still one step late. We were just one square away from reaching the Western Big Castle when Tom-kun took it down with another of his strike. We lost the chance, HN, a pity. Oh well, they had been giving their all for the whole 5 minutes, so that was unavoidable. Ho, you must be disappointed, right, Zephyr? The one to take down this big castle was me. Tom-kun said it with a triumphant expression while carrying a huge two-handed axe. I couldn't deny I wasn't disappointed, but we also have two big castle on our side, so why are you looking so prideful, Tom-kun? Whoa. There's so much gap in our points. Our team is completely on the losing front. What did you say? What the hell were Saturn-kun and Jilong-kun doing? I see. They weren't paying attention to our side, huh? It wasn't until Misato had let out a yelp seeing the point difference on the screen that Tom-kun said Hell-kun came to know about the situation, albeit a bit late. No longer was there any sign of smugness from earlier on their stunned expression. Hey, our team would lose if we don't do anything. Let's hurry up to our next target. You're right, we didn't have time to take it slow. Stop. This venerable has just come up with an ingenious idea. Tom-kun regained his composure at Misato's voice. But Hell-kun suddenly stopped them while looking at me for some reason. What a coincidence. I was also thinking the same thing. Tom-kun, looking at where Hell-kun was looking, continued. I'm absolutely sure you hadn't even thought about the same thing. But it wasn't time to make a retort. Huh, what are you talking about? HMPH. It's easy. What I'm saying is it would be our victory as long as we take down Zephyr here. You know just how long your guild battle victory was point-based. There doesn't exist any such rule like taking down the opponent team's leader would net them victory. Misato shouted in shock when she heard Tom-kun's reply to her query. No, we're talking about that brave kun here, you know. There's no way we can defeat him. Fret not, leave the fighting to us. However, do take over the healing. Let's begin, Tom. I'm ready. I will make you pay for all the humiliation I have to bear. These guys, just how serious they're. But indeed, thinning down the number of opponents was a popular strategy. If you think back about our E-rank exam details, it would be clear as day just how easier it becomes to win with the difference in numbers. Their actions themselves weren't wrong. What was wrong was, take it, break sword fruit. Knight's pride. This is the strongest power. Accelerator. Shine lightning. Jaya. Their strength analysis. I was already at LV55. In contrast, they hadn't even reached LV30. There was just an abysmal difference between us. My single attack scrapped off the 60% HP of Tom-kun while Hell-kun was a tank, so he only lost a bit over 30% of his HP, but they withstood nevertheless. But that wasn't the end of my attack. Lightning burst. Jaya. Oh my, that's why I want them. I didn't even have the time to heal. Misato said so in exasperation as she looked at their sorry state. Might of the third order tree skill lightning burst wasn't something to be scoffed at. Even Hell-kun didn't manage to survive the wipeout. Sure enough, they were unable to withstand the strike with that much difference in level. This eliminated 2 members of the opposing team. I wasn't clear about its principle behind, but a teleportation circle had appeared under the feet of Tom-kun and Hell-kun and they disappeared in a flash. If I'm not wrong, teleportation destination was the spectators' room of the arena. Dungeon activity players used to call that place losers' room. Eliminated characters would then watch the guild battle from there until it's over. Just what one could expect from a game. It comes with such a convenient function. Kaya! HNN. Misato's scream echoed just as I was watching them disappear. I turned around to look for the reason and saw Misato's HP completely down. Huh? I didn't do anything though. So it's Karua's doing. Apparently, her attention was completely directed towards me and she didn't notice Karua's movement. Karua had creeped behind Misato, taking advantage of her lack of attention and took her down in a snap. It's game over. You really didn't show any pity, Karua-chan. No sympathy in the game, Zephyr had said. I see. Well, I was also at fault for letting down my guard there. It seems I'm about to teleport. See you later. Yeah. See you later. Another teleportation circle appeared underneath Misato, who couldn't fight anymore and disappeared in a flash. How should I say, she was quite a candid girl, wasn't she? Immediately after, a buzzer echoed from the screen. Wait, isn't that sound? Winner Eden. Complete annihilation of the opponent team. This was what had written on Eden when I looked at the screen. White 4400p versus red 2210p. Time left, 23 minutes, 22 seconds. Match over due to the full wipeout of red team. Winner, white team, Eden. CH 271. Guild battles captured. The castle outcome is mainly based on points, but there are also some exceptions to it. One of those exceptions was the complete wipeout of either team. Some special rules are adopted in such cases. In case one of the teams gets wiped out, The victor would then be the remaining team if their points surpassed the points of the eliminated team. But if remaining team points are insufficient, they still have the chance of winning as long as they could manage to score higher points in the leftover time. However, victory would then belong to the eliminated team if they were unable to do so. Now one might wonder if such exceptions do really happen or not, but in fact, it was quite a common method where one team would beat another team if they messed up on their first move and lagged behind in points. However, Big Castle has massive HP and it wasn't possible to take them down with a small number of people in the short term. Not to say just moving from one target to another takes so much time that one simply can't relax even after wiping out the opponent team. They have to rush for overturning the point difference in the remaining time on the field now devoid of opponents to hinder their movement. For example, eliminating all the members of an opponent team in a 5-person battle but they themselves lost 4 members, then it would be hard to overturn the outcome. They might have won the battle, but lost the war. On the other hand, a team that had been wiped off would pray from the loser's room that their opponent doesn't succeed in gaining an edge. Dungeon Activity also had the feature to make characters assume poses, so it was quite popular among those residing in the loser's room to take various poses in the form of prayer in the free time they had. There used to be such interesting scenes to watch. A lot of such exciting videos used to be uploaded when I was still playing Dungeon Activity and they never failed to crack me up. Although regular guild battle videos were also impressive and fun, those videos were popular because of the different kind of excitement they induce. That further, those loads of comments and then the scene of the team in loser's room all together taking ORZ pose when the reversal happened in the score just when time was almost about to end. Recalling those memories made me crave for these videos once again. Back to myself. It was the information about the game set and exam over. On the screen, exam over due to the complete wipeout of the opponent's team was written. In other words, all the members of Best of the Best, the Great Star, were defeated. Saturn Kun and Jilong Kun were supposed to be still there, but it seemed like Lana and others had wiped them out. Well, whatever. Now I was most curious about the situation in the loser's room. Man, isn't there anyone who might have taken a video? Come to think of it, I haven't seen anything like the video here in reality. No, wait, don't we have that screen there? I wonder if it has a recording feature. I made up my mind to ask about it with the sensei later. HN, going back, Zephyr. Right. It kind of ended too early, but good work. After all, it has just been 6 minutes since the mock guild battle started. I'm sure Lana should be grumpy right now. I can easily imagine her complaining not exciting enough. Well, all of this is the fault of Best of the Best, the Great Star. It's all their fault to lose so easily even though they come challenging me so pompously. Certainly, there's this saying LV isn't everything in the guild battle. But that's only if we're not talking about PvP battles. LV difference obviously matters if they're going to initiate them. That's why Lana, it's not me you should be thinking of complaining to, but to them, alright? But Misato is like a helper, so let's not complain to her too much. We reached our base just as I was thinking about such things. Squares don't change their color when tracing back, so we were able to reach quickly with mine and Karua's speed. Lana, Riku and Karua were already awaiting us in the base. We're back. You're back, Zephyr. We're going to do one more battle. I could only blink in confusion hearing unexpected words. What did she say just now? Lana-sama discussed with Kamui-sensei, and since there was still time left to use the arena, Lana-sama managed to get permission for one more battle. However, it would only be for 20 minutes. So that's the story. It wasn't until Shizu explained it that I understood the in and out of the situation. Arena is quite in demand, so its usage time is managed strictly. That's why we only got permission for one mock guild battle. But as things stand, the first guild battle was wrapped in a few minutes, so it made it possible for us to go through the second guild battle. Good grief, you should explain in more detail if that's the case, Lana. Though that's lucky we managed to get permission. Hurry up and get ready within 1 minute. That's too short. Well, we only need to recover MP and that's all. HP is completely intact, so there's no problem, right? HN, All okay. Karua and I put our hand on our waist and gulped down the honey-marked potions. We both were all ready after repeating this a few times. I was just contacted by Kamui-sensei. It seems like best of the best. The Great Star is going to take a bit more time to get their preparation ready. I almost fell over at Rika's report. What the heck was that about getting ready in 1 minute then? 3 minutes after Rika's report, our opponents were finally done with their preparation. It seemed best of the best. The Great Star had declared they're absolutely going to win this time in the chat message Rika received. Ho ho. That's a nice spirit they have to declare even after going through a crushing defeat a while ago. There's a chance they might have come up with a counter-strategy since we have shown them a bit of our method. We're going to smash them with our full might this time. CH 272. Conclusion-wise, the second guild battle was also Eden victory. However, the detailed process was a complete 180 degrees flip from how we won the first guild battle. The opposing team should have learned their lesson and they themselves would try to avoid battling us, or so I had thought, but boy, were we in for surprise, as it was them who instead initiated interpersonal battle. Their plan was to crush us individually with 5 of them. Such a strategy isn't bad per se. It's normal to take down strong individual opponents in a group, and thus, best of the best, the Great Star came to challenge the 2-man cell of Karua and me. I recall their extremely vexed faces. Apparently, that's how much it meant for them to lose in the guild battle. We made our first move and began to take down the surrounding small castles to gain an edge over the points. Our white team divided into 2 teams. 2-man cell of Karua and mine and 3-man cell of Lana, Shizu and Karua. To increase our efficiency and point earning. It was at that moment best of the best. The Great Star came straight towards us with a never-seen-before zeal. It started with a surprise attack Mega Flare from Saturn-kun. That was so close. I mean, no way. His aim was spot on, and had I not dodged it, it would have hit me definitely. Then the rest of Pri-4 came swooping towards us one after another. Even Saturn-kun jumped to attack for some reason. I was a bit flustered when they suddenly made their move. They completely took me by surprise. Pri-4 were somewhat different from their usual self. How should I say, it's like they're properly following a strategy. That's right. They were coordinating. It was precisely that coordination that I had tired my mouth until it was as parched as desert land to persuade them into following. Finally, to be honest, I was kinda moved. Saturn-kun and party are maturing. My teaching has finally bore the fruit. Alas, reality isn't always how it appeared to be. Slightly to the right, Saturn-kun. To the front, Tom-kun. Help-kun, stop Karua-chan from escaping at any cost. Stop, stop. Back down Jilong-kun. I will heal you. There was a commander guiding them. A very cute commander as her white rabbit ear flip-flopped. Why? These guys, even though they never followed my order. I was a bit too angry seeing that and just slightly got serious. Sonic Sword. Bua, Saturn-kun. I assaulted Saturn-kun, who was firing off his magic from a safe place slightly away from there since a while ago, and gave Karua a chance to slip towards Misato, taking advantage of the gap in their coordination. None of the people there were capable of giving her a chase. Crap. Too late. Force Sonic. Karua took out healer Misato there, and then we made a pincer attack on the rest, who were trembling from bottom to top. Inexplicably, all of them parroted ridiculous. One by one. Is this sort of trending catchphrase? Either way, taking down healer and Commander Misato out of the picture spelled doom for the best of the best. The Great Star. Well, they looked so sorry. I hadn't wanted to eliminate them, but I did shave the HP off the rest of 4 until it was in the red zone. It wouldn't be a practice if I eliminate them there after all. Not to say I hadn't wanted to incur Lana's wrath by eliminating them, so I overlooked them. Afterwards, they were caught up in the explosion caused by long-range attacks of Lana and Shizu, which gave them the direct ticket to loser's room. Though things like this do happen, don't they? Right. Damn it. Not just once but twice. Foo-foo. Is this the taste of defeat? I hate long-range attacks. There's no way this venerable lost. After the mock guild battle ended, there was the figure of Quartet sitting in trance. Misato smiled sheepishly as she said, "Ha, I'm sorry I couldn't be of much help, Tilda." "No, you did enough, Misato. I would say it was actually commendable of you to make the prideful Pri-4 listen to you." In all honesty, I was amazed at the capability of Sage. It would have been a close call without level difference. Well now, The mock guild battle is over with this. Time was pressing, so we immediately got things ready and left the arena. We're at present near the F-rank guild house. By the way, Eden girls went ahead a step earlier to take a shower. It was fortunate Lana was quite satisfied with the guild battle this time. I am guessing she must be feeling refreshed since she was the last one to deliver the final blow to Pro 4, because her face looked incredibly content that moment. Quartet, who were in trance all this time, looked like they also finally swallowed the outcome, as they were having sorrowful expressions when we reached the. I really don't get why they were making such long faces. God damn it. Do we really have no choice but to keep living under Zephyr's hegemony? Saturn-kun howled. When did I seize hegemony in my hand? I don't remember though. Foo-foo. The class, no, the whole academy year will now dance on the palm of Overlord now that we have lost. I wonder who might be the Overlord. In Jilong-kun's words, he couldn't be talking about me, right? I'm brave after all. Just clarifying. But dungeon activity doesn't have any Overlord titled job. There's champion job though. T/N, a wordplay here. First one is compound of Supreme/Hegemon plus King character, and second one Supreme/Hegemon plus Person character. Are we really going to continue to be subjected to that kind of violence? Violence? As far as I'm concerned, I have only guided them in the dungeon, so it shouldn't be about me. It was just they sucked so much that I had to be a bit Spartan in my guidance, but there's no way this and that are connected. But if possible, I do want to go a bit more Spartan in their training. Don't give up yet, you guys. Our resistance has just begun. Endure it for now, but worry not. We will prove ourselves by taking the control in our hand. Are you really fine with letting Zephyr the final laugh? There do exist people who keep the never give up spirit afloat alone. Hulk-kun might actually be the relatively decent among these four, I think. Truly, I'm saying relatively. Okay, I don't know if Hulk-kun's speech sparked any hope in them, but no longer was there any despondent look on their face. There were now flame burning in the eyes of the rest of the three. That's right. We haven't lost yet. No way, you lost though. V completely and utterly, you forget? I quipped internally at the shout of Saturn-kun. They were kinda radiating an aura that said interruption isn't allowed, so I and Misato distanced ourselves and watched them from the sideline. Foo-foo. You're right. That's not the full extent of our power. We still have much room for growth. Let that guy take the lead for now, but we will soon overtake him. That's the spirit, guys. We're going to make that guy Zephyr spit out stun silly. I relinquish the seat of Overlord definitely. These guys, don't tell me they completely forget I'm also here. But I see, so it was indeed me whom they're referring to as Overlord all this time. I mean, I did kind of sense that though. Misato turned to look at my face as if asking, is what they are saying really true? To which I horizontally shook my head. They're now causing the harmful rumors to spread out, so I think it's about time to bring them to their senses. You geese sure are saying whatever suits you. Quartet let out a silent shriek when I called out to them, jumping in fright. Zephyr, what are you here? Foo-foo. Did you hear us talking by chance? All loud and clear. Because I was here from the beginning. Saturn-kun trembled at my reply. Don't tell me, you're going to silence all of us here finding us bothersome. Just what kind of existence am I for them, for God's sake? I really want to know the answer for once. Unfortunately, it's more important to stop them from overblowing harmful rumors anymore for now. Well, you got your guild battle. And what was it? Something like a loser becoming subordinate? Quartet shivered once again at my words. Good grief, it was clear as day from their expression they didn't even think about it. Heck, they hadn't even imagined themselves losing a most likely. Sure enough, their pride doesn't know when to chill out. That being said, there's such a handful to make them subordinate. I don't have any intention to absorb best of the best, the great star, because there's such a handful. Important things need to be said twice. What are you planning to make us do? Let's see. Quartet expressions became the likes of those death row inmates waiting for the guillotine on the scaffold to serve its purpose when I showed my contemplating look. Why the hell are they making such an expression? I really must ask, what in the name of God did they think of me actually later? But that's for the letter. I have to say at least this much. You're spouting harmful rumors, so cease any of such ill remarks about me first of all. Also, I can see you guys are really ignoring what I have taught you guys, so we're going to do practice as much as possible. Fret not, I will also tag along with you guys to the extent possible. I will give you geese a special menu as a present. I conveyed them so with a wide smile. Quartet showed the expression of someone facing a demonic abyss. CH 272.5. Nameless first year sage rabbit. Nameless second year priest. HNN, about what? Nameless first year sage rabbit. How could you forget? I'm naturally talking about the guild battle between Eden and Best of the Best, the Great Star. Nameless third year investigator. I have secured just the right seat for me. Nameless second year adventurer. Seriously? I'm in awe of you as ever, Investigator Senpai. Nameless second year priest. So it was today. I guess I will take some time to check it out. Nameless second year magician. So which side looks strong? Nameless third year investigator. The score between Best of the Best, the Great Star and Eden is 0-10 respectively. Nameless second year priest. PFF. Hey, I almost spit out my coffee. That was so close. Nameless first year sage rabbit. So they don't have any chance of winning? I mean, I did know, but still. Nameless third year investigator. Nameless second year adventurer. So they haven't even decided on the guild master. I mean, sure, there's no guild master position just at F rank. Nameless third year investigator. Guild master and sub guild master are officially decided at E rank. That's why it wasn't something that could be done yesterday. That being said, it was Best of the Best, the Great Star, who challenged for guild battle, so I wanted to hear if they had any secret strategy to win against Eden. Then they said, Nameless second year priest. Gulp. Nameless second year adventurer. Don't keep us in suspense. Just what the heck did they tell you? Nameless third year investigator. They said it will be their victory if they take down Brave. Nameless second year adventurer. Talk about impossibility. Nameless third year investigator. Between the average level of participants in Best of the Best, the Great Star is 22. Average level of participants in Eden is 48. Nameless second year priest. Hella impossible. Nameless second year magician. That's one heck of a level difference. There's no way they can win even if they somehow manage to take down Brave Kun by a stroke of luck. Nameless third year investigator. From what I could sense, they were fine as long as they can take out Brave Kun. What they said wasn't to overthrow Eden but to overthrow Brave. Nameless second year priest. First of all, that's impossible. Nameless first year sage rabbit. I saw something outrageous just before getting into action. Nameless third year investigator. It must be hard for you, Sage Rabbit-san. Good luck. Nameless first year sage rabbit. Thank you very much. Nameless second year priest. What are you talking about? Nameless third year investigator. It's a secret for now. Nameless first year sage rabbit. Tahaha tilde. We lost. It was really a lost game. Nameless third year investigator. It was your first guild battle. It couldn't be helped. You did your best. Nameless first year sage rabbit. Nameless second year priest. What a surprise. I never expected them to be the member of that. Come to think of it, they did say something like they're solicited by upperclassmen. Nameless third year investigator. You sure have a sharp memory. But it's no good to pry into other details. Nameless second year priest. I know. I will be careful. Anyway, the guild battle was surely interesting. Even the audience had begun to gather slowly. Nameless third year supporter. Of course, it was the guild battle of a star guild. A lot of guilds looked interested. Nameless second year magician. Supporter senpai. I wonder how you will rate the action of Eden from today's guild battle. Nameless third year supporter. They obviously didn't reveal much cards, but just their initial steps were precise at the very least. Nameless second year priest. It was because of the opponent team's elimination twice to the boot. Even the settlement was quick. Both rounds didn't even take 10 minutes if I'm not wrong. Nameless third year supporter. Yeah. In short, you can say Eden was just that great. To be honest, I never heard of anyone settling the guild battle in such a short time, no matter the gulf in their combat power. They know their drills for the precise victory, not to say the coordination alone between their members was solid. They are awfully skilled despite being freshmen. I can't really tell if it is natural for the guild to be the gathering of high-ranking jobs or due to the charisma of Brave. Nameless second year priest. So you're saying their threat level is A? Holy crap. This means they can reach the S rank as long as they are properly leveled up. Nameless second year axeman. What's even worse is I couldn't read their moments in the later half. It's hard to come up with countermeasures with just that much. Nameless second year adventurer. Goddamn it. Best of the best, The great star is so pathetic. Get your lazy bones to work more. Nameless first year sage rabbit. I'm sorry, I will surely do it. Nameless second year adventurer. Number. My bad, I didn't mean it for you. Nameless third year investigator, adventurer. We are going to have a chat later. Be prepared. Nameless second year adventurer. Forgive me, my lord. And anyone please help. Nameless second year priest. However, no one stepped forward to save you. Nameless second year magician. Mouth is the source of disaster. Nameless second year axeman. What a pitiful soul to actually incur the anger of Investor Senpai. CH 273. Mock guild battle was over, and Lana and others members also looked content with the result. Especially Riku and Karua. There seemed to be something on their mind from the interpersonal battle and had gone to the training ground, putting each other as their opponent after that. Lana and Shizu directly went back, though I later received a text saying let me participate again in another similar event that reeks of tsundere vibe in the chat. T/N. Author didn't point out from who but most likely from Shizu. What a contrast in reception compared to the quartet. After their scandalous remark in front of the F-rank guild building as they shouted ridiculous, I pushed the quartet and missed out to the training ground and made them go through the training to correct their stances while their body still had the feel left. Misato didn't have any reason to come but she tagged along saying that sounds interesting. I'm also coming. My first task was to stop them from only relying on strong skills all the time. We had a more or less a promise between us from the guild battle, so I pushed them into training saying if they broke their end of promise, I will pull Misato from their guild. Best of the best. The guildstra would be in danger of dissolving if their precious healer Misato was to leave the guild. It should be enough to motivate them, I assume, because guilds aren't allowed to operate with less than 5 members. Besides, they would most likely wash their hands of any chance of letting her join again if they let a talented high-ranking job holder like Misato leave from their guild. Each member of the best, the great star parroted back, that's tyranny, you're a fiend, deed of a demon, etc. Nevertheless, they desperately began with their training. Incidentally, since they once again spouted harmful rumors, I questioned them saying, so you're going to break the promise? Then they immediately shut their mouth as they vigorously shook their heads left and right. I didn't let it out, but it kinda felt refreshing to see them in this state. Hey Misato, you're not wondering about transferring to Eden, do you? Eden does have some charm in it if I have to say. I beg you Misato-chan, please don't go. You're the only classmate ever who has taken our invitation. Everyone turned aghast at the playful words of Misato. Also Helkun's final words stabbed straight through my heart. I quickly covered my mouth with one hand and averted my face. That was so close. I would have begun to sympathize with them if I hadn't been careful. I had known that they're calling not just the girls from our class, but also the students from other classes, and from their words, it seemed like no one except Misato showed any interest in joining them, let alone checking out their guild. Of course they would be in panic if even that Misato was pulled to another guild. I am sure I would have leaked out something explosive in my shock. Well, straight to the point, the threat was super effective it seemed. They're one of the high-ranking job members and also in the glorious class 1. I really want them to have at least enough ability to not put a shame to its honor. I just got an idea. Maybe I should be a bit more Spartan in my dealing with them. Following day, Friday. Today was the day I would make my debut as a provisional lecturer. Brave Zephyr would take 6 periods of elective classes and will teach about job cultivation. Acquiring a job isn't the end. Instead, the time after acquiring a job is the true beginning. By the players of Dungeon Activity who love it more than anyone else in the world. T/N. By is in English in raw. Just as the proverb goes, job cultivation was the true beginning. It has been around half a month since freshmen have gotten their job, and apparently the majority of them have still not reached LV10. It wasn't too late yet and they're still in the range where they could still raise their job well with the training manual, because rabbit-eared Misato had said she also has not yet reached LV20. There were still students in Combat Department Year 1 Class 1 who have yet to reach LV20. There's still time. I will just have to put my lessons into fast forward. This time, Dean gave me what seemed like advice to not cause any more disturbance, but a little bit should be allowable. Let's not forget, no matter what route students take to raise their job, they would still need to level up first, and changes weren't also not so dramatic that they would cause an imminent change, so there's no problem either way. Now, I wonder how many applicants there are. After all, while I did apply for the provisional lecturer requesting the procedure to the academy, I had barely made it in the deadline for the selection of elective classes. Freshmen who wished to transfer to my class could extend the deadline and be able to accept it, but there should be a lot of students who have already decided on their elective classes. Heck, I think a majority of them should have already decided on their elective classes. I regretted that I should have thought of it a bit earlier, but that's life for you. Inspiration never arrives too late, nor too early, it comes when it's due. A proverb someone said. This line is author's remark. Well, I wish there could be at least 20 people in my class. Otherwise my dream to spread the training manual would remain a dream. Bless me Tilda. Everything is ready, Zephyr-sama. Thanks, Celestine. But are you really fine with working as the assistant of a lecturer? I would rather hope you decide on the class you find interesting. There's no such thing like that. It's just my guess, but I feel that Zephyr-sama class would be more beneficial than any other class. I think that's a bit too of a statement. All I knew was the knowledge of dungeon activity. I know my knowledge about the practicality of this world wasn't even comparable to a child, especially so when I used to skip all the class scenes. It's something even my knowledge bank has to prostrate against. Besides, you know, because I'm Zephyr-sama's attendant. If Zephyr-sama is going to be the lecturer, then I would like to assist you in it. I'm really grateful for his help. I see. Thank you, Celestine. Well, let's go now. Yes. I put the teaching materials prepared into the item bag, capacity, small, and headed for the class I was in charge of with Celestine. CH 273.5. Nameless First Year Shielder. Nameless First Year Merchant. I was eagerly awaiting for this day. Nameless First Year Songstress. I was so waiting for today. I felt like it was the longest week of my life. Nameless First Year Female Soldier. I can relate. I can really relate. I forget how many times I felt that watch was malfunctioning. It felt like the needle of the clock couldn't have been more slower than that. Nameless First Year Shielder. That just tells how much everyone was looking forward to this day. But the day is finally upon us. I will do my best to take the class of Brave Kun from today. Nameless First Year Raccoon Shielder. I'm worried if lessons will even remain in my memory. Nameless First Year Songstress. Actually, I have also same worry. Nameless First Year Female Soldier. What are you saying? Brave Kun's appearance, his voice. I'm going to absolutely commit everything to my memory. Are you really fine to lose this divine providence? Nameless First Year Songstress. I can't. I was mistaken. I vow to etch everything of Brave Kun, whether it's his appearance, voice, lessons or voice, into my memory. Nameless First Year Shielder. Nameless First Year Merchant. It's probably an important thing for her. Nameless First Year Raccoon Shielder. I can relate. Nameless Second Year Swordsman. What in the world is with this cult-like gathering? I'm feeling like something ridiculous is rising. Nameless First Year Shielder. Foo, today's a big event after all. Nameless Second Year Adventurer. I don't think it's really such a big event. Nameless First Year Shielder. Wrong. It is. You should shut up, Adventurer. Nameless Second Year Adventurer. Why are people treating me so harshly these days? Nameless Third Year Investigator. Indeed. If I have to say, it might really turn into an awfully big matter. Nameless Second Year Priest. Investigator Senpai. What do you mean by might really turn into an awfully big matter? By chance, is it about the ceremony to commence advanced grade dungeon capture? Nameless Third Year Investigator. Not at all. Today is Friday, the weekend. Nameless Second Year Priest. Nameless Third Year Investigator. Actually, the situation is such that Brave Kun is going to give a lecture as provisional lecturer in a certain class. His curriculum is named Training Manual. The reason behind the Strength of Eden. Who knows, we might be able to see the tale of fabled existence. Nameless Second Year Priest. What? Hold on. Did I hear something outrageous so late? Really? It's from today? Nameless Second Year Adventurer. I didn't hear anything about this. Nameless Third Year Investigator. Actually, there's a limit to who can take those classes. The target is only first years with a quota of 50, and it will be 6 periods long. It was all decided on en moment, to say the least. It seemed they had begun registering for the attendees from the evening of last Friday, precisely the evening of last Friday, which was the deadline for first years to decide on their elective classes. It was the time where almost all of the freshmen had decided on their lessons, and that's why it was thought that class of Brave Kun wouldn't be able to gather much students. Nameless first year shielder. That's why I hope you don't underestimate the fans of Brave. Nameless first year merchant. I had finished my entries lightning swift. Nameless first year songstress. It's all thanks to the Brave Kun fan network. I would have missed it without it. Nameless first year female soldier. Nameless second year swordsman. You have such a terrifying system. Nameless first year shielder. With the grace of such fan system, all the 45 first-year girls who are his fan were safely able to register for his class. Nameless second-year swordsman. What an odd number. Nameless second-year alchemist. Just why I'm not a freshman. Nameless first-year merchant. It's important to know when to give up. Alchemist senpai. Nameless second-year alchemist. I will not give up. I will definitely do something to sneak my way. Nameless first-year shielder. Beware that we will not forgive anyone who attempt to disturb Brave Kun's class, even if it's you. Alchemist senpai. Nameless first-year merchant. Prepare to be also exiled from Brave Kun fan network. Nameless first-year songstress. I have already put forth the request for banishment. Nameless first-year female soldier. I'm also contacting boss. Nameless second-year alchemist. Wait, that's unfair. Anyone? Is there really no one to step up for me? Nameless second-year swordsman. What a terrifying way to deal. Nameless third-year investigator. Rest assured, Alchemist-san. Nameless second-year alchemist. Investigator senpai. You're a god. Nameless third-year investigator. I will investigate how it goes and then tell you. That's why I have some patience. Alright. Nameless second-year alchemist. That's not what I want. Nameless first-year shielder. We can leave the alchemist senpai for investigator senpai to handle. The incoming lessons are more important than her. Nameless first-year merchant. That goes without saying. Nameless second-year swordsman. A friendly advice. Try not to cause too much trouble for Brave Kun. Nameless second-year priest. Going to the root of the situation. Just what in the world is Brave going to teach? Rather, can he even take class? CH 274. I'm Zephyr, a provisional lecturer starting from today. I'm going to teach you guys about the training manual in my elective class. I have set up question time during the class so you can ask me any question you don't get. I hope we got along. Whisper. I heard the whispering and slightly shrill voices from all over when I introduced myself and what I'm going to teach from the podium. Kaya. It's the real one, so the rumor about Brave Kun being provisional lecturer was true. I'm glad I came. Same here. Just a glance of Brave Kun is enough to make me work hard until the weekend. Look, even his assistant is so cool. I know. He should be that smiling Celestine. It's really such a picturesque scene when both of them are together. These two are going to teach us in great detail from today onwards. I will work hard. I wonder if there will be a chance to be alone with him. I think it's more important to appeal yourself to get a chance to enter into Eden than anything else. I have to study hard and improve my mental image, I guess. This means they welcome me. Right? It was a room in the building of combat department. It was quite a big classroom which could hold around 50 people. It was the classroom in which I was going to take my elective class from this day onwards. Dungeon capture was the main theme of dungeon activity fundamentally, so it was decided I was going to take class in one of the academy buildings of Dungeon Capture Major. Celestine picked out a list of prospective classes to choose from by himself and requested the academy to arrange one in combat department building since it was the same building we take. I was surprised to find the whole class brimming when I entered the classroom. There were 50 seats and all were occupied. Also, the girls' participation ratio was incredibly high. As for boys, 1,2. There weren't even more than 5 boys. Too low. Nevertheless, I, who had thought even having 20 people to attend my class would be nice, was glad to see all of them. I re-gripped myself and quickly went through the self-introduction. I have received the chance to teach for just one term, so I skipped self-introduction about students. One whole period would have been used up in just self-introduction with so many students. If one person took 1 minute, straight 50 minutes would be spent on it. After me, Assistant Celestine also introduced himself. Celestine was quickly writing something on a notebook labeled attendance record when I glanced at him. Huh? Aren't these things written after calling out names and students raising their hands? Hey Celestine, you couldn't be matching girls' faces with their names, right? There's no absentee on the first day. So I was wrong. He was just marking everyone's present since there was no one absent. Sure enough, it would be too much for even Celestine to match a student's name from their faces of this mammoth of a building. On the contrary, I was relieved. In fact, I didn't even know we had to take attendance. I had Celestine handled rest of preparation, so I was unaware about this until now. I should ask him to show me it later. There's no way I could miss out on checking on students I get interested in. Of course I didn't mean it in a strange sense. I'm telling the truth. Speaking about it, I only recognized 3 faces while the rest were unknown to me. All 3 of them were from the same class. I had talked with them on many occasions, so I remember them. It wasn't much, but I did advertise in the class and the result was 3 of them attending. I'm glad they came to listen to my lecture. I started my class not long after. First, I will start with a saying in this world. Acquiring a job isn't the end, but in fact, it's the true beginning of the journey of a job. Suppose there are 2 people with the same job, and even if they have the same level, there can be worlds apart in their strength. Depending on how one raises it, there's a limit to level growth. There's no option to redo it if you ever make a blunder in its growth. You will have to carry this blunder for your whole life. Even a mid-ranking job holder can defeat a high-ranking job holder depending on training. That's why I absolutely want everyone to learn about this way of training and the thought pattern behind the training manual through this class. Everyone turned silent as I began my lecture. The buzzing sound from earlier died down as everyone listened to my words with a serious expression. They have the spirit. Training manual was more about tackling the fundamental way of thinking than just one another compilation to advance through dungeon activity. The way of training in this world was to chase after the footsteps of the successful person one admired and mimic their status. This isn't wrong, but more, there exists a way of doing one step above this. Anyone present should be able to have a great transformation in their strength when they reach the level limit if they seriously listen to this lecture and faithfully integrate it in their training. By all means, I want everyone who has come to listen to my lecture to follow it. The main point of this class training manual is to teach you about this way of thinking. There exists the path to trainability for each and every job. There also exists the path of training for each individual. This is the class to teach you that you guys can, absolutely, reach that unreachable height with a method completely on the opposite spectrum of something like following the footsteps of the person you admire or a successful person. Dungeon Activity Style Training Manual was a way of thought process, and not a set policy deciding how to proceed with training. Deciding on the final form of what they want to be and then drawing a straight line for it was the essence. In short, it was like the stronger character imagined purely by oneself. The true value of dungeon-style training manual was to induce this mode of thinking. I explained it with a more realistic example. The goal of this training manual isn't teaching you to become like something, instead it's about how to defeat that something. Everyone, don't you have someone you want to win against? The idea of wanting to become like so-so was too simple. Dungeon-style training manual was all about making them involuntarily think about what kind of status and what kind of style they would need to surpass that something. Ch 275. Brave Kun was amazing, wasn't he? Yeah. I felt my chest tightening at his serious expression. I know, really, but don't forget to study. He did say something amazing, didn't he? I know that, but I'm having mixed feelings here. I can't say if it's because the scale was much bigger than I expected or that the goal I am striving for is too high. I think Eden is also utilizing the same method. I had been curious about their strength since they haven't experienced a single team or member wipeout in battle despite being first year. Now I see why. I guess it's natural that other guilds can't win against them. I heard they had an overwhelming victory over the same first year's guild. But you see, I'm curious why Brave Kun didn't keep it all to Eden only and come to teach us. It's just hearsay, but I heard rumors that Brave Kun is hoping for a rival to appear. See, there's no other guild who can give Eden a run for their money. Man, Brave Kun sure is seriously serious then to publicize such valuable information. Indeed. But I have to say, Same age Brave Kun as a professor really makes my heart flutter. We're still back to square one, huh? There are a lot of faddists, but this class is likely a turning point for us. I think it's on the same level as a national level class. Huh? Aren't you exaggerating too much? Just think of it yourself and you will realize. I mean, all the 50 members who are taking this class will absolutely stand out more than others. I can't deny that. There's a growth limit for the level, just as Zephyr Sensei has said. In short, we have the chance to catch up with the seniors in terms of level. And at that time, I think we should be a step above the others on the same level. Oh God, isn't it the same as becoming a court mage or the Night Order leader? That's right. It's all depends on our ability. Who knows, we might even clear an advanced grade dungeon. Advanced dungeon? Wow, wouldn't someone capable of achieving that leave their name on history records? You got it right. That's why I said this class is comparable to a national level class. This is the case where Brave Kun is going to raise national level figureheads gradually. In fact, it might as well be born in progressive form. Hey, but do you think it's really alright to reveal national level information in this class? Shouldn't a more proper place be where Brave Kun should do that? But Brave Kun will not have any rival then. I have to give him to be a monstrous brave. This is too shocking. I'm already going numb. Right. But the question here is if it's correct to deal with this information normally. You're right. I think it's fine as it is. Let's do our best to make the dream of Brave Kun come true with everyone. The second period is about to start. Then everyone, let's do our best. No hard feelings. See ya. One period ended safely. I do think it went quite smoothly for the first class. At the very least, I think they may have understood the fundamental way of thinking of dungeon activity training manual. It's just, I don't know what to make out seeing all the girls gathering into one place with terrific spirit as soon as the first period has ended. The scare number of boys all had dumbfounded expressions. They seemed to be looking awfully hyped. I don't get it. Were all these 45 girls originally friends? Isn't that friend circle too big? Aren't girls usually divided into several groups? Any boundaries are set aside between girls when there's a common topic. I don't even see any such thing as boundaries though, Celestine explained, reading my mind. I really wish he could stop doing that. Anyway, it's time to prepare for the second period. My training manual has 6 full-time periods, so my classes will continue with the same members for this whole day. I quickly asked for the attendance record from Celestine and read through it. Speaking of, I don't know how to give them credits. I guess it's fine with just attendance since I don't have any plans for tests. The recess was over in no time as I was thinking about such things while looking at the attendance record. It was time for the second period. Let's resume our class. First look at this. From there, I showed them the strongest and perfect form of a status and other players of dungeon activity had come up with as an example. My goal was for them to come up with their own perfect form after looking at the example of several perfect forms I showed. There was no textbook for the content I was teaching, so I had copied my notes and distributed them among them. By the way, there are copy and duplicate skills. There were also items with similar function, but I took the help of skills this time. It wasn't possible to come up with all examples on time, so for now, I had wrote down the training manual for general mid-ranking jobs like swordsman, black mage, white mage, shielder and thief. It was the method for them to raise physical or magic status using them as a base model. I proceed with the class explaining why the status was divided into those several numbers. The theme of my next class was a flip of that, where I explained how to defeat swordsman or black mage with such status. Time flew by in a flash as I continued with my classes in this fashion and soon found it was time for 6th period to end. It's already about time, huh? This is all for today then. I hope everyone faces their respective jobs. It's all up to you to decide on how you want to raise it. What is the height you want to aim for? I will answer to your conclusion or consultation if it's just a little bit of advice you need. But basically, I want you guys to research on your own. Then let's see you guys next week. Disperse. In this way, my first work as the provisional lecturer ended. My impression after being a lecturer for one day? It was fun to talk about the knowledge of dungeon activity. CH 276. Man, I gotta say being a provisional lecturer was much more amazing than I thought. I felt like I had succeeded in my position as lecturer when everyone was taking my classes seriously. Quite a lot of girls had asked me questions after the class was over. Everyone had a serious expression. Well, I felt like I ended up giving them a lot of advice. Contrary to what I had decided on though, I really have no excuse. I was over the moon at the sweet talking of girls. The important part was that students who were taking training manual classes were all low level. Even the highest level among girls, who were from the same class as mine, was 18, so they still have a long way to go. I was really glad to teach them the training manual before it was too late. Everyone was filled with motivation, and fired up in anticipation for their dungeon challenge tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to what kind of growth they will have when we will meet again next week. I have more or less filled them with the viewpoint behind training manual, and what's left was to solve their queries from the next class, I guess. I'm sure they would be loaded with questions to ask. Man, it took me back to the time I had a heated discussion with the dungeon activity player on Capture Point. I'm getting more and more excited for next week. I called today's job over after discussing with Celestine about the point to be reflected, improved, the schedule for the classes for next week and beyond, and the questions that were left behind. That's all for today. Great work, Celestine. Well, it was about tomorrow. Right. I have them prepared. There's nothing you aren't ready for, huh, Celestine? Celestine took out several flute from the bag before I could even say anything while smiling. Indeed, I was the one assigned to take them on for repairs. Our schedule for this weekend was to advance in Dean Quest we previously discussed. The material of Electric Bear Come Squirrel especially was the pressing issue on our hands, as its deadline was this Sunday. I so much had wanted to dive into the dungeon even on weekdays, but there was lots of preparation to do, and not to say intermediate dungeons were so deep that it would have been too late for us to dive into the dungeon after classes and then return back on time. It wasn't impossible per se, but there wasn't any need to beat ourselves over it. So far, the 2 days of dungeon division on weekends would be enough for us to complete the quest according to my speculation. And that's where these flutes will come into play, since the quest was to collect materials of a rare boss. However, there was a twist, and that was the huge amount of repair cost, since I had used them in large numbers during my battles against Emperor Goblin, and so I couldn't get them repaired. My plan was to repair them with my personal money, since I was the only one who had used them, but as things stood, it wasn't possible to sell Emperor Goblin materials in a short time, and it was absolutely impossible to repair them with the money I had available. Just my luck. The situation led me to consult with Celestine and rely on him to repair them. He subtracted from the assessed value of Emperor Goblin materials and got them repaired. He really saved my wool there. And with our discussion with Dean, I also got him to lend 2 flutes as an advance reward. I confirmed the condition of all 8 flute and got entranced by them. I marveled at the dreamy spectacle of 8 flutes on my hands, the same flutes used to call for a rare boss. It should be. I felt like calling this scene too beautiful. I looked at them again, and got entranced by them again. Just amazing. Zephyr-sama, if you take the remaining please. Cough, thank you. I quickly put the flutes on my bag, covering the fact that I was completely entranced by them. It was completely a force majeure that I accidentally caressed the bag. Speaking of it, the appraised value of Emperor Goblin materials was 18 million, and after subtracting 6 million mia for the flute repair, it left me with 12 million mia in my hand. Here's the amount left behind after paying for the flute repair. Your smartphone please. Yes, thank you. I held out my smartphone in front of Celestine's. Ting, the money transfer was complete with the chime. Even so, only 18 million ha. I defeated it 20 times, so that mean appraised value of one set was 900,000 mia. I had expected the price to be double of it when I initially collected Emperor Goblin material. Was it the effect of deflation? I think I may have supplied too much material. I bet I will have another earful from Marie-senpai. In this way, my first day as provisional lecturer was completed, and we parted our ways as I thought about the situation. The following day, it was Saturday. I headed to the guild room brimming with excitement right from the morning. Heyo everyone. It's another lovely morning. I entered the guild room while cheerfully greeting everyone as I seethed in anticipation and excitement at our soon to intermediate dungeon dive. Good morning, Zephyr. Aren't you quite pep up today? It seemed Lana also sensed my excitement. Morning. Good morning, Zephyr. A very good morning, Zephyr. Dono, Karua, Rika and Ista waved their hands and gave their greetings in respective order. I'm as refreshed as riding the wind today. For now there were only 4 members in the guild room. Rest seemed to have yet to come. Pardon me for arriving late. A good morning to you, everyone. Zephyr-san, Do you have some time to give? I want to talk about something. Just as I was thinking about the rest of the members, Rena took her entry after me. She entered the room while greeting everyone, and then as soon as she spotted me, a smile blossomed on her face like a flower receiving sunshine as she quickly made her way to me. Rather than saying elegant, she was courteous in her speech like a well-groomed young lady she was. Good grief, I told her to take it easy. Well, such was the nature of this young lady. All right, thank you very much. Actually, however, I felt a sharp gaze directed at me as soon as Rena got closer to me. Hey, Rika, Karua. Don't you think Zephyr looks a bit smitten? Well, he's not. Might be, a bit. Is that so? I kind of feel like he's making a face asking to be punched. Lana-sama, please calm down. And a princess shouldn't use such words. I'm being watched. Why was I feeling everyone's gazes on me? Just why? Even though I should be currently at my refreshing self. This situation continued on until everyone had gathered as I shed cold sweat under strange gazes. CH 277. My plan today is to clear the Dean quest I had talked about. I spoke out our schedule in the morning meeting when everyone had gathered. It was a request to the guild, so I want to clear it with everyone's joint effort. It's a fine idea. We also have deadline pressing in both quests after all. The sooner, the better. Sierra nodded at my words and gave her approval. I also favor this plan. I mean, the deadline for the material of Electric Bear Come Squirrel is tomorrow. Zephyr-san has told me Eden Guild has the past achievement of clearing out an intermediate low-grade dungeon, but it would be the first time fighting a rare boss in said dungeon. We should also not forget that the success of this quest also depends on Flute. It would be preferable to start as soon as possible in my opinion. Similarly, Rena also nodded in favor and stated the concerning parts. I have more or less informed her about the official hidden tactic, boss farming, that Eden is in exclusive possession verbally. Rena's job was master planner princess, so I'm trying to pass our tactics to her as much as possible. But, this is that, and she was still worried it seemed. Also, it may seem like we still have enough time for the delivery of top-grade mechanical carriage, but even its deadline is just around the corner. Today's Saturday, May 18th, which left us with 13 days. However, as it will take around 5 days to build it, this left us with 8 days only. Fortunately, it's Friday at the end of May, so we would be able to make it in time, albeit barely, if we submit materials by Sunday, 26th May. The requested mechanical carriage was top grade, so we would need the material of a rare boss, Shaman Marionette. On the other hand, Electric Bear Come Squirrel was also a rare boss, so we could end in a messy situation if we don't properly outline the use of Flute. In fact, just as Rena had said, Friday is the last day of this month. In short, we only have 2 weekends to work out everything and could dive into the dungeon 4 times. It would be best to use Flutes this weekend for the material of Electric Bear Come Squirrel, and then on the material of Shaman Marionette next weekend. We may look like we're basically doing a race against time, so I understand the apprehension Rena has. That being said, I also have the last resort in case we weren't able to make it in time for the mechanical carriage, and that was to have us to carry us after classes immediately for a day trip dungeon dive. So I wasn't particularly worrying about anything. However, that's the last resort as stated. Crap, now that I think about it, I haven't even asked Gant-senpai his schedule, who was supposed to build the carriage. He would most likely need considerable time to build a carriage on par with Thunder Javelin considering its spec, and it would be a pinch if we couldn't have made it sure from his side. That was so careless of me. Celestine, can you go to Gant-senpai's store and ask him about his schedule? Also, tell him I have another request for him to build top-grade mechanical carriage. But it doesn't have to be immediate. We still have some time. I understand. Then I will conform after returning from the dungeon. Thank you. This should be enough for now, and the academy should also be contacting him. Alright, these are details. Let's settle our plan centered around it. I'm going to divide the party into 3 teams today as well. First team is the team to collect material for the mechanical carriage. This team will focus on hunting Bamboo Puppet. Team members are leader Sierra, Hannah, Lulu, Celia and Pamela. Hannah, please support them with healer equipment. Yes, I got it. It wasn't just the material of the rare boss Shaman Marionette that we needed for mechanical carriage. In fact, It's the regular boss bamboo puppet material in huge quantities that's needed, and since flutes weren't necessary for normal bosses, a collection party was sufficient. The amount needed from this boss wasn't trifling at all. Even we had to hunt it for 2 days before stockpiling the necessary amount, so I hope they can gather as much as possible in these 2 days. The team will work under Shield Princess Sierra as its leader and a tank, while Hannah will play the role of healer with the equipment Mana Light Wand and Magic Orb. Support, Recovery Grimoire. It was the same support recovery book we had gotten as a drop after fighting Cowboy Cactus, and I had transformed it into Magic Orb T/N from C204. Changing Magic Ability Orb. Magic Orb. Its abilities were as follow: Magic Orb Support, Recovery Grimoire, Healing LV7, Mega Healing LV3, Protection Barrier LV9. T/N, Former Status, Magical Power 9, Healing 5 and Protection Barrier 8. It originally used to have Healing LV5 greater than, but double orbification phenomenon occurred much to my surprise and upped the healing level to 7 and added a new spell, Mega Healing LV3. Holy crap. That was amazing. I was so surprised my vocabulary died midway. Hannah and I had immediately gone out to purchase expensive meat and put a plate completely stacked of it as an offering without a second thought when it had happened. May your grace always shine upon us, Sakinko-sama. Beside them, there was also Protection Barrier LV8 that had converted into Protection Barrier LV9. Its effect was Defense Up, a strong buff that negates a fixed physical damage. Though the fixed damage it negates wasn't that high. Just imagine a slightly inferior barrier casted over the user. It was flimsy enough to get smashed by 1 or 2 attacks of a boss, but having it or not makes a major difference. Hannah's survivability chance had been upped with this. This was another joyous occasion. It was also the best among other Magic Orb we have. Eden currently hasn't enough healers, and that's why I have Hannah temporarily working as healer and putting her into Team 1. The sole healer we have is only Lana, and that's the best we could do. When will we get a new healer? Miss Tao? Should I seriously consider poaching her into our guild? This may make the quartet break into tears, but not that it matters to me. Anyway, tank and healer was decided with Sierra and Hannah respectively. Next was the attacker. There was Lolita, hero debuff attacker Lulu, who could also play as a semi-tank in time of need. Damage dealer spiritualist Celia, and lastly female shinobi Pamela, capable of scouting and enemy search. Sierra as a tank had been added to the team considering the chance of a rare boss suddenly popping out, since as of now, only Sierra was capable of shielding party members from an attack targeted at every party member with her induction cover. Hannah alone would be done for if it's just her as a tank, hence this arrangement. And on the final note, Celia was in charge of knocking the gate of the boss room, because Celia's elemental javelin LV5 with the combination of her INT value and elemental burst LV5 had enough might to make a boss pop up. That being said, I had arbitrarily decided on this time's party arrangement, but apparently they didn't have any objection. I'm relieved. Next is the team for hunting Electric Bear cum Squirrel. The members are Lana, Rika, Karua, Asta and I. The area in which Electric Bear cum Squirrel popped out was one of Intlo, Rokumari Thundering Tree Dungeon. There were only a few members who had the experience in Intlo, so the members were basically decided by elimination process. Rika would basically play as a tank, and assisting her would be I as semi-rank. Healer was Lana and Asta. Our main damage dealer, Karua, was in charge of scouting and enemy search. This side also has no objection. Now the one left is Rina, Celestine and Shizu's party. Rina is still short in level, so I would like you guys to help her out in leveling. Understood? Thank you very much. I will be in your care, Celestine-san. Shizu-san. Likewise, I will be in your care. Celestine nodded in affirmation as Rina thanked both of them at my request. I was a bit worried if Shizu would be alright, but she accepted readily without showing any displeasure. We had stopped at LV10 for Rina since it had been taking too much time a few days ago. Hence the reason why I asked Celestine and Shizu to accompany her in the beginner low dungeon. I really want Rina to become my right hand as much as possible. I might get overtaken by her later though. Cough. We then dispersed into the respective team after going through a few briefing sessions. At last, it was the time for the long-awaited dungeon attack. CH 278. The dungeon we had come to today was Rokumari Thundering Tree Dungeon. Thick and dense trees populated the whole surrounding, but the strangest thing about the trees were they were crackling with lightning. Whoa! What's this? trees are emitting lightning? Indeed. That's why it's also known as Lightning Forest. The one to raise their voice in surprise when we entered into the dungeon was Lana. It's been a while since I have seen her genuinely surprised reaction, though I could relate with their surprise they're feeling seeing it for the first time. Even I, who was supposed to have seen this scene on the game screen, was astounded by the difference in visual impact and reality. I was moved to some extent. By the way, don't carelessly touch the trees. It will shave off your HP otherwise. Really? So this means the trees are like traps? Explode them? This damage was what is generally known as terrain damage. This type of terrain damage comes under the same category like your stamina gradually depleting when you're in a volcano. The terrain damage was another new factor that makes its entry from the intermediate dungeon. That being said, there's no need to fear as long as one doesn't touch them. Karua looked around the forest with a slightly surprised expression at my advice and then looked at the extreme speed star boots she was equipped with while uttering such dangerous words. After all, the skill trap explosion was equipped in those shoes. You don't need to do so, because there's no end to these trees and you will just tire yourself out. The main thing is this dungeon is an important source of income for collection department and trap disarming department because the trees here give lightning attribute laced limber. By collecting the trees of this dungeon, you wouldn't want to wish to see the glaring expression of upperclassmen by exploding their source of money at the entrance, do you? Oh, so that's the case. HNN. No explosion. A careful scrutinizing of the surrounding would reveal upperclassmen felling trees here and there. The expression with which Riku and Karua were looking at the trees changed as the realization dawned upon them at my word. These trees, while forming dangerous traps and transmitting terrain damage, were an income source at the same time. Hannah's eyes would have immediately turned into Mia if she had been here most likely. I'm going to get some lumber. Can you wait here for a while? ? What are you doing, Zephyr? Lana voiced out her doubt, to which I raised my hand saying it's nothing and took out Gentle Axe, a part of Gentle Harvesting series from the bag. It was one of the dropped items from a gold chest Lulu and the party had gotten after taking down Battle Wolf last week. The same day I was interviewing Rena. I borrowed it today. Equipped with the skills, logging LV3 quality up double drop. It was originally meant to be used only in the beginner dungeon, but that's where third order reinforcement jewel came into play. Third order reinforcement jewel is an important item that has the ability to upgrade the level of skills that comes attached with equipment or items. I had used the 2 third order reinforcement jewel we had gotten from the beautifying phenomenon after crushing Cowboy Cactus into Gentle Harvesting series. I used the first jewel on the Gentle Scoop I had purchased from Marie-senpai, while I ended up using the other one on this Gentle Axe that had dropped last week. This upgraded their skills to Harvesting LV6 and Logging LV6 and turned them into items that could be used up to and low. I also have Gentle Pickaxe but decided not to bring it since we have no use of or related items except selling them as of now. Another reason why I upgraded Gentle Axe was because the Hexa Thunderwood from the Thunder attribute trees of this dungeon was material that could also be used in alchemy. Here we go. The tree felled by Gentle Axe disappeared into effect together with a faint plonk sound, leaving behind several timber of Hexa Thunderwood. It tingled the moment I cut it. The sensation was the same as putting your hand into a pool of static electricity. That was kinda tickling, though it also shaves off the HP. Hey Zephyr, what are you doing keeping all the fun parts to yourself? I want to try it too. Sure. So, however, after my turn, let me try it 3 more times. You can do it after my turn too. No, surely you can wait for a while, right? The advent of the formerly selfish princess we have. I guess she will not listen to me, but it kind of doesn't feel bad to give in to her considering Ista's words that she ever showed such selfish behavior only to me. Gotta listen to Her Highness. I handed the Gentle Axe to Lana. Thank you Zephyr. It's fine Tilda. That's not how you hold it. You should hold it this way. Otherwise it will be hard to use it when swinging. Yug. It looked so easy but it's surprisingly difficult. Lana was improperly holding the axe, so I quickly corrected her grip. Come to think of it, Lana had hardly ever held any weapon as far as I could recall. This might be her first time holding it surprisingly. In fact, even her center of gravity wasn't in correct position, which was dangerous, so I supported her by holding the axe from behind. The situation kinda turned out like I was hugging her behind. Her smell tickled my nose. She had a sweet smell. This is kind of nerve-wracking. Don't lose your focus. Swinging the axe is quite dangerous, you know. Our gazes met when Lana looked over shoulder when I was admonishing her while looking at her. Our gazes were just a few inches apart since we were almost hugging each other. The distance so close our lips could touch others with slight movement. My movement froze as if someone pressed the pause button, my gaze involuntarily attracted to her deep blue eyes, reminiscing of the ocean, that had been widened to their limit. And after what seemed to be a moment that lasted for a while, acknowledgement. Whoa? Lana's face flushed red in a heartbeat and went poof. Lana-sama, Esther rushed in and flustered appearance. I handed Lana in my arms to her. I had already retrieved gentle axe from her carefully so it was fine. Caillou, get a hold on yourself, Lana-sama. Esther quickly nursed Lana whose eyes were swimming in circles and vaporizing from her face. Chen. Turn away your face in the opposite direction. Zephyr. Karua's right, Zephyr. Lana Dono's health doesn't seem to be quite right. You move in the opposite direction and cut down trees for a while until we call in. Okay. Karua and Rika immediately stopped me just as I was about to help out in nursing Lana. To top it off, they even asked me to distance myself in the opposite direction. My heart just received a slight shock at that. But it seemed like I was the main reason for Lana's current situation, so I quietly moved to another location and busied myself into gathering wood until Lana was back on her feet again. Ch 279. What a fearsome impact that had. That was dangerous. Lana-sama. What's more important is you're back on your feet again. Lana finally come back to her senses around the time Zephyr had collected 50 of the Hexathunder wood on the opposite side a little far from away from where Lana and other were. Esther was diligently wiping the flushed face of Lana with a handkerchief on her one hand. Chen, I'm jealous of you, Lana. Maybe I should also try it? You shouldn't. Karua. Imitating that's like walking into lion's den. You better stop if you value your life. I don't think there's need to vigilance that much. Lana immediately dismissed Karua who showed her interest in imitating earlier act with Zephyr. Rika gave a strained laugh at Lana's word who make it as if it was a life-threatening event. But I lost a good chance. A chance to act with Zephyr like that is already hard to come by and I messed up with my inexperience. I almost thought my heart is going to jump out of my throat when I saw his face so close to me suddenly. I know. That situation looked so fantastic. Zephyr also got looks after all. Chen. Zephyr is gentle. Zephyr's action of responding to Lana's wishes to his limit has in fact earned a pretty high score from Rika and Karua. Although it had started with Lana's selfishness, Zephyr still let Lana take priority despite grumbling against her demand and even come to help her as soon as he saw Lana didn't know the basic of using axe. Though the person herself was looking remorseful to have wasted the chance of experience that delightful yet embarrassing experience for longer. It's not something everyone can do. You can say Zephyr don't truly trust Lana-sama. I see. I'm the number one when Zephyr need to rely on someone, right? Lana said in a tone strangely emphasizing number one, as if to say there exists someone threatening to take over her place. Esther and Rika who noticed that ended up smiling. After all, both of them were aware of Lana's recent anxiety. It was the other day another new member joined Eden. New member's name was Ekaterina, a commander that Zephyr was looking for. Another girl. Lana was almost bubbling up with feeling to somehow complain to Zephyr on that, but the problem was the gaze and behavior Ekaterina was directing to Zephyr. It was plain as day it was a girl aiming for Zephyr. The girls' camp in the Eden were quick to sense it. No, quick would be an understatement. Rather they had noticed it the moment Zephyr brought her with himself. Apparently, Ekaterina failed in acquiring a good job and her life from there was devoid of any hope when they heard about the situation. It was already a common knowledge in the world that nobles have noble exclusive job and also that those noble exclusive jobs were fundamentally stronger than ordinary jobs. Hence, there was the trend among nobility to only acquire exclusive jobs. There was even the rule among some noble houses that they can only take the exclusive jobs and not other at any cost. As it could go, Ekaterina was a child of one such household. Alas, the job that appeared for Ekaterina was completely in contrast to her nature. She was sure her future had no prospect anymore. It might have been possible to go through job transfer, but there was no way of telling when it will appear, and it wouldn't be strange for years to pile up in no time as she waited, hoping for her desired job. What's more, Changing job was like resetting your life up to that point. Job transfer wouldn't take her back to when she was 16-year-old, and the gap between peers would become a chasm. A wrong move and she would be checkmate in her life. However, that's when Zephyr took entry into her life, and unsurprisingly, he effortlessly blew away the despair, the darkness around her, and once again illuminated her gloomy life. He did all of this in just one day to boot. It's impossible to not have favorable feeling towards such person, and sure enough, Ekaterina was trying her best to get closer to Zephyr. It was a sudden attack on the castle which Lana was just a few steps from taking down after she cleared away all the obstacles in her path and was full of confidence. If that wasn't enough, Zephyr, who appeared to be accepting her without showing any denial or approval, was causing anxiety to one part of girls' member in Eden. The culprit behind all this was Zephyr. Well, girls' camp did understand that he wasn't accepting her in that sense though. However, understanding that is one thing, but it's the heart of a maiden who ever so wished for her interest to look only at herself. But Zephyr is too kind to everyone. Lana felt uneasy. How about pushing forward the engagement with Zephyr? Dono? Why, isn't that a bit earlier for that? Because it's just 1 month since we have met each other, and even Zephyr shouldn't be thinking about engagement so soon. Lana flustered at Esther's straightforward proposal, though what Lana said was also reasonable. Not to say even Zephyr, while he had begun envisioning the ending he wanted, hadn't come up with anything concrete on how he would like to advance when the life in academy had just begun. He might in fact turn down the proposal thinking it's too early. Then how about setting up situation where Zephyr doesn't have any situation but to engage? Well, I would like to keep it romantic if possible, like in romance novel. Apparently Lana's hesitant attitude had touched something inside her attendant Esther, as Esther let out some dangerous words. Consequently, Lana's tone lowered down. Lana wanted to pursue romance like those bittersweet romance novels she had read. It's true that she may made her way to the castle, but that was more like a groundwork in case they get together in future. Lana, fight. Indeed, it's better to mount an assault than just drown in uneasiness. Rika and Kara gave their support to her. Well, of course their words weren't as unsettling as Esther, but if she wants Zephyr, she have to act accordingly. It wasn't the time for her to become flustered and faint just by having his face closer. You're right. It was so unlike of me. I am going to work hard to deepen our relationship a bit more. Lana stood up with a determination, supported by the members of Eden. Zephyr, noticing that she had recovered, waved his hand and returned back. Lana discarded the trembling of her heart and took one step forward, aiming for that place, a bit closer than ever. Ch 280. I became a woodcutter because Lana fainted. You say you didn't understand what I mean? Fret not, even I didn't understand what I'm saying. However, if anything was sure, then that was I had become a hexathunder tree cutting machine and gathered a lot of materials in the due time. Though I had to chug down or a heal in between to recover the HP I lost from slip damage every time I felled a hexathunder tree. The students from collection department like Colomer had the skill to negate the slip damage, but Brave doesn't have such a convenient feature unfortunately. Well, I become one of another woodcutter among other upperclassmen who were felling the trees similarly. Though the sound of plonk coming from here and there each time a tree was felled was quite entertaining. It was like a BGM that was not available in the dungeon activity during game. As the saying goes, it's always easy to lose track of time when you're absorbed into something you like. I had been so addicted to it that I had gathered around 300 hexathunder wood logs by the time I realized what I was doing. That was way too much, and I know we don't need even more than half of it. Ah well. Things like this do happen sometimes. It doesn't happen just sometime in your case though. Lana was back on her feet once again when I turned to glance at the girls group. I'm glad she's fine and recovered. I also quit woodcutting and returned to where they were while waving my hand to them. Listen Zephyr, I declare that I will stop getting flustered anymore. Ah. I got it. I didn't get what Lana said and my reply turned into a question mark in the end. Well, that's just Lana like, so I guess there's no need to worry about it. Stop there. Where are you going? We still haven't done with logging here. Lana tightly grabbed my shoulder just as I was about to resume our dungeon exploratory, considering we had already wasted quite some time. I didn't get it at first, but then I understood from her last words. It seemed like she still wanted to learn about logging. Her appearance and determination in her voice didn't allow me to tell her that I had already gathered around 300 pieces and we wouldn't need them anymore. In the end, I decided to let her give it a try. Well, why don't you take out the axe and teach me like how you were before? Yes, be careful, okay? I took out gentle axe again from the bag and handed it to Lana. I had almost forgotten to take it out as I was slightly bewildered at Lana's sudden reserved demeanor. Thank you. Lana turned her back after receiving the axe and moved in front of a hexathunder tree. Come, Zephyr, teach me how to do it properly like before. I'm not going to faint this time. Right. Excuse me, why the questioning tone? I couldn't quite catch up with the situation. It seemed like Lana wanted to replicate the scenario from earlier and was waiting for me to support her arms that were holding an axe from behind, which was almost a hugging posture like before. So close, so close, so close. But I'm not going to lose. I think Lana just muttered something, but I couldn't hear it well since she was facing downward. I wonder if I'm looking nervous? The scene from earlier flashed past my mind. Her irresistible blue eyes, a distance so close a single movement and our lips might have overlapped. A pity. I strangely felt a pang of regret recalling it. As for what was regrettable, it was the three people who were closely paying attention to our situation from the sideline. You can do it, Lana-sama. Get more close, Zephyr. Glue your waist. It's fine even if you take it easy. Lana Dona would be able to handle it that way. If that wasn't enough, then they're even cheering on us. I could clearly hear them. What's going on? Just what's with this situation? And I'm not going to glue our waist, Karua. It would be awful in many ways if I straightened my back in this posture. Let's start, Zephyr. Hurry up. Even Lana was getting embarrassed as her face turned red and quickly urged me to continue. Her face was totally beet red. Even her ears were red. Her flushed face was clearly visible from the side even though her eyes never left Hexawood Tree from sight, and didn't even turn back. I wondered if my face was red too. I quickly shook my head to shake off any unnecessary thoughts and focused on my explanation. Yes, try to hold the axe so that its blade part is horizontal. Skill would activate automatically as long as you hold it decently and will turn it into material. Swing it like that. I lightly held Lana's hand, slightly adjusted her right hand so that the blade was horizontal and hit the hexathunder tree. A faint numbing shock ran through hand at the same time and slightly reduced the HP. Something much like lightning just came out. That's the fun part about hexathunder tree. Though I wonder how these trees all sound despite possessing lightning. I don't know. Anyway, just focus. Like this? That's right. It wouldn't work properly if the axe is swung suddenly and strongly. So a not so strong swung where eyes can follow trajectory is recommended. The axe was swung again, reducing a bit of HP simultaneously. However, she swung it a bit too lightly as the tree didn't turn into material and was still rooted there. I got it. I think I can do it this time. Oh? Then I think you should be okay on your own. Stop. I'm not sure if I will be able to do it correctly yet, so support me till the end. Yes, I see. I was stopped by Lana when I tried to take distance from her, thinking she should be able to do it on her own. Lana today was awfully honest. Just what's going on? It was a rare sight that her dear side wasn't pushing back her honest side today, which wasn't something you get to see usually in Hudson and D mode combined. This contrast slightly makes my heart skip a beat. Thankfully we're not alone, else it would have been awful, though I can't exactly spell how it would have been awful. My restless heart calmed down as I glanced at the three people who were cheering us on the side. It was enough to bring me out of my thoughts. Good grief. Alright, we're starting. Okay, 1, 2 and go. I supported Lana and also corrected her swing trajectory at the same time. We raised our voice. The swung axe neatly gets sucked up to the trunk, who made a nice blonk sound. The hexathunder tree instantly disappeared into the effect and left behind the wood. On our feet. Amazing. It really turned into material. That's it. You did it. That was splendid. Lana-sama. Congratulations, Lana. You were so wonderful. Lana Dono. You were also wonderful, Zephyr. I understand Esther's splendid remark, but Karua's remark congratulation after her puzzled me. And I didn't get at all what was wonderful in Rika's you were also wonderful remarks. Though the strange inkling vanished into nothingness after I did a high five with Lana, who was holding material and put the axe into the bag. Everything was incomprehensible to me, but it seemed like there was some significant meaning in it from the girls' perspective, as they highly praised Lana, and Lana too was making a triumph expression. Only I stood there alone facing this incomprehensible scene. CH 281. We spent much more time on the first floor of Rokumari Thunder Forest than expected, but girls group had their fun, so it wasn't bad. Let's go. We don't have much time, so we're gonna speed up. Esther, we're going to use carriage. Roger. Summoning Thunder Javelin, Esther spiritedly said the line summon, which was quite rare for her to do so, and took out Thunder Javelin from the magic bag. As much as I wanted to retort that it's not summoning, it would have been boorish of me to say that. Esther was unusually in high spirits ever since I had helped out Lana in logging earlier. Esther being in such high-spirited mode was a sight I don't usually see. Our main goal this time is to farm all sorts of materials of electric bear cum squirrel on the lowest floor, and it would be counterproductive to clear each floor one by one. So we're going to blitz through our way with Thunder Javelin. But we're going to fight the Guardian Field boss on the 20th floor. We will want to be able to use teleportation circle from tomorrow at least. Oh, and if the wandering boss tries to come out of the way, show it the Eden's might. Alright, I don't have any problem. HN, okay. So it's an all-you-can-fight boss Buffy, though it's a pity I can't fight other monsters. Well, it depends upon your luck. If you're keen on fighting normal monsters, we might find some while going through hidden doors. Rika, Karua and Lana nodded in order when I reiterated our plan for today. We're saving ourselves from engaging in fights with small fries monsters, just like Lana said, but there is no harm trying if we have time. It would be then Lana's turn to shine. The selling price of electric bear cum squirrel material this time was ridiculously high. Well, it was the fruit of Rena's hard work. It was through her efforts that the final price was agreed on to pay with QP than mere for the surplus materials, but conversely speaking, it was very much welcome since QP were hard to save up either way. To be honest, I want to rack in as much QP as possible since I have lots of things planned for later where that much amount will be needed. It would be going against divine providence to not earn as much as possible when the chance is given. I must thank Rena properly next time, though I do not plan to sell them in abundance this time, else I find myself in the same situation like with Emperor Goblin material. Besides, I need that much amount to show our might. Hearing you have a lot, just how are you going to sell? Gave a nice ring. Then I'm going to buy everything you have brought. After all, we can just choose leftovers for ourselves if there would be any left. It might give Dean a headache, but it should be fine. Anyway, we quickly got in the Thunder Javelin and embarked for our destination. Esther was in charge of operating it while I gave directions from the assistant seat like usual. Lana and other members were inside the carriage. Monsters from intermediate grade are really something. They manage to stay alive even after an attack. Such sort of situation for longer may create a train situation. Use overdrive to flee away if it happens. Alright, I will keep a note of the situation. And Zephydono, healing please. Sure, so. Or a heal. Thank you very much. Don't mind. Oh, and it's left from the next road. I healed Esther while guiding her for the route. Practically all of the monsters in this dungeon were composed of electric-type monsters, and among them was a squirrel-type monster, Electric Squirrel, which has low HP but releases electric shock after its defeat. It was the so-called on-death activate skill. There were also traps like lightning attacks or flying attacks, though a lot of them were evaded with the swift speed of Thunder Javelin whenever they activated, but some still passed the damage. Esther was bearing some damage due to all these reasons, and that's how I was in charge of healing her. Such points are to be careful. Carriage might be strong, but it wasn't devoid of weak points. Running the carriage without being careful about it will not only make the wearer unable to battle, but the damage will not be limited to HP barrier anymore. Healing was the only thing I had needed in game, but a mistake might result in the carriage being broken. I am not even sure what might happen inside the carriage in that situation. I have to be mindful of it. Well, I'm not going to make a blunder of that sort. The carriage dashed through as I was lost in my thoughts, and soon we had arrived at the 10th floor. Is it fine to ignore the boss, Zephydono? Yes, we just have to activate the teleportation circle and that would be enough for now. We will have more chances later to fight here. Dash through. Very well. I gave instructions to Esther, who ran the carriage towards the 11th floor entrance, taking the shortest distance. Vault down Martz, a Martz Melampus type monster and also the guardian boss of the 10th floor, appeared as soon as the gate was within our eyesight and tried to mount an attack on us from the sideline. Esther. Activate Overdrive. Overdrive was a vehicle category skill that granted a super speed dash to blast through the path. It was one of the most used skills since it was more effective in shaking off the train than attacks, and thus, the speed of Thunder Javelin turned faster than ever and left behind Volt down marts to eat dust. We will come again to play another time, see ya. I shook my hand towards Volt down marts who had been left behind and entered the 11th floor. Bosses were unable to chase after enemies who entered another stratum. That was fast. Right. Next is the 20th floor. I guess time to pass the information since we will have to defeat the boss of the 20th floor. I opened the window so that people inside could also hear and then passed the boss's characteristic and strategy. Floor boss of the 20th floor is Electro-Charged Fox, also called Electro Fox. It is 2 meters tall with lightning weaving across its body. It has 6 tails and each can release lightning from the tip, so be careful about your movements since even the backside is not a safe place, else you get shot down by the lightning. Long distance attack. Rika grimaced. Well, she isn't good with long distance attacks after all. Or should I say her weak point? She didn't have a forte against long distance attacks since they can't be parried or countered with her defense skills. Rika, you pulled some distance and attracted its aggro. Boss's lightning attack can be follow-up through by eye, so you should be able to handle it. It was just like the case with guns. Dungeon activity was a game, so there were no attacks that were faster than your eyes. Even my shine lightning was the same and it was possible to avoid it. That being said, just because it's doable doesn't make the tricky part less tricky. Though I also told Rika to try offsetting the attack from a distance since it wasn't possible to explain the attack timing of the boss verbally. It was also because Rika's defense skill could generate more hate by offsetting the attacks. Conversely speaking, she would be defenseless against the lightning attack by staying near the boss. Another reason is the boss will focus on long-distance attacks if Rika stays far from it. It will also make it easy for nearby members to attack, so I hope you do your best. I understand. And Zephyr? How should I attack if I can't attack from behind? Karua, you go for a hit-and-run tactic on its side. Try to aim for timing just as it's done with the attack, and be careful of lightning attack. Alright, Esther. I'm leaving the opposite side from Karua to you. Very well. A hit-and-run tactic for the close combat-oriented members. Our focus would be on dealing damage from the sideline and they should be able to withstand a frontal attack by carrying shields like me. And so, I will be in charge of attacking from the front side. What about me, Zephyr? Lana, I'm leaving you in charge of supporting members with Sacred Barrier. Protect members if they get paralyzed status. Rest is as usual. Leave it to me. I could always rely on Lana when she's brimming with confidence. Her skin also looked more lustrous than before. She sure is filled with vigor. And so, we arrived at the 20th floor while I was explaining the strategy. Around 1 hour had passed for us to arrive here from the first floor. I'm glad I have Thunder Javelin. Its name as Thunder Javelin wasn't just to show off. True to its name, it blitzed through the lightning forest like a spear. Well, even Lulu, who had come up with its name, shouldn't have thought it would happen. We stopped the carriage when the exit of the 20th floor was within our sight, and turned towards the floor boss after getting our preparation ready. CH-282, ... Is that really Electro-Charge Fox? A fox? It's not cute at all. Indeed, it's not cute at all. It's something that just looks like a fox. A punishment is necessary for such an entity. Rika, Karua, Lana and Esther respectively chimed in one after another when we got closer to the location from where the field boss was in our sight. Especially Lana and Esther, they're quite harsh in their evaluation. Though it's the unfortunate truth that Electro-Charge Fox appearance was appalling for girls. I looked at the boss with a bit of pity-filled eyes. The boss has a slim form with its physique towering 2 meters, but unlike the cuteness of wild foxes, it looks like a famished carnivorous animal. Field boss's drooping tongue that scatters the saliva and the haze on its narrow eyes that makes it hard to understand what's going in its mind was creating a surreal scene. Although its body model resembles a fox, and its inverted triangle-like face and the 6 tails, barely making it a fox. Then what in the world is this creature? In short, if the girls' camp says it's not a fox, then it's not a fox. Let's go, Zephyr. We're gaining anything by standing here. As planned, I will go ahead and attract its hate. Alright, I'm leaving it to you, Rika, leave it to me. The first one to act in the strategy planned was our tank Rika. Field boss targets in the beginning of battle are settled randomly, so sending a member first is an efficient step to determine the target. GSH. Guardian boss's tails and the first stands on its end at the sudden intruder. The target was completely on her. What's with its voice? Even its voice isn't cute. You're right, Lana-sama. It should learn to let out a cute voice if it wants to fake a fox's appearance. Lana and Ista's evaluation dropped even lower. What pitiful being you're, Electro Fox. This one's name's Rika. You shall fall today to activate teleportation circle. Warriors beginning. Rika slightly distanced herself after gaining the hate. Her positioning was apartment. She would be able to dodge or repel the lightning from that position. Intimidate squeak. Electro Fox turns the tip of its tail towards Rika while slowly stepping forward. It was the sign Electro Fox is going to do a linear range attack. Electro Spark. It was an attack where the field boss fired 6 straight electric charges from its 6 tails. Cheap trick. Repel. I felt Rika's right hand blurring for an instant just when the 6 lightning attack was about to land on her, and soon she repelled every single of Electro Spark. All it had taken her to deal with that attack was just an instant. What terrific skills. That's why I say the warrior category is one heck of a cool job. GSH. Boss's hate meter was sky high seeing Rika repelling all of its attacks. Great. Now it's time for us to make our entry. Do it, Lana. Blessing of the Guardian Dog. Sacred Demon's Blessing. Resist magic. Karua, you strike from its left. HN. Going. Gust. Lana put the attack, defense and magic resistance buff, after which Karua dashed to the field boss's left side. Nothing less from the Star Cat. She is incredibly fast on her feet. Karua reached the left flank of Electro Fox almost instantly using speed up skill Gust and made her move as the twin daggers in her hand glimmered. Scale break. Jaya. Field boss let out a cry at the sudden surprise attack while it was focusing on Rika. Amazing. I also moved to its right flank and made another surprise attack. Brave Sword. Jaya. I was able to perform a clean hit as Electro Fox's attention was occupied by Karua on its left flank and Rika at the front. Karua's Scale Break was a skill that lowers the opponent's defense, and this should have sufficiently lowered Electro Fox's defense. Whoops. Electro Fox's tail swelled up and began to shake. That was a sign it's going to use an attack. Retreat. Karua. Escape dash. No time for me to retreat. Guard rush. Electro Fox fired an omnidirectional lightning attack no sooner than we had taken our respective countermeasures with skills. It was an attack. Lightning Swirl. The range of this attack was quite large and I wouldn't have been able to escape in time had I opted for dash. I quickly activated my defense skill and pushed forward the firmament shield in front of me. Gaia. Whoa. This faint tingling spark. I never felt it before. I wonder if that's how it felt to be in the electric field, as feedback from the field boss's attack had still passed on me. Although I was able to defend my HP, I was baffled by this sensation from the unknown electric type attack. Truthfully speaking, it felt nice, like a massage. Damn, isn't an electric shower actually quite fun? I think I now kind of understand the reason behind the joy of a certain Pocket Monster's main character he shows when his partner showers him with lightning. Wait, I will heal you quickly. Zephyr. Healing Prayer. Light Blade. I'm also beginning. Long Thrust. HN. Force Sonic. Twin Cats Swipe. Swift Strike. Jayu. Lana, Asta and Karua immediately weaved their attack combos as soon as Electro Fox's lightning swirl attack ended, causing the field boss to cry in agony. I also slapped my 2-hit combo of Swift Strike after successfully pulling 3 hits. Guard Rush. It is going to do a range attack. Hexa Blitz. Clear the front side. Roger. Alright. 6 lightning stripes squirm in the ground aiming for Rika when Electro Fox slammed its tails on the ground. Rika propped her twin blades and swiftly swung them at the incoming lightning attack that was heading towards her, tracing the path like a railway track. This should work against attacks from the ground. Low swipe. Her swift yet simple downward sweep motion was enough to offset the incoming attack, further gaining the field boss's hate. It was about time for Electro Fox to completely focus on firing its long-range attacks at Rika, who was at a distance from it. This will inevitably give us a safe time frame to make our attacks without needing to worry about its attack. With Electro Fox hate meter tilting towards Rika, It was the perfect timing for us to pull our strongest moves. CH 283. The battle afterwards proceeds just as I had expected. We're slowly but surely shaving the HP of the field boss. Soon we found an opening. Sword attribute: Fire, Sonic Sword, Delta Stream, Divine Pillar, Quick Slash, Jaya, HN, Chance, Vital Stab, Chaos. We pushed the Electro Fox to the knockdown status soon after we took our formation and began our barrage of attacks while it was focusing on weaving its attack towards Rika. Karua followed with the Vital Stab in a heartbeat. Vital Stab comes with the high critical chance effect when the opponent is under knockdown status or recovering from the delay that occurred after using a skill. Vital Stab did its work by causing a critical hit and pushing Electro-charged Fox into down status. That was the chance for us. Nice one, Karua. Blasted out, everyone. Braveheart, Brave Sword, Lightning Sword, Scale Break, Starburst, Rain Edge, 32 Star Stream, Starburst, Tornado, Shining Saber of the Sacred Light, Rise of the Sacred Tree, Light Blade, Long Thrust, Precision Thrust, Triple Shoot, Legion Charge, Long Thrust, Don't Leave Me Behind, Battle Focus, Shogun's Burst, Flame Slash, Ice Strike, Jaya. We didn't miss our chance to take advantage of the boss's first down status and greeted it with our full firepower. This sure does cause some serious damage. Looking at how the HP bar was gradually decreasing really uplifted my spirit. Rika, who was assigned to garner Electro Fox's hate, also joined in the end and followed with her fierce onslaught, looking like she wanted to end the boss right there. The boss was, unfortunately, out of his down status not long after. Gria, it has entered rage mode. Everyone, retreat at once. Like usual, Intermediate Dungeon entered the rage mode when its HP was reduced to red zone, which would last for 3 minutes and give a buff to its STR and AG, increasing it by 1.5 times. There's no telling when a mistake was made and the boss's powerful attack forced anyone to be out of commission, so the best way to deal with it was to take the distance and study its pattern. We just have to wait until everyone is accustomed to its speed and then make our move. There was no need to act rash when it was just a matter of time before the boss fell. Exclamation mark. Boss is about to release a larger attack. Put the protection barrier. Lana, Esther, resist it with defense stance. Got it. Holy protection barrier. The incoming attack basically encompass everyone with no chance to evade. Then we just have to endure this wave of attack. Lana immediately propped a barrier in front of herself at my instruction. Holy protection barrier was a defense magic effective against magic attack. It has a long cooldown, but converse speaking, the defense magic was just that strong. Extreme speed. Barely on time. Karua barely made her escape in the due time, as expected of the agility master Starkut. However, it was hard for Esther to escape in time, so I ordered her to resist. Meanwhile, I and Rika activated our respective defense skills at the same time as the boss released its attack. Grua or defense. Clone. I saw Electro Fox's tail shaking intensely and then it released waves of lightning like my shine lightning. The only difference was that it was aiming for everyone. A lightning dawned upon us like the tsunami. It had quite the impact to say, I wonder if the person on the receiving side of my shine lightning also felt the same. An out-of-place thought occurred to me. I defended with my defense skill while Rika used an evade skill to shift the damage. I quickly looked around once the attack was over to confirm the situation. Rika was unharmed due to her skill. Lana and Karua also didn't receive damage under the protection barrier. That leaves behind Esther, who had to bear the brunt directly. She was, ? She was on the ground in her spot. The paralysis icon was shining on her HP bar. Paralyze. Lana. Refresh. Wish. Jaya. However, Electro Fox was one step faster than Lana as its target had shifted to Esther, who was down from abnormal status. The worst is we don't even have Sierra, who could have used her absolute charm shield skill. ? Refresh. Lana's wish refresh enveloped Esther, curing her of her paralysis element, albeit the field boss was already on its move with its attack and it was hard to tell if Esther would be able to dodge the attack as soon as she got up. The Electro Fox rapidly shrank its tail and just as I wondered what was it rushed towards Esther while releasing lightning from behind. Don't tell me it's Thunder Rocket Thrust, a high-power charge skill. The lightning releasing from its tail was like the propulsion of a rocket. It was an immensely powerful move and at the same time, its ultimate move. I didn't expect Field Boss to use it at this point. There wasn't much distance between Esther, who had just taken an attack, and the Field Boss. Not to say its Aga had been raised to 1.5 times in rage mode. Esther rolled on the ground and tried to dodge, but it was too late. However, someone slipped in there. "You have the nerve to ignore me, huh? Prepare for the consequences." It was Rika. It seemed like she was able to make it in time since she was closer to Esther than me. She propped her twin blades, her sharp as knife gaze pointing at the Field Boss. She was like the huntress preying on her catch. Unique skill: twin swallow flip, crash, and what followed afterwards was a loud sound like the two behemoths crashing into each other. Effect of sakura petals dancing ensues. Electro-charge fox's painful cries echoed. That was Rika's counter-type unique skill, which one can be unlocked at the third order skill tree of Warrior Princess. Twin swallow flip. It was quite difficult to pull it at current timing since it was a counter-type skill. However, its power was equally impactful on the flip side. It was one heck of a ridiculous skill with effects like damage ignored by the opponent, immense damage, knockback effect, and above all, adding N% of the opponent's power to their own unique skill. In other words, the Field Boss not only took the huge damage from Rika's counterattack, it also received the brunt of its own attack. The knockback effect caused it to bend backwards, with its front leg completely straight up and stiffened. Field Boss HP bar began to guzzle down rapidly under the direct damage of its charged attack on the rage mode, and soon, it turns 0. Georgia, Jaya ... A. Together with a befuddled cry as if it doesn't understand what just happened, it disappeared into the sea of its own effect. CH 284. Are you alright, Esther? Yes. Lana-sama has already healed me of the damage I received. However, it was my negligence. Don't sweat over it. Things do happen sometimes. That's another reason why defense is built up. I believe you would have been fine even if you received that attack directly. You're right. I ought to thank Lana-sama and Rika-sama. I followed after Esther, who headed towards Lana and Rika to express her gratitude for those who were just coming here. Her safety is all that matters. There were often cases where attribute attacks triggered abnormal status in the dungeon activity. Fire attribute triggered burn. Ice attribute triggered freeze, and lightning attribute triggered paralysis. Down on the attribute list, there was a slight chance of light attribute, dark attribute and sacred attribute triggering blindness, fear and confusion respectively. This time, Esther happened to have bad luck to trigger paralysis. However, her bad luck was offset by Rika's godly follow-up. Lana-sama, Rika-sama, thank you very much. You don't have to mind about such things, Esther. I just did the obvious. Indeed. What matters is that you were saved in time. Rika's follow-up was seriously godly. Man, that was so super cool of you to go with unique skill and shoot the boss dead. Oh, it's kind of embarrassing when you say that. Halt, Zephyr, praise me too. You ought to praise this princess more. I got it. Lana also helped with her wish refresh. What's with that super lackluster response? Well, I really can't up with something else with T. Different in their achievement. HN, silver chest. I hear everyone. 2. Seriously 2? Hooray. I turned around to look so fast that it caused whoosh sound when I heard Karua's words and saw 2 silver chest glowing in silver, tiny enshrined at the spot where electro-charge fox had disappeared into effect. I dashed immediately, wasting no time. Stop there, Zephyr. It should have been mine right to select first. Lana said something, but I don't remember ever making such a promise. 2 silver chests means it was the blessing of Sakinko-sama, and the blessing of Sakinko-sama means there has to be something good absolutely in them, and hence I dashed immediately to pick them. Phew, haha. Lana was also chasing behind me, but too slow. It's impossible for her to win against me in Agi. Silver chest obtained. You haven't. What? Someone intercepted me in front of the silver chest right before I was about to secure 1 silver chest I had decided on. It was Karua, someone who was ranked first in Reincarnated. Clap. She put her hand on the silver chest just as my hand was about to touch it. Nfu. I wasn't wrong if Zephyr also chose it. I have a premonition of a jackpot, so snorted Karua in front of the treasure chest. I forgot Karua also have intuition like me. It seemed like she also was curious about this treasure chest just like me. Seriously, I can't believe I was overtaken. Q. Fine, there's another. Too bad for you, Zephyr. I'm receiving this. Impossible. I saw Lana, who was chasing after me, reaching out to second silver chest. Both of them were overtaken. The two silver chests that slipped out of my hand. Situation was clear to anyone. Crestfallen, my knees gave in. Oh my God. Such words spontaneously spilled out of my mouth. This shouldn't be happening. There's no way My silver chest slipped out of my hand. It turned translucent and disappeared. Esther, can you explain what those three are doing? They're playing as usual. Lana-sama looks happy and excited. I see. I wonder if I should also participate in their game? Let's see. I think Rika-sama will also participate in it one day. You think so? If you say so. There's this saying, do as the Romans do, but I don't think I will be able to hype myself to this level. No, you will soon be accustomed to it. Even Sierra-sama has the moments where she coolly cuts in between. That Sierra, you say? Really? People can't judge by their appearance. Esther seemed to have something as Rika was looking extremely surprised with her eyes blinking rapidly, but I didn't have the leeway for that. Come, let's open them. Don't forget your prayer to Sakinko-sama, Karua, ? Yeah. Please give me some time. Good, Sakinko-sama. Please give me something good. Please, Sakinko-sama. Karua and Lana prayed to Sakinko-sama. I also followed them and prayed mentally. I give up this time. But I'm not going to give up next time at any cost. Then with a click, Lana opened the treasure chest. This is strengthening orb. What? Lana took out 3 second-order skill strengthening orb from the treasure chest. They were important, which could upgrade items or equipment skills by 2 levels. There are 3 of them, so one skill can be raised up to LV6. Good heaven. Just these alone felt like we struck the gold. List of prospective items and equipments was already floating in my mind mentally. Which one should I level up? HN. Next. My turn. Continuing, it was Karua's turn. It was the treasure chest. I and Karua, who have intuition, deemed to be holding something good. I was palpitating from excitement. HN. Long dagger? Oh, this isn't a dagger but a short sword. What's more, it's a short sword with lightning attribute. Hexa Thunderblade, Beastlock, Blade. Karua hopped in delight, which was unusual for her at my explanation. Hexa Thunderblade, Beastlock, 8TK52. Def 18, Lightning Attribute. Skill, Beast Killer LV6. The specs of drops from silver chest were weak compared to drops from gold chest as expected. But a blade with lightning attribute was extremely rare. There were very few jobs that could equip blades in the dungeon activity, so blade category weapons were very relatively few. Just the fact that it has attribute makes it an extremely rare weapon. Rika was now able to use skills that could do attribute attacks after unlocking her 3rd order skill tree, but these are high cost. Not something I would want her to use on small fry monsters. More than that, Karua was still bothered to this day by the fact that she was the only one who received attribute affixed weapons during the fat ball time. I remember she once said she would lend an attribute affixed weapon to Rika if she ever got one. This might be the most desired thing for Karua. HN. Rika, here. I hope you use it. Are you sure? It's curved, so Pamela shouldn't be able to use it. I see. Then it's my pleasure to accept it. Thank you, Karua. HN. Rika equipped the blade Karua gave on her left hand. I remember Rika once said her left-hand weapon was a makeshift one, unlike her right-hand weapon. Rika looked quite dashing and cool with the Princess Job equipment purple extreme blade on her right hand, while Hexa Thunderblade, Beastlock on her left hand. How do I look? HN. You look incredible. It suits you. Yeah, it looks cool on you, Rika. Foo. Thank you. My aesthetics level has gone up with this. Rika also looked delighted receiving a new weapon. Maybe it was for the better that I didn't get to open the treasure chest. I thought so while looking at Rika pulling Karua into a tight hug. CH 285. We once again got aboard the Thunder Javelin and bolted for the 21st floor after seeing that the teleportation circle was activated without any hiccup. It feels like a long time has passed even though it's not that long. We still have 10 hours to go. It's called vehicle equipment, huh? That's quite something honestly. After trying, Rika stuck out her face from the window of Thunder Javelin and said with a sigh while looking towards the gate of 20th floor. It had slipped out of my mind, but it was Rika's first time riding on the Thunder Javelin. Karua had ridden on the Thunder Javelin during Gold Chest Selector Quest, and I was just thinking it would be perfect by also having Rika try it out. but not every vehicle is as excellent as our Thunder Javelin. This is a top-grade item made from a gold chest recipe. I explained it just to be sure so that she doesn't have any strange misunderstandings since it was her first time riding on a vehicle. Rika nodded in admiration. Geez, that's just really like you. I hadn't even heard about such equipment in my life before. Do you even know what kind of evaluation this vehicle is getting currently? What do you mean? At my question, I sensed Rika giving a bitter smile as if saying I know it from the other side of the window. I'm sure I have already told you that my Ansama is affiliated to Thousand Sword Freckles, and according to what I have heard from Ansama, there's apparently an conflict ongoing between the high-ranking guild involving this vehicle equipment as of now. Conflict is quite a heavy word. Do you mean guild battle? Yeah. I assume you have already heard how there's once again a craze over guild battle. Oh, you mean that former C-rank guild who lost against their juniors and dropped one rank lower in April? Though I heard this is something like a special event in May. Foo-foo. That's not wrong. However, this time is a bit special. A duel battle is taking place amidst a high-ranking guild involving a recipe. Duel battle, Duel battle. It was different from rank battle, which affects one's ranking, and is mainly used to settle the conflict between fellow guilds. Through guild battle, rank battle affects a guild's guild rank, whereas participating guilds put out a reward in the duel battle and the one who wins will receive that reward, which is the special part about it and also its selling point. It's often called gambling battle too in tease. They took it more seriously than a mock guild battle since both participants wager the thing they cherished. To sum it up, duel battle is where participants fight with more spirit than ever, in contrast to rank battle. There are also several rules different from rank battle. First of all, once put as a reward, guilds can't restart another guild battle with the same gambling item, even if any side loses them. Other guilds can challenge for that particular gambling item, but there's basically a cooldown period of month before that. Second thing, guilds can also challenge the same rank guild in this format. Unlike ranking battle where guilds can only challenge a guild one rank above them, they can challenge a guild which is both one rank lower or higher without any problem. However, there's also a rule where the duel battle can't be taken place against in the case there's disparity of more than 2 ranks among guilds. Picking on the weak is forbidden. So you're saying that the gambling item on the table is the recipe of a carriage, I mean vehicle? It can't be said for sure yet. There is the wind that Beast King Gal Tiger, one of the A-rank guilds, is holding one for which another A-rank guild, Temple Saba, has challenged them for a duel battle with that item online. And Sama was pissed that they beat their guild in initiative. Beast King Gal Tiger. That's a name I was hearing after a long while. It was the guild Karua was originally supposed to belong to. The situation had quite escalated when Karua instead took the initiative to ask to join them, clumsily forgetting the original setup prepared for her. Celestine, however, had smoothly handled it by paying 5 million Miras compensation. The other side was a mercenary guild, and an A-rank to boot. I had wanted to avoid making them out to be enemies for the time being. Beast King Gal Tiger didn't build that recipe equipment. That guild is completely composed of Beastkin after all. They didn't have anyone compatible with that, so they had left it unchecked until now. That's understandable. They didn't build it since no one among fellow guild members met the requirement, and as a result has been left unchecked. Even I have many things stored to which I'm not compatible with, but still holding on to them. The guild should have no idea on what to do with it in the beginning either. And that's the whole gist. High-ranking guilds are looking for vehicle equipment to say. That's right. Majority of the guilds aiming for the recipe are B rank and above, and Eden isn't qualified to get into duel battle yet, though I think it would be nice to be up to date with the situation. You're right. Thanks for the information, Rika. I see. Rika's information has given me some more insight over the quest. I was completely sure that a carriage on par with the Thunder Javelin that had been requested in Dean's quest was for royalty, but this information has given rise to another possible reason. I guess that's the pride of male students from the main academy for not wanting to use a vehicle inferior to the carriage used by a low-rank E-rank guild. Image of Saturn cunt taking a cocky stance with his arms crossed flashed in my mind. No. It's also possible it might be used by relief committee, though I can't rule out the possibility of it being used by royalty either. Oh well, either way, we already have Thunder Javelin, so I don't exactly mind whether anyone is hunting for a recipe. but I also want to quickly try out dual battle too. I can't wait to turn the table on our challenges and earn a truckload of rewards. Phew, haha. Crash. It happened suddenly just as I was laughing out mentally. The thunder javelin stopped without any prior warning while raising a loud crashing sound. It was as if thunder javelin had rammed into a wall. Kaya. Screams ring out from the carriage cabin. The inertia was almost offset with the HP, but slight feedback had been passed on to there. That being said, carriage had been running with several tens of kilometers per hour speed, and this sudden stopping like crashing into a wall must have passed quite an impact, even if majority was tanked by HP. I was worried about Lana and other members, but whatever we had crashed into took the priority. Are you alright, Esther? What's the situation? It's unclear. I don't, but it happened suddenly when I was trying to run over a monster. Rats. I had been so engrossed in the talk with Rika that I had completely overlooked the floor we were in. We were already at 25th floor. The mount attack from the vehicle equipment category works wonders against small fry monsters. None of them were capable of avoiding the outcome even if they tried all there to defend. However, there were only a handful of monsters against which mount attack was ineffective. And it was, everyone prepare for battle immediately. We have the wandering boss crashing onto us. The monster that looked like your average small fry monster but actually wasn't slowly showed its appearance from its crouching pose when the carriage rammed into it. It was a wandering boss resembling an armadillo. It was Spooky Bear come Armadillo. CH 286. Everyone be ready for battle as soon as you get off the carriage. Appeal. Lana, put buff on everyone. I jumped out of the thunder javelin as soon as I confirmed the wandering boss. Lana, Riku and Karu have yet to come out of the carriage, and Esther can't fight properly while equipping the carriage. It only left me to deal with it, so I quickly earned its aggro and changed its target from Esther to me. Tremble, you're trembling. Guard rush. The wandering boss Spooky Bear come Armadillo quickly turned around and made its attack. I received it with a defense skill. Wandering boss weaved a series of hook punches skill from left, right, left shiver, tremble, bear punch, which I easily defended against using firmament shield. This time, there was no jab from me like why the hell it's bear punch when you're an armadillo. For the first time, the boss actually looked like a bear with only an armadillo shell on its back. Except the back part, everything about it was screaming I'm a bear. In fact, it only had a bit of an armadillo part, so I wanted to make a retort. Where the heck is armadillo? Why was it even named Spooky Bear come Armadillo? You're shivering. I'm not. Sonic Sword. I used the slashing skill that incorporates quick movement. I easily avoided the incoming shiver. Straight punch using the skill, made a turn and slashed at its back. Shiver. I got you. Get ready. Brave sword. Shiver. Wandering boss quickly turn around towards me from receiving continuous attacks. Great, I have now pulled it away from the carriage. I guess I have also leveled up my skill as a player. Phew, haha. I can't even count how many times I have encountered a wandering field boss in the wild in the time I played the game, and from there I have learned to prepare as quickly as possible to earn the time. I have experienced the whole party annihilation many times precisely because of such type of surprise attack. Using all of my experience, I'm going to earn the time for everyone to get ready. For brave is the one who stand out when the other is in trouble. Now is the time for me to show the almighty power of brave. Sorry for the wait, Zephyr, but fear not. The main character has entered the fray. Divine protection, healing prayer, blessing of the guardian dog. Sorry Zephyr, to make you wait. I will quickly switch its target, body double. And the stage of brave was over before it even had the chance to begin. It's funny. I was just about to enter super duper fired up mode, but the target had changed. No, not that I mind. Holding the wandering boss until everyone were ready was the goal in itself. I'm not disappointed or anything. Sword attribute, fire, quick strike, shine lightning, lightning burst. Woe Zephyr, target will shift to you if you follow up with so many strong attacks. Rika raised a perplexed voice when I immediately followed up with my full power attacks. I'm just venting out. Shiver. I missed the timing due to momentary confusion, which gave the bear come armadillo chance to turn around. I'm completely on its radar. Shiver. Arg. Bear come armadillo's fist caught me the moment that thought flashed past my mind. Zephyr. Bear come armadillo nonchalantly shook its fist, as if saying that it didn't even hurt. I guess I was most likely blown away by its skill. No fear, cut upper as my body dances in the air. I could hear the concerned overlapped voices of Lana and Rika, and I fell headfirst on the ground. I'm even in down status now. It was the first time I get down status after coming to the real dungeon activity. Damn, I was feeling the same kind of whole body stiffening I feel after using a unique skill. So that's how down status feels. Why, you, how dare you did this to Zephyr? I am going to make you mincemeat. Shining saber of the sacred light, rise of the sacred tree, light blade, divine pillar, you bastard. Get ready. Shogun's burst flame slash. Ice strike. Shishi. HN. What happened to Zephyr? Karua. Zephyr is taken down. Hey, I can still fight you know. I'm just taken in by down status. Lana said such an outrageous line to Karua who came later. Come this way, Karua. We're going to smash it. HN. Definitely smash it. Force Sonic. Scale break. Karua took out her dual daggers when Rika's serious voice called out to her and then performed a quick dance with 4 quick consecutive slashes followed up by a defense debuff skill. I allow you to use Princess Knight. Blast away the enemy of Zephyr. Yes. Princess Knight Awakening. Stop. Leave something for me to do too. What I'm going to do if you guys take it down so quickly. And she still proceeds to use Princess Knight Awakening despite knowing I'm not taken down. There ain't no way I'm going to have my chance with this. Twin swallow flip. Shiver. There. Vital stab. Shiver. Great work. You too. You put the boss into critical down. Blast it away. I'm starting. Long thrust. Horizontal flash strike. Triple shoot. Precision thrust. Long thrust. We're not going to lose either. Parallel slash. Cross slash. Flash point. Dark sweep. HN. I2 with full power. 32 stream. Delta stream. Starburst tornado. Starburst. Rain edge. Shive. Shiver. The HP of Bearcum Armadillo was soon reduced to the dregs and then 0 by the time I recovered from my down statu. My eyes met with the round eyes Bearcum Armadillo the moment it was surrounded in effect. Surprise and fear was running away in that pair of eyes. I could only pity this adversity of mine who managed to blow me away and yet met such demise. I couldn't look for longer and averted my eyes. May heaven bless peace to the sorry soul of Bearcum Armadillo. Eden vs Wandering Field Boss Bearcum Armadillo. I still don't get many things but it seemed like our win. CH 287. Geez Zephyr, you're so pathetic to be done like that. Where did you even learn that line? And for God's sake, I wasn't done just so you know. I was just under the down effect. That was the first thing Lana said after seeing me getting up without any problem after the battle was over. I retorted, screaming at the top of my lungs. It was the question about my dignity. Like hell I could be sent out of the battle with the likes of an ain't low boss. In fact, I was even more surprised when she learned that line. Such a line said to a hero by the princess. It reminded me of a famous scene from a certain game. I know it's impossible to happen again but Lana isn't going to follow the same line each time I get down like this, right? And one part of me kind of wants to be told that. Damn, this gamer disposition of mine. You're alright, Zephyr. I'm glad. Sorry to make you worry, Karua. There's no way anyone can take me down so remember not to get caught up in Lana's words next time, okay? HN. Stop. What do you mean by that, Zephyr? I felt like my heart was cleaned looking at Karua's genuinely relieved look. Lana asked for the explanation but I didn't have anything to say in regards to that. Calm down Lana Dono, I think all that matters is Zephyr is unharmed. No? Even so, I really can't believe that we defeated it so easily. Wandering Boss was a wall many would break into sweat and yet not be able to cross it in the stories I had heard. And that meeting one such entity spells higher chance of party wipeout. You haven't heard wrong. Wandering Bosses' forte lie in their ability to make surprise attacks, to the point they're called to be the wall. It is a trial set up to test the challengers and to stop them from reaching the boss room easily. The encounter mostly involved uncertainty where you never know when the Wandering Boss is going to make a surprise attack or when it might appear, thus increasing the chance of party wipeout. The battle just now was strayed from the norm, where the party members had ignored the role they had been assigned to and instead mounted a frontal assault with full power and won. A single mistake and it wouldn't have been strange for all of them to be eliminated. Well, The girls in our guild are really something. As expected of dungeon activity, the boss battle just now was completely out of the norm. They fought following the pattern that was completely alien to me, where I would usually formulate a plan first. Even after setting its target on me, Spooky Bear Armadillo was just defeated without giving it a chance to do anything. The whole situation must have been incomprehensible to it. After all, it neither had the chance to run away nor the time to activate rage mode. Just take this battle. Everyone would have been shoved to take on the sudden battle without getting any chance to be prepared if I hadn't jumped out and taken the target. Insufficient preparation could have even led to the wipeout. The boss just now was by no means a pushover. It was especially so for Ista. Had the boss focused totally on attacking the carriage, the first one who would have lost her complete HP would have been Ista. In the end, Thunder Javelin is no different than a normal carriage without the HP blessing. It could have been destroyed without any resistance. Boarding members too would have been attacked and faced the complete party wipeout. In the dungeon activity game, when the member operating the vehicle was pushed to 0 HP, the members boarding the said vehicle would be then ejected out on that spot. Of course I don't know what will happen in reality without experiencing it, but for sure, it would be anything but fortunate. I see. Zephyr's first response was to secure our back. Thank you. Of course I will. Brave is the one who will rush to help out people in a pinch. Though it's another matter, I was only several seconds of the brave. I still feel sad. Zephyr Dono, I have done collecting all the materials. Esther entered our conversation then. It seemed like she was the only calm one and was gathering the materials dropped by the boss. Well, of course she knows I was just under the down effect. Thank you. And sorry, you had to handle everything by yourself. All I did was save the members from taking in by surprise and then remain lying on the ground for the rest of time. I was feeling a bit guilty that everything was left on her, but even those feelings were blown away by her following words. Boss has dropped silver chest. Shall we open them, Zephyr Dono? Of course, I replied in a heartbeat reflexively. Other things can be left for later when it's the question of treasure chests. Opening the treasure chest was the foremost priority above anything else. Excluding wooden chest of course, the earlier two silver chests were taken in by Karua and Lana, but it's my turn this time. Lana and Karua turned to look at us with an expression asking what Ista just said now, but I turned away my head. I'm not going to hand it over to them. I ignored their quizzical gazes and swiftly dashed towards the chest. I'm sure there's going to be something good this time. The rewards for wandering bosses was silver chest and above given their strength. Compared to guardian bosses, and the drops inside them too were on the level of rare bosses. What might it have dropped, I wonder? Alright, I'm going to take upon your gracious words and open it. Please give me something good. Sakinko's armor. Alright, prayer done. I clapped my hand to pray and then with click, opened the chest. Inhale, and then slowly closed the chest. Hurry up and open it. Whoa! I didn't even realize that Lana was standing behind me. I guess she must have rushed up while my attention was on the treasure chest. I once again opened the treasure chest. What's that? A shell? A cloth-type equipment dilo shell, I replied to Lana with a distant gaze. In the chest was the armadillo's shell that Spooky Bear Armadillo was wearing on its back. Thou shalt become one of its comrades by equipping it. What am I even going to do with it? CH 288. We're finally at the last floor. With no more hindrance to stop our footsteps after taking down the wandering boss, we easily entered the safety area of the last floor. We took some detours here and there, but overall, it was a fast ride. Esther had also become great at driving the carriage. As I was reveling in satisfaction, there was however one person who was perplexed by our speed. It was Rika. I really don't understand if it felt too long or too quick. I understand it's quite fast looking at the clock ticking 11 AM, but it really feels bizarre that we're already at the last floor. Goodness. I really underestimated this vehicle equipment to span all the floors before noontime. The norm until now was that it's impossible to reach the final floor in just one day. I guess she couldn't conceal her surprise at the unbelievable performance of vehicle equipment. How we were able to reach a new dungeon at the day one? No, in just morning. Foo. That was precisely the reaction I was waiting for. As the one who prepared it, I couldn't be any happier at their reaction. Be more surprised. Phew, haha. It's finally the boss battle. Let's go, Zephyr. Get ready the flutes. Hold your horses, Lana. We're going through a strategy meeting and the crucial points we ought to look for first. I stopped the excited Lana, who was just ready to bolt straight straight towards the boss room's door, gathered everyone inside the carriage and went through the strategy. This carriage thing is really impressive. We can also have lunch inside. Esther, you're arranging tables etc. until now. Though it was also a fresh feeling to eat in the open. Lana, then, shall I arrange lunch outside? Esther, let's leave it for another time. I also like eating in the carriage. Lana, you guys, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Zephyr, seriously? These guys. Well, it's natural to take a short break and have lunch after reaching the safety area, and that's what they're for. But wasn't Lana raring to have an immediate fight with the boss just now? What a quick change of heart. Speaking of how everyone was able to gather inside, it was attributed to the interior expansion LV3 skill of Thunder Javelin, which increases the dimension of a closed space's interior, thus increasing the size from inside in contrast to how it looked from outside. It was also equipped with tent features to sleep inside as well. It was completely fitted with necessary facilities to live. The closest analogy I could say, it's like the camping car, I guess, though not that I have ever experienced being in one. That being said, it initially didn't have showers. Thanks to Esther, who had bought some kind of cartridge and installed it in the carriage, we didn't have to worry about water either. I had never seen that thing in the game. I assume all the life-related items were skipped in the game. Though I do wonder if we can also have shower inside one day if I raise the tent skill level. I must search about it later. Anyway, we used to set up leisure seats and tables until now after coming to the safety area. But Thunder Javelin saved us the time to spend on it. Well, that's enough sidetracking. Let's quickly start the meeting. The regular boss of this dungeon is a squirrel plagued with lightning, or also known as troubled squirrel. It's because its body is in continuous electric discharge mode. Its size is almost the same electro-charged Fox Guardian boss we fought earlier. The boss has good number of AoE attacks, so beware about the distance lest you face the problem. But on the brighter side, it doesn't have much long range or multi-target attacks, so the best way to take it down is through bashing it with magic from a long distance. First, I explained about the regular boss. To be honest, it's an easy boss to take down. King Dinosaur on the other hand could be said to be a beast regarding strength comparison, though a tank has a bad comparability with it since members have to be constantly on the move. However, there's nothing to worry about if you're already familiar with its pattern. Next is the rare boss Electric Bear Cum Squirrel, also our goal. It is a 3 meters huge squirrel-like. Yeah. It's basically a monster with more prominent squirrel features, unlike the spooky bear cum armadillo. A squirrel? That's right, the rare boss is a squirrel. This time, I replied without hesitation to Lana's question. I guess they should be able to picture it out somehow. It follows the same type of template as bear cum anteater in the Beglo. The boss movement was more like a bear than a squirrel. I'd bet all my money that a bear lover must have been hiding among the developers' camp. Cough. Electric Bear Cum Squirrel pattern mostly follows fighting in close combat while cladding itself with the lightning. Furthermore, it also has a powerful self-buff skill charging which greatly increases its attack and agility. I have prepared some countermeasures, but remember that it's hard to escape from the boss's grip if it successfully activates its skill. Lana, an attack of it would be suffice to throw you out of battle, so you and Rika be careful about keeping its aggro in check. Zephyr, thrown like a boomerang. Stab. The unexpected words from Karu gouged my heart out. Had this scene been in a manga, it would have drawn like a spear of words piercing me. Yes, I'm the one who was punched away earlier by surpassing Tank's aggro. Karu may have meant no harm, but it hurts my heart. I somehow recollected myself while following with a spewing blood gesture. I am not going to give up at this place. Yes. Now I will explain about its unique skill, which you guys should be careful about the most. Revived. I know that wasn't enough for Zephyr Dono to lose his bearing. I'm not going to feel any better even if you praise me, you know. Karua, don't interrupt the meeting too much. Rika chided Karua, who was unusually interjecting with her remarks today. I guess the boss explanation must have been boring to her. We're going to play a lot later, so just listen to my explanation for now. Where was I? Yes, the unique skill of the Electric Bear Cum Squirrel is Bear Cum Squirrel style. I'm the Tribulation Lightning. The boss covers itself into big lightning stripes which follows by a charge attack, and is absolutely dangerous. This is a must-avoid attack. Avoid the charge attack by jumping to the left or right if you see it charging at you. The boss's unique skills. Another interpretation among the player base was I'm the Wolf. It was another nickname where I would want to make a jab on where in the 9 world did the bear and squirrel part went to, because if you look closely at the big lightning stripes coiling around the boss, you will see it strangely resembling a wolf. I really don't know what the hell was going inside the developer's brain when they're designing it, but the majority of the boss follows the same playful criteria. It was a move that resembles an electric-type tackle attack used by the mascot of a certain pocket. It's quite a cool skill if you look at it from the bystander perspective, but not when you're on the receiving end of the skill. But on the brighter side, it's easier to dodge, so everything is fine as long as we don't get hit by it. Following that, I explained to each one in detail about their respective roles and ended the meeting. It's finally over. Was Karua even listening properly? Don't ask. Let's leave on the note that she properly listens to everything. Rika expressed her uneasiness at Karua's remark. Let's not dig in this matter further and just hope she did. For the solace of my heart. Alright, it's boss battle time. I'm sure the lunch would taste even better after our victory over the boss. Yes, let's do our best, Lana-sama. The lunchbox today is made by Hana-sama herself using all her skill. No Morista. That's enough to spell the boss's doom. Lana was filled with the winning aura when Asta informed that Hana had made today's lunchbox. Well, not that her enthusiasm is wrong. We're definitely going to win. I took out flute and slowly blew it, and the boss that welcomed us when we passed through the gate was Electric Bear Come Squirrel, CH 289. Hooray, we draw a rare boss. After drawing the rare boss, I guess beginner's luck at its work, we immediately jumped into fight against it. We have 8 flutes, thus giving us 32 chances to pull the rare boss, but said chances are just 70%, so it's not exactly good enough of a number. That's why I'm glad that we were able to pull the rare boss right from our first try. This, too, must be the blessing of Sakinko-sama. I'm going to buy Sakinko-sama some expensive tasty meat. Rika, please take its aggro. Roger. I'm Rika, and I'm going to take your head, for you are my target. Warriors beginning. Body double. Rika immediately stepped forward at my instruction and began to gather the rare boss's aggro meter towards herself. Rika basically doesn't need to give out her introduction when using Warriors beginning, but that just seems to be her way of doing, and if you think about it, introducing themselves is really warriorish. Woof. Hey Zephyr. The boss just let out a dog-like shout. Seems so. That was all I could say. The rare boss is quite fat for a squirrel, isn't it? It would have been more cute if it was just a bit more slim. Woof. Even though its target had been set on the Rika, the Electric Bear Come Squirrel looked back at us as if to say, really? At Ista's remark. I don't know what it was, but maybe there was something in her statement that transcends the general concept of aggro. Though that has been said, Rika wasn't the one to ignore such an opportunity when the opponent itself showed a gap. I'm impressed you have the leeway to look somewhere else. Shogun's burst flashpoint. Dark sweep. Woo. A gap. Come on. Force Sonic. 32-star stream. Karua also joined, raising a quite vague shout and further tilting the advantages to our side. Woof. Howl howl woof. Ha ha. Take and return. Begone. HN. Evade dash. The Electric Bear Come Squirrel followed up with an Electric Bear Punch, however Rika easily received and tanked it. What magnificent move work. Rika is really so good at switching in her offensive and defensive stance. Karua, probably to avoid winding in, took her distance from there. Karua's hit-and-run tactic was equally impressive. Rika easily offset the 3 consecutive full-power attacks and further increased the aggro on herself. From the began the furious skills onslaught from the boss. We also found it the right time and jumped at the rare boss. Leave the support to me. Divine Protection. Blessing of the Guardian Dog. Everyone attack the rare boss from its flank and back while it is focused on Rika. Sonic Sword. Got it. Charge Spear. Scale Break. Twin Cats Swipe. Brave Slash. Howl. In the meanwhile, Electric Bear Come Squirrel was busy focusing on Rika with its Electric Claw and finishing head attacks. Close combatant members joined the attack from its other sides. However, Electric Bear Come Squirrel is a rare boss, thus its strength is comparable to the boss class opponent from Int Mid. So its HP was equally huge and we couldn't do substantial damage in a short time. Begone. Wait, I'm going to heal you. Healing prayer. Thank you Lana Dono. Attacks and return. Any damage Rika incurred was quickly healed by Lana. Rika was undoubtedly an impressive warrior. But that being said, it was still quite hard to offset everything, and so she couldn't avoid earning some damage as she defended herself with ordinary defense skill. That's why Lana didn't participate in the offense this time and was in charge of buff and healing. Its skin is quite thick, isn't it? Flash thrust. Triple shoot. Seeing that damage wasn't passing through much, Esther prompted to third-order skills. Indeed, the recommendation level for Electric Bear Come Squirrel was LV59. The general theory was to fight it with a third-order skill tree that raised the skill LV. I had intentionally avoided speaking about it in earlier strategy to hone their own judgment, and I could see that Esther and other members were gradually considering the skill's compatibility and way to fight. They're growing. HN. I'm going to increase my attacks Delta Stream. Starburst Tornado. Kara's skills basically revolved around chaining her combos. The single attack might just put a simple scratch, but when same attacks are made consecutively, they could also do significant damage. Seems like Kara too has switched to third-order skills. Attribute Sword. Fire. Lightning / Quick Strike. Woo. We finally did some damage and made the boss falter. It seems to have taken quite the damage. I guess Kara's and mind debuff had made it through. Boss's movement began to lag behind after the momentary flinching, giving Rika's some breather as she successfully used her defense skill to pull a huge bonus. Howl. Fool, I already saw this move. Behold. Twin Swallow Flip. Kara used her unique skill. The effect of sakura petals dancing in the air ensues when Rika activated her unique skill at the same as Electric Bear Come Squirrel fired its ace move finishing head, following a loud crashing sound that vibrates even our internal organs, and put a huge knockback effect on rare boss. Howl. Chance. Starburst. Rain Edge. Kara's strongest move, a multi-hit attack, falls on the Electric Bear Come Squirrel under the knockback effect and effectively pushes it into the down status. It's blasting time. Battle Focus. Shogun's Burst. Flame Slash. Ice Strike. Flashpoint. Dark Sweep. Finally, I can make a move. Sacred Demon's Blessing. Shining Saber of the Sacred Light. Rise of the Sacred Tree. Light Blade. Divine Pillar. Lana and Rika also switched to full attacker mode and bombarded the boss with their strong skills. That's sure to do a huge amount of damage. CH 290. Graw. The rare boss Electric Bear Come Squirrel recovered from the down status, and boy was its eyes smoldering with rage. Though the target was still set at Rika was seriously amazing. Crumble! Exclamation mark. Quick stop. It's the charge skill. Sonic Sword. The rare boss's whole body, who was howling facing the sky, began to shine and absorbed the light orb-like things from all over. It was its self-buff skill, Charge. The self-buff skill increases the rare boss ATK and Agia and gives a lightning attribute to all its attacks. When in buff mode, its body crackled with lightning as if it was constantly clad in lightning stripes, and there was also a low chance of inflicting us with damage over time when attacking us. But if you think it was already strong enough, then you're in for a surprise, as what makes Electric Bear Come Squirrel even more dangerous was it could stack the said buff multiple times. The rare boss was capable of stacking charge buff 4 times, and each stack makes it further strong. However, it also has a demerit, and that is the rare boss is defenseless during activating charge, so we could force our way to cancel its skill midway if we managed to do a certain damage. As they said, opportunities lie within the difficulty, and if we spell out moves right, we could also force it to enter into shutdown mode if we managed to cancel its skill. The videos of forcing the rare boss into shutdown mode while low level and equipped with poor equipment was quite popular in the dungeon activities capture site, though there were also some videos where others would miss the chance and instead have tables turned on them, which was hilarious. Alas, it's not time to soak into the old memories. It's only for several seconds that the rare boss stays in defenseless state due to charge skill. We must pass a certain amount of damage in the span of said several seconds if we want to take it down. It was a race against time. Blessing of the Guardian Dog. Long Thrust. Legion Thrust. Legion Charge. Scale Break. Vital Stab. Slash. Blade Toss. Parallel Slash. Cross Slash. Blade Strike. Swallow Flip. Shine Lightning. Everyone follows up with the spare attacks they could do. They had just finished using their third order skill when the rare boss was under down status and was still in cooldown. Thus, Our attacks consisted mostly of first order and occasionally skills from third order. Damage wasn't just enough. How? We failed, and soon, the rare boss finished invoking its skill. Personifying its name, the rare boss's whole body was illuminating in electricity as it awakened. We just had bad timing this time. It just happened to have right after we finished using our strong moves when the boss was in down status. Well, the other reason is also because everyone's level was still not that high. Lana, Esther and mine level is 56 while Riku and Karua level is 48 and 49 respectively. On the other side, the recommendation level to take on the electric bear cum squirrel is 59, so we're a bit under level to do enough damage in a short time. That's what it is. Everyone, be careful. I'm going to set up a measure against my boss, so hold it until then. Alright, Roger. Oh tilde, Lana, Esther and Karua replied respectively. Rika was standing in the front line with the blades in her hand ready. Boss's momentum was bound to rise from this point. This the part where the tank should be extremely cautious. I'm leaving it to you, Rika. Leave it to me. I received a reliable answer. She might be the lowest level among the whole party. However, she's the most reliable at the moment. Howl howl. Ha. Take and return. Begone. Rika wasted no time in responding to the boss's agility skill. Lana, blessing. Divine protection. Blessing of the everlasting demon. Healing prayer. At my beckon. Lana followed up with the buffs and supported Rika. Lana also has rapid speed up skill that raises one's agility and it was the right time to use it here. However, Rika had declined from using it, saying she might miss the timing for parry. If her agility was buffed up, Esther and Karua too. Just focus on supporting Rika. Roger. Long thrust. Esther gallantly plunged to help out while Karua supported from the sideline, waiting for the cooldown to end. In the meantime, they're keeping their boss occupied. I also began my preparation and took out several items from the item bag. I had asked Hannah to make them and brought them to use in the scenario like this where we didn't manage to stop the boss from using charge, though time is of essence. The item I was carrying myself with was materials that could be harvested from Jarappa, and a trap item that was made using trap making tool, another gold chest item which Lulu and others had gotten at the same time as gentle axe using certain trap. The maker is Hannah. That's the greatest part about alchemy. Anything can be made as long as there's a recipe. Incidentally, it was an item made from a recipe from a silver chest cowboy cactus had dropped. And its name is Poison Swamp Trap. It was a trap item that could turn a designated place into a poison swamp which passed continuously for a fixed interval by setting it up. It also has the function to hinder the movement of the boss's legs slightly if it gets into the swamp, though it's not as strong enough of a trap to completely restrict a rare boss. However, I have a different use for it in respect to the current boss we're fighting. Alright, I'm done. Rika, Karua, do you think you can make the boss move to this side? You. Dual blade sweep. Howl. You. I'm sorry but I'm already at my limits. Rika's secret technique dual blade sweep enraged the electric bear cum squirrel even more. It was hard to tell when the rare boss's fierce onslaught would stop. Traps are useless if you can't lead the rare boss to them, and Rika's hands were already full dealing with the boss. However, a reliable partner showed up then. I will bring it. Karua, leave it to me. Unique skill number 1, Sonic Star. Whoa. Howl. Karua's Starcut unique skill was a super speed dodge skill. The explanation may sound too simple, but the speed bonus it granted was godly. The user can use this skill to break away from any situation and flee away with a speed no boss could ever catch up to. Even if the boss's target is set towards the target, even if the user is in the range of a huge attack, the user can easily escape from its range without breaking any sweat. Boss can only follow a target to the set range, and going outside of that range will reset the target head. So if a user escapes from the place, the boss will no longer target them. Another convenient thing about this skill is that the user can also carry one of their comrades with themselves, though it was an insurance in case the target is shifted to a member in rearguard, so it didn't that much practical use. Karua used it to carry Rika. The effect of the unique skill activation blossomed momentarily, and by the time I realized it, Karua was already beside me carrying Rika. It was almost on the level of instantaneous teleportation, and as proof, Electric Bear cum Squirrel looked completely baffled at the disappearance of Rika, who was just confronting it until a while ago. Great success. Ugh, it's as dizzying as ever. Rika said so with a slight incoherent speech while being carried by Karua. I guess they had done the same thing before. Howl. Oh. Did it finally notice? There wasn't much distance between the place my boss was and my location to begin with. That's why the target was still on the head of Rika and the rare boss who found Rika roared. At the same time, along with it roar follows an effect. HN, red effect. Unique skill at this timing. What's our next action, Zephyr? Should we evade? No, defense skills are enough to deal with it. Though Karua, you stay a bit away from here. HN, electric bear cum squirrel. Unique skill was a charging type. It was called, I'm the Tribulation Lightning. I and Rika stood across from each other with the trap sandwich between us and prepared our defensive measure. Esther, Lana, I'm leaving the support to you. Exclamation mark. Understood. Just leave it to me. Divine protection. Sacred Devil's Blessing. Blessing of Everlasting Demon. Boss's unique skill activated as soon as Lana finished putting buffs. Howl. I'm the wolf. Engrave it in your mind, you're not a wolf or anything. Defense. Howl. I activated my defense skill while making a retort that I used to make while playing the dungeon activity as a game. I felt like I saw the boss making an astonished expression while charging at us. Get ready to be pushed. Secret Art Repel. Crash, and thus followed a loud sound. Rika's and mine's defense skill versus Electric Bear cum Squirrel's unique skill collided. Eventually, we strike at the same time. Coup? Exclamation mark. Hoo. I and Rika were pushed back behind and stiffened. We also received around 200 damage when I checked it out. Was this the best our defense skills could do? Talk about power. T/N. Zephyr's HP at level 50 was 340 for more context. That being said, the boss was also stiffened on the spot. Though it wasn't knockbacked unlike us. We may not have been able to win in terms of defense, but we also managed to stop the boss' unique skill with our double defensive skills. And that was the desired result I wanted, because the place the rare boss had stopped was the same place I had set up Poison Swamp Trap. Instantly, electricity on the back of the boss went berserk. How? That's right. Electric shock. There's the thing called weak attribute in the dungeon activity. That is, all the monsters have an attribute that is their weak point. Take water attribute for an example. It's extremely powerful against fire attribute or lightning attribute, so forcing the lightning attribute boss into the poison swamp trap, which sought out as a water trap, brought its potential damage to a notch higher than normal. And that hasn't changed in reality either. Electric Bear cum Squirrel was in the state where its body was covered in lightning stripes due to charge skill, so by pushing it into the water trap can give it a weak paralysis. 15-20 seconds status debuff. The original dot effect of the poison swamp was also stacked alongside and made it take huge damage. The longer it stayed in the trap, the lesser the trap effects became, though the electric shock had also resolved the boss's charge skill, and that was what I was anticipating. Right now is the time. Esther, Karua, Princess Night Awakening? Long thrust. Quick lightning slash. Triple shoot. Long thrust. Precision thrust. Legion charge. Long thrust. Scale break. 32 star stream. Delta stream. Starburst tornado. Starburst. Rain edge. Twin cat scratches. Don't forget I'm here too. Shining saber of sacred light. Rise of the divine tree. Light blade. Divine pillar. Great. You guys caused a knockback effect. Braveheart. Sonic sword. Brave slash. Lightning slash. Quick strike. Late but here I'm. Shogun's burst. Flame slash. Lightning slash. Ice strike. Flashpoint. Dark swipe. Howl. HP was guzzling down in the blink of an eye as everyone mounted their attacks one after another. Not long after, Electric Bear cum Squirrel finally freed itself out of the poison swamp, and however by that time, its HP had already been reduced to 30% with the combination of our all-out onslaught and dot. Rika was once again back to her flawless tank role when there was no more charging skill buff over the boss, and kept the battle in equilibrium. We also succeeded in cancelling the charge skill that the boss tried to activate from the second time onwards. We almost had a close encounter when the boss's HP had reached the red zone, but Rika was somehow able to respond to the agile movements. HN. And that's end. Starburst. Rain edge. How ... WW. LLL. And in the end, Electric bear come squirrel HP succumbed to 0 under Kara's continuous slash attacks that fell down like the raindrops one after another. A formidable enemy it was. It met a demise, sank into sea of effect and left behind 4 gold chest in its place. CH 291. It's here. The perfect beauty 4 phenomenon. My heartbeat reflexively skyrocketed as soon as I saw them. Am I seeing things? There are 4 gold chests. What's going on? Lana also put both of her hands on her face and let out a baffled shout. Her face was slightly flushed. I guess she was also delighted to see them. I can definitely relate to what she's feeling. 4. There are 4 gold chests, not silver. Kara looked at them while cocking her head in surprise. Though the way she tilted her face with a completely clueless expression was awfully cute. I really want to pat her head. Wait, let's just do it. Lana took a head start before me. What is going on, Zephyr? Did all bosses in Intermediate drop that many treasure chests? Of course not. This is the upgraded version of Beauty 4 phenomenon. It's called Perfect Beauty 4 phenomenon. And it happened with the gold chest. What's more, it was double the number. It's the reign of the treasure chest. Rika was perplexed at the sight of a super amazing scene like 4 gold chest dropping. She had already experienced the 4 silver chest phenomenon when we fought with Cowboy Cactus, so she was able to understand my explanation, albeit with a bit of surprise. So this is the best of best phenomenon that Zephyr had talked about. It's really a magnificent sight just as rumors go. I can understand why Zephyr so wishes for it. Even Esther was unable to take her eyes off the luxurious setup of 4 gold chests. I know no one could be immune to this sight. It's the perfect beauty 4 phenomenon after all. Now the prayer time. Sakinko-sama, Sakinko-sama. Thank you very much for your kind graces. I will bring very expensive meat today for you, so please look forward to it. I prayed with my heart filled with gratitude. I also made up my mind to offer some expensive meat. In times like this, the meat of the rare monster golden topple is the best. I feel like now is the best time to utilize the meat that was left in the end from the celebration last time. It's not my imagination this time for sure. Karua, let's do our prayer too. HN, pray. Lana and Karua, who had been patted by her, also did their prayer. Dang, I also wanted to try patting her. Alrake, let's open them. Karua, HN. Looking forward to it. Stop, what are you doing there ignoring me? I intercepted Lana, who was about to rush towards the gold chest while carrying Karua. She's way too excited. Look, even Karua's leg, whom she was hugging from behind, was dangling. Though Karua was also looking like she was having fun, I could keenly feel the merry air radiating from her. There's a chance they might accidentally open the gold chest with the level of excitement they're overflowing with. I also want to join them. My true thoughts suddenly spilled out. I should calm down a bit. Anyway, the number of gold chests we have gotten this time is unbelievably 4. It's a miracle honestly. However, that also means there would be one among us who wouldn't be able to open it. And that's a serious problem. Reality is often heartless. One wouldn't be able to participate in this miraculous perfect beauty 4 phenomenon. I felt the tension in Lana and Karua increasing. I was equally tensed. And while we were surrounded in a tense atmosphere, Rika proposed an ingenious idea. Then how about I open together with Karua? We all can participate in this way. Is it fine with you, Karua? Her proposal was to do it through group work. Karua nodded her head while being carried in Lana's arm at Rika's proposal. HN, I will. I heard it from Lana, and I was a bit jealous of Lana's group work with Zephyr. Hey, Karua, I told you it's a secret from Zephyr. Is that so? Lana. Your grip. I didn't know Lana had talked about that scene with others. Karua's face turned blue when Lana's arm holding her tightened. Great, then let's open it together. Karua. Lana I think you should let down Karua. Relief. Thank you, Rika. Karua thanked Rika after being escaped from the vice grip-like hug that almost made her unable to participate in the perfect beauty 4 phenomenon. That was a bit interesting to see. Alright, time to open them. On your position everyone. Hey. That's my line. Karua. Lana, who stole the guildmaster line as if it was rightfully hers, smoothly ignored me and encamped in front of one of the gold chests. She's really quick on such things. I also quickly followed after her and chose my liking of gold chest. HN, this will be fine, probably. But then Karua, who also have intuition, and mine hand overlapped. Karua looked at me with a hopeful gaze. It's a pinch. I will look for another. Sorry. I relented since Karua and Rika were jointly opening the chest this time. Rika gave her apology with a wry smile, to which I raised my one hand to say don't sweat over it, and stood in front of another gold chest. And the last one naturally becomes Ista's. Then Lana said as soon as everyone was in their position, I'm opening it. Give me something good. Sakinko-sama. Is there really no value of my authority as guildmaster? Lana completely stole my limelight today. Anyway, gold chest is more important. Oh great Sakinko-sama. Sakinko-sama, please give me something good. Thank you. Matching with Lana's opening timing, we also opened our respective gold chest at the same time. Rika and Karu also opened simultaneously, shouting get set. It's a key. Holy crap. I could feel my guts churning hearing Lana's report. I quickly turned to look at her and saw her holding a silver key. There's no doubt, that is? Exclamation mark. This is a recipe from a rare boss's gold chest? Just when I was astonished at Lana's report, another absurd report from Ista reached my ear and reflexively turned to look towards her. Perfect Beauty 4 phenomenon really lives up to its name. There's no end to its wonderful surprise. And as if that wasn't enough, another surprising report arrived from Rika and Karua's side. HN, a toy? This is quite big. Is this what they say? A miniature? What did you say? In the gold chest, which got both mine and Karua's intuition to whisper there's something good in this treasure chest, had something unthinkable. I quickly peered into the treasure chest of Rika and Karua's without opening mine, and in there was its dragon's miniature garden. The same thing I had thought. Holy God. This is unbelievable. Again, it's an incredibly unbelievable treasure. Is it really that amazing? Even saying amazing is undervaluing. It's impossible for me to describe it in one word. That's how much of an unbelievable thing it is. I realized I have been repeatedly using unbelievable words since a while ago. The surprise from the items had killed my vocabulary. It's not an overstatement when I say we have hit the jackpot of our lifetime in this time Perfect Beauty 4 phenomenon. Big enough of a jackpot that I was satisfied to end our today's schedule right here and then. Alright, time to break the suspense and explain about the drops one by one. Speaking of drops, my gold chest dropped Advanced Job Ascension ticket. The chance of them dropping from the Intermediate Dungeon's rare boss was 2%, and it was our third ticket. Seriously, I feel like we have used our lifetime worth of luck in today's Perfect Beauty 4 phenomenon. CH 292. The hit rate this time from the Perfect Beauty 4 phenomenon was sky high. It was a super duper jackpot worthy of uploading on the forum of the capture site if I had been in Japan. This would have definitely earned me a good amount of spiteful remarks containing users' jealousy and envy. I'm sure there would have been no less than 50. The rows of those 50s of spiteful remarks should be quite a thrilling sight to behold. Foo-foo. Just as I was grinning to myself lost in my imagination, Lana, who had reached the limit of her patience, bent forward and pitched down to earth. Zephyr, what are you doing grinning to yourself? Get a grip on yourself, and hurriedly explain what this is. Saying that, she pushed the silver key she had gotten from her gold chest towards me. Now, some may already have a guess in their heart, and yes, this is the universal key to open the hidden door we have run in before. Its name is Universal Key of the Hidden Door, Silver, or also called as Silver Key of the Door. It was the upgraded version of the Universal Key of the Hidden Door, Bronze, that Lana had drawn before. There are also hidden doors in the Intermediate Dungeon, but some of them have different kinds of doors that can't be opened by Universal Key of the Hidden Door, and this key in Lana's hand was precisely an item to use at those times. That being said, the time to use it only comes from entire or above difficulty dungeons. The hidden doors until int mid can be opened by Universal Key of the Hidden Door, Bronze. So it's fine until int low, but any more than that and you will need an upgraded key, so it needs to be paid attention. It was an item usually recommended by Games Capture site to D-rank guilds to buy Silver Key of the Door from auction when available. That being said, it's not a problem for us since the walls could be broken in reality, but that's something I promised not to divulge. This is the universal key to open the hidden doors. It's mainly used in advanced dungeons. Advanced dungeon? Lana raised a freakish voice when I gave a brief explanation about the key. Rika, standing behind, too, stared at the key in interest. Does Zephyr think there will come a time to use it? She was implicitly asking if my goal is to capture an advanced dungeon in that question. Why, Of course, we're the guild striving for S rank. I can bet that we will have our chances to use it, or rather, we will definitely use it. Rika's eyes instantly widened when I nodded as if it was just a matter of time. It's scary that it might really come true if Zephyr is the one saying that. For real. But it's also fun. We will clear the advanced dungeons that even Anisama is almost unable to clear away. I'm definitely sure it will feel super cool. Right. It's the same as him announcing to us that let's hurry up to the advanced dungeon. Foo. Indeed so. Unlike earlier, the look in the eyes with which Lana and Rika were staring at the key changed. That's the spirit. They got a nice look in their eyes. I'm sure we will encounter hidden doors in the advanced dungeon, so look forward to that time, you guys. Now, time to explain about the miniature garden from Rika and Karua's gold chest. Dragon's miniature garden was what you called it. Lana carefully holds the silver key. Then continuing with the next item, it was finally time to talk about today's main star. Speaking of it, mine and Esther's drop's explanation was sought out in just few words, especially the drop advanced job ascension ticket, which needn't my further explanation. It's quite a big model to be called mini. I think it's around 5 meters big. I'm amazed how it could fit into the treasure chest. Esther and Rika gave their impression, feeling impressed at its size. Just as they exclaimed, Dragon's miniature garden was huge. In fact, it was the leading figure in size even among the other drops we have gotten so far. The size of this hexagon base was surpassing 5 meters in shape. It's really mysterious how it even gets fit in something like the treasure chest given its size. What's it used for, Zephyr? Wait, I'm explaining. First of all, its name is Dragon's Miniature Garden. It was an item that goes hand in hand with Mapper, Mapping Man and Scout. It has functions like auto-mapping, 3D real-time location. Frankly speaking, it is a huge map maker but in 3D. If there's an item that can automatically map, what's the harm in having an automatic miniature map producer? It's on the foundation of this concept that they created this. Or so said the developers. Instantly, I could hear the disappointed filled sigh from Lana and Karua. Well, not fired up you guys, huh? But fret not, you will realize its true value by trying it. How are we going to use it when it's so big? Oh, what an apartment jab by Lana. Great. She's getting better at cutting remarks. That being said, their worry was unfounded. Don't worry, it works automatically. So even if you put it into the magic bag, it will automatically make a 3D figure of the path we have walked so far. It might be a pain to frequently take it out to check it, but the 3D map that this miniature dish out is actually pretty detailed. And also, it could be installed on the carriage. Well, seeing is believing. Let's activate it. Whoa, the city map changed. It turned into a forest. Is it referring to this dungeon? That's right. The chalk cityscape that has been there until now vanished instantly when I activated it and then displayed forest in the central region. It's in the shape of a square. It was showing the place we were currently in. That is the boss room in the final floor and the area around. Roots and forests will be gradually registered when we move from this place. Karua, can you go up to the 29th floor and return for a quick try? HN. Alright. Karua nodded, used her extreme speed and disappeared towards the 29th floor with super speed. Well, she didn't have to make it so quick, but either way, the change was drastic. Amazing. Forest area is increasing at such a fast speed. It's much faster than I thought. Karua isn't here to see it, but it's really amazing. Lana, Esther and Rika gave their impression in turn. Karua's speed was basically unmatchable in Eden, and the area she was covering was increasing at a rapid rate. And when she moved to another floor, another area a step above began to form. Apparently she reached the 29th floor. However, no more area was covered after that, as just as I had told her. She must have pulled back after reaching the 29th floor. See, she just came back. HN, I'm back. Karua, look at it. The area you covered is shown in this miniature. HN, really? As you have seen it, it forms a miniature 3D structure when any of the members cover an area. Amazing, right? It's indeed amazing, but considering it has been dropped from a rare boss gold chest, its function is quite subpar. Oh, you're sharp, Rika. Indeed, it just forms a 3D map as I have told. It's amazing in itself, but that's not enough to outshine other items. And Rika's evaluation was on point. The worth of Dragon's Miniature Garden wasn't just that. Its usage might be limited to auto-mapping, 3D, real-time positioning, and frankly speaking, there were other items that could replicate that. But as I had said before, it truly shines when used by mapping man etc. specialized job holder. They turn such normal functions like 3D mapping into sublime features. When it is coupled with skills like monster watching, human survey, and eye of observation, that it truly turned into miniature garden. This miniature garden wasn't all about mapping terrains or structures. It can also reflect living creatures and monsters. Dragon's miniature garden. It was an extremely super indispensable rare item necessary for the future guild battles. And the best thing about it was that these skills could be used by Master Planner Princess as well. CH 293. The explanation round was over and we started for what we had come for. Farming materials of electric bear come electric. Everyone's excitement and motivation was at its peak thanks to the miraculous perfect beauty 4 phenomenon. Except, there was just one thing to be worried about. I had yet to show Lana and others the 3 flutes out of the 8 flutes I was holding. They were the same flutes I had gotten from Emperor Goblin. We have already used the flutes I had gotten from Dean, but they're still left. It was finally the day for them to see the light of the day. I could already imagine Lana's order use the flute again. As soon I reveal them, but well, I'm questbind this time. I took out 3 flutes from my pocket. Actually, I have 3 more. What in tarnation? Zephyr, you sneaky, how do you have so many flutes? Hand me one of those flute too. No way. Lana's selfish side was at its play again, but I somehow was able to save the flutes. So close, I almost couldn't wait to wipe the non-existent sweat from my forehead. Well, I suppose she was just too excited and too active. I'm sure she would have given me back later after trying it out. She would, right? Afterwards, we were able to gather the materials of electric bear come squirrel without any problem. We were able to draw the rare boss 22 times out of 32 using the flute. We fought with the regular boss, a squirrel plagued with lightning, the remaining 10 times. To be honest, regular boss was hardly a threat for us who had already fought with the rare boss, though we didn't get any gold chest after that. Rest of the treasure chest dropped was silver chest, but fortunately we also had beauty 4 phenomenon one time. Just amazing. During battles, we stopped once to have lunch. Lana, who couldn't stop grinning while eating Hannah's deluxe lunchbox, was just too cute, and finished using flutes for 32 times. As the final electric bear come squirrel disappeared in effect, I announced our return. Everything is as predicted. Great, now back to outside at once. Roger. Great work everyone. I confirmed everyone had caught up with my announcement and then got into the teleportation circle. From here was my solo work. Well, I'm going to the Let's Become a Bomber Together guild. See ya. Try to come back as soon as possible. Got it? I know. I separated with the other members at the Entlow gate, took out Segway Reverend and headed for the Let's Become a Bomber Together riding on it. Segway Reverend was a one-person item, so unfortunately, not everyone could ride on it. Esther's carriage was so big that it made me afraid to run it in the academy. That's why I was the only one going there. My plan was to get the flutes country set and get ready for tomorrow. It was now 6 p.m. and already getting too late. Tomorrow's the deadline for the material submission quest, so we have to carefully plan out our next course of action. I arrived at the Let's Become a Bomber Together as I was reconfirming tomorrow's plan inside my head once again. My, if it's not Brave Kun. You're just at the time I expected. Welcome, a big sister-like senpai who was sorting out the item shelf called out to me, noticing me taking entry. Good evening, Lenka-senpai. Can I have you recover the flutes quickly? Of course. You're one of our valuable customers after all. Just wait, I will make it super quick. I am already prepared since you had already told me beforehand. This person, second year Lenka-senpai, was the one in whom care I left the flutes for repair every time. Her job was bomber and she was also the submaster of this guild. Apparently she also has quite a good relationship with Marie-senpai. Her speech is usually more eloquent since she is a merchant, but we have already met quite a few times, so she doesn't use it anymore. You can say we're already good friends where we don't need to be polite in our speech anymore. Usually it's either only me or Celestine who would visit for the flute's repair, since my intuition warns me that I would somehow land myself in trouble if I brought Lana or other girl with me. You can also look at our products and see if you're interested in buying anything. Our guild is always lacking pennies. There's no way you're penniless when I pay several millions mere each time for flute's repair. I handed the flutes and spent my time looking at products on display as told. The shelves were lined with bombs-related items as usual. In fact, I was amazed at their courage to leave the bombs on the shelves just like that. They're not real, right? Just imagining what if. Shudder. I turned to glance at Lenka-senpai. She had just put the flutes on the magic circle and materials on some item and was just restoring flutes. She looked extremely focused, which made me hesitant to ask about the authenticity of these bombs. Speaking of, the items Lenka-senpai was using was magic tool recovery set that is used to repair recovered items. Its function was such that by putting items on the set, using some materials and then activating bomber or magic tool master's skills, it could restore item usage count. The materials needed for recovery vary depending on the item, and in the case of flute, it used quite expensive boss materials. This was the reason behind why restoring flute 1 count cost 500,000 mia. Magic tool count recovery. I'm finally done. This is the fastest I have done, you know. I expect some good reward for this. I will come again tomorrow for the same request. So isn't 16 million in a day already a profit? I guess this should be enough. This is that. I want something else. I heard from Marie that you danced with her. Dance? Ah, maybe she's talking about that whirling. Well, I can only do that when I'm extremely excited, and unfortunately, the excitement from Perfect Beauty 4 phenomenon has already cooled down. Let's do it next time when we have a chance. I'm taking flutes with me. See ya. And payment is on the head of Dean. You're so dull. Alas, see you tomorrow. Oh, and make sure not to be late for recovery. I can only keep the shop open till 9 p.m. Thank you. Bye. See you later. See you next time. I received flutes from Lenka-senpai, who kept her hands moving even as we chatted, confirmed that all the flutes had been recovered and then had them on the bag. Alright, we're now ready for tomorrow's expedition. CH 294. Dean. Here's the delivery of electric bear cum squirrel material. Hard work, Zephyr. You have really surprised me by achieving this quest in the short deadline of just 5 days. That was indeed hard work. We had to use all the flutes we were holding up. Ho ho. Even I didn't expect you to already have 5 flutes. Sure enough, there's nothing hidden from your ears, huh? I was currently in the Dean's office. Of course it was to submit the materials of the said quest. It was Sunday, the clock was ticking 6 p.m. Not an ideal time to visit him at this late hour, but I got the permission since it was the last day of the material submission deadline. Today's schedule was pretty much like yesterday, where we farmed the rare boss for its material until possible, which was why I was so late. We had directly taken the teleportation circle and had a straight run the carriage to the final floor, taking a shortcut. We also encountered the wandering boss Spooky Bear cum Armadillo midway, who repopped, though after fighting the rare boss 22 times yesterday and raising our level, the battle against it was a cinch. However, I am not sure if I was imagining things, but I felt like the wandering boss was kinda shivering when he saw Lana and other girls. Anyway, we blew the flute and fought with the rare boss till the count reset to 0, temporarily returned back to the surface, rushed to the Lenka-senpai's shop super quick to have flutes repaired, and then once again divided into again. Second time. We fought the rare boss electric bear cum squirrel for a total of 42 times, including both runs. We also had raised our level from the battles so far, so each battle time was greatly shortened compared to yesterday, and eventually, we were done with hunting by 5 p.m. We went a bit overboard in our operation. In fact, we had already reached the required material amount by the time our first round had ended, but it was a rare chance where we had 2 more flutes loaned by the academy and even paid for their recovery. So, well, I just felt, why not do it again? I may have gone overboard, but there's no regret. We have hunted the rare boss a whopping 64 times in these 2 days, and the number of materials we collected was equally 640. That was a count even I hardly see. The number of materials we had to deliver was, electric bear cum squirrel's large hide times 20, thunder claw of electric bear cum squirrel times 30. Electric bear cum squirrel's silver whiskers times 2. We needed to deliver 62 materials, while we could also add any excess amount. But this was no longer just a bit, we completely overdid it by a great margin. It seemed like even Dean hadn't known I also have 5 flutes. And that was the result when I also got a bit too serious. Anyway, I submitted extra 50 materials too alongside the original amount to the Dean, including the original amount. Everything was converted to 54,000 QP. Not to say we also had many drops to be appraised by the clearinghouse. Phew, haha. Our other quest regarding mechanical carriage was also progressing at a smooth rate. I received the report that Sierra and the party had gotten a decent amount of bamboo puppet material and apparently have already handed them to the Gant-senpai. Gant-senpai? Although he couldn't do it in few days just like before? Have confirmed he would be able to deliver it in 10 days. Today's the 19th, so he should be able to make it before the month's end. I passed the same details to Dean. Oh, I wasn't wrong to request Eden for it. Great work. That's nothing. We are also receiving so many QP, so it's a win-win for both parties. Please ask for Eden again if you have any request in the future. Alright. I will be relying on that time too. Thank you very much. Well then, excuse me. I almost forgot. I also have one more request to use Zephyr-kun. It may take you your time, but I hope you listened to me. I had just stood up when Dean said so and returned my back to the couch again. Actually, it's about the classes that Zephyr is giving. Oh, so the topic is finally here. I have been acting as a provisional lecturer and giving elective classes since the day before yesterday. I had just given my first class, and it seems like this news has finally reached his ear. But this shouldn't be posing any problem, I believe. Probably. I couldn't be sure since the class I was giving was teaching on how to have a mindset different from mainstream. Rather than saying discovering a new path, the class was more about researching the best path with everyone, so it wasn't supposed to be causing any big uproar in my say, or should be. My expression stated, was there any problem? As I urged Dean to continue. It's about your lecture. There are more and more students, professors and businessmen applying who want to take your class. So if it's alright with you, I would like you to increase the size. Is that the problem? Dean had already given me a subtle warning to keep it low, so I was wondering if it may have run into some problem, but out of all things, I didn't expect him to be told to expand the scale. No, wait, rethinking about it, I should have expected it. High-ranking jobs were a milestone that only a few selected could have ever hoped to get it in this world. In the real dungeon activity. In short, the ones with high-ranking jobs were few in number. You can infer from this that this also means research wouldn't be progressing well with that count. High-ranking jobs are strong. It was a universal fact. However, the research over how to properly draw the power of such jobs hadn't advanced at all, which was also the reason why I applied for provisional lecturer. Rather than saying it stands to reason, there are a lot of students now who have gained high-ranking jobs, an unattainable height they always longed for, but with no knowledge about how to proceed further and are lost. Though considering the fact that even professors and businessmen are urging it, I guess even the academy was willing to spread it. I see. Not a bad thing, I would say. I had also given a little thought about the future, about how to recruit the members, since we will soon be at D rank with our current pace. In the game dungeon activity, guilds would welcome the stronger members on the regular pace as the days passed and your fame values went up. But there is no such thing as waiting for players to teach you at LV0 in reality. Even if just a bit, they may have gone through some training. However, the job's functionality would be dead if it was raised in the wrong direction. I have experienced it many times in the game. I have even forgotten the count of how many times I had raised SP in the wrong direction and was then unable to reset it. There might be a lot of students like the past me. In the game term, the situation was like ignorant NPC raising their status on their whim. Wrong. That was wrong in so many ways. There's no way I could accept such a thing when it sounds so horrifying just by putting it into words. Dean's proposal was like a lifeboat from my perspective, who wanted to uproot this ideology as much as possible, even completely. When my goal is to reach the peak, Eden would become stronger if we have more students with the proper status-raising ideology, though it would also strengthen other guilds. But that's also fun in itself. So, there's no reason for me to not accept it. Very well, then Dean, I accept your request. The decision that was made today will shake the world. However, at that moment, I was unaware of this fact. Arc 5 End. Next arc. Zephyr's Grand Information Explosion. CH 295. Arc 6. Zephyr's Grand Information Explosion. Chapter 295 Ring. I awoke with the ring sound. For the love of God, just who is that restless fellow to send a message? In the early Monday morning, even before the alarm bell could ring. Or so were my thoughts, but it was hard to go against the drowsiness seizing me. I succumbed to my drowsiness until the 6:30 a.m. alarm I had set up goes up, making a shrill sound. Couldn't it have rung a bit later? There's nothing more tortuous than being forced to wake up just when you're about to dive into your sweet sleep. I felt even more disheartened considering that now the drowsiness would haunt me for the whole day. Deciding on to take a nap somewhere in the afternoon, I urged my body to get up. Right, Elle didn't check who had the message earlier. I will make sure whoever sends them pays for it along with the interest. I took the in my hand while wondering how I should make them pay for their atrocity. I was still feeling sleepy. I forced my body to move with heavy eyelids to check out which damn person was so keen on losing their peace. The sender's name shown was Saturn Kun, Spartan. I'm going to make him work like a horse today. It was the moment I decided I am gonna give him hell mode training today. I tossed my on the side and began my preparation for the morning. I will just check the text later. I was given a room on the first floor of an aristocrat dorm, and the whole room was basically for me to use. As the name implies, only the aristocrat lives in the aristocrat dorm, so the rooms were quite big, and I was alone in one such big room. Speak about luxury. Excellent students like Hannah also get one room for themselves. Though the rooms in the ordinary girls' dormitory are smaller than here, the usual trend was to share the room between 2 students. With how big the Labyrinth Academy was and due to the boarding system, it was the norm to have roommates. That's why students who have the whole room to themselves are the target of students' envy. After all, who don't want a room just for themselves? That being said, often there are students who can't cope alone. Knock knock. Zephyr-kun, are you awake? A familiar voice called out to me after a rhythmic knock on the door. The person was Hannah, my childhood friend, who had been with me from there, in other words ever since I have come to the world of Dot. I was just done with wearing my uniform, so I directly greeted her. Good morning Hannah. Good morning. You seem like you haven't slept for the whole night, Zephyr-kun. An early bird disturbed my sleep with a chat message. My head hurts and I can't even keep my eyelids open for long. Oh my, you have my condolences. Do you want to eat breakfast? I have made sandwiches. I will. I always have space in my stomach for Hannah's cooking, even if it is bloating. Oh. My eyes were snapped open at the invitation for Hannah's cooking. Even if the hell breaks loose, it's impossible for me to miss Hannah's cooking. If my early morning was like hell, then Hannah's breakfast was like a stroll in paradise. That being said, isn't the development a bit too extreme, like a tug of war to drop the curtain on this colorful morning? Hannah began her preparation to serve breakfast while blushing at my remark. Hannah often visited my room, so she had already known which thing was where and was familiar with the layout. She washed her hands, set up the tableware with smooth movements and served the sandwiches. Today's menu was egg sandwich and pork cutlet sandwich. She had firmly grasped how the stomach of a 16-year-old boy works. Hannah was having a ham and lettuce sandwich between. It also looked equally delicious. First, thank you Hannah for making the breakfast, and bon appetit. Foo. Enjoy them to your heart's content. I first took a bite of the egg sandwich. It was delicious. The amount of mayonnaise in the egg was just exquisite. I feel like she had already learned about my preference. It was down to nothing in no time. I began munching down on the next sandwich while feeling the lingering aftertaste left behind that made me take a faint sigh. Whoa, that's also crazy delicious. I guess she must have immediately stored them in the item box after making them, as the cabbage stuffed between was still crispy. The pork cutlet dressing too was equally crispy. The meat juice of warm, juicy meat immediately burst in my mouth as soon as I took a bite. In my words, that burst of flavor was so heavenly. Handmade. The sandwiches gave the firm feeling of being made personally from starting bite to end. So good, but it's gone. Foo. I'm glad it fancies your taste. I will make them again next time. Yes, please ma'am, and thank you for the food. You're welcome. I hope my crude dishes make your stomach fill. Hannah, noticing the wave of melancholy that washed over me seeing the empty plate, promised to make them again next time. I thanked her for her generosity. Hannah, she's seriously a good girl. Speaking of, Will Zephyr-kun come to the guild after classes? Hannah asked while cleaning the dishes right after we finished eating. I replied while going through my preparation for the morning. Yup. I will be a bit late since I have business with my classmates, but I will be there since I also have to pass the information to members. Then I will also visit the guild. Hannah was the only one who was in a different major compared to the rest of members, so the time scheduled show up in the guild was very few, though she seemed to have enough time to have breakfast with me just like now. Additionally, she also seemed to be quite busy in the handling requests from here and there, and not just of students. Even teachers had come to rely on her. So it wasn't just me, but even Hannah was so busy with various things that she didn't have time to often show up in the guild. Now, she only has enough time to show up on weekends mostly. Are you done, Zephyr-kun? Can I use the washroom now? Yeah, I'm done, so you can use it. On the occasion Hannah made breakfast, she would often head to her department building directly instead of revisiting her girls' dormitory. So her daily necessities like toothbrush etc. are arranged in my washroom. We also don't have much time to take it easy in the morning either, so while Hannah is busy washing dishes, I would use the washroom in the meantime, and when I'm done, then it would be her turn to use it. It was the tactic understanding between us. Maybe that's how it would have felt if I had a roommate too. I completed my preparation as such thought passed in my mind. Now I just have to wait for Hannah and then leave. Sorry for the wait, Zephyr-kun. It's fine, let's go. We left the room once Hannah was also done with her preparation. On this note, it was Hannah's job to lock the door. Though I also tried to take on this job, she wouldn't just listen to me for some reason in that regard, so I could only leave it to her. Like this. Another morning to pass. This was my recent lifestyle which had become a part of my life. I left the aristocrat dormitory along with Hannah and accompanied her until it was time to part our ways to our respective dormitory. It was like a page of youth that many desires, albeit I was unaware of the countless gazes that were watching us from the shadows till the end. CH 296. Good morning. You've finally shown up, Zephyr. As I have notified you in the morning, we're in complete opposition against your poaching. If anything, please spare my Sato from pulling to your guild. What are you guys talking about? A familiar play began to play in front of me as soon as I stepped inside the classroom. Like always, the actors were also following their regular roles, Saturn-kun in the lead while the other three of the quartet behind him as the supporting cast. The friendship between them is really deep, though if there was anything strange in their play, then it was the part played by Saturn-kun. I didn't sense the pompous tone that he usually has in the latter half of his words. Just what kind of earth-shattering event had happened to cause his never-ending pride to bend down? Preparator. It was then I suddenly remembered about the hellish morning. Wasn't it the Saturn-kun who had ruined my sleep? I will not forgive him for the vengeance of my sweet sleep. You're going to train twice as usual today! Exclamation mark. That's outright tyranny. Zephyr, foo-foo. Wait a minute. I believe this and that are different. How about we discuss it nicely? Impulsiveness is often the origin of disaster. Our opposition should be justified. You needn't be so impatient. How could this venerable be afraid? Reconsider your words, Zephyr. We also haven't formed our guild just on whim. I think we need to have calm talk over it. The three behind Saturn-kun began to panic when I passed the punishment I had decided on to him. I feel like we're not on the same page. Ah, right. What did you message for? I couldn't read it for a couple reasons. You didn't read it? Explain. I had written pretty important thing on that message, you know. Saturn-kun's eyes snapped wide, following with his shout. Strange. Why did he suddenly become so rebellious? It was just my gratitude to him for disturbing my sweet sleep. That's an interest I could squeeze only by making him work like a horse. I couldn't wait for the classes to be over. Foo-foo. He's laughing. What a terrifying smile. Look at the evilness oozing out of that smile. The three guys behind were making terrified expressions for some reason looking at my face. They're always so rude. Lee, listen to me. First of all, the cause of everything is you trying to poach my Sato from our guild. What are you saying? My Sato was a girl from Rabbitkin category and also my classmate just like them. Speaking about Rabbitkin, it was an amazing category which had a diverse list of jobs to choose from, like Bunny, a job that holds superior aptitude related to business trades, or Time Rabbit, a job specializing in fast footwork battles. And coming to my Sato, she was the holder of Sage, an excellent recovery-oriented job. the best among all the possible jobs available to the members of that category. A cutie from a glance and cheerful in her word, Misato was the target of upperclassmen in the invitation battle due to aforementioned reasons, and to avoid it, she temporarily joined Saturn-kun's guild, the best of the best, the Great Star, as a cover. Sure, our guild Eden as of now lacked healer, and it would be really amazing if Sage Misato joined our guild. However, I don't remember offering Misato an invitation to our guild. Yet? I didn't, right? No wait, I might have. I've been so busy recently that it might have worn off my mind. So, you're saying, Misato is leaving you're the best of the best, the Great Star Guild? Yeah. Misato is a precious healer for us. There's no way we can afford to lose her. Fufu. Misato is our angel. She was the only one who showed up to accept our invitation to the best of the best, the Great Star, just when we're about to be pushed to the abyss after everyone had rejected us. Misato is our symbol of hope. We will absolutely not give her to anyone, even if that person is you, our oppressor. I swear upon the name of Night Hulk, may our bodies be reduced to smithereens, we will absolutely protect her till our last breath. Come to think of it, I remember saying I will pull Misato to our guild if they dare to skip their training to them, after rummaging through memories in order to give them a cause for motivation and stop them from wasting their potential. It was just a ploy of mine at that time to stop them from reverting to their previous self. This has suddenly become an overblown matter. In fact, their shout has even induced a bit of suffocation in my heart. Just why, I wonder. There was even one among them claiming her to be his angel. Aren't they quite treating her like an idol? As far as I remember, Misato should have joined their guild on a temporary basis. Why such outrage? I made up my mind to hear it directly from the origin of this ruckus, and speak of the devil, she had just taken her entry in the classroom. Good morning, MMF, target secured. Misato? ×4. I took her to the back of the classroom just as she took her entry and proceeded with my questioning. So Misato, what the hell is going on? I'm all ears if you have anything to say. MFFMF, WH, what was that? What are you saying? Confused shouts escaped from Misato's mouth when I removed my hand that was blocking her mouth. Let's see, first put up the recovery. Hey, why are you casting recovery? I'm completely sane and calm, just so you know. What kind of reaction do you expect from someone when you suddenly close their mouth and drag them somewhere? Look at them. A glance at the situation is faster to understand than expressing 1,000 words. I pointed out at the guys behind me with my thumb. Damn you, Zephyr. You have finally shown your true color. Fufu. Get away from Misato at once. Else be ready to bear the brunt of my Night LV25 power. Sure enough, you were really planning to pull Misato on your side. No way in hell I will let you do that. Don't you dare forget this, Venerable. I will be handling him. Leave Misato now. Behind me were the quartet urging me to release Misato. And even behind them were the girls of Eden silently standing there, looking ready to suppress them at any moment. My attention was drawn more to their group than the quartet. I even felt like Sierra's gaze pointing at me. There's no way, right? Misato, who finally understood the situation, replied while profusely sweating. How about you calm down first? Look, morning assembly is just about to begin. I will make sure to keep my schedule open, so let's talk about it after classes in detail, okay? Please. Misato said that and followed up with a 90 degrees bow. Even her rabbit ears on her head were perfectly bent at 90 degrees, so meticulous even in fine details. Anyway, I released Misato after receiving her promise and somehow brought down the curtain on this small morning prelude to closure. I'm glad for you guys. I'm sure the girls group would have immediately moved to suppress you if you had decided to act on impulse. I also received the verdict "we have to talk later" from Sierra that reflexively caused my spine to freeze, but somehow calmed myself down by attributing everything to Saturn-kun. CH 297. After classes, for the whole day, the class was shrouded in strained atmosphere. Considering the ruckus in the morning, that was obvious. I was also caught up by Sierra and was preached in the break time. I did try to explain it was all because of Saturn-kun and all, but to no avail. I didn't even remember how my lunch tasted like. I must have an explanation from Misato today. So what do you have to say, Misato-kun? Even I don't get why the situation has come to this. To begin with, I had joined their guild on the temporary basis and on condition that I can leave anytime. Also, I didn't say that I'm going to Eden, though I may have replied ambiguously like maybe Tilda. Hearing the explanation from Misato in the classroom, I turned towards Best of the Best, the great star. Also says Misato, is she right? Stop looking at us with that gaze of yours, Zephyr. Phew. Terrifying. What a terrifying gaze. He may be smiling but that smile isn't reaching his eyes. Stop spouting unnecessary things and hurry up and explain. Saturn and others flinched for some reason. It was the sign they were guilty. Well, this might be the general gist. What? This venerable had gone to all lengths because you said Zephyr is planning to pull Miss Tao in his guild. Tom-kun let out a rough voice and averted his eyes while saying that. And Saturn-kun, you don't need to pose it as a question, this is how it is. Then following him was Hell-kun, who raised his voice as if being astounded at his statement. What, was he alone forgotten and kept out of the loop? However, it didn't change the fact that we're almost facing the crisis of losing her. Our guild only has 5 members. On top of that, we would need to disband if we even lost our healer Misato. Saturn-kun hollered. A minimum of 5 or more people are needed to keep the guild alive as stated in the Academy's rule. In case the number dropped below the requirement, they would be given 1 week of buffer time, and failing to recruit any new member despite them would lead to the guild disbanding. And since the Academy provides the guild rooms, they are especially strict on this rule. On the other hand, the quartet had also gone to other classes in an attempt to recruit members but were cleanly rejected by them. I can bet that they must have said rejoice, for we are willing to let you join our guild with a pompous attitude. Students from class 3 and onwards should be level lower than quartet, so I'm sure it would be beneath their useless pride to invite them either. Anyway, returning to the main topic. In short, it wasn't related to Eden at all, huh? Foo-foo. Why? Yes, this may have turned out like this in most likely scenarios. It seems like we have a grave misunderstanding. But, maybe, that's the general gist. Why is everything different from what you told this venerable? I see. These guys have at last admitted it. Good grief, then why are they wasting their time on me? They should persuade Misato if that's the case, which is faster. So, what were you planning to do in case you couldn't find a middle ground in negotiation with me? In case it were true, there was a high chance of negotiations between us breaking down as far as I can see. That's, you see, we would have. Jilong-kun and Tom-kun now began to slur on their words. Their eyes were restlessly darting here and there. Hurry up and spit it out. We would have gone for dual battle with Misato on the line. And then the rewards from Eden. Stop Helg. That was just a figure of speech. That's not how it is, Zephyr. I had never thought about doing it even once. Saturn shuddered furiously at Helg's unexpected words. Have these guys really not learned their lesson even after tasting complete defeat in the guild battle last time? Wait. Maybe they remembered it and that's why Saturn was uncontrollable trembling. I guess their pride must have gotten over their head again. Good grief, their pride is like the weed springing up as soon as you leave them unattended. Time to prune it later, thoroughly. Though waging a battle with a girl online kind of sounds adventurous. It was kind of like seeing a wild pig gentleman riding a crimson aircraft. In that case, we would have to put the mirror as a wager. I'm going to smash their pride for sure. Alright. Do you have anything else to say, Saturn-kun? Wait Zephyr. Calm down, I'm sure we can talk it out. Training schedule, 3 time. I imposed my penalty seeing that Saturn-kun had begun to resort to excuses. Hearing that, the quartet immediately made an attempt to run away. But they forgot one thing. You cannot escape from the clutches of Brave. Impossible. Eden members had already secured the 2 exits and the windows. They were ready to move at any time. The quartet were now like the rat trapped in a bag. I'm not lying Zephyr. We're weak. I know that we're not your opponent, at least for now. That was, we get carried away. I just said it on the spur of the moment. Just a bit of our daily frustration and resentment got over our head only. You need punishment even more so then. They have finally shown their true colors. They must have given up any resistance seeing they can't run away from the penalty. Well, can I say something? It was then the goddess of salvation appeared. Miss Tao called us to stop. Actually, I was thinking it would be a bit cruel to leave them like this. That's why I have found someone who's ready to take my place. This should save the guild from disbanding, and the information she dropped truly was like a salvation for them. Jilong-kun even muttered out, Misato is really an angel. No, she's a goddess. I know it would be morally wrong to leave the guild immediately after joining since there was no one else to accept the invitation. I have found you two people. One is a healer holy, and the second has a scout job spy. I will introduce them later. Oh sob, Misato, you did it for us. The quartet sobbed as they let out tears of gratitude hearing what Misato said with a slight shy expression. Wait you guys, Misato has already began her preparation to leave soon. You aren't going to stop her? I really don't get what goes in the mind of quartet. However, I know this at the very least. There's no escaping them from the punishment. CH 298. A lot happened, but it's great to see everyone gathered. I have something to announce today. You look kind of tired, Zephyr-kun. Did something happen? Location, Eden Guild Room. After settling the event in the classroom, I was finally free to visit the guild. I was in my regular position as usual when Hannah asked in a worried tone. Uh-oh. Seems like I let it out on my face. It was the result of following a bit of a hard schedule. Not to say Seton-kun and the other three tried to escape again, which made me needlessly spend my energy to give them a lesson, even though I told them it's impossible to run away from Brave. Was it that hard to understand? Good grief. Not even the Demon King was able to hide away from the Brave's persistent chase and was eventually taken down. You can't run away from the Brave. It was an absolute thing in the game. Though I am glad Miss Tao was there and under her urging did they themselves returned back to training. I had gone full Spartan then. Taking the time, I also handed Misato my special manual I had devised for them. Sorry that they're causing you so much trouble. I will make sure to supervise them, Misato assured me, though I could feel her face slightly twitching when she saw the content of the manual. After that I hand everything to Misato to left for here. Just a bit of trouble in the morning. It's settled now, so don't worry. Anyway, more important is the announcement. We have successfully completed one of the Dean's quest accepted a while ago, and guess what? The reward is 520,000 QP. 520,000. That's an amazing number. Is that number really that amazing? It doesn't seem much though, Sierra remarked with an impressed tone at my announcement, though its value went over the head for Lana. Well, I guess it's because our usual reward went in millions in Mia. Without knowing the value of QP, several hundred thousands would of course make her feel it lackluster. However, 520,000 was a number that, let alone a small E-rank guild, even a D-rank guild wouldn't have seen at once. Of course, the quest point utility value is high, so you know. They're used to exchange for the materials, items and equipment that you can't get through normal means, and not only that, they're also used to avail the benefits of Academy's equipment and facilities and many more. Guild rooms are the Academy's rented property. However, you can use QP to set up better equipment or even renovate it to give the room a more luxurious outlook. I had noted down everything that Phyllis-sensei had mentioned. Remodeling time too was 2 days, just how it was in the game. Skills are amazing. Though if we decide to remodel our guild now, we would have to pay further to return the room to its original form when it will be time to change guild room. So the current plan is to leave that aspect untouched until we reach C rank and get our guild house. Given the moment, I also mentioned my take on remodeling. No matter how many QP we have, they wouldn't be enough if we just use them on interior and other things. Oh, what a pity. I wanted to give the room a more pretty and cute outlook. So many plushies aren't enough for you? In fact, even Lulu and several girls nodded at Lana's remarks. I really want them to take a more careful at the room. It hasn't been that long for the guild to start, and yet, there were already around 50 adorable plushies from animal type to deformed monster type in this room. I don't know from where they did get it, but they also have a shelf and for plushies dress case set up. I'm sure it's not just my imagination that I'm seeing the increase in their population every time I visit the guild room. There are no more increased plushies. No longer we have Fluffy Furball. I wonder if the preparator was Karua. Now that they said it, I remembered Sphat dropped material for plushie. Fluffy Hairball times 10. Had it been the players of Dungeon Player burning in excitement for exploration, they would have sold it and done with it. Karua apparently had turned all them into plushies. Well, they are more or less rare materials, though a missed drop for me. Anyway, I got derailed from the topic, but the room felt more like it belonged to plushies than us. If I let them continue like this, my value as a boy will keep descending into minus. I made up my mind to stop them from getting any more plushies till we at least have multi-room guild house. So, have you already decided what you're going to use QP for? Yeah, we are just done with one request. And Sierra and other members are also doing their best for the second one, so I am thinking of throwing away a members' appreciation party. I stopped on my words for a while and then proposed my plan. Ingredients and livestock dungeon. One of the extra dungeon that can only be used after paying QP. I am thinking of getting high quality stuff from here and then throwing a party using these items. What do you guys think? Extra dungeon, a general term used to refer to the resources-rich dungeon that has no connection to the usual grade or whatsoever. Their numbers are very scarce, so they're strictly managed by the kingdom and require permission to enter. And since Labyrinth Academy is a place for learning, one can get the permission to enter in them as long as they pay the required QP. Also, there is no cap on the members' entry unlike the usual dungeon. You can say they're the dungeon you can use to collect resources. That's why it's a special dungeon. Though ingredients and livestock dungeon wasn't exactly free of monsters either, but they're very weak, around as much as the Begmid, and even then they are very few in numbers. Instead, you will see a lot of animals popping up more frequently. In terms of harvesting, one can pick up fresh vegetables and fruits. They, too, grow up spontaneously and even without anyone care. From there, the grades of ingredients vary depending on the level, so I want to get the ones from deep levels. Not only that, there are also beach dungeons facing the sea among extra dungeons. It's a nice dungeon where you can capture fish or play in the sea. Maybe it's because there are such dungeons that dungeon activity has a good range of swimsuit equipment. Although I didn't use that feature when my goal was straight, only exploring when I was dead set on it. I also often used it whenever I played NG+, where my focus was on characters and continuing while taking screenshots of them. Anyway, back to the main topic. That sounds nice. I will get a lot of delicious items. HN, I like delicious things. Lulu also loves delicious things. Lulu absolutely wants to participate. I will cook them to the best of my skills. Lana, Karua, Lulu and Hannah replied respectively. They all had their hands curled in fist as they fully supported the idea. Ah, I'm glad. I was wrecking my brain all the time how to use QP for the first time. I guess everyone liked the idea. What do you think, Sierra? Well, it's fine I guess. I'm sure this will also raise their motivation. I was worried about the schedule since it was every day full of dungeons or practice. It's nice to see this proposal coming from you. It conveys you're seriously thinking about the guild. Alright, Sierra is in too, though her words were kinda embarrassing. Anyway, this settles our upcoming schedule. I was quite worried that they may not be burned out from repeating the same thing day after day. Especially the lack of motivation and excitement is a more serious problem when progressing on a game. Once someone had said the line, efficiency is the battle against boredom. It should be a good idea to do it once in a while. Once in a while. Ingredients and livestock's dungeon is a 20-floor deep dungeon, so we would need to give one whole day to it, and we still have Saturday to collect the final batch of materials needed for Dean's quest, so Sunday sounds like a nice day for it. CH 299. Time passed like an arrow after the day my proposal to extra dungeon ingredients and animal livestock's dungeon was well received. On Tuesday, I, along with the quartet, once again bathed in the sweat of spring. The quartet level had also increased by 1 after doing 3 times the usual training under the support of Miss Tao unexpectedly. Good for them. It seemed like they'd really taken it seriously, so I also reduced their training schedule from 3 times to 2 times. But of course, there was also my sweet vengeance against Saturn for disturbing my sleep yesterday, so I kept his training amount unchanged. Why it's just me. Focus Saturn, your partner needs assistance, they're so useful there. Also don't forget about the cooldown. How can you support your comrades if you spend all your mana on monsters? Think more carefully. Never forget to keep some spells in reserve just in case scenario. Don't just shoot down all of them. Damn it. Fufu, I'm glad we're not caught up in his stupidity. Yeah, that moron Saturn, he's really an idiot to anger Zephyr of all things. Seriously, that's why he's such a vain person with unnecessary pride. I felt like the 3 guys besides Saturn said something I couldn't ignore. I really want to shove the mirror in front of them and first let them see with which face they're saying that. Though, Saturn's aim has been getting better as the time passes thanks to the hard training. Even misfire count has also relatively become fewer. Besides, He is also gradually adapting to his role as magician. I reckon he might become an excellent magician if he continues to work hard like this. On Wednesday, I went to gather materials alongside other Eden members. High mana grass can be harvested from Dinosaur's Hill dungeon, and it's the required material for mana high potion. Hannah, as of now, has been producing mana high option through offering the drops from intermediate silver chest to the normal MP potion, but there aren't that many intermediate silver chest, and also it's a bit wasteful. That's why I hope I can have Hannah produce MP high potion through normal production spells as much as possible. Lulu, Celia etc. had also crossed LV40 marks. So today we went to Intlow dungeon with all the members that were eligible to enter in intermediate dungeon plus Rena, and spent time harvesting materials. Rena was the only one who had just reached LV20 though, so I brought her using guest bracelet. Speaking of other members, Shizu and Celestine seemed to have something to do, so they didn't come with us today. I was also thinking of borrowing the guest bracelet from the academy using QP if they had the free schedule, but it was a pity. I was thinking maybe we can do a rehearsal for the time we will go to the extra dungeon, but I guess that was obvious for everyone to not gather on normal weekdays with full-time classes. So this is the intermediate dungeon. I have yet to enter here formally, but I quickly want to catch up with everyone. Well, I'm sure you can catch up with everyone if you continue to work hard like this. Rather, I would be troubled if you didn't hurry and catch up soon. I'm waiting to give the thread of command to you. Yes, I'm giving my all. And Zephyr-san too, will continue to teach me, right? Of course. First focus on raising your level. I cleared my throat at the sidelong glance that Rena, a full-fledged rich young lady from appearance, sent towards me and adopted a serious stance. The destructive power of the young lady here is simply devastating. I really wish she would stop giving such gazes. And just as I had averted my gaze to escape from her gaze, my eyes met with Lana and Hannah, whose eyes, too, were completely fixed on this side. The terrifying part was they weren't even turning their gaze away. I hurriedly cut my conversation with Rena and could only brisk away beside other members. Though we also met with the trouble in the middle when Lulu's eyes sparkled seeing the dinosaur monster Torutoru that appeared and ran up to it saying so cute. Lulu wanted to hug it and got nibbled by Torutoru, but for the most part, it was a fun time. And speaking of that incident, Celia had safely protected Lulu, who was calmly patting Torutoru even as it tried to gnaw on her. Afterwards, a deformed Torutoru plushie come to decorate our guild room. Yet another invasion by plushies. On Thursday, I met with the Holy and the Spy that Misato had spoken about after classes. The two people were boys from similarly combat department, with Holy being the student from class 7 and Spy the student from class 4 respectively. Of course, both had high-ranking jobs. Holy is the job specialized in recovery, which is classified as the high-ranking low order among other recovery category mage jobs like white mage. Though, it isn't a fair comparison compared to Misato's sage job that also specializes in barriers, but it also has the potential of outclassing sage in healing. Spy, too, was a high-ranking low-order job among other available scout category jobs like thief etc. This job excels in lock-picking, trap disarming and search and investigation inside the dungeon. Instead, though, it lacks a bit of firepower when it comes to fighting. Both were quite a potential talent and a good addition to best of the best, the great star in my opinion. Though, Misato was obviously superior to say the least, I guess. Speaking of her, she was gradually preparing to leave the guild. She was apparently decided to leave the guild at month's end, but until then, she has been going to the dungeon as one of the guild members. If I have to say, Misato is quite a girl with a backbone, rather than a caring girl. I forgot to ask, what are you planning to do after withdrawing from their guild? Have you found another guild to join in? Well, actually I haven't found it yet. In fact, I had planned to leave after the heat of the solicitation battle cooled down, but I was able to escape from the solicitation because of best of the best, the guild star, so it would be disservice of me to leave without doing my due responsibility. I think you absolutely don't have to mind though. Well, May is the month when the heat for guild battle is usually at their peak. Even a dragon finds it hard to control a snake in its old haunt. There are also guilds at top in lower ranks, so it's easy for a single spark to take the form of fire when another guild drops from their rank after being lost in April. Well, of course any guild would want to have Misato in their guild, though the fervor also lowers down to some extent as long as one can sail through the May. There are rules where a guild can reject a guild battle after accepting one for a month, and once the power ranking cemented to some extent among seniors, the noise of solicitation also got toned down. That's why Misato's original plan was to withdraw from the guild at the end of month. Although she had already firmed her mind to leave, she also felt the quartet would break into tears. Ahaha, well, I had joined at first just to give it a try, but quite an accommodating guild they are. I did thought maybe it was a wasteful on me. They're interesting. The only thing they have trained splendidly is their pride, but even as they utter complaints, they are following your instruction training and have gained sufficient ability. I think they're honest and serious at their core. It's just my problem. I see. Then if Misato feels like it, why don't you come to Eden, huh? Are you recruiting me at this time? Yeah. Our guild is in need of a healer too. You're warmly welcome to join our guild, since it's you. Well, I hope you give it a thought. Tahaha. You sure know how to say some nice stuff. But yeah, I will think about it positively. Yes, please. We have spots available, so let me know about your answer by the end of this month. After taking her words, I shed sweat of springtime with Saturn and others. CH 299.5 627, Nameless Second Year Swordsman. We have fallen to D rank. 628. Nameless Second Year Priest. So you have. Well, changes are bound to happen in May's War. Given its fierceness, it's hard to surpass the truly strong guilds. 629 Nameless Second Year Axeman. Joining hands in praying gesture. 630 Nameless Second Year Magician. You have my condolences. 631 Nameless Second Year Adventurer. Don't fret over it, Swordsman-san. Even my guild is just E rank. It will be fine. 632 Nameless Second Year Swordsman. I don't get what's better in it, tilde. I even got supporter senpai to teach me to, yet I failed. I have no face to show now, sigh. 633 Nameless Third Supporter. What are you saying? Victory or loss are also dependent on luck. You just happen to have bad luck this time. Even our guild had once dropped to the C rank. Everything is justified as long as you never give up. 634 Nameless Second Year Swordsman. Supporter senpai tilde. Thank you. I will definitely work hard to also not let go of your teaching to waste tilde. 635 Nameless Second Year Priest. Nevertheless, the majority of guild battles were so fierce, not a single day passed by where the ranking hasn't changed. 636 Nameless Third Investigator. A total of 25 C-rank guilds have been replaced as of now. A total of 2 B-rank guilds have been released as of now. A-rank and S-rank guilds' position is as cemented as ever. Well, that's just a matter of time before it happens to them too. 637 Nameless Second Year Adventurer. And one of the guilds that has been replaced happened to be Swordsman Guild. I see. I'm really impressed how Investigator Senpai always gets their hands on the information so quickly. Though that last remark of yours doesn't have an uncanny touch. 638 Nameless Third Supporter. Yeah, actually, the source is the duel that took place between 2 high-ranking guilds. I investigated it, and apparently the A-rank guild Temple Saber have challenged another A-rank guild Beast King Galtiga over a recipe of dungeon carriage. 639 Nameless Second Year Adventurer. What? You can't be serious, right? I didn't even hear about it. It's news to me that a storm is brewing under the cover of fierce rank battle. 640 Nameless Second Year Axeman. But I know about it though. 641 Nameless Second Year Swordsman. I also knew about it, except I didn't have the time to care about others. 642 Nameless Third Year Investigator. Well, that's it. Outcome also came out just a while ago. The loser was Temple Saber, and the winner seemed to be Beast King Galtiga. 643 Nameless Second Year Adventurer. Holy shit, isn't that a big event? I can't believe I was sleeping over such an occasion. Damn, it was not the time for fishing. 644 Nameless Third Supporter. So you were fishing? Well, whatever. Anyway, the duel surrounding the two high-ranking guilds has also attracted a bit more attention in different senses. The reward Temple Saber had dished out happened to be that 645, nameless second-year adventurer. No way, sorry, I was just trying to act surprised. What's that white throne thing? 646. Nameless second-year magician. You really are an ignorant one. 647. Nameless second-year priest. It's one of the factors why Temple Saber has continued to reign on its position as an A-rank guild for so long. It's an item desired by any of us. The healers. You seriously didn't know? 648. Nameless second-year adventurer. Yes, I really didn't know. Please teach me. 649. Nameless third supporter. Very well. White Throne is a special equipment that takes 2 accessory slots to equip. Its ability is to transmit skills or spell from recovery category to long distance. The power of long distance attacks is reduced exponentially each time it crosses the boundary between the grid, as you may have known, except for big castles or bases. This limitation effectively rendered the tactic of spamming long-range attacks from a safe spot, where they will have no choice except to attack from a close distance. And that's where this equipment comes into play. Anyone who equips it can transmit their recovery spell to a long distance with almost insignificant loss. 650. Nameless third-year investigator. In short, it covers the weak point of a healer, to help them avoid being targeted by others by allowing them to excuse themselves from appearing in actual battle scenes. 651. Nameless second-year priest. Temple Saber is a guild whose forte lies in using that equipment to create the situation of interpersonal battle with overwhelming odds in their favor. They are invisible under the shine of recovery magic who fall into them from hidden places as they challenge others. I don't have enough words to describe how strong this accessory is. According to what I have heard, it is an equipment dropped from the gold chest after they had crushed the rare boss in the entire dungeon. 652. Nameless second-year adventurer. Wait, so you're saying it's an advanced equipment? 653. Nameless third supporter. You can take it so. After all, they needed to put up an equally valuable thing to counter the recipe of Beast King Galtiga. 654. Nameless second-year adventurer. Huh? Then will not Temple Saber now be in an awkward position? What are they going to do in the next guild battle? 655. Nameless third-year investigator. Majority of Temple Saber tactics were based around White Throne. Without it, the road of future guild battle would be quite bumpy for them. This has also put their A rank in jeopardy. Well, that was what I meant earlier. 656. Nameless second-year magician. The bitter and crushing defeat they have received might become the cause of the guild's decline. While it's important to note that luck also plays its role in the outcome, Temple Saber just became too greedy this time. 657. Nameless third-year investigator. Indeed. Everyone, never forget this aspect when you're going through duel. What would you do if your cherished thing was lost after you decided to take a gamble over it? Do you understand? 658. Nameless second-year swordsman. All sound and clear. I will engrave it on my heart. 659. Nameless first-year sage rabbit. I had an extremely surprising piece of information, but everyone looks so motivated. Guess I will ship it. CH 301. I left the matter of training Saturn and others to Mako's for the time being. I am going to be busy from Friday to Sunday, and although my Sato was looking after them recently, it wasn't like she can tag along with them all the time either. I can say with my eyes closed that they will not waste any time skipping training without my Sato or me watching over them. Thus, I have asked the training specialist Makos to take care of them. I don't know why, but they're approaching me on a regular basis to ask things like who sells better protein juice or let's have a match on the bunny jumping route. They said my muscles are looking great when I finally asked them the reason why they're so suddenly coming to me just the other day. I really didn't get what they meant by that till this day. Anyway, I spoke about the quartet when the topic naturally turned to where or what kind of training I'm doing. They expressed their desire to join by all means, and I also thought it didn't sound bad given my busy schedule, so I eventually ended up asking them about the quartet too. Friday is the day I act as provisional lecturer. It's my second class today, but an unexpected situation has caused me to be slightly perplexed. I'm Gage Eve, serving as the head of National Institute for Job Research. I can't express how much I had been waiting for this day. I'm Macros, the vice leader of the Royal Court Sorcerer. It's my honor to meet you, brave Sama. I'm Rorokro, the Dean of Branch Academy National Dungeon Exploration Support Academy, Number 4 Branch Campus. It's my pleasure to meet you today. It has begun. A lot of old men with incomprehensible but amazing titles are coming in droves. They're all introducing themselves in turn, keeping it short, but there are so many that my brain is no longer registering their face or name. What happened in 1 week for this to happen? Could it be due to the conversation I had with Dean last time? Wait, it was his request, I think. I reckon his request was the number of students, lecturers and business voicing out their wish to join your class are rapidly in rise. If it's not a problem, I would like you to consider expanding the scope. I had eventually accepted it since we received quite a huge sum of Mir and QP from his request, and I also wanted to spread the training manual to a wider audience. But that's that. I didn't recall ever consenting that they can interrupt classes. I mean, it's already the time to start the classes, yet I don't see the sign of the old men holding titles of this or that or whatever state managed or business stopping their introduction. Damn you, Dean. Do you want to hinder my classes, Celestine? Yes. Then either the students or lecturers of Labyrinth Academy. Do you think there's any problem in chasing them away? It's just my guess, but I think they may have rushed up here by following formal procedures. Getting rid of them might cause friction to occur between them and Dean in near future. Dean. I will remember this debt. I was determined to squeeze out as much profit as I could later. Maybe I should call Rena. Anyway, I really wish they would just finish off their formalities and let me start the class. If they have come here for my training manual, formalities can be left for later. Other students must be getting bored waiting in for class to start. I forcefully cut off the rush of old men who show no sign of stopping. I'm going to start class. We're already late in it. Let's leave the introduction for later. I yelled so towards the ladies and gentlemen unaffiliated to the academy who had formed a neat line and were waiting for their turn to introduce. Forcefully made my way to the podium and showed my eagerness to start the class right away. I was ready to hear some people stepping out to mutter out their dissatisfaction, but were made to return to their seats under the intervention of people from the Academy's Research Institute, other lecturers and Chief Miston. Oh, I didn't know Chief Miston is also here. We're currently at a huge auditorium in the Combat Department Building Number 3. The previous classroom was naturally out of question with the increase in participants, so we were now assigned this auditorium. In fact, I was quite nervous that I would be able to stand on the podium of this huge auditorium, but even that nervousness was blown to somewhere unknowingly due to the greeting rush by old men. I calmed myself down and once again ran my gaze over the auditorium. Man, what a stunning scene. I wonder how many people are here. I had checked and apparently there are 150 freshmen, 30 lecturers and around 72 people that aren't unaffiliated to the academy. So many! I was too shocked to muster up any other reaction. So a total of 252 people. The number is like 5 times more than previous class. That's a crazy amount to gather. No wait, how did you even know that, Celestine? He couldn't have counted one by one, right? I was curious but stopped from making a comment and started the class since we don't have much time to waste. To people we have already met, hello, and to people we're meeting for first time, nice to meet you. I'm Brave Zephyr. It's my pleasure to have so many people attending my class. Unfortunately we're short on time, so I would be beginning with class right away. Let's review the last class's lesson first. My voice echoed inside the venue when I spoke facing a small mic-like item that Celestine had prepared who knows when. It really saved me from wasting my energy on shouting loudly. It might be slightly boring for the students from last class, but I decided to spend the first and second class reviewing lessons from last week. It was an important step since many are participating for the first time. I know I am going to do it, so I had already notified the students who wished to continue to attend from third class, but it didn't seem to have affected them as they're joining right from the first class, especially the strange behavior of girls who were moving like a one body of an organism and securing all the seats nearby me. So incomprehensible, though it did make it easier for me to differentiate which students were here for the first time and which not, as the students who came from second class onwards were isolated on back seats. I continued with my class and soon the second class was also over. I also kept questioning time to 5 minutes this time. 5 minutes of questioning time for an hour class. The day would be long gone if I just spent my time answering everyone's question. And of course, I ignored the question from people outside of the academy. Though it turned the situation into them persuading lecturers to ask some questions, I really wish they would stop doing it. I mean, it's students first. You can only scout students in the game dungeon activity. With the break in between, it was finally time to continue from last week's lesson. I start third class. For the second lesson, I was thinking about diving a bit more deeper into the training manual and explaining about it, but dropped the idea. Change of plan. There's this rare chance of ladies and gentlemen of different institutes or organizations from all over the kingdom gathering here. There might not be a better chance than this to clear out the misunderstanding that the world is doing. Let's explain about the job transfer, one of the topics that had always been bugging me. I believe everyone already know about the remarkable achievement of Academy's Research Institute discovering one of the condition for a job, defeat a monster. I would like to add that the original way was to first get a mid-ranking job using that condition, defeat a monster, and then acquire a high-ranking job using job transfer after that. So, what I'm saying is job transfer should be endorsed more even if you acquire a job. The venue was filled with the buzzing sound the moment I talked about the job transfer. Job transfer is almost treated as a taboo thing in this world. It's not a surprise researchers would be astonished if it were to be told that job transfer is the right way to go. However, common sense is something that changes constantly in respect to the era. Today, this tip of the iceberg I revealed was to change this common sense of the world. My plan is to make them ride on this bandwagon and correct their ideology regarding the job transfer. Your level will be reset. It would be too hard to swallow your hard work. Your training up to now will all be naught for nothing. But think about the opposite. Job transfer is also a chance to redo your life. You will reach a height even more than what you could imagine the lower your level are with the training manual I'm teaching. I spoke about the benefit of job transfer. Your character would start at LV0 no matter what when creating a character in-game. Irrespective of your fateful day, LV0 means said person has gone through job transfer. No way should you do job transfer. Don't be silly. It should be in fact encouraged. There are not just a few things that the world is currently doing completely wrong. It's about time for me to reform their common sense gradually while explaining about the training manual. I hold no doubt that the job transfer is just going to bring in more and more high-ranking jobs individuals. Rather, LV0 is just the ideal target for my training manual. Come on, hold no doubt and roll in with the job transfer, everyone. Oh, the dear world, thy be known. The spectacular thing the job transfer is. CH 302. A wave of turmoil arose throughout the kingdom with Zephyr's lecture over. Labyrinth Academy, main campus, special inn. Special inns are being used in abundance due to the explosive number of guests visiting the Labyrinth Academy. And yes, it's another of the game's characteristics where inns are being used instead of a hotel. However, even among such special inn was another high-class inn, the so-called luxurious inn, created to accommodate the VIP so that it doesn't interfere with the Academy's image. And in one such room once could hear the quavering voice of Gay Chief, the chief of National Job Research Institute. He was even more spectacular than what I had heard, Mr. Dono. It was really unthinkable that he not only had the distinguished information such as training manual but even the groundbreaking information about job transfer. It is just expected that you will fancy him. Yet the another person, chief of the main campus's research, Mr. replied to Gay Chief with similar quivering voice as he sat on the chair facing him. It was their attempt to hide the impact they had received after listening to the lecture of a first-year student which has completely overturned their common sense. The thing he talked about was really an eye-opener to us who never even bothered to include the J of job transfer in our research. I don't know about others, but it at least was never a topic of research in our National Job Research Institute. What about your side, Mr. Dono? It's embarrassing. However, my hands were already filled with the other research until now. Sure enough. However, your achievement of unraveling about the manifestation condition for a low-ranking job was really admirable. I must say your research institute is really miles ahead about research jobs manifestation condition. Thank you very much. It was the research of Chief Miston that had mostly contributed in unraveling the manifestation condition for the low-ranking job in the main campus's research institute. There are research institute all over the kingdom. However, while all were focusing only on searching the high-ranking jobs condition, It was just Chief Miston who has intentionally focused on researching on low-ranking job on the basis that it might lead him to a new truth, and there are hardly any place where his ingenuity hasn't been praised. It was this ingenuity of him that he was still reigning on the position of main campus's research institute's head position. Just when I thought we finally have discovered the tip of the iceberg by unraveling the condition for a high-ranking job, we now have another job transfer topic that goes against all the norms. We really can't stay lagging behind in the new research. Gagif was holding the note from today's class. Gagif had written every single word of his as if his life depends on it. Even now, his eyes couldn't stop running over it. However, his hands were trembling so much so that he couldn't read it due to the shaking, and placed it at the table thinking to read it again later, but as if he couldn't give up no matter what. His hand found their way to take the note in grasp once again. Not just no, Gagif had been repeating the same scene again and again with a restless appearance. Henceforth, I would recommend every member of the Sorcerer Squad with that have made all low-ranking jobs to job transfer right away. The one to urge so by using an emergency, precious communication magic tool in the room of a building was Macros, the vice leader of the Royal Court's Sorcerer Squad. The communication magic tool in itself have no meaning, however messenger or commander etc. job holders can make a long-distance voice call by using the connect category skills alongside the magic tool too. It's also the reason why Duke category holders that have a wide array of jobs like commandment or chancellor are in charge of dungeons, the lump of precious resources for the world. It wouldn't be hyperbole to say that Duke who can relay the information super quick in case of an unexpected situation are the keystone for this world's order. Marcos, calm down for a while. Sure, you have a point, but you should know job transfer isn't a trifling matter. What are the squad going to do after they suddenly turned LV0 from job transfer? The voice that was transmitted through the crystal lens of communication magic tool was of a young woman. She was the very person ranked above Marcos, the esteemed leader of Sorcerer Squad. As a matter of course, she is the holder of the Duke category, the holder of the commandment job, and it's also thanks to her that they can communicate using Connect now too. Excuse me, I must have been caught up in the heat of the moment. Marcos eventually realized just how flared up his voice was when the young women pointed it out and died in heat of embarrassment this time. There was nothing wrong in doing that since they can reach a new height by job transfer and then using training manual. But that wasn't completely worry-free either. It's due to that not so small worry, in fact a big problem, that job transfer had been considered taboo until now. Yes, back to square one, i.e., Level 0. They would lose their skills and even magic they had been using until now and would effectively render useless for the job they had been employed to. No planning will cost them their status. This was the universal truth of this world, and that universal truth was blasted to oblivion head first. Such was the extent to influence Marcos had received. But I would suggest at least collecting the basic job ascension ticket. There's no doubt their price are going to reach sky high in the near future and will also become harder to get them. I think it would be best to secure at least enough for our squad. There's no problem in it. I also must rethink my future plans. Alright, you're up for securing our squad's share tickets. Understood. I will make sure to. Marcos gave a perfect upright salute in front of the communication magic tool's crystal lens. Thus the first to act in the world was the Royal Court's Sorcerer Squad. I approve of the system reformation, Vandam Fagnadono. I will give my all to handle the situation. This has really become overblown. The first to be affected, even speaking of nothing, will be third years. Haste is necessary. Changing the location once again, it was the room in Duke's residence, also the Dean's office that Zephyr had visited before. A group of men were coming up with some documents with a bitter expression on their face. One of them was the Dean of National Dungeon Exploration Support Academy, number 4 branch campus, Rorokoro, and one another person was the Duke Vandam Fagner, also the Master and Chief Executive of Labyrinth Academy. We have to be quick and secure basic job ascension ticket. Also, let's turn the bill for the revision of law. A meeting is a must. First of all, I would like to call all the branch dean first. We should also notify the chief lecturer's rank members too. I have sent a rough draft to the king. Let's see if he will join too. What about the job transfer for third years? They hardly have any time. Let's inform them that they may repeat the academic year. In rough words, the statement would be the system now allows them to restart from freshman year as soon as their level reset, effectively resetting their academic years in addition. That's some level of humor you have, though I would suggest to rethink about the title. The two continued their banter while their eyes darted over countless documents, writing up new ones and filling them in. They're giving their all to revise the system for the time when the wave of job transfer will let loose. Overturning of common sense. The one to bear the brunt head-on was undoubtedly the Academy. The Academy currently has 6,000 third-year students and barely 206 students that have high-ranking jobs. It goes without saying just how many must be harboring the longing for job transfer. However, if there was anything blocking them, then it was the overwhelmingly lack of time they have. They barely have one academic year left. They will begin to sway over the temptation of whether they should go through the reset. However, there's the chance they might ruin their future by resetting their level without any proper plan, and the lack of sufficient level would of course be the unscalable wall that they will face after they enter the society. Summing up all the factors, the two reached the conclusion to submit a bill to implement the students' academic year extension after a discussion. The only thing the two wished for was the further prosperity of the kingdom and a bright future for the students. In this way, although slowly but surely, the thing called common sense had begun to let out its final cry as it had advanced on the path of destruction. Ch 302.5, 480. Nameless second-year priest. Good news everyone. Brave has once again caused a new commotion. 481. Nameless second-year adventurer. How does it even sound like good news? 482. Nameless second-year alchemist. What are you saying? Has Brave ever done anything disastrous until now? 483. Nameless first-year shielder. It seems not. 484. Nameless first-year merchant. Every act of Brave is a correct one. 485. Nameless second-year swordsman. Brave's fans are simply scary. 486. Nameless second-year magician. Anyway, what has Brave done this time? He should have been taking said elective class as the lecturer today. No, I also want to attend his classes about training manual too. 487. Nameless second-year swordsman. Well, that's just limited to freshmen. I heard it's only for the novice who has just received their jobs. 488. Nameless second-year alchemist. Just why the hell? I'm not a freshman. 489. Nameless first-year shielder. It's our victory to fulfill the requirement and receive Brave's classes from the get-go. 490. Nameless first-year merchant. Current first batch is taken in by the same year Brave fan. His magnanimous heart may begin to accept you from the second batch. 491. Nameless second-year swordsman. Interesting. It seems that his love is genuinely big-hearted. But what makes the second batch different from the first batch? 492. Nameless second-year magician. There has been a huge increase in the number of participants who are to take Brave's class from today. Apparently the thing he taught last time had garnered attention from all over. So you see, the students who took the lead and took his first class last time are dubbed first batch, and students who are going to attend classes from today are dubbed second batch. Well, today's new students are still Brave fans though. 493. Nameless first-year shielder. Smug grin. That's right, we're reigning over the seat of first batch. 494. Nameless first-year merchant. It's really fun. 495. Nameless second-year swordsman. I see, so that's what it is. 496. Nameless second-year priest. Can we forward the discussion now? 497. Nameless second-year swordsman. Ah, of course. In fact, I myself would love to talk about this more. 498. Nameless second-year priest. Yes. Likewise, I was curious just what the occasion was after seeing the luxurious carriages entering the academy one after another and tried to investigate the root cause. It was then I came to know that the VIPs are especially coming to attend the said Braves class from outside the academy. 499. Nameless second-year alchemist. VIPs? What do you mean? Tell me. 500. Nameless first-year songstress. Wait. Could those VIPs be the same people who formed a line to greet Brave Kun? 501. Nameless first-year raccoon shielder. They had barged uninvited to meet Brave Kun. My words, Brave Kun couldn't have looked any more annoyed. 502. Nameless second-year adventurer. Speaking of, Brave fans are currently receiving his class. aren't they? 503. Nameless first-year shielder. We're in a different classroom today. I don't know where, but we're currently in a big place. 504. Nameless first-year merchant. I recall they said it's an auditorium. 505. Nameless third-year supporter. Apparently over 250 people are receiving BraveCon lectures currently. Even the biggest classroom wasn't enough for them. 506. Nameless second-year alchemist. Oh, Investigator Senpai. Are you also attending today's class, Senpai? 507. Nameless third-year investigator. Of course not. However, I did find a collaborator fortunately and have sent them. There's no end to the organization that is paying attention to today's class. I must know what it is. I will disclose the result of my invitation later. 508. Nameless second-year swordsman. We shall be awaiting your return. 960. Nameless third-year supporter. It seems like Brave's statement about job transfer has sparked a chain of fierce discussion all over. 961. Nameless second-year priest. No matter where I see, everyone is discussing that. You can't be serious about job transfer, right? It wouldn't be a laughing matter if you messed up, you know. 962. Nameless second-year magician. He has thwarted the tip of an iceberg and has shown the value of job transfer to the world. It's obvious for people to not believe it suddenly, but it's undoubtedly going to receive lots of reaction. We might even see the spurt in people racing for job transfer. In fact. 963. Nameless second-year priest. It still looks incredulous to me. 964. Nameless second-year adventurer. It can go to hell for all XR. But it has shown the possibility that even we can have high-ranking jobs, right? Then there's no need to even wreck your brain over it then. The matter after that can be handled later. I will do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to make it big as a new adventurer. 965. Nameless third-year supporter. There's certainly some truth in adventurers' words. There's still a long and steep life waiting ahead for students. It's not like we can guarantee our life ahead will not have any regrets. This moment might just be the turning point to the future. In fact, it's hard to ignore the thing called a high-ranking job in life, even if one has a late start or fumbled on the way. I really can't see what will become of the mid-ranking jobs down the time when job transfer increases in count. 966. Nameless second-year priest. Indeed, your words can't be truer anymore. Support to Senpai. Research Institute Momentum is currently at its peak. I'm sure their research on discovering the condition of high-ranking jobs will continue to go on. Future success depends upon today's preparation. Job transfer at present might not be a bad idea for the future 1 or 2 decades later. 967. Nameless third-year producer. Wait, it's still too early to draw any conclusion. 968. Nameless second-year swordsman. Production Senpai. What in the world is going for even Production Senpai, who only suddenly appeared to warn about a serious situation? 969. Nameless third-year producer. Well, I receive a piece of important information from the Academy indeed, but I believe I don't show myself just to warn or pass information, so you know. Anyway. Information has been sent out by the Academy just now. Everyone, I will implore everyone to check it ASAP. 970. Nameless third-year supporter. Who is this information about the establishment of the job transfer system? 971. Nameless second-year adventurer. Wait, what do you exactly mean by that? Please explain it so that even my meager brain can understand. 972. Nameless second-year priest. Good grief, you can just read the information you know. 973. Nameless third-year producer. The Academy has released information about a new system. It's still in beta stage, so complete details aren't out yet, or more like they're still in the phase of forming the outline, but in short, they're deciding on the policy. The basic gist is that students who will go through job transfer can choose to extend their academic year. It will allow students who have succeeded in getting a high-ranking job to once again go through their several years of studies, to start from the beginning. The main targeted range is 2 and D3 RD year students. 974. Nameless second-year adventurer. What did you say? Are you telling the truth? 975. Nameless third-year supporter. Again, all the students have been sent the information by the academy. That means the academy, too, is seriously parsing the information. I see, that's why you said wait, huh? Indeed, it might be better to wait till the academy comes up with a solid outline about the job transfer system. 976. Nameless second-year priest. Hold your horses, guys. I didn't even understand what most of you guys are talking about. I'm sure the information about job transfer has come out in the afternoon today, right? The day hasn't even ended yet, and the situation has developed to this point. Seriously? 977. Nameless third-year investigator. I had wanted to keep the information secret until later. Nevertheless, I really have no words for the big bomb called job transfer. Good grief, Brave Kun has my infinite admiration to break through all my common sense. Never once in my wild dream had I expected he would impart such a world-shaking fact. 978. Nameless second-year swordsman. You're back, Investigator Senpai. Were you investigating all this time? It's already 9 p.m. you know. 979. Nameless third-year investigator. I had a lot on my plate. I would be disgraced with the honor of the top of investigation department if I didn't do that much after such big news. Though, thanks to that, I have been able to grasp what action other organizations are taking. I guess I can forget proper sleep for the upcoming few days. No, upcoming several weeks. 980. Nameless second-year priest. Whoa, sounds rough. But does that mean I, too, would have the chance of getting a high-ranking job and leading a rosy, sparkly life? 981. Nameless third-year supporter. You might be. However, the system is still in its infancy stage with a lot of work needed before it can be perfected. It would take time, so I think we can only wait for next term for a proper system. 982. Nameless second-year swordsman. Excuse me, it has been intriguing me since a while, but I haven't seen any post from Adventurer-san. 983. Nameless second-year priest. Question mark. That idiot, he shouldn't be doing that, right? Did he run off without waiting? 984. Nameless second-year magician. Information has been already passed, as for whatever happens later is their own responsibility. 985. Nameless second-year priest. Though I think he hasn't even read that yet. Yeah, you're right. It's their responsibility from here. Anyway, Investigator Sanapi, what were you saying about steps other organizations are taking? 986. Nameless third-year investigator. The price of basic job ascension ticket has already begun to soar high, and people have already begun to voice out second-year students should be allowed to restart their academy life if they achieved a high-ranking job. Wait, third years should be allowed to do so too. There are even talks that it might develop into a system that may allow working adults to job transfer too. It's still just a suggestion, but this is going to cause an upheaval in the world for sure. 987. Nameless second-year priest. The scale has suddenly become a world-changing event. 988. Nameless second-year magician. Can a single job transfer really turn the world upside down to such an extent? The whole development just feels like a figment of an imagination at its play. 989. Nameless third-year investigator. But honestly speaking, those who hesitate in riding this wave would miss out on the moment of era transitioning. World has reached a turning point. Now everyone, even if they were shouldering the low-ranking or mid-ranking job, have the chance to reach out to high-ranking points. It's no more just a student or working adult thing. Furthermore, one might even be able to shine as an elite with the training manual Brave Kun has spread. I hope everyone pays attention to the information. 990. Nameless second-year swordsman. Man, my hands have been trembling non-stop with the sudden information explosion. 991. Nameless third-year supporter. Investigator, thank you for providing your valuable information. I will also pay attention, and I also have information to pass. It has just reached my ear that the participation requirement in Brave's class has been extended to second and third years students too. I guess Brave's training manual would just go hand in hand with the job transfer. I would urge everyone who is thinking of job transfer to take Brave's classes by all means. 992. Nameless second year alchemist. Hold up, are you sure? I will definitely break my way in. 993. Nameless second year swordsman. I think I will also try taking the classes. 994. Nameless second year priest. I'm also going to apply. I am going to score a high-ranking job and grab the fantastic future in my hands. 995. Nameless second year magician. Good luck everyone. Well, I wonder just how far the second year adventurer has gone. CH 303. I immediately bolted out of the room as soon as my time as provisional lecturer was up. I just had this nagging feeling it wouldn't bid well for me if I stay even a second longer there. I wonder if this is the work of intuition. I left the participants behind, who were getting noisy as it seemed like my lecture about the usefulness of job transfer had finally been conveyed to them. With Celestine, it seemed like some old man called out to me, but I ignored them since answering to one would mean answering everyone. Where are we heading, Zephyr-sama? We're going to the dean's office. I want to have some words with him. I told Celestine, who was walking beside me, the direction we're heading to. I need to give a piece of advice to Dean. If not, I think the situation might once again turn explosive just like earlier. I initially didn't have any plan to bring up the topic of job transfer today since all the participants are freshmen only who have come today to learn how to raise their jobs. In short, the topic of job transfer was simply far-fetched from them. Well, today's lecture was simply like tossing a bomb. Though the main reason that I changed my plan was all due to the crowd of people that weren't students but coming in. But to allow that crowd to enter and hinder my class, you may have slightly overdone it this time, Dean. I can't deny that I was also kind of riding into the flow though, but still. Well, what's done is done. Besides, it was just a perfect chance to bring up that topic. It was just a matter of when I'm gonna do that and change their perception about the job transfer. That's why what's done is done. It's not like time can be reversed either. There are some suggestions I want to give to Dean, including about today's class. Well, the main subject is still about the job transfer. Understood. Celestine gracefully bent his waist in a bow. Not that it was my plan to spill it today. Anyway, it's because of that I want to meet Dean and spread some more information to those influential people through him. We went straight from the class to the castle heart of the academy and were immediately able to pass without an appointment. Sure enough, his ears are present everywhere. Excuse our intrusion, Dean. I know. Come in. We were led to the dean's office without a delay and saw him sitting on the sofa before the desk, behind which he usually sat. Urged by his eyes, we sat on the sofa across from him. It was the same sofa where I sat last time, and the last time before that. Celestine meanwhile stood behind me in attention. Maid instantly came to serve the tea as soon as I put my back on the sofa. He stirred himself and spoke with an astringent voice once maids were done with their work and left the office. I'm still waiting for a complete report, but I have more or less heard about the situation. You sure have outside yourself by dropping yet another monumental information. Haha. This is just the beginning. First is to throw the restraint. I just indirectly implied how is he going to handle the latter situation if this is already monumental information for him? Ho ho, I see. Well, my friends are saying that they want to listen to the explanation in more depth. Please allow me to refuse. I will only take elective classes, that's all. Teaching outside of scheduled time will take a toll on my personal study time, which I don't want. Just the question I had expected. I dodged the question. I would very much want to avoid taking any more classes for those prominent personas. The reason I'm taking this class is to make the strongest guild. After all, there's no way to scout anyone except students in dungeon activity. The least I would want to do is to teach those prominent personas. I see. Indeed, you're still a student. Forget that I asked about it. Dean backed down easily, which slightly disappointed me. No, wait. I think I felt his slight consideration, as if asking me to not get much worked up. Maybe I should probe him a bit. You're right. I guess the heat of the moment got the best of me, you know. After seeing so many prominent figures from society, I can't say for sure if I will not get in this mode again if such impressive people continue to join in later. So this is it. I would like you to take your classes more calmly. So I was right, huh? This time's information explosion has just the effect I wanted. I could feel him indirectly implying to pin down what I reveal in classes. Then I would like to reduce the number of participants' lectures count. Can it be set to 10 seats? I can't guarantee I will not make another careless slip if there are too many. causing me to get riled up. 10 seats, huh? At least settle it at 20. Let's go for middle ground, 15 seats. Instead, I would like to give priority to second and third years. Alright. It was naturally because job transfer mainly concerned upper classes. Guild Eden so far is only filled with classmates. This world follows the rule of meritocracy, so one can't be cautious enough since there are some cases where a high-level senior took over the command of guild, though the more common reason is it's much easier to create a strongest character by raising them from the ground up. If the situation permits, I also would want to raise it according to my need from level 0. Upperclassmen should also be starting from level 0 when they go through job transfer. I'm confident that if they're coming to attend my classes about training manual, then they would definitely be attracted to strongest training manual. And added bonus on top is that upperclassmen are already familiar with the setting. This is yet another chance to strengthen Eden if we can pull them. Phew, ha ha ha. Ahem, except there's one problem. Actually a big problem, and that's graduation. If you have chosen upperclassmen in your child, then there would come the time to bid our farewell with them on the season of graduation from the academy. Well, in the game, there was this setting where the graduated member would pass an item called XXXX clone button, which would replicate the same job character with the same level and status when using it while making a character. It was the setting for people who want to hang out like Senpai and Kuhai, or who would like to later form another character. However, there's no way such an absurd thing could happen in reality. Senpai, Senior and Kuhai, Junior. Taking third year upperclassmen in the guild will mean saying farewell to them on the march next year for all. The character I had trained with so much effort will disappear. Absolutely unacceptable. Due to the following reasons, I didn't invite them to the guild, but I just had an idea and tried proposing it to Dean while we're at it. If Dean doesn't think it's a bad idea, what do you think about a new system centered around job transfer? What did you say? That idea was to suggest a new system. Depending on how it's done, we may be able to retain the upperclassmen from graduation. So I proposed my plan to the dean with newfound vigor. CH 304. It was the day after I had a heated discussion with Dean over job transfer. Time was near the end of May, Saturday 25th. It was the Dungeon Week opening from today. We were already in the 4th week of the month, and normally Dungeon Week should have taken place in 3rd week. But May is when freshmen are still learning the ropes in their first classes, so the Dungeon Week was thus shifted to the last week for students to raise their level till LV10 to challenge beginner's dungeon. Long short story, it was the start of a 9-day-long break from classes so that students can challenge the dungeon and raise their levels from today. I charged into the guild room with the its full force dungeon attack time feeling bubbling inside my chest. Howdy everyone. Isn't today's weather rather lovely? Rather. It's indeed very lovely weather. Just a sublime morning to welcome the curtain opening on this wonderful dungeon week. Good morning Zephyr. Let's enjoy the dungeon to our heart's content. And what about you Lana? Of course I'm also excited. Lana greeted me in return with equally high spirit when I entered Guild Eden and shouted my greeting in high voice. Well, of course, that was the charm of the dungeon. It was the universal truth. We're not going to have any classes for the 9 days. It was like a mini summer vacation. I did feel a bit empty that we will not have a class for a while, but it was also wonderful that we can use our time fully for the dungeon. Clap. Lana and I gave a high five to each other in excitement. Just then Sierra started talking with a sharp gaze. Calm down yourself for God's sake. You will just tire yourself at this rate. What will you do then? It's fine. I know you may say this, but you will still come to help me out. Keep it in limit to not cause trouble to others. Saying that, Sierra turned her face, but I still noticed slight reddening of her ears. In the end, she will still help me out, was what her reaction meant. But it's strange, since when did Sierra awaken to be at dear? No wait, she looked less prickly than dear I guess. Nonetheless, it was a cute reaction. Anyway, I heard you seem to have caused a commotion again yesterday. Oh, Lulu and Celia, good morning. It's fine weather, isn't it? I was just thinking of teasing Sierra a bit more when her expression returned back to her usual stoic self with a sharp gaze. I quickly made my way towards Lulu and Celia to escape from her sermon. But, tomorrow? I didn't do anything rash yesterday though. I may not, but somehow I felt I would be caught in another of her sermons if I replied. Rena, who had just entered the guild room, called out to me when I was exchanging greetings with Lulu and Celia. Good morning Zephyr-san. Please guide me today as well. Oh, Rina. Good morning. Prepare yourself as I will not show any leniency today. Understood? It's the things Effa-san will be teaching me. I will do my best. I'm going to party with Rina today. It has been 2 weeks since she has acquired Master Planner Princess job. Her training has been going just well with the strongest training manual, and she has also raised her level to 23 in the meantime. However, it was me who didn't have much time, being caught up in various things recently, that I didn't teach her anything these days. This is a serious situation. My plan was to teach her about dungeon or guild battles within my capabilities so that she can become. Being an advisor might be too much for now. A capable leader. Besides, there was that item that had dropped from Perfect Beauty 4 Phenomenon after our grind with Electric Bear come Squirrel. So I'm going to take her along with me and hold a study meeting. Dungeon Edition study meeting to be more precise. I started today's meeting since everyone seemed to have gathered while I was going through greetings round. Though Sierra never stopped with her sharp gaze, but it should be fine. Probably. At least there will be no more sermon for now, I think. Today's the deadline for collecting the final materials of Rare Boss Shaman Marionette in Dean's Quest. I'm counting on you guys today as well. Sierra, Hannah, Lulu, Celia and Pamela. Leave it to us. Yes, we will blast out that rare boss. Understood. I will do my best. Desu. I will not be joining in today's subjugation of Shaman Marionette and left the matter to Sierra and others. I kept the party the same from last week. They were already splendid in their work and had gathered a lot of bamboo puppet materials. There's no way I'm going to join their party at the last moment and steal their effort. Besides, their party was fairly strong. I will pass you the flutes, Sierra, so no need to hold back. Alright, I will contact you if something happens. I'm leaving it to you. As for me, I am going to have a study meeting with Rina, and rest of members will be. I am taking the rest of the girls with me to hunt the cactus or mushroom. We will then challenge some other Intlo dungeons once Shizu reaches LV40. It seems like Lana already has plans to form a party with Karua, Rika, Shizu and Ista and help out Shizu in leveling. Shizu's level was still at 38 since I had asked her to help out Rina last week. A few boss fights would be enough for her to reach LV40, which was the requirement for Intlo dungeons, and with Ista's support, they should have plenty of time to do other things. Okay, but be careful since I will not be there to help out. But you want to challenge Intlo dungeons? Have you already thought which one you're going to? Karua is joining us, so it's fine, and we will be marching on the upper floors of Dinosaurs Hill and Rokumari Thundering Trees dungeon to warm up for tomorrow. I also want to see Shizu's new skill. I think we will also fight the F-boss of 10th floor since we're going there. Lana struggled to spell out the word dinosaur. Well, that was a familiar relatable sight. It's easy to fumble out on spelling the word. It had been jokingly called Fast Talking Dungeon in the game. Anyway, Lana's party goal is to warm up for tomorrow. I have already passed Shizu her job's strongest training manual, but I guess Lana's not in mood to take it slow and quickly wants to see her skills. Her eyes were smoldering with excitement. This concludes the plan for everyone. The last one left was Celestin, but he was absent due to some work apparently. He is a diligent person, but I'm quite worried about his level, which was lower amongst all. If I exclude Rina, I made up my mind to help him out next time. Alright then, the meeting is over. This concludes today's plan. While contemplating letting her learn the ropes about leadership from wolves, I took Rina with me to the dungeon. CH 305. These equipments looks good on you, Rina. Thank you for your praise. I had finally received equipment for rearguard from my family. You're the first one to see it. Rina says that and twirls on the spot, her lavender ringlets gently following the pattern. She looks to be quite happy. Rina had been using equipment meant for frontliners until now, since she had acquired a captain job and only had that equipment. However, she seemed to have urged her family for the rearguard purpose equipment after she changed her job to Master Planner Princess. Back to the present, those equipment seemed to have arrived just the other day. Today is the first time she is trying them. She looked quite happy with her face, flushed red. Probably due to excitement, I guess. Anyway, equipment explanation time. Rina's equipment can't be explained in simple words. Her outfit was a complete princess ensemble, imitating the regal attire of a female general, with the game's unique brilliant white undertone. She is dressed in white brimless beret, white and gold undertone clothes that highlight the lines of her body and a breastplate equipped over them. On her lower body was a mini azure skirt and thigh-high leg equipment, greaves. The greaves, too, have a white undertone. There are also some other small pieces of equipment. Overall, the entire equipment set exudes not only strength but also elegance. Her image was further reinforced by the weapon, which is also a set with her equipment. That weapon was a complete flip from the previous makeshift equipment she was using. It was as big as Rena's height. In fact, it was so big one could mistake it to be a big machine gun that fires beams rather than bullets. Further enhancing that image was the shoulder strap attached to support the gun, allowing it to be set in parallel with the waist for shooting. The development team really didn't cut corners in the design despite it being beginner equipment. Its majesty wasn't something other equipment could hope to mimic. Rena currently looks super cool in one word. I bet it should be thrilling to use it. I also want to try my equipment out quickly. Nice spirit. Then let's not waste any more time and move up. Rena had to initially return to the dormitory to collect her equipment after the meeting. Though it's now straight dungeon diving. We're going to challenge Battle Wolf of the Shallow Forest Dungeon today. To battle wolves. Explosive magic bullet. Goo! A shell shot out from the magic gun of Rena and exploded upon impact, engulfing the surroundings in it. Howl! Wolves disappeared into the particles of effect after being caught up in the shockwaves from the explosion just when they let their guards down, thinking they avoided direct impact. Well, that's the tricky part about such attacks. Amen. Nice. Let's shift to another target now. Carefully study the pattern of Leader Wolf this time. Got it? Understood. Rena is improving at a fine rate. Though we're mainly here to study about the real-time application of group maneuvering methods like coordination and leadership instead of farming bosses. I have got the next opponent. Rena, try to read the opponent's movement this time without attacking. Appeal. Okay, it's not a win in the truest sense if you're winning just by applying buff. The essence of coordination is the deceit and surprise attack. Attacking one person while targeting someone else in the gap is the basics. So carefully look at the behavioral pattern of wolves led by Leader Wolf. Yes, when it comes to coordination, the very first thought is obviously to make the best use of number advantage. It's the duty of the commander to turn a 2v2 situation into 2v1 by any means possible. It's where they actually shine. I got it. I guided Rena while dealing with the two wolves commanded by Leader Wolf in the lower layers. I attracted their aggro towards me and handled their attack through the advantage of high level. I stopped counting how many times they bite me, though of course I wasn't being led around by them. I, too, am improving my player's skill. That much is a piece of cake. They bite again. Exhale. I have brought Rena today here to show her the abilities of wolves. It's quite tough to achieve coordination in the Battle Wolf of the Shallow Forest Dungeon due to leadership. Recommended strategy to take down the monsters here is to either defeat the commander, Leader Wolf, or divide and defeat its subordinate as soon as possible, since letting it coordinate with other wolves would cost her some time. Well, the flip of that strategy is that the more you don't break their coordination, the more skillfully wolves show their coordination, which can be a good reference, like now. Rena seemed to have received the tutelage about tactics and strategy on her home back. However, they're at best classroom lecture type, so she was mostly out of touch with the real-time application of them. Though understandable, I guess. It would have been dangerous for her else before she had acquired the job. That's why I am now having to learn from actual battles. A complete difference from earlier when she blasted them out. Rena looked at the wolves with eager gaze this time, occasionally taking out a notepad to write on something as I continued to play with wolves. I also felt like I may have grasped the method on how to deal against multiple opponents in a group. Yeah, definitely. Though just observing the movement would bore the hell out, so I asked Rena to try out her weapon in between and carved out a way out. We reached the final floor when the clock was ticking 3 p.m. and I decided to wrap up the things for today after the boss fight. Arriving there, I was surprised to see multiple parties going through preparation in the safety area just when I was thinking of knocking on the door of the final boss. There were even 3 girls from the same class, Combat Department Year 1 Class 1, who also attended my lectures if I'm not wrong. They, too, seemed to have noticed us as they waved their hands to us. We exchanged greetings with each other. Hello, Zephyr-kun. Yo? We met tomorrow. Are you guys going to challenge Battle Wolf now? You're fast. Yup. It's thanks to Zephyr Sensei that we feel pumped up. We're going to challenge the Battle Wolf with everything we have. It's all due to Zephyr Sensei. Thank you very much. Zephyr Sensei, it kind of sounds nice. They seem to be friends with the other two girls at the party, and I remember seeing them in my lecture. I was surprised to hear that they had formed a party after meeting in my lecture. This is going to be their first battle against Battle Wolf. They're quite a talent to already be at this level, being a freshman and all, and yet already defeating the leader wolf. That posse's leader skill. They all seem to be nice potential candidates for Eden, so I decided to note down their names. 3 of them are classmates, so I already know their names. I just need to ask the name of the other 2 girls from the Raccoonkin and Baran category. Can you 2 tell me your name if you don't mind? It would be my pleasure. I'm Lakrit from Combat Department Year 1 Class 8. Nice to meet you. Geez, you're being too tense, Lakrit-chan. I'm Noel, from the same class as Lakrit-chan. It would be our pleasure if you remember us. Of course, Lakrit and Noel, I have firmly remembered your names. The Raccoonkin Lakrit stood at attention and turned nervous when I called out to them. In contrast to her, the Baron Noel had a unique vibe to her as she appeared calm from beginning to end. I firmly jotted down their name in the notepad of my mind. I bid my goodbye and returned to Rena's side after exchanging a few words and cheering them for their boss battle. Zephyr-san, sure, take their sweet time. Okay, my bad. They are taking my classes, so it would have been discourtesy to ignore them. Sigh, I forgive you this time. But please don't forget I'm also the next time. I somehow managed Rena into forgiving me, who was slightly pouring to be left alone for the duration. My curiosity got the best of me, seeing freshmen in their first term already appearing out to fight the boss, which was an incredible fact to me. I am also able to find some capable candidates due to that, though it seems I have to be careful from next time. HN? As I scanned my surroundings again, my gaze fell upon another group nearby. They were anything but newbies from their appearance. All of them appeared to be upperclassmen, 3rd year probably. Or not, they might be graduates. They were huddled in a distant place instead of lining up for the boss battle. What's more, I also got a familiar feeling when my gaze crossed with a leader-looking woman, so I called out to them.